to get there, get the fight, and then I'll sacrifice myself. So yeah, it's
because as a carry you can kind of do that, right? It's like, so what if you don't have webs to show up to fight because you use them to show up to the previous one? You're a carry, so you want to just sit and farm the jungle anyway. So nobody cares if you don't show up for the next fight.
That's true. Is there anything we can learn from these bans here?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a Timbersaw ban. What is that?
Mars.
Yeah, I
So
saw
yeah.
the Mars, but I mean like the Gambit ban.
Wyvern and Razor.
correct. Yeah.
Oh,
So both
right.
teams are putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that their first phase core is one of the bigger kind of power units in their draft, right? They're not going to be picking these extra ones. So for Troll, you take away the biggest counters, which is obviously Razor, Static Link, and then the Wyvern, the Cold Embrace. And then for Broodmother, Timber Mars, these kind of spider clearers that we mentioned already. Because you have that Troll, they need to have that extra element of spider now. That's why they take them away.
And the Morphling just seems targeted to me. I mean, unless there's something that they don't want the Morphling, like Gyrocopter, obviously with the Troll, that's probably not going to happen. But maybe there's something. I think it's just probably a ban on the Nisha Morph, because whenever they have this Brood safe lane, it's not going to be the hero that carries the game. That's just how Brood works right now. Even in the game where he was playing the safe lane Brood, he would build a pipe. So it's like it's kind of an off-laner from the safe lane position.
Now opening into second phase, with this type of drafting style, often it would just be your 5. Just because they were trying to keep that carry to offlane a bit more open.
Yeah.
But it depends, like, because we're talking about Brood being this kind of flex idea. Realistically, in there, they might just be like,
It's probably
Matt,
just going to be a Matu hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we'll see. They go for the Bane. Very casual. Which is actually it's a very nice counter to the Troll. Because of course you now have your Fiend's Grip to deal with Troll, the Sleep, and also his Enfeeble is really annoying in laning phase.
True.
You eat a Tango and you get Enfeebled, that regen, you feel like you need to eat 2 Tangos, 3 Tangos.
It's like 40 mana, right? To be Enfeeble. It's actually like, if the cooldown wasn't like 30 seconds at level 1, it would be the single best trading ability in the entire game.
Yep.
But if you do trade with a Bane and you have Enfeeble on, it's not going to go in your favor. So somehow Bane was actually transitioned to an even better trading hero in the laning phase, even though that's what he's done forever. And
this all stems from the fact that they picked this Nyx first, right? Like when you pick a Nyx, he doesn't really apply lane pressure. So it opens up for your support to be a bit stronger.
Yeah.
It opens up for this Brood to be picked because it's not as if they're going to have like a Mars Willow or a Timber Lion, which has a bit more potency to apply pressure.
Yep.
And that's why kind of Secret's draft, it might look a bit like greedier, I guess, or like a bit more like left field, but it's all because of this Nyx opening.
Ooh, Snapfire. Kind of forgot about her because she used to be, she was in a lot of regions, first phase pick/ban material.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go Roshan quite quickly, of course.
And she's very, very sturdy. I feel like one of the things, if you're playing against Brood, you don't want to have the squishy supports that just straight up die to a bunch of spiders.
Yeah, no, I agree. Snapfire's going to be pretty good here.
it's also
High
nice
draft.
because she can kill the spiders. So like if you ever try to go on her, she can just cookie and blast the spiders. So you always have to be worried with Broodmother, like she's just gonna clear your entire army.
Slug just uses his shard on the draft. We don't see anything right now.
Yeah, are you guys still seeing it?
No, we see nothing.
No.
Because we don't see the draft at the moment at all. So we're just gonna talk about what we have seen so far.
No,
Which draft are you liking more so far?
I think I prefer the approach Secret has here. I like the fact that they are just going back for this Rubik for Yapzor. They have this Brood factor, and it's opening up for a big gotcha pick at the end.
Yep.
But Gambit, a team that has stand-ins, a team that needs to have less variables in their draft, is looking clean. You know, Snapfire, Nyx, Support Joe, it's easy to run. A Troll carry, easy to play into, especially if it's against this Brood. Like, they have simplicity on their side, where strategy is key. Go for that first Roshan, have good laning phase, get the Aegis, make sure this Brood feels like she can never rejoin a fight. It's looking good for, like, the recipe.
I think it's the last pick of like some Trump hero too. Like that's always possible where you just
For Secret, right?
Either.
I think the overall last pick goes the way of Gambit, right? Because overall first pick was Brood.
No, so it was
Nyx
Nyx first pick,
okay.
then Rubik. So Secret has overall last pick, but the main point in second phase, Gambit has this ability to pick said hero like you're mentioning.
It's so annoying to have a team be overall last pick and then they first phase Brood.
Yeah.
So you have
there we go.
You have this cheese hero that they pick, and then all of a sudden you're worried about another cheese hero that you have to counter. You have to cover so many bases, which is presumably a big reason why Gambit's draft is very well-rounded. Like, this is what you have to do when you don't have last pick, right? Is you deal with any potential BS coming out.
Do we like the puck pickup? I know that in the European DPC, it was still pretty popular after all the nerfs, and then we saw, for example, in China, dominating region, puck was not there at all, T.
It's an interesting pick for the for flexibility. You can still put the puck off lane in the mid. Like they're keeping everything a little bit open with the Brood, the puck, and then this last pick. Guess the concern is simply they're picking puck into Nyx. So Nyx will always have a way to play the game now. Show off map, be ready to carapace the orb,
true, yeah.
wave clear, and then you have overwhelming damage with you. But it's very much, I think, Secret, less about matchups, but more about keeping their draft open. And they needed extra layers of team fight. When you have Bane, you have Rubik, you have Brood, you don't have a hero that really solidifies where multiple heroes are fighting. So that's where the puck really comes into play.
It's like single target group fight, not like the AoE group fight. And that is the thing with the Nyx, is that when you pick this puck, it definitely makes it so that the Nyx is possibly more of a... You could run like the 4 Snapfire, get more farm on her, and then run a 5-position Nyx. Because like you said, the Nyx can have literally 0 items and still be incredibly effective in the game, which is nice.
I like Gambit's lineup. You got the Tiny coming out as well. That's a Tiny, right? Yes.
Yeah, correct. So this is Gambit's response of...
I need glasses. my tablet stopped working. So.
Oh, would you... Actually,
Well, that's my
I
screen.
couldn't see it. But no, they go for the Tiny as a response to the puck. Of course, Tiny v puck is naturally Tiny favored.
Yep.
Laning phase in the game, that explosive damage is really annoying for the puck to play into. But I guess the concern is when you pick a hero like this, it's very clear where Secret can flex it away. And if they want to put the puck away from the Tiny, we'll see. The bans will be very apparent here.
What is that ban, actually? I can't
What?
tell
Yeah, what is that ban?
Oh, Medusa, of course. Okay.
That's a Medusa.
Yeah.
That's a...
Which, honestly...
It's so silly. I was like this. Joking, I was like, ready?
I'm honestly surprised. Did she stone gaze you? But I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Medusa made it this far in the draft. Because I know that a lot of maybe it's because it's been getting picked a lot in pubs, and so people have naturally had to figure it out. And figure out how to play against it. There was the nerf, but I don't think it was super relevant. It was a little bit nerf on like the stun duration and like the talent. But yeah, it still feels like a really OP hero, and it's just one of those things that I think. It's probably been figured out and makes your draft a little too obvious. Like, everybody knows of this Medusa toxic hero from the last week of DPC. Even in NA, people were talking about it, copying the other regions.
So it looks like on the side of Gambit for Afterlife, we're looking for an offlane hero. We have so many offlaners banned out with now the axe removed as well, which are still in for him.
So,
right?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's not many.
Many.
He's kind of been banned. He's removed from the game.
He is actually, like, in terms of offlaners, at the moment we still, what do we want, which bases do we want covered? We want a tanky one still?
Yeah, they need a guy who can frontline for sure. They've got a lot of reinitiators and kind of vision-based heroes, and no one really walks up the high ground right now with confidence of applying
Centaurs.
said pressure.
Centaur's still
and they go for the Legion.
Okay, there's
the Shard Legion that we're mentioning off panel. Yeah.
Every single offlaner in this tournament, well, I shouldn't say every single, but the majority of offlaners in this tournament seem to be spamming this Shard Legion, and it's a lot less about the Blink duels with Blade Mail, and it's a lot more about the saving with Pipe and Solar with the Aghanim Shard. And the win rate's pretty good, I would say. The win rate's probably brought down by people going for the Blade Mail Blink build, to be honest. It could be even higher.
That's a Jakiro, right?
That's an Ursa.
What?
If
I can't see it from here. It's white
You're on
and
the plane
it's
home,
red.
Secret, but luckily they
the
didn't
monitor's
pick
not
Jakiro.
big enough for me.
So it looks like
Wait,
how is that an
Offlane Brood.
Ursa?
No, yeah.
Possibly offlane Brood?
Offlane Brood, mid-puck, with a carry Ursa. The question here will be for the Ursa, is he going to go for the Diffusal style build that we've seen?
I love that build.
I got
love
so
that build.
confused.
Very aggressive.
Sorry, I can't see it.
It's fine. But it's an Ursa, just to confirm, not a Jakiro.
Not a Jakiro, thank you. So with the Ursa, it makes a lot more sense as well, but who is playing what?
So it's going to be Matumba Man most likely on the Ursa, Zai on the Broodmother, and then with Nisha on the puck. That's kind of the core setup that I would assume. Unless they want to throw something left field, but that feels best. And yeah, it just puts them in a position of they need to play. They have to have such good laning phase, right? Like if their lanes go a bit awkward, Gambit's draft looks so clean in like a 40-minute situation. Like they're scaling beautifully this game.
And the weird thing about this Troll versus Ursa late game is that now Troll the Ags, you have the constant purge on the Ursa attack speed thing, his buffs. Like it's really tough. In that matchup for the Ursa. It used to be Ursa favored, but now it's super Troll favored.
So both of you are kind of favoring Gambit's draft.
Yeah, I kind of am.
Yeah, they have like nice mechanisms to deal with Bane as well, right? You got the Legion with his press the attack, and then you've got to have
Deals with the Brood as well.
Yeah, you got the Snapfire with the Gobble Up. You can literally eat the person getting gripped and then throw them away. Like there's a nice That's little cute plays Gambit can
They've
make.
got a lot of options.
But they need to play strong lanes to get there. Like
Yes.
their kind of scaling is their inability to move quickly around the map together. Like Legion is a farmer, Troll is a farmer, and then it kind of relies a lot on there's mid-tiny. Like we've seen it in the Eastern European region, GPK and others, or no one as well. Like they just pop off, and this is what Lorenough needs to do. This is the type of game when you're laning into a puck, you have a good time. And if you turn that into just 5-6 kills by 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, the rest of your team will rally behind you, and Secret won't have enough to deal with that pressure. So yeah, I feel Gambit, they have a nice draft to get a win in a game where they are kind of the underdogs.
Yeah, we have, by the way, a remake of the lobby, so you're not missing anything of the game, don't worry. Leaves us a little bit more time to analyze what we just saw, because we all agree that Gambit's draft looks like they got the answers to Team Secret. But at the same time, Jenkins, they're playing up against Team Secret.
Yeah, you know, you also, on Team Secret, you have Brood offlane. This is an incredibly snowbally hero. You give this hero your tier 1. If you give the hero the tier 1 early, all of a sudden she's pushing your tier 2 and then your tier 3, and you don't have heroes to respond to that. You've Ursa as well, who, if he gets an early diffusal blade, what's the problem?
No. So I went to that point where like do you know like where the Dota cogs start turning?
Yes, of course.
I was doing that exact thing when you started saying about Brood. I was like, but do they have an answer to when Brood hits 6? Who's defending that tower? Like other than Legion +1, they're relying on 2 heroes to defend that tower.
They are, yeah,
and
exactly.
that's a lot of resources for one Brood.
And I think if Brood has a good lane, because they play it well, if Brood has a good lane and a little bit of an item advantage, like you were saying, a Legion alone actually can't deal with the Brood, because you just press the new Brood Q and then the whatever the other spell is, and you just run at the Legion, and like you don't need to use the spiders, you use them to farm.
Yeah.
And then you push the Legion out of the lane with the Brood right clicks, which he now has, that are super powerful. So I think that Secret's lineup's like super snowbally, basically. And if the lanes go well for Gambit, I don't see, unless there's some crazy late game comeback, I don't see Secret winning because of the matchups in the late game.
But you're saying that if Gambit wins the lanes, if Gambit do well on the lanes, they need to be the ones setting that tempo. Because they need to force out where the fights are so that they don't give Brood any chance to really do anything by herself?
I'd argue it's like less about tempo, but like deciding the fights that they want to take. Don't fall victim to Secret dictating that rhythm, that tempo. Because Gambit, when you have the draft that scales better, you just need to defend Roshan, farm the map, and then you play for the point where your entire team is happy to play. Don't feel like Nyx has to find pickers. Everyone has to do something. You can just hit creeps, and then 30 minutes pass, you're going to be so strong. And that's where Secret can play into that. A strong Brood laning phase, a quick Aegis, Ursa running with this diffusal. There could be too much noise on the map, too much chaos. Gambit fall victim to that, and now they're not being as efficient as their draft needs to be.
Actually, Jenkins, you also said like one of the things that made Team Secret strong, right, just in general, is always their ability for Yapstor and Puppey to find farm on the map when the rest of their cores are just on the lane. Can they do that as a Bane Rubik? Are they able to be greedy at all?
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because I would love to see this in
Are you about
a major.
Are you about to say the shard?
I'm about to say the shard. I'm absolutely about to say the shard.
Which shard?
The Bane shard is it turns Brain Sap into an AoE.
Oh yeah.
And sure, it got nerfed where you get less healing from it, which everybody, people make a big deal. It's not a big deal. The healing doesn't matter. It's the fact that this hero that had literally 0 wave clear forever, and that's the entire problem with the hero.
He can actually get money now.
He can actually clear waves.
From minute 20 onwards, though.
This is true. This is true. It does take a long time, and you are a Bane, this a pathetic hero that doesn't get very much farm.
How do you farm that 1,400 gold from 0 to 20?
While still living.
That's not enough time. That's like at least 70 GP.
So you're saying for Bane, his shard needs to be active at maybe minute 12.
Well, they do have an Ursa, so they could do the level 1 Roche and they get the shard beforehand.
They do. Yeah, exactly.
Can they do a level 1 Roche?
That's another one of my strategies.
No,
I don't think they can.
I wish I could remember the other heroes, but I don't think
no,
they can.
because you need an Abaddon.
They would need like an Enchantress, something.
Yeah, something that has a creep and an Abaddon.
Or it's like minus armor. Yeah, minus armor, and you actually don't need units to tank. You just need like 2 salves and minus armor is the main thing.
Okay.
That's
true.
true.
You actually don't need Ursa to do level 1 Roshan.
So can they do it? No.
No. But will we see a level 1 Roshan at this major?
No.
No.
The advantage you get from that is not enough.
I
hope we
actually
do.
disagree.
Yeah.
You think we're going to see it
I
once?
think there's at least one team that has prepared a level 1 Roche strat. I think we're going to see level 1 towers too. If you kill the first creep wave with Techies and you have a Nature's Prophet, Techies Natures can take the tower at 30 seconds.
So what teams play Techies?
Just those 2 heroes.
Jenkins, what teams play Techies?
I have no. VP?
Yeah.
But is the advantage that you get from
That's
that
it.
enough?
I think that's it.
Is the advantage that you get from that enough? You're interrupting me twice,
Sorry.
Is the advantage that you get from that enough?
You have to play it well, right?
Okay.
Like, you can hardcore grief a game by taking a level 1 tower.
Yeah.
Because the laning equilibrium is completely different.
Yeah.
You have to have like 2 supports there to like make sure the lane's not being pulled.
Imagine
There's a
playing
lot of
right in
memes
front of a
there,
tier 2. Like, that's not very nice.
So,
Yeah.
hi guys, let's dive into tier 2. They're fortifying? Wait, what? You know, yeah, it could be terrible pretty quick.
That's one of those things where
Yeah.
it's like, I think there's a reason that Valve didn't immediately nerf it because, you know, you take that tier 1. It's like, how often do you see that safe lane tier 1 just fall anyway?
And sometimes you don't want it to farm because it kind of makes your like you're kind of done in that part of the map, right? You got to move to the next part, and it's like you can't really farm that because it's not safe anymore to farm there.
What you're saying is you want so Valve didn't nerf it, so they want a team to try and do it. And then to suffer the consequences of doing it in a pro game.
Sure.
Haha, you lost your official. And then they actually buff it, and then just to spite
Imagine
this
buffing
team.
taking towers for 30 seconds. That's no way.
We're still waiting for the remake of the lobby, so the draft's already been done if you've just tuned in. Of course, we're almost ready for the first game of the AniMajor, and we have a draft. The other stream also has a draft. It's still going on, actually. But yeah, we should be able to start soon. We should be able to give you over to our commentary team very soon, but not yet. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're starting slow, and we're going to just ramp up as the tournament goes.
That's nice.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, which in this case would be a good sign for Team Secret because they would get the time they need for the Brood to farm up, right?
I think Brood needs to be fast.
You need to be fast as Brood?
I think that
A lot of legs,
if I recall, the draft was like 10 minutes ago now, so I feel like there was a decent amount of spider clear. There's a decent amount, and which presumably, maybe that's why they flexed it to offlane, or maybe that's just why. Maybe they just had that idea in the first place. Like, everybody's going to think this is
I mean, let's be real. We don't know if it's not going to be a Zai Ursa.
That's true. I could see them doing that.
That's true.
They like, we can easily see Matu still play. It actually could be a Nisha Ursa and a Zai Puck.
But
we don't know.
What was the mid again for Gambit? It was the Tiny.
Tiny, probably.
Tiny. Ursa Tiny lane?
Tiny or
Tiny
Snapfire.
and Troll were their cores.
Yeah, I think the main thing...
Does Lorinov play Snap mid?
No, he's like the leaner, the TA, the voice, that kind of guy. I think the main thing for Secret is they did aggro tri-lane when, like, do you know when NA
It is time.
PG? So
Team,
maybe that happens as well. That's what
it is time. It is time, finally, for our first game to get started. So get yourself ready to listen to the lovely voices of Synderen and Sunsfan.
Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Sunsfan here with my less obese partner, Synderen. How are you doing? Well, less obese can mean a lot of things, so don't look too into it, my friend. You're looking very snapper yourself. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's I was just asking you before this started, like, when is the last time we cast together? It's been 3.5 years since we have been at a LAN together, and that was a LAN that you ran. So
that's right. I had to force it upon you. It's probably for the best that people don't get to see this very often, honestly.
I really didn't want to go, but you made me, and I regretted it every day.
Yeah, you tell me that every day on the podcast. Really appreciate working with you every single time. Anyway, we have Secret versus Gambit here. Cinderman, of course, this is the... We call it a best of 2. It's really just a 2-game series because a best of is an odd number, but it just sounds better to say best of 2.
It's just easier.
Yeah, we're just going to continue with that.
What was your prediction for this series? Was it Secret 2-0?
I don't remember. I think I flipped a coin, and then I just let that do the speaking for me. But nope, we're going to see the Snapfire Cookie already used on Afterlife as Puppy gets a little stun action, but Matu's there to help ward off Afterlife. So the panel did talk about this briefly, but obviously Gambit has a couple of stand-ins, if you want to call them that, as Soneko and No One have switched teams for about the 20th time in the last 12 months. So there's a bit of a wild card here, no pun intended, since they are in the wild cards themselves as well. But what are you expecting from this team? It's just kind of like chaotic, as Jenkins was saying?
I think people might be sleeping a little bit on Lorinov. I think this guy's really, really talented and very skilled. So I'm expecting a lot of him in this series. Haven't seen him too much on the big stage though, so we'll see when these games start mattering a lot if he's going to be able to stay on the level that we've seen him in European pubs. He's a very snowbally player. He plays exceptionally well on heroes such as Tiny and Storm Spirit, and he got his Tiny in this game, and it's a good Tiny game. There's a lot of great targets. Like Jenkins pointed out, the matchup against Puck is good. Tiny has a lot of burst targets here. He can kill Rubik, he can kill Puck, he can kill the Bane, he can kill Spiderlings. There's just so many good things going his way. And BZZ, pretty much a veteran who I think maybe the least lucky player in the history of the game. I think he has been 1 game away from TI 3 times in a row and not made it. So he's hoping to change his fate this time.
It's ironic because his set, you don't have to be lucky to get it because everyone gets
that
it for free, right? So it works out in the end. So whose lineup? We haven't really talked about this too much, but we had the Brood offlane for Zai. Like, what do you think of these lineups together? There's not a whole lot of team fight for Secret, as the panel kind of brought up. Who do you favor, just on paper?
Just overall, I like the Gambit draft a little bit better because I find it more well-rounded. Like they pointed out, there's a lot of ways of initiating fights. They have the Save of the Legion Commander. They have multiple different stuns, ways of starting. They scale well. I think their core matchups are good. We talked about Tiny. I think Troll has some good matchups here. He's good against both the Brood, and he can actually fight the Ursa because of the blind. It's a matchup that has the potential to go both ways depending on when spells get cast. Ursa can also purge off the Whirling Axis, not Wild Axis, that's another spell.
We don't want to see Wild Axis Beastmaster
Never again. It got nerfed enough that we might not see
Jenkins brought this up, and I'm glad he did because I kind of brainwashed him during the NADPC to bring this up every time there's a Troll versus Ursa. But we don't really see this item as often anymore versus when it first came out. But the Ags on Troll is kind of crazy against Ursa, where you're just constantly blinding. It's like a 4-second cooldown on Whirling Axis, and you can obviously dispel his buffs as well. So, like, I don't know if we're going to see that this game. It's like probably a second item after your first farming. Like, I'm assuming a Battle Fury or something like that for the Brood. But, like, what do you think of, like, do you think not Battlefield, do you think Ags is actually, like, a legit thing? Or is it kind of a meme?
I think it's good on Troll in some games. I don't know if it's worth it here in particular, just because, yeah, it's good against Ursa, but what about the rest? Do you really need to buy this item versus getting almost like a full Skadi, Sanjinyasha, other items that have a similar price range? I personally wouldn't recommend it, but I find that a lot of the times when I watch Troll players that their builds surprise me quite a lot. So I'm not sure if I have the correct read on the hero in general of how to build it when, but definitely, like, there are paths here for him. I don't think it's, like, clear-cut what he should buy. The biggest weakness I see for Troll in this game, like, traditionally, is the Bane matchup, which is really annoying, because, like, you have these 2 heavy single-target counters in both Nightmare and Fiend Script, but Gambit have a solution. They've pressed the attack, which can easily enable their Troll. And
what a spell. You know, it's funny how often that spell has been buffed over the last 3. The hero is literally press the attack. The other 3 abilities are actually just whatever. You could random the other abilities, and she probably would be even more popular because you get the chance to get Ravage.
So what you're saying, if you're playing AD, just first pick press the attack.
I mean, press the attack with Shard is kind of ridiculous.
It is very, very
Second and a half immunity, pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, they do have the Tiny like you talked about. I mean, in terms of the mid matchup, you talked about how this is Tiny favored. Are you talking about like early on? Because right now the CS is slightly in favor of Puck.
Yep. Nisha is an exceptional laner, so I will say overall, like, the lane itself will usually be even. It's more about in the game rather than lane. Matu's in trouble. Oh!
Just enough damage from BZZ. That's gonna be first blood the way of Gambit, and Puppy's gonna, well, he's gonna get some solo XP. I think he might be happy about this, Cinder.
Yeah. He's
on
like,
some level.
Thanks, Matu. He's, needs the space. Yeah, good start for Gambit overall in that lane. Obviously, the net worth is still pretty much neck and neck, but we're only 5 minutes in. And usually in this patch, I feel like the games will often have this... You will not see as often that one team gets a really big advantage in the first few minutes just because of the nature of like how the mid lane has changed with the water runes. Right. It's more easy for a lot of heroes to break even that would usually be unfavored. And in the side lanes, I think pulling is more stabilized to the extent where both teams have a relatively easy way of countering it out. So a lot of the times these lanes will go like this. And what really defines the game is what happens in the following 5 to 10 minutes when power runes start coming out and when heroes reach level 6.
Right. Well, Troll's having a pretty good time in terms of CS, though. 31-5 versus the Ursa 29-2. Basically a wash, but the panel kind of brought this up. It feels like Secret is this one team that it doesn't matter. Like, you'll look at the score and the other team will have an advantage, like even extreme advantage, like 10-2, but Secret is still out-farming them.
Yeah.
Like, what... Jenkins kind of brought up the fact it's like the support's kind of just finding farm elsewhere. Why is that so unique to Secret? We don't really see it as often from these other teams, it feels like.
It's a good question. I think Secret... what
nice.
Sick dodge,
Very
actually.
nice. But he's going to take the Avatos. Able to Illusory Orb to safety. Pretty low on HP, but it looks like Nisha will survive. We'll get the Arcane Rune as well.
I don't know if that dodge was on purpose. It looked like he was trying to silence before the sun came out. He jumped over it.
He's good.
If that would have hit, he would have died.
Yeah.
So pretty. We're gonna chalk that up to godlike play and not luck.
Yep.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely.
That should help.
But yeah, to come back to the supports, I think usually what Secret has been doing a really great job at in the past that has enabled them to farm a lot is be very efficient about placing vision. Usually the reason other teams will have their supports more clinging onto their cores is that if you don't have very good vision and very good map awareness as a team, it's harder to have the reads of when you're safe as a core. And a lot of the times that means that defensive support or stun support or whatever will be near the cores in case of an emergency. And Secret will usually, more often than other teams, at least historically, will do a really good job at having this vision and this understanding of where movements are happening so that their cores are very independent. It does, however, also mean that in some games it really backfires. Like you'll have these disastrous Secret games where their cores are dying way too much, and that is usually how they end up losing, is their cores getting picked off in this disconnected play. Zai often being the biggest victim of this.
You've had a lot of experience with that with him on your team in the past, I'm sure. As we can see an Impale connect onto Zai, but telekinesis is there. It's going to be enough damage for ultimate just in time for DR. Zai taking the brunt of the damage now as he attempts to get out of dodge. He's going to pop that wand. He's going to apply some more pressure to DR. It looks like he's going to go down to Zai's newly picked up ultimate. Now Immersion will take a little bit more damage, but will survive. But a big troll kill for Secret.
Yeah. Man, Spawn Spiderlings is just a spell now. It's so crazy good.
Yeah.
Since it's become that ultimate level 1, 300 damage, 9-second cooldown nuke.
It's funny, when they changed the hero, nobody really knew. As we're going to perhaps see some action here. Nisha with a nice silence there to be able to get that haste rune. In fact, turn his sights to Immersion. There's the coil. He already used the spike carapace. He's going to dodge the Impale and Fog. Illusory Orb and a couple of right clicks should suffice. And that's going to be a nice solo kill for Nisha, as Puppey just wanted to steal some XP as per norm. But when this Broodmother was first changed, a lot of people were kind of unsure of what to expect, but it feels like it kind of plays like the old one once you get 6, and at the same time it's still way more dynamic and flexible than kind of this hero that just plays on it by itself for, you know, the entire game.
Yeah, it has more options in laning, right? The old Brood was extremely one-dimensional. Yeah,
they are squeezing in Afterlife. There's going to be a couple TPs coming in, but not in time to save their comrade as BZZ gets a nice, double Impale on top of the cookie as well, but Matu is not scared of anything. BZZ is going to fall as well, so it's a 2 for nothing to start things out. And they are completely surrounding Immersion. Pops the spike carapace, but Matu and company will easily take him out. So a 3 for nothing and likely the tier 1 tower in addition.
These are just, I don't think these are the heroes you rotate to this play. If you're getting tower dove by a Brood at this point, and what was the other hero that actually started diving was the Ursa, right? Those two together just were diving in. It has to be the Tiny rotating. These supports don't have the damage. You can't find the kills yet. Ursa sitting on a 1200 max health. You know the Brood has that big lifesteal. This is not the way you solve this pressure coming in from Secret. There's a lot of responsibility going Laurenov's way. Maybe the idea for Gambit is we want Tiny to just sit mid until he has Dagger. But then I think it's better to just cut your losses. Rotating supports into Brood is so bad. It's really, really hard, as most of these supports in the game right now in this stage, 10 minutes in, to handle what Brood brings to the table. You saw there, especially, I think Snapfire's build is 0-2-3, which is pretty standard right now with you just can't kill Spiderlings. You don't have the, you don't have Scatterblast.
What do you think of, who was that has the EG supporter pack for Secret? Was it Nisha? Like, what do you think about that? Having a team that's not your own? That is a bit odd. You think they would be in their contract? Please use your own supporter pack.
I hope Arteezy is using the Secret one.
That would actually be perfect.
Yes.
But what do you think of Tiny as like this mid lane here? Because we've seen it before. You get this Blink Dagger, you start to snowball, and then even if you do snowball, it feels like in this patch, like you get the shard at 20, which you don't even necessarily do on this hero because you're kind of this burst damage here. You can't really, like if it's position 1, it makes sense to get the shard, right? Because you get this constant tree that you can just farm with and deal a lot of damage with, like kind of like the old No-Tail build in the original OG. But like, what do you go with Tiny these days after snowballing mid if you get off to a decent start?
I think it's really game specific, and that's also part of why the hero is really powerful right now as a mid, is that you can take different routes, right? If you want to go for the carry route, like you said, you can go for a shard and a right-click build. But I think there's a lot of games where you can go for some sort of a utility spellcasting build as well. In this game, I would probably recommend looking for the best possible way of bursting supports. I don't think you man fight the Ursa very well And with the Brutes early game here, I'm not sure if, again, if you want to look to really bring it to Zai this early on, but gonna have to wait and see what his idea is after Dagger. I don't think he's shift queued anything else up. Matsu is currently soloing Roshan.
Yep, as Nisha gets a coil off, and it looks like the LC will take a tumble here, in addition to the very early Rosh like you talked about. It's literally a Blade of Alacrity and some lifesteal from Matu.
Yep.
So 11.5 minutes, and that primed them for, I mean, the second Rosh we talk about how important it is, but the shard on Ursa is beyond insane. Just being able to Earthshock and get the Enrage off constantly is super crazy. But I mean, this is obviously a good... Talk to me about this Ursa diffusal that we've been seeing a lot more in the last month. It used to be kind of this situational thing where, you know, against the Medusa or certain heroes you would need some catch, but we're seeing like literally every game now. What's changed?
I think a lot of the time, so what was popular a short while ago, like 2 months ago or a month ago even, was to go Battle Fierce on Vinyasha and just really play it as a true carry. I think by going this diffusal, you play into Ursa's other style, which is the anti-carry logic, where you're like, okay, I'm coming online earlier than you, and then I'm going to run at you. I think in this game, I'm not going to say you're going to see diffusal every game. Oh, we're going to see it
coil up again because of that arcane rune.
That did basically nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Gets a silence off, so won't get dueled as of yet. Illusory or out, but Nisha barely surviving for now, but finally the Mortimer's Kisses catch up to him. So a nice turnaround kill for Gambit, much needed.
That felt a little bit like a complete blunder. That was very surprising that he chose to go for that. Diving a Nyx in tower as Puck is very dangerous.
Yeah.
You're basically stunning yourself whenever you go. Unless you do a perfect phase shift on the coil break there, then...
He just wanted to even things up for the crazy dodge that he had earlier that you were questioning whether that was luck or not.
Yeah. He's a fair player. Diffusal Ursa, I think it's also a very good way for him to deal with Troll, right? It's also a great counter matchup.
See the tier 1 tower and the grip, but Puppy's going to continue on. The Cookie only hitting YapzOr there, so they'll get both the tower and the kill. And now DR, looks like YapzOr will sacrifice his life for the betterment of his team. Oh, we can see an Avatos. Is that a blink reveal? Not enough to kill Puppy as of yet. He's getting bottled from Nisha. Very nicely done. And it looks like with that phase shift, should be able to survive on both.
Oh, now he's in trouble. He overextended.
Yeah, and Matu with that Aegis. Afterlife is pretty freaking fast, and Coil is not quite up yet. This is going to be a long chase, perhaps. Matu finally gets the Earthshock off. And just a couple more right clicks, and down he goes. So 3K net worth lead for Secret right now. And this is exactly what they needed with this kind of line. We talked about how the team fight's not particularly amazing, but if they get off to, you know, a decent start where they can snowball, especially against a hero like Tiny that wants to snowball himself, it puts them in prime position to win this game. Man, every player on Gambit has a different supporter pack. I've seen Fnatic, I've seen OG. Where's the 4 Zoomers pack? I hear that one's pretty good. We're going to see a tier 1 or tier 2 tower taken out top now.
This is not the early game that I was expecting. I was expecting Brute to probably be able to have a pretty good start, but Secret has really just completely destroyed the first 15 minutes. Tier 2 tower down, tier 1 tower mid down, Roche down, just recipe for running over a game. And the challenge now for Gambit is they need to find a way to group up so their heroes connect and fight together. Ideally, you want to find a kill on, I want to say, the Bane, Rubik, and the Puck. I think going on Brood is going to be too difficult. Brood has gone for a pretty standard build right now, which is to go pipe. You just make your spiders extremely strong. You're very tanky, hard to kill. And if you don't kill off Brood, you know you're fighting into that lifesteal. Yeah. And he's obviously going to protect his entire team as well very nicely with that pipe. So got to try to find these immediate bursts. I think if you just try to slow it down and farm here as Gambit, you're going to lose more and more of the map. You've already lost all of the top part. You know you're playing into an Aegis that is likely going to get used relatively soon by Secret as well to try to get something extra. So,
yep, Immersion. He's vendetted up, gets the Impale off. It looks like the Avatar should be enough to take out YapzOr, but this is just a position 4. I mean, it is a greedy little boy in YapzOr position 4 as always. And we'll see if Nisha can find it. It looks like the TPs will be successful though. So they'd find that pick and get out. Oh, Afterlife in the meantime. I mean, look at the net worth right now. Before that kill, it was top 3 net worths in the game are all the cores for Secret. So things are just very much in their favor. But Troll did get that 14.5-minute Battle Fury, so he's going to start to ramp up himself. What do you think about that choice this game? And we discussed it as probably what there was going to go for.
Yeah. I definitely think it's the right call. The way Gambit's lineup works is a lot more built around this hyper carry later on, and the other heroes are going to make space and look to fight for him. The fights haven't really gone the way Gambit wanted, so this doesn't look
this
as
will be
good.
A big... Oh, Nisha choosing the right 50-50 there. And I mean, since Lorenev's gotten this Blink Dagger, he's found, I think, 1 kill on a support. So hasn't been exactly what he's been looking for. And it feels like when you play the mid-tiny, you go for that Blink Dagger build, which, again, for mid-tiny is very normal. You need to be getting these kills, like, semi-consistently to be able to snowball.
Yeah. It's definitely not the pace that you're looking for. And I think a big part of the reason that he's struggling to find kills is that they lost these top towers, right? Like, when you lose so much control over the map and you see what vision Secret has, even if it's just this one ward deep in the enemy jungle at the top half, they have so much information about where the rest of the team must be, right? You can rule them out half of the map based on duel.
We have a duel.
That's a win.
Aegis is now gone.
Oh, perfect
that is a
timing.
huge kill for Gambit, and
Very
BZZ
nice.
survives on top of that. Wow. That was very close timing as well.
Yeah, that was super well done. And I will say, you know, I like talking about this a lot when we look at strategy and we look at like gold, because a lot of the times people will just refer to the gold and then be like, oh, this team has a gold lead, therefore they're ahead in the game. It's very game specific how big a 4K gold lead is, right?
True.
Like, yeah, you have this 4K gold lead, but what is it going into? It's a Brood with Pipe. This will fall off against these heroes. Eventually, Troll and Tiny are going to pack a punch, right? It's really good right now, but are you converting it into something more meaningful going forward where you can truly contest this Troll? Because, like the panel talked about, you know, it's an Ursa going Diffusal. He's going to get out-farmed by Troll with Battle Fury, right? So when you keep up the pace, you really need to keep map controlling.
Oh my.
Those spiders died to a tree toss.
They sure did, and I think the FPS also took a huge drop as a result.
It's all good.
Intended, still in beta, but it's all good. BZZ, his career shall survive the day. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not only net worth, but XP difference is also a stat that we don't really get to see all too often.
From Immersion.
Spike Carapace into the Avatos. Not enough for Nisha to die as of yet, but soon after he does. It's a 1-for-1 is in the back line. Zai was taking somebody out, and there's the Fiend's Grip onto Lorinov. That's going to be enough to take him out as well. And here we have the duel. It's not going to be enough to actually get a kill for Afterlife this time around. And the Nightmare into the double impale to follow. Matu just continuing to go ham. There's the telekinesis, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Secret. Almost a full team wipe after losing their puck, who didn't even use coil.
That looked like there was going to be such a great fight for Gambit, but he got mana burned on Troll. He couldn't get ulti off. They got the catch on Tiny that there was no counter for. I guess press the attack must have been on cooldown. I think it's pretty important here for Afterlife to reserve this for Fiend's Grip, actually. It's the one solution that they really have.
It's true.
And Puppey, he managed to find himself in a great position. He doesn't have lens yet, but he was still able to get that full duration off. And
not only that, but Yapsor setting everything up with the double impale that was stolen.
Yes, very nice.
I mean, this is something we just expect to see from Yapsor when he picks up his Rubik.
For sure. And obviously this is a big part of what Brood does, right? You are, even though you do get this honestly great puck kill. Oh,
goodbye, BZZ.
He is very dead.
That was a long-range attack there from Matu.
It was melee.
Okay. That was a Monkey King melee right there.
Diffusal gives 200 attack range.
Oh, okay. That wasn't in the patch notes, but it makes sense now.
That's why people pick it up, right?
I see.
Yeah.
Just a hidden mechanic there. Beautiful.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those in this patch so far. It's like a shard. Oh, it gives less cooldown on webs. Interesting. I did not know this. So yeah. Now Secret have a very, very comfortable lead. That was such a big moment for them. Basically a 5k gold advantage gained from that fight alone. And a really, really big part of it is just that you're fighting into Brood on Brood's territory, right? You found the puck kill, but Brood got to get the wraparound, get a quick kill, and the pipe did come into play quite a lot there for the team as well. So really crucial for Gambit, I think.
Afterlife has the Secret supporter pack. He's playing against them. Is this a mind game that we're playing here?
He likes the opponents. He wants to join Team Secret. This is a trial game for him.
I see.
Oh, good smoke break here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Immersion.
I believe Roche is up now, so Matu can take that pretty much anytime he wants. Oh, not yet.
It's very, very soon to spawn. 2 minutes.
By very soon means 2 minutes. Yep. I mean, you can cook rice fat in that time.
In the grand scheme of a lifetime, it is very, very soon.
That's true. The whole lifetime's a blink of an eye, really.
Yeah.
Right, Blink Dagger on Yapsor. I mean, this position for Rubik continues to... I mean, would you say that he's gotten greedier over time, the same, or less greedy?
Less greedy.
Really?
Actually, yeah.
Wow. What did it take for him to see the light?
A threat with the machete.
I see. That's Puppey style for sure, no doubt. Okay.
I need gold, Yapsor. Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, Immersion. Well, looks like Troll will get out. Immersion actually does have Vendetta, so...
That would have been a great, great pick for Secret. I mean, they're obviously very comfortable right now, but that is the kill they want to find.
Courier Snipe. Oh, they see him, Puppey. with the Nightmare. Vendetta stolen from Yap, so that'll come in handy. And there's a Fiend's Grip, and this will be eventually an easy kill.
Bonk.
Oh, he actually uses the Vendetta just for that strike. Thought he'd use that for scouting or something. I guess they didn't have enough damage to kill him outright. So Troll Warlord does go for the 5 fervor attack speed talent, which kind of indicates to me, like we were kind of talking about the potential for Ags. You rarely go for that talent if you're going Ags. The 91 axes is like pretty much required, I feel like.
For sure.
But
and
it does have SNY and the Battlefield as we talked about, so BKB next, and that's when he's in real fighting shape.
Yeah. It makes you wonder if going this SNY was really worth it, right? Because if you get this item and you can't fight with it immediately and you're losing map control, you're basically, now you're starved, right? You're waiting for this BKB, but you only control, I want to say, being generous, probably 30% of the map. So if you imagine this SNY being a BKB now, maybe you could make a smoke move and try to take that fight that brings you back into the game and then get a key item off of that.
Right.
Right now, I'm a little bit worried for Gambit that Secret's map control in this previous fight is just going to, they're just going to keep snowballing. This should be the second Roche with Aegis Cheese and Shard. Probably give the Shard to Ursa.
Oh, yeah.
Other possible Shard pickups?
I mean, you have the AoE Brain Sap, you have Rubik's Telekinesis, which is considered one of the worst in the game, apparently.
You could give it to Brood. The mischance on Bola is actually very good against Troll and Tiny.
AoE Silken Bola. Yeah, it's pretty solid.
But Matu will use it looks like.
I mean, I just think Ursa's is literally, if I was making a tier list, it would be top 5. I don't even have to look at other heroes right now. But then again, Legion Commander is also on that list. So, of course, that's the other team. So they're not going to get an Aegis in all likelihood, based on how this game is going. I mean, it's a 10K lead for Secret right now. Matu, obviously, with that Aegis, still has the cheese in his backpack as well. And they look pretty primed and ready to go. Like, the longer this game goes, obviously it's going to be better for the Troll Warlord who went for this farming build. As see some aggression here. Looks like the duel will be successful. The coil's going to keep everything in place, but it's not enough to keep Zai alive. So a big duel victory there for Gambit. Looks like they'll trade off one. Nightmare.
Yo, Puppy, wake him up.
Fiend's Grip.
He can't wake up.
Yeah, he's still sleeping. Hibernating is the bear. It looks like that might just break things up. And, well, I say that now, but Matu's very aggressive. Has the Aegis, obviously, so not too scared of anything right now. Pops the Enrage, but not able to find anybody in the end. So still a good trade there for Gambit. I mean, a support for Zai, who is, I mean, top 3 overall in net worth for the game.
It was their first Brood kill, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
And they even have heroes that can find it, right? They have the Nyx to scout and try to find the Brood in the jungle, and they have these burst heroes with the tiny Snapfire ults, but they just haven't managed until now.
I mean, it's interesting because it was a first 2 pick Brood, right? So it's not like it was a surprise. And I've seen this in other DPC regions as well, where like, okay, they dare you to counter. If you counter it, then maybe you overdo it to some point, and then you have another weakness in your draft. If you're just going for the Brood, like, it's interesting how different this hero actually is based on all the changes that were made.
It really does feel like when you think back to 20 minutes ago that what really set off Brood on this path was the 2 TPs top from the supports that he just got to eat under the tower. If that is a tiny TP, I think the entire trajectory of the game looks really different. So that is what is so challenging about playing against Brood right now, is that when the pressure kicks in, it's so fast and it's really hard. So you really, really need to find these correct moves. Brood can look really weak if it gets hit correctly, but the exact set of conditions that you need to meet and do it correctly, if you fail that once or twice, this is the kind of state that you can very easily find yourself in. So Secret being a very good aggressive team, they will know when to find these movements and play around their Brood, and they did it top.
Dust actually does connect on Immersion, but looks like he's far enough away. I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about Lorenov on the Tiny. We kind of discussed the fact that this hero is Immersion, will be found, at least for the time being, but now out of vision. I mean, he's kind of tapered off, right? This hero, it feels like if you're not getting these kills, you start to really pay the consequences of picking this type of hero, which feels like there's only one way to gain traction in the early stages of the game before you can actually, you know, potentially turn into a carry type hero. As Snapfire,
toast.
Goodbye.
Oh, they found Nyx too.
Yeah, Nightmare keeps him in place. There's the Shard from Afterlife, but the Fiend's Grip to follow, and they're just going to have to sacrifice their little bug friend. And this will likely be a tier 2 tower as well. And Aegis still got a couple minutes to go, so.
In all fairness, though, there are a lot of mid heroes that will look relatively weak when you lose the map that hard. Like, they lost so much map control so quickly, and they really needed. Oh my goodness. Monster's relentless.
Yeah, forces to press the attack.
Good counterpunch.
They don't have the best building hitters other than really Brood, who's typically kind of on her own. But they do have a major advantage right now. I mean, it's 10K net worth at 26 minutes. That's pretty freaking large. Looks like Matu's going for the old basher next. Still has, I mean, it's the full BKB still, 9 seconds. I mean, if you look at his farm, like his items, they're not that impressive, right? But it doesn't really matter at this stage. I mean, Troll's out-farming everybody, technically speaking. We're just not feeling the impact yet. Still less than a minute to go on the Aegis. See if Gambit can time this again.
Yeah, they do have that BKB timing of Troll, which really needs to pay off here with that 9-seconder. They will find an opening here.
Yeah, Matu gets stunned with Spike Carapace. Cookie's going to keep Immersion alive for now. Matu very low on mana. He kind of wants to die here. He's going to pop the Enrage and DR. Gets pressed the attack. Looks like he'll be safe for now into the high ground. The Spider's being farmed up in the meantime, but they'll find the Nyx Assassins, buy back into the game immediately. Lorna not able to take anybody out with the Avatos. We'll have to try to get out of dodge here. And now Troll getting chased by Matu. Press the attack again used to try to keep him alive. In the meantime, we're seeing yet another kill on the backside. As Secret just continuing the pressure here. Another 12 seconds on the Aegis. We'll see how close they've timed this, but my goodness, Troll out of nowhere. No press the attack available that time around. That'll be the death of him. So 60 seconds on the deck, no buyback. And now the Aegis will be taken, but the cheese is still there, I do believe, although I think he just passed it off from Zai, looks like.
Yeah, the Secret are just outclassing them. Gambit look a bit lost in these fights, right? You see this Tiny jumping in and finding 2 supports, but there's literally nobody connecting with him. They're not on the same page. The Mortimer Kisses miss basically entirely. Legion is spending the entire fight keeping Troll safe so he can run away. He didn't hit a hero, I think. He was just running for his life the whole time. Don't want to fight into the Aegis. And yeah, it's...
The toss into the Impale under the tier 3 towers. Duel is there as well. Do they have enough damage to actually take him out? But the Nightmare save for now. He will die, but no duel damage goes the way of Gambit. But they've taken heavy damage as a result of this. Looks like Secret will respect this, though, and fall back. A nice Avatos combo there, getting him out of position.
That's the kind of thing you would like to see from Gambit, right? That they really combine their spells. And it's obviously easier to do in your own base when you have a Tiny. But I've been missing that a little bit in their team fights, that it feels like, okay, Tiny is connecting with someone. Like you have a toss, you Mortimer Kisses on top of it, maybe you find a duel, maybe you find a Nyx stun, whatever it is, so that you pile onto something and build some sort of an advantage in the beginning. Oh, that's a very easy kill. In script.
Easy peasy. That's true. We haven't really seen, like, Mortimer Kisses hasn't really had much of an effect because it feels like he needs to be up close to get the Snapfire Cookie for the save.
But I think that's the wrong approach to take it. I think Cookie should not be considered his primary spell in this game. You have enough other stuns that your ulti is your primary contribution to the fight.
Right.
And the moment you go in to try to use Lil Shredder, I think you're just going to die to Brood. Like, it's a really annoying matchup for Snapfire to play because once the spiders are on top of you, you don't really have a solution. Usually Snapfire supports don't max out Scatter Blast, so the spiders will just stay on you. You try to Cookie away, they're faster than you. You can't stun them because they're on top of you. You just very easily get swarmed. So I think the best way to play Snap here is put Solar Crest on your Troll, walk back, and press your ult. And then when the fight develops, maybe you can find a Cookie for bonus kills or for a save, but it's not going to work as your primary spell against these heroes.
Yeah, and I feel like from a draft perspective, I mean, again,
That's the shard.
On who?
On Bane.
Bane Elemental Shard. Don't get to see this all too often, so it's the AoE Brain Sap. I believe the AoE portion doesn't heal for full, and if I'm not mistaken, does it do full damage or is it less damage as well?
Full damage.
Oh,
heals for a quarter though.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Avatos. Not quite enough, but the duel should be there. It's finally a winner for Afterlife.
This could be good for them.
Potential big kill on Nisha. He's gonna get trolled here, as Troll actually popped his ult, and now that's gonna leave Nisha completely free to get out. But now the pressure is applied to Zai. Looks like he'll get away as Matu pops the BKB. Now Troll attempting to get out. Looks like Lorna might have to be... the Cookie will be used on him instead. And again, it just feels like this whole game, Gambit is on the retreat in their own base. They do survive, though. Oh, I speak too soon here. Press the attack on Immersion with the Spike Carapace combination. There's the tree toss killing a bunch of spiders. All right.
Well, they got out of it.
Yeah, they sure did.
Not sure if they're fully happy with that, though. That looked like a potential opening on the puck, but Troll did not manage to get enough damage in there. They didn't have enough stuns left in the tank after the first kill on Puppy. But they do survive. And we do see the value of the BKBs, right? Like, that is definitely kills for Ursa if they don't pop these BKBs to run out. but obviously the duration dropping is something Secret are going to be very happy about. Makes their puck a lot better. And I do believe this Aghanims on puck should be underweight. No, he's not even going to buy that. That's kind of surprising. I feel like this is a really good Ags game.
He's going E-Blade. My good. I mean, that's obviously a great
Also
save
good.
against Duel and any target that Troll's going for. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, still odd not to see the Ags for all that BKB piercing ability, of course.
When you're playing against a team that spends 90% of the fight running away, it's really good to have an item that counters running away. So
That's true.
I just think it's a great synergy with Ursa to have the Ags in particular, because he takes so much advantage of people being stunned, even if they're BKB'd. He just mauls them, right?
Yeah.
So that's a great carry to have on the side of an Ags coil. But you can definitely see the merit for E-Blade as well. I think both items are good in their own right.
I think perhaps the way they're thinking is they're winning this game. The only way they can lose is some crazy duel on top of Snapfire ult where they just delete your hero. So E-Blade, in theory, counters that. Well, not the Snapfire ult. But then again, he hasn't been using his Snapfire ult all too effectively so far.
Right. I guess their logic right now is the enemy team, it's only Troll that is really going to be an issue.
Right.
And we solved that guy with that item. But you have to be a little bit careful. Like, yeah, there's the Snapfire ult, but also if you E-Blade someone, Tiny Combo hurts. And
Oh, yeah.
you give the Nyx a really strong mana burn. Like, let's say you E-Blade yourself as Puck, that mana burn hurts. It's like 800 damage.
that's true.
So, got to be a little bit wary.
I mean, if this game was going to go any later, which I'm not sure it will, Nullifier would be a great item for Troll to counter that as well. There's literally no counter to Nullifier. You ever think of it like Lincoln's, I guess, is the only thing. It's actually crazy how much they've micro-buffed this item over
BKB.
time. Well, you use it before that. It doesn't take it off. Nothing takes it off anymore. Well, Immersion gets jumped for the time being, but there's the coil onto 3 heroes. They're stuck inside, but the right clicks, and there's the Nightmare, or the Fiend's Grip, I should say. Gets tossed into the fray, though. Pops his ult, doing a lot of damage. Matu trying to reset. Looks like Puppy's going to resign to his own death here. He's going to be the first to fall. Enrage popped. Looks like Zai's trying to work his way around the outside of this fight here. Cheese is popped by Matu. And the stacks are starting to get overwhelming, no pun intended, onto the Troll Warlord, and that's going to be an easy kill. They just outlast them. The farm differential is too big. 16k net worth. This should be, at the very least, a set of racks.
That was a key cheese. I think without the cheese, Gambit actually win this fight. But Matu able to obviously fully reset, and Secret taking the fight knowing that they have this advantage, right? I think that was the best fight we saw out of Gambit the whole game. It really felt like they're connecting on something here. They managed to counter out the grip. It took a little bit of time, but that's an extra kill. Afterlife is not getting out of this one.
Yep, super dead. And there's only one buyback. Of course, the timers aren't crazy long, but see what else they go for here. If they go for the tier 4, I mean, they do have a bunch of spiders, so there's definitely potential. They pop the pipe, and looks like they'll go for the safe route here.
Why did he pipe?
Just for fun. It looks cool, you know,
there you go.
very green.
Yeah. You're damn right about that. It is green. All right, 2 lanes. I think Secret, if they knew there were no buybacks, they would have probably entered the game there. But playing it safe, getting 2 sides. Probably going to back off after that.
I mean, they don't even have a tier 1 bot yet. That's kind of crazy. You can tell that Zai has not been on that half of the map the entire game. But 2 racks for Secret. And they can, I mean, we'll see how disciplined they want to be. I mean, we talked about this before, and the panel kind of brought it up as, oh, Roche is up, actually. So what is in Roche today? What are the goodies we have? Is this a Refresher Shard or an Aghanim Scepter?
It is dun dun dun.
Please be Ags. Thank goodness.
It is the Scepter.
So Matu Ags is pretty good, as he will eat it. So that'll give him the Enrage cooldown reduction, and you can use it while you're disabled, which is insane. I mean, they have some pretty good Ags on their team. I mean, we talked about how Puck didn't even buy one. That actually would have been the best, probably, to give up. There's the Avatos.
All right, they got
Onto
that
Illusion.
real bad.
That thing got absolutely wrecked. Now the chase is on Gambit. Feels like the whole game they kind of have to do this. Tiny is this hero that just wants to go in and out, especially when you build this way. There's a defusal on the BZZ. Looks like he is mega dead. Oh, there's the Yules to save him for now, but the coil will keep. It's just for his BZZ. That's all they want. Oh, okay, press the attack. I mean, eventually he's gonna die.
Nice cookie.
He's styling on Secret right now, but it's not enough, sadly. All right, so 30k net worth lead for Secret. Look primed and ready with that Aegis, with the cheese, with the Eaton Ags.
It's so good. It's so good on Ursa this game, right? It's in a way, it's kind of like having the cheese indirectly, because if you get stun chain now, you can enrage and pop Satanic.
Yeah.
Enrage Satanic BKB. There's no silences, so it's pretty much guaranteed. I don't see Gambit killing this guy in any possible way, basically. They need to do some crazy toss back, force his cooldowns, hold him down forever, and then...
I mean, how often do we see a 36-minute game and they've roached 3 times already? That's pretty awesome.
That's one of the things Ursa does.
Yeah, I mean, the panel talked about potential level 1 roaches, which sadly aren't a thing anymore, which we've talked about this before. I understand why it's not a thing, but for the viewers, it was a lot of fun.
I think there is a way to find a healthy balance where you can level 1 roach and it's not like totally game-breaking and also not terrible.
Yeah, right now it's just not worth it. Even if you can do it, it's super not worth it. All right, tower taken out. Snapfire ult already used as Matu just pounding on these racks.
Hey guys, you're getting megaed.
Yep, Solar Crest applied. He's going to be very difficult. Now he's Satanic along with the Aegis and the Ags like we talked about. Pops the Enrage early because the cooldown is super low, has absolutely no mana to speak of, but they do no damage to this bear. Press the attack applied to Troll, but eventually this rack shall fall. That will be Megas for Secret, and I believe we're going to have one more fight before the GGs come out. They're going to fight under their tier 3 towers. Matu, he's getting pretty low, still has the Satanic, of course, and the Enrage. He's going to get tossed, not into Fountain, but into the arms of the Troll Warlord. Fiend's Grip will stop the attacking, and that last right click for Matu is more than enough. Buyback onto the next Assassin, but Troll Warlord has absolutely nothing to work with. Still dead for 80 seconds. Toss. There we're seeing the duel into the Fountain. He gets it! Unreal! But they still lose, sadly. As the Fountain farming commences. My favorite thing in Dota, of course. It's a great
I know you
feature.
love this.
No, this is fine. If it's a little like diving here and there, but farming is different than diving. You know what I mean? Farming requires like 2 minutes of time invested into your Fountain.
Is there a pro team in Dota that never says GG until the throne falls?
I'm sure there's plenty. But they actually disconnect. Maybe we have them muted.
Because if that is the case, what do you think the public response would be to a team Fountain farming that team for 15 minutes in an official game?
I mean, people would love it probably. People are sadists.
I think so too.
They're a mix of sadists and masochists, you know. That's perfectly normal behavior for... Why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
Can you just stop looking at me like I'm crazy for once? Like, I don't understand what's wrong with you. Anyway, what did you think of this game, Sinner? This is game 1.
I'll just look at other people. Hey.
You can look at the viewers right here. Chat is flaming us right now for being obese and not obese enough. I'm sure I'm sure that's a perfectly normal thing. Yep. But what did you think of game 1? And are you expecting Gambit to come back game 2? Because we talked about how there's this wild card factor where you have these 2 players that haven't really played with them, at least not in official matches. And I mean, it came at a time that was really weird. They got into the major, and then the players left, which usually you'd wait after the major. So
Interesting choice.
Very weird.
Yeah. I think great showing from Secret. I think they really justified their first pick Brood in that game.
Please stop looking at me. I said the viewers. Go ahead.
Hello, viewers. Hello, Sunsfan.
No.
All right. So Secret did a great job with their Brood. I think Gambit could have done a little bit better with their early mid-game fighting. So I really think that's what they need to work on for game number 2. But let's hear what the panel thinks.
Yeah, let's hear what we think. What do we think? We think that this game was pretty one-sided. I'm gonna go nice. It was a little bit of a one-sided. I'm gonna start with the draft because Jenkins, first phase, first pick, Brood coming out for Team Secret. You've got 4 picks to answer this Brood mother. We thought they had somewhat of an answer.
Yeah, so the thing with this draft is, like, this is why I love Dota, because, like, you know, I've been spamming the crap out of this Brood hero on this patch, and yet you watch a single game and you learn something about the hero that you didn't know before. This idea of having the Ursa plus Brood, particularly on the Radiant side, is insanely cool, because what you do with the Brood Mother is you always take the early tier 1 tower, right? And then sometimes you take the early tier 2 tower. And then with that, you take over the enemy jungle. And because the enemy jungle's right in front of the Roche pit, well, guess what hero you have on your team? You have an Ursa. You take Roche in half a second.
Yeah. You just get Roche done. It's beautiful. And yeah, Secret did this throughout the DPC, where they would happily rotate Matuma Man into the lane of Zai just to apply pressure, that is. So yeah, I love the way that Secret played this game. And yeah, it was commendable stuff, honestly. Secret did amazingly.
Yeah, I think he,
I think people can hear it as well.
Can
We
they?
can
Okay.
acknowledge it.
Oh, okay, we
we
can acknowledge it.
sometimes
Okay.
heard Gareth coming through on
This is
Sunspec mic,
amazing.
but he's
Oh,
right
God.
above us. And I love having Gareth on. May I just give some appreciation? I feel like Gareth is one of the most unappreciated
Yeah, I agree.
play-by-plays out there.
100%. For all the events, Gareth is unfortunately the one that never really got the shot, and he's been here around here the longest. And I think he's a great guy. He's British as well. You just
Oh
you
yeah,
have
there's
British
been
guys.
bias coming out there for
No
T, of
bias
course.
at all. But yeah, I think of all of them, I'm very happy that Gareth is.
Me
here.
too.
Very
Me
happy.
too.
I think there's only room for one British guy on the Dota team.
That's why Owen's not here right now.
Two British.
They had to replace one British guy
So
with
yeah,
the other.
basically what she was saying is, we're actually having our first ever talent boxing match announced right here, right now. Gareth versus T Governor in a fight.
What? We're paneling,
We're
dude!
paneling, we're live.
Jesus Christ!
Kyle, we're literally live.
What the
Kyle.
hell? All right, well, this game, of course, was also very exciting. We just got told by Kyle to be more quiet, apparently.
That was awesome. That particular clip that was right there, I actually really liked that. That was when they rotated the Ursa to the Broodmother.
Yeah.
And once again, the really cool thing about this that Secret was doing that was very strange in any other scenario is that so Gambit had the Legion, right? This hero's supposed to deal with the Brood and kill all the spiders and just passively sit there against this hero.
Yeah.
But then they rotated the Ursa, they rotated their carry to play with the Broodmother. The carry and the offlaner were playing together for the majority of the game, which is not a normal thing, but then the Legion can't sit there versus the Brood because the Ursa can sit there versus the Legion.
And also it helps that, Matu's going for the staple build of Ursa, where it's Diffusal Blade,
fighting.
Mask, into BKB, you take that Aegis, and then you fight. I think this is the
Ooh.
key matchup here.
Yeah, we talked about that this
We
was
did.
a matchup that we were going to look at, right?
Yeah.
How should it have played out, and how do you feel like it did?
Well, I think
compared to that?
unfortunately for Lorinov, this being his big reveal, to
Yeah.
kind of the upper division,
I love
the
his hair,
major
by the way.
Great hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't really get the game that he wanted because they had to think about the Brood so much. You didn't get to see the tiny finding
Yeah,
kills.
you did
because
not.
everyone grouped up so much in this top lane. It wasn't as if Lorinov was finding quick pickoffs, right? Like he had to also kind of join the gang in reacting. So yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately it wasn't the best game for him to really showcase what he could do. He could have maybe done a bit better because we didn't really see Tiny ever blowing anyone up too much. So
Right.
yeah, unfortunately for him, not really a great game.
I totally agree with Cinderin's take that the core issue for this game, if you're Gambit and you're going back at this and looking at this replay and seeing what you can do differently,
Yeah.
I think rotating those supports to the Broodmother lane and then feeding those supports in trying to deal with the Brood, it opens up that map so much for Team
But
Secret.
would you then have, because if you're talking about lanes, would you then have the Legion Commander alone versus Bane Ursa?
I'd actually argue, this is one of those rare times where I honestly hate at the end of the game talking about how the draft was an issue. But in this position, when you're not picking your offlaner to deal with the Brood until your final pick, think about how many bans were towards
Yeah.
Afterlife. He's
Wait a
playing-
second. We
Yeah.
had, on the side of Secret,
Yep.
Mars, Timber, Darkseer, Tide, Axe, so that's 5.
Yep.
And then on their own side, they also still banned out the Mag at the start of the game, which could also
Exactly.
potentially be an answer.
And this is the key thing here, is when you're reacting to the Brood with a troll, a hero that can beat in laning phase but doesn't stay in the lane, and then you don't pick a clean hero that instantly takes that area, it's a bit unfortunate where if they did instantly respond with a Mars or a Timber or some of these bigger heroes, it frees up the game for Dream to farm and play his own game because he's not the only one who has to play there. And if you put the Legion there, you then have to bring the Legion and the Snap and the Nyx.
Yeah.
Maybe the Tiny comes in. And now we're using all our resources to deal with one Tiny. So yeah, one Broodmother, sorry.
One Broodmother, yeah. I was going to say, I thought Tiny was dealt with
No,
pretty
no,
well.
no.
Poor Gambit for this one. I do feel like, they didn't really have much of a shot. Once the first Roshan was out of the way, once that tier 1 tower, once the tier 2 towers died and the outpost was gone, that map control gone means your game's gone.
Yeah, Jenkins
sure.
worded it beautifully.
Yeah.
The idea that you take this top tower, you park the Ursa in the jungle, the Brood webs, you walk up into a Brood web without a Brood alone, you're scared. Now there's a bear there too,
Yeah, your only counter to the hero gets countered by the bear.
Another
Yeah.
hero.
Right,
Yeah.
so I think this also speaks to Team Secret playing so disciplined, and I think there were points in the game where Gambit looked undisciplined, and that's the thing. When you're at a deficit of 10k because of that early game of the Broodmother, you have to be incredibly disciplined, otherwise you're gonna lose the game.
Yeah.
You have to take these fights and basically play them perfectly because you have this disadvantage. Literally, the numbers do not work out in your favor. And like Secret, they were just sitting on high grounds the entire time. And it wasn't just they were sitting on high grounds; they had the correct hero sitting on high grounds. The Broodmother never got gone on, where the Ursa wasn't there ready to counter. And it's strange. It's weird to see a carry and offlaner play like that, but because they did that, there's no way Gambit could have walked into them.
Yeah. I'm going to take this discussion a little bit away from the matchup of Secret versus Gambit. But before the series start, we talked a lot about the state of the teams, right? How did they come into this? On the side of Secret, they have their own story, of course, coming in after a DPC season, which definitely made them not look as good as they had the season before that. And on the side of Gambit, we have a team where 2 players were replaced before the major started. So let's first talk about Secret. Obviously, they won here, great. But how do we feel like how clean did they play this game compared to their game plan? What Secret? Which version of Secret do we have? Do we have Season 1 or Season 2?
Oof. So Season 1 groups or Season 1 major? There's many variations of Secret right now. This has been a roller coaster year. Okay, I'd say this is looking at like a, Season 1 major Secret where they have a clear idea of the draft, they're forcing their opponent to react to them, and in the game, they're dictating every beat. We spoke about how Gambit's draft looks very clean, but they never allowed Gambit to kind of group up and make a play. It was always them reacting to the Brood, the Ursa, our Roshan still, and that alone, it doesn't matter how good your draft is. You're never going to be able to get to the point of playing it because all the kind of the beats you have to hit to get to that point are already taken away from you. So I think Secret, they just played a very clean game. And it was refreshing to see them. It just had confidence on all players.
Yeah, and they got ahead at the start. Bane and Rubik were actually doing quite well. I mean, I'm coming back to the supports. That's a point you made at the start. It was fun to see that actually worked. I don't think we saw a... Did we see Bane's chart? We did?
He did. He picked it up, I think, around 28 minutes or so.
Okay.
He went to mid lane.
Yeah.
He went...
He immediately got very excited about pushing out creep.
Just like, yes! Money! That was it. Yeah, it was great. I respect it. It's a pretty fun shot.
It did not matter, though. But he did get it. It was cool when he got it.
I think if you are a position 5 player, you get to play Bane. I mean, you have to buy this shard because it's been your crutch for so long.
Just give me this.
You can't farm waves. You got to be able to, right? Yeah.
How many nulls do you think you need to like? Oh yeah.
How many nulls do you need?
Yeah, it's like you pack out your inventory. Could you like one hit the wave?
So you're talking about one hitting the wave.
Could you like Kaya plus null take the wave?
I don't think you can. You would need like Kaya Bloodstone with like 40
you need a
charges.
lot.
No,
for that.
but
it's not worth it.
No. It's
just
not
give the Bane his tranquil boots. He'll be fine.
Jenkins. It's not a matter of it being worth. Can you do it?
Probably.
There we go.
If you have infinite gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of things you can do with Infinity Gold.
Yeah, exactly.
What would you do with Infinity Gold?
I would make Pudge remotely viable with Infinity Gold.
Would be nice. Would be nice to see. On the other side, I also want to talk about Gambit. They're playing here with 2 people that they haven't played with for the entire season, Loranov and BZZ. Yeah, they were up against a Brood draft, so it was a little rocky, but how did we feel about their synergy coming out from the players, Jenkins? Do you feel like that was there?
Well, it's funny you say rocky, because I feel like, once again, going back to what Cinderin was saying, he was right on the mark with what needed to happen in the team fights. You play with this tiny hero, he doesn't do the damage that he did previously. Avalanche has been nerfed about 7 different times, so in order to actually make use of the hero, you need to be tossing people in, doing combos, things like that, and when you have this 10k gold deficit, you also need to play the team fights better because they have way more stats.
Yeah.
So you have to press your buttons in ways where you're hitting multiple heroes, where you're comboing things that would do less damage if you weren't comboing them, and they kind of weren't. And I hate to keep going back to the draft, but I really feel...
I mean, in a Brood game, it's very, that's where you need to go at some time.
To me, it's... Once again, I've personally been spamming this Broodmother, and it feels like there are very few actual good answers. Fogged and I were theory crafting backstage, like, what can you do to actually deal with the hero? And it feels like the troll is an answer in the early game, which we saw, was decent in the laning phase.
Yeah.
But then in the mid game, these...
Troll needs time to farm. He can't sit against the Brood the whole time, right?
It's not really going to work.
To make it simple,
You put one support there against the troll, and the Brood's going to kill the troll, which we saw happen a couple of times. So the Timbers don't work. The Centaurs don't work. Grimstroke, that's something that came up, because you blast all the spiders and you potentially
if you aim
one-hit the
properly.
Broodmother.
Yeah, aim has to be on point, though.
Yes.
All the Brood's micro has to be atrocious.
True, because if you aim wrong, you're dead.
But that's where wards come in, so you catch him when he doesn't know that there's some illusion there, some smoke. And the thing is, like you're saying, but if Grimstroke goes in and he misses, Grim's dead. What does Grim do? It's a squishy support, right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is Brood seems to have something to deal with any counter you can conceivably come up with, whereas in the past, it's there's nothing Brood can do versus a Timber. There's nothing Brood can do versus an Axe. Not this new Brood. I think this new Brood is going to be a big hero in this tournament.
Even nerfed, because he did get a little bit of a nerf in the last patch.
Yeah, the lifesteal is insatiable hunger is a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
But the kind of overwhelming presence that you have when you hit 6 is still very clear and very apparent.
For sure.
And I thought the initial shadow buff with the cooldown reduction on the webs was a big plus that also then got removed, right?
Yeah.
Most recent patch. I thought that kind of killed him.
So that got changed so that it's a 15-second cooldown reduction on the talents instead of the percentage cooldown reduction, which does suck. That is definitely the biggest hit to Brood, I would say, because you don't have the cooldown reduction on the spiders, which that nuke in the late game, by God, it's like a 600 damage nuke. People are literally going Ethereal Blade to buff this thing up. So that's a nerf. But you also have to consider you don't have to pay 1,400 gold to get the 15 seconds off the webs anymore. So that's 1,400 gold you can spend on something else.
Okay, well then there's one thing left remaining. BZZ, old school player. There was one very simple solution to when Brood was good in 2013, 2012, 2011. It was very simple. You just ban the hero in first phase because you don't want to play against it. Even if you think you can, it changes the game so much that you don't want to play that type of game, right? So, are we going to see banned?
I think they will not ban it if
Oh.
Secret is second pick.
Okay.
Because they will have a better understanding of how to instantly respond to it with that quad pick. It won't be a troll. It will be one of these heroes we just mentioned. The idea of some wave clear, some kind of positional existence in the lane to prevent Brood from moving down to the next tower. But I like the fact that in regards to Secret, they start their first game in the wildcard by going for the Brood Mother. It sends a message to all the other teams that against Gambit, which would argue one of the weaker teams here, we will play our Brood. Even if we beat them and then they ban it next game, you have to think about, we might pick a Brood against you now.
Yeah.
But it's kind of sending a statement for the rest of the wild card that even if they don't go Brood, it's going to be there. It's going to constantly be in their mind.
I know that, you kind of gloss over the fact that you're kind of giving Gambit like an insult there, like a pick against Brood. We can pick first pick Brood against Gambit. You think other teams wouldn't let them get away with that?
But I
Do you think
feel
that, like, let's say if they have the same draft, because we didn't necessarily think the draft was that bad, would they've gotten away with it?
I think again, Jenkins touched on it. It's the idea that the way that Secret played around it, it beats the ideas that we kind of presented as the reason why Gambit's draft would be good. You know, Secret played into the fact that our weaknesses can become our strengths with positioning. So I don't think it's just kind of if they're comfortable with this strat, it's nothing about kind of disrespecting or showing off. It's just like, we're going to pick it. Your current idea of what the hero does, we're going to change that and beat you with it. So it's kind of like, now they've shown it once, this style of kind of two-man protecting Brood to apply this kind of aggressive control, that probably won't happen again to the kind of 110% effectiveness it had in this very game. But
Right. It definitely does help that they have the flexibility of putting it carry and offlane as well, because the reason that they could make this such a good offlane Brood game, despite literally first picking it, is because they had the carry position to respond to the Brood counter. So it's one of those things where Team Secret, they are known for this, right? They're known for this flexibility where they will have weird heroes and weird roles. Like Carry Brood's fairly weird, and it lets them have these openings in the draft and these strategies that other teams don't have access to. So I personally think the Brood Mother's just an insta-ban, but I think even if you're not me and you have this Brood bias, I think against Secret, it should be an insta-ban, even if you don't think the hero's that
well,
great.
If you have two bans.
They have two bans, and also
two bans.
Nothing changes Dota. Nothing changes Dota as much as a Brood pick. It's like Brood, Timber, Meepo. There's
Tinker.
a small list of heroes.
Tinker.
Yeah,
Tinker,
exactly.
yeah.
there is also something that is characteristic for teams. If you think back previous major in Singapore, Liquid, first day, they did the same thing over and over and over again. It worked on day one, right? It worked on day one. They did really well, but it is the same thing over and over again because it works for them. So I feel like there's a characteristical difference between a team like that that has something that works. Alliance do the same thing. Like they do find something that works and then they do it over and over again. I think Team Secret, they do something that works, think, okay, great, this works. Put it on the shelf, try the next thing that they've come up with.
Dumpster, yeah.
Right?
I would like to see, because this is a team that's already at TI.
Yeah.
So you have two options. They can be a bit boring and just keep playing the same thing over and over again. Congratulations. Or they can keep just doing a little bit more.
Long run. So I would imagine that the two bans at the start of the game continue, right? The whole time. How cool would it be if you use this major to make sure that every team against you bans a Broodmother +1. There's going to be another one, and then you basically get the games handed to you, right? Because everybody has to ban those two heroes.
That's true.
That's good. I think that works beautifully.
Yeah.
You ban the Brood.
That's the plan, the
Yeah.
long con. Going
Long
for
con.
TI. That's what they're aiming for. I
That
don't
would-
know if people
that
can
would
still
actually
hear
be
us.
sick.
with
If
the
they could
camera.
pull that off, I feel like there's going to be enough that changes between now and like Brood's got to be in the dumpster. I mean, the whole DPC we saw this year, and it doesn't look like the nerfs did enough.
No.
You know, so I feel like Brood's going to be the dumpster by
Are
TI.
you
but-
happy Brood's like being picked? Do you like watching Brood games, or do you not like watching?
I
Brood?
was for the first like 2 weeks of DPC, and then it was
Because then
just-
it was new
Yeah.
and shiny. and
Wow.
wow.
yeah,
I'm
exciting.
hype. Crazy. But
Yeah.
Okay, I see that. So if before TI, if Brood was to be, exterminated, removed from the game, would you care?
No,
No. Eh,
absolutely not.
fair.
There's actually a lot of flex heroes that we've been seeing Secret at least like play in their pubs where they haven't even touched it or hinted at it in this series. Like the Kunkka, that actually
Oh, I wanna pick Kunkka.
would have been a good
Yep.
decent solution to the Brood because it's a hero that, and obviously this is coming on the other side, but I'm saying Kunkka as a hero in general is a good hero. You can grab the Brood from far away with X. You can cleave the spiders with the Tidebringer. But
True.
I would like to. That's the thing with this Team Secret is that if they have absolutely no pressure on them right now, then maybe it's exactly what you're saying, where it's like, okay, maybe that next hero is Kunkka. Maybe it's Hoodwink. Maybe it's one of
I
these
hope so.
strange heroes.
Ooh.
A Kunkka Rubik second pick opening.
Or they
I'm down
banned out the TA at the start of the game. Maybe they want to try that first phase. We don't know yet
That's
who's going to
true.
be first pick, who's going to be second pick. We're talking a lot about what Team Secret's going to do in Game 2. What's Gambit going to do in Game 2? Because obviously Game 1 didn't work out. Well, how are they going to adjust here?
It's always a hard one because, like we just mentioned, it's a Brood game, and the idea of everything we just analyzed is reacting to the Brood, playing into the Brood webs,
Yeah.
playing this. So this is kind of like a non-factor game for them, where if we have better pick or we remove Brood, the games will be completely different. Like
Yeah.
we didn't get to see Gambit make any moves, right? They never really grouped up. They never had a good smoke. They never able to play normal Dodo. They could
Yep.
never contest Roshan. So we didn't get to see them actually show off what their new two players can actually bring to the game. So in that reason alone, I would probably argue that banning Brood simplifies the game for them to at least get to show off what they're doing. So I think Game 1, like coaching perspective, ban the Brood, write it off, and just play a normal game in the second game.
Well, the fact that our lower third disappeared makes me think that we're very close to the draft getting started here for game number 2. And I do hope Gambit comes with a better plan. I wonder if they have some kind of pocket something prepared for this, because this was definitely from Team Secrets. Like, hey, we're gonna play this Brood game right
Yeah,
here.
it's weird. I think there are equally weird things that Gambit can do. Like you're mentioning, Shiver, like it does matter what order in the draft you're going, where you can actually fit in these kind of cheese picks.
See, there you go.
That's a
Different.
Treant Protector.
Oh, okay. Very good.
That's a big boy to start the draft.
The
Speaking of
bans
cheese.
are exactly the same, by the way, as the first time. Okay. Slacks, I really hope he's not seeing this. We got a first phase Wind Ranger coming out.
This is good, but this is good though.
You
Slacks
like
is
this?
wrong. Yeah, Slacks is wrong with this. But it's fine.
Okay.
He's
Well,
allowed
this
to be wrong.
This is like the counter synergy
you okay
because Timber destroys the tree, and then
Exactly.
but then the shackle needs to go to the trees. Oh, so I guess if there is trees, then the Wind Ranger is the counter, and then if you want to destroy the trees and the wind's not there, you can do that with the Timber Saw. So you have options.
Timber is technically, and the Treant is a tree, so you'll always be able to shackle.
Yes.
to it. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, back to you, Shiver.
Yeah, back to Shiva.
Back to me. Gambit is Radiant. Secret's Dire. Colors changed around. That's how you can tell. And that's a Morphling.
The Morphling picture.
Oh, I love this. Okay, thank goodness. So Lornoff has been playing this, and I'm just excited to see it. I mean, thank goodness as in like some sick.
Yeah.
Thank goodness they can win. I'm
beautiful.
I'm excited to see this because I've never seen anybody do this, but I've thought that maybe this is okay for a long time. Lornoff goes Diffusal Blade mid Morphling.
Yep.
And it is the strangest thing, and I've seen a ton of these other mid laners in this tournament are going mid morph. Not a single one of them is going Diffusal Blade. And so it seems like he's just got a really interesting take on this hero. It's his specialty hero, and I'm so excited to see him actually play it here. If there's going to be any hero that he's popping off on that we actually get to see him do his thing, it's going to be this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you counter it?
I did a bit of a deep dive into those Morphling games, and
How'd those go?
2 games deep. And yeah, pretty much it's more of an indicator that the games he has played, if he's against a Wraith King or a Timbersaw or one of these mana-intensive heroes, that's when he's buying it.
Sure.
He's not buying it for the novelty of Diffusal Blade just being a
I
good
see
item.
it every game with him.
So yeah, when I looked at it, it's like 2 or 3 games that he played out of like 4 or 5, and the 3 were because of these like bigger kind of frontlining heroes. So it allows him at like minute 14, 15 when he gets the Diffusal Blade, he's just in the middle of the fight, removing that hero from the game, and then getting to play from there.
Of course. I do think Diffusal just in general, like I think if there's an item of the tournament, it will. Solar Crest is an obvious one.
Oof.
Everybody's going Solar Crest on basically every single position 5, 3, 4, whatever. It's like the support item. But I think the carry item is Diffusal Blade. We just saw it on Ursa. It's gotten by any Diffusal Blade hero that isn't an Illusion hero. Because it got buffed for everybody else. The stats on it are ridiculous. The cost is ridiculously cheap. So I would love to see it. And against Timbersaw, it's extremely good, like you were mentioning.
And like, in the first game, you have a first pick Nyx. In the second game, you have a first pick Tree. These aren't heroes that you kind of, maybe Nyx more, but you don't pick this hero with confidence of, it's always going to have a good game. Like, there are counters to it. So Secret have responded so well to this Tree, because Timber Windrunner, this tree's not going to have a fun time.
No,
like,
it's
in
a
laning
tough
phase, you're
one.
not going to do much. Like, of course, in the game, against Windrunner, the overgrowth is going to be very good, especially if it's a core Windrunner. That kind of BKB piercing, like, overgrowth will be disruptive for the Windrunner's gameplay. But
Definitely.
in terms of, like, the first 20 minutes where Secret was dominating in game 1, this tree isn't going to feel too comfortable.
You think it's going to be a niche Windrunner? Because at the moment, we are seeing Lina banned, we're seeing Puck banned. I kind of feel like they're targeting mids that do okay against that morph.
Well, the main...
And Yapzor traditionally is the one playing Wind Ranger for
Yeah,
the team.
The main thing here for Secret is, when they're second pick, they overflex a lot of heroes. They pick 2 heroes, like the 5 and 1 other hero is like the grounding of their draft. And then they often pick 2 cores that can go anywhere else. So sure, right now, this winner could be 4, could be mid, but that's the main that's kind of their draft philosophy. It's always they have options, and they could put it mid. I wouldn't be surprised if it is just a 4 Yaps or Windrunner, but it can be anywhere.
I have actually heard a lot of mid laners talk about this Wind Ranger being pretty decent against Morph, just because if he's ever low and standing in vision, you can just snipe him when he's like 1 HP. It's one of the easiest. Like Zeus, it's the same thing, right? It's not a hero that can like epically burst the Morphling by any means if he's got huge stat morph going, but it is a hero that you can never be low HP against, and Wind Ranger is the exact same.
Yeah. All right, what can the bans tell us here? Because we have, on the other side, on the side of Team Secret, we're seeing Storm banned out, Leshrac banned out.
Yeah.
I guess with the Leshrac ban, the answer to that is the PL ban, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
For me too, it's just like the best not strange, not unmeta hero that deals with the Timbersaw.
Okay.
You just no matter how farmed a Timbersaw is, you can always actually have an option to kill him with a Leshrac. Batrider is the other hero that I see in that exact same category, where basically you are guaranteeing that the Timber will never have a truly pop-off game, which is nice. Timbers, especially because of the Aghanim Shard being so good in the late game, Timber's going to still be decent, but forcing the Timber to, like, you're never going to be totally unkillable, that's a huge, huge plus in a draft.
Yeah, and it also allows Secret to play in a style where if they rotate a carry to play with another hero and someone's left on that island, in this game when you pick Timbersaw, that's the hero that goes on an island. You don't want him to be in matchups where he alone in a 1v1 can be pressured out that lane and feel like you need to then rotate in. It's like if they're picking the Brood, they're forcing people to react to Brood. If they're picking a Timber, they don't want to then have to think, okay, how are we then getting him into the game properly?
These are cool heroes.
That is a Morph Willow combo.
That's true. And of course, Monaco Gambit, we didn't really mention their bans. The Puck, the Lina, the PL, these are all bans enabling this first phase Morphling. And we are going to be able to see the combination of Morph Willow, where the Morph takes over the Willow, and you just pump out a lot of realms going into that kind of mid to late game.
I think it's the best Morph combo. Like, with the people that can actually play it, it looks the best. It does the most damage. The Earthshaker Morph, I think, is easier to play, but I don't think it has the same potential that the Willow Morph
Because
does.
you don't put yourself out there. You set from so far away, and you're just pummeling.
It feels uncounterable in some drafts. Like, imagine being a poor Crystal Maiden here.
Perfect.
It's perfect, isn't it?
God. Okay, so we have Crystal Maiden coming out. Definitely a bit underpicked, I think, in all the regions,
I
right?
agree.
Why here? Why now?
This is this is like a greedy pick for the fact of farm efficiency. I feel like when you pick Windrunner, this is a hero that, like, if Yapzor's playing it, he's played like 5 times in pubs, 4-on-1. Every game, he's going Maelstrom.
See it?
No, sorry, the Windrunner.
Okay.
So the CM,
Like, what?
Well, you do have a 200 attack speed.
I mean, you do. It takes a while.
Sounds pretty legit.
no. But the idea is the CM is enabling the greediness of how Yapzor plays.
Oh,
with
you're
Windrunner,
right, yeah,
because
yeah.
it's about farm efficiency. So now Timber, Windrunner, these heroes are going to have to play their lane, spam their spells, get to their items a little bit quicker, and then you're going to have this annoying timing of a core Windrunner playing from the 4 row, and then Puppey, he's just he's a sacrifice. He's going to walk around, he's going to die a couple of times, but yeah, it's just enabling his team to play more. And now Void Spirit, this is what I mean about the draft philosophy of Secret when they're second pick. They're grounded by the 5 and the Timber. But now, the Void can be the carry of the mid. The Windrunner can be the 4 or the mid, you know? Like, you don't really know what's happening. And this is so scary against Secret is 1 strong hero, 2 flex going into last pick.
It's
very hard.
It's definitely another hero, too, that abuses the mana coming out from
Exactly,
the CM.
yeah.
These heroes, the really nice thing about having all of these heroes, even the CM herself, is you have options, like you're saying, for farming on the map. You've 3 heroes that can just sit in lanes and push, and then you have a CM who can farm the jungle. What's going on?
I'm just thinking, like, the elusiveness. Where's the stuns right now?
Yeah,
Gambit?
exactly.
They got
that's-
roots on roots on roots, and what's...
Right. That's exactly what I'm
got?
thinking with Secret, is
Yeah.
that you can just sit in side lanes and be unkillable currently. With that being said, you know, there's still options. I mean, they've plenty of options. You could DK, you know, Lion. Obviously, that's not going to happen in this draft because we have 2 supports, very likely from Gambit. But there are very good, hard, stunning options left, and they go for the Bloodseeker instead.
Which is a decent enough counter to the Timbersaw in the idea of you rupture him so he can never really escape the engagement. But I guess the main concern I have is you don't have the damage with the Bloodseeker to kill a Timbersaw. Like, if he's ruptured,
True.
he can just stand still.
I guess if Willow's having a good game, the Willow can kill the Timber.
And Morphling, if you become the
And
Timbersaw,
Morphling,
you
yeah.
can then, of course, steal his spells and kill him. Yep.
Once again, we're in this scenario where how the lanes are going is going to matter a lot for can they kill this cheesy toxic hero that's on one side. And that's cool that Secret's doing this 2 games in a row. They're first picking some annoying cheesy hero and then being like, okay, you need to do exceptionally well in the laning stage in order to answer this, and we just think we're better laners than you. Like, you see the bans are Batrider, Leshrac. Like, these are the heroes that would be able to deal with the Timber even if the lanes didn't go well.
Exactly,
So they're giving no options other than, okay, beat us in lanes. Let's see how this goes, guys.
All right, so is there anything, like, they're banning out Ember. I think we are looking at a Bloodseeker off lane, Morphling mid still, right? So we're looking for a Dream Hero for last pick coming out from Gambit?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what you'd want to pick into the Timbersaw, because the annoying thing about Timbersaw and why Alliance was first in Europe, why Virtus Pro was first in Eastern Europe, is because Timbersaw plus any annoying ranged hero that has some stun or some like potency of pressure, it's impossible to play into. Lion, Windrunner, these kind of the same style of hero, where let's say you want to pick like an Ursa or a Slark or something, you're not going to feel good playing into this Windrunner behind, enabling him to fight, so it's difficult right now for them.
So is there still an option for Wind Ranger to not be for Yapzor? Because I would imagine Nisha's playing the Void Spirit, so we're looking for a Matu hero, but does like...
Well, that's the...
Is the flexibility gone?
No, the flexibility is still there.
Okay.
But realistically, like you said, the Void Spirit most likely is just mid.
Yeah.
The winner is most likely just 4. But if there's some like curveball pick, they have the ability to move it around if needed. But yeah, this is going to be just a carry last pick, most likely.
This one does look like Ursa. I don't know why I didn't see it in the previous one. The black and white version is way more clear.
Well, yeah, it's just that, like, you had the shoulder, like the reds, the
yeah, I guess so.
blues.
And a tiny last phase band coming out on the side of Team Secret.
Wow.
Luna, okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
Gives them some laning presence against the Timbersaw at least.
This is a really popular hero in NADPC. I don't know if you guys saw it in
It's really bad in Europe. I mean,
Yeah, it is
we've
terribly
mentioned it for a
bad.
very
I
good
remember
reason.
I mentioned it in the NADPC, and somebody was like, "Oh, it's losing every game in Europe."
The only one who
Who's
could
playing
make
it
it
in
work
NA?
in Europe is Gork.
That's true.
He
Only-
made it work.
yeah.
He won with it.
In the
He
learning.
made Kyle give everybody subs because Kyle said if he can win with this hero, I'll give everybody on that team a sub, and he did. He
Medusa.
had
Okay,
to.
finally.
That's the Medusa. Yeah. Last pick Medusa.
I was like, wow, Medusa's got so much hair suddenly.
She
It's not. It's like the
She's
glow
looking
of the
good,
snake.
yeah. She's got a
the volley.
nice anime wig on too, I guess.
Looking
Wow.
fabulous.
What do you mean wig?
Oh, sorry about that, Chief.
Sorry.
My own hair. Thank you.
It's
Wow,
looking
yeah.
fantastic.
Took me a long time to grow
Oh yeah.
out. Okay.
You have your wig on right now?
That's very rude. Is there an HR department for WePlay?
No.
No.
You can touch it, yeah.
Ooh, ooh. Anyway, yeah. So this Medusa pick, it's actually it's nice.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's the fact that they have so much chaos and noise and potency, and the greediness is now Medusa's going to be a core. Of course, Windrunner in the 4 position will become a core quite quickly with Maelstrom +1. Like, going into late game, you're never going to kill this. And early game, you have to be so critical with what fight you take, because you can lose fights 4v5 with these heroes. A Timber, Void, CM, Windrunner, they can win alone without Medusa. And that kind of forward positioning will always give Medusa a free game to farm.
To be fair, if there's any DPS combo that can just plow through the Medusa mana shield, it's going to be Morphling Willow.
Absolutely, that is so true.
Any combo,
you're right.
it's that one.
But they need to get there.
They do need to get there, and they don't have very many do stuff heroes.
No, they kind of just like, they want to farm. They want to just exist. And that's why Secret have doubled down on this, right?
Yeah.
They have all these farmers to punish.
Yeah, because how much time do you feel Secret is going to give Gambit?
Not much with the Timber. I don't think there's...
How many minutes is it to walk to lane? A minute 30.
That doesn't... A minute 30?
I mean, like...
What? You're playing 260 move speed heroes?
Yeah.
You playing Pudge?
Yeah.
I see. Very good.
Okay. There's another restart of the lobby, so we got some more time.
Oh, of course. Oh, let's stretch the leg.
Yeah.
What day is it? Is it update day? It could be update day. I don't know what
No,
day.
Tuesday's update day.
Is it what day is today?
Tuesday's
I have literally
update
no
day. It's
idea.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Today is Wednesday. It's a glorious day to start the wild cards of the AniMajor. By the way, in case you're wondering, yes, 2 teams are the only 2 teams that will move forward from the 6 that are playing today. So a lot at stake. The teams that we have here, I mean, just to keep you up to date, teams that we have here, we got Team Secret that's already guaranteed to make it to TI. So the question is, will they perform at peak performance this wildcard and make it? Will they care? I guess that's a harsh way of putting it. As
they've cared enough to win.
For Gambit, they're playing with 2 stand-ins. If they want to make it to TI based on points, they have to come top 6 here at the Major, and that all starts with making it out of this wildcard group to begin with, which is very, very difficult because this wildcard is absolutely stacked. Yeah, we just on the other stream saw Team Nigma versus Vici.
Spoiler alert! Can we spoil the other?
I didn't see who win. I heard the game go.
Nigma was winning.
Yeah, but then they lost, right?
So
did they lose?
I don't know. Did they not lose? Who won?
No, I didn't see the end. We came out here.
Spoiler alert!
Please mute. Still, if you want to have the other game not spoiled, mute right now.
Well, we don't know. We don't know the results to the game anyway. So
I do.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay.
Vici Gaming won. A 55-minute game. Nigma of the early pressure, this Lycan pick ripping through them, and then Vici Gaming turned it around and won 55 minutes later.
That Void Spirit. Gotta be careful. Po-yo-yo-yo. Did I do one more too many?
So yeah.
Po-yo-yo. Po-yo-yo Void. Yeah, I like that.
Yo. So yeah, Secret winning here.
Yeah.
Vici Gaming winning there.
On the other stream. Yes. There are 2 streams going on at the same time, so make sure to check that out as well. We got a full panel, which is why sometimes you might hear other people because they are right over there. At the moment, the panel exists of Rich, Tsunami, and Kyle. Good point. You might actually want to just stay here for a while because this is a
little more relaxed.
It's a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
I can smell them from here, especially Rich.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Got a musk about him.
It's the mullet musk.
Any man with a mullet and a mustache like that's got a musk.
I tried growing one, but...
You tried growing a mullet? You didn't
like
tell I was going to say, you went to the barber on the Sunday.
Yeah.
He's like, off
After
with
one
it.
day, I was like, no thank you. But I think...
That barber actually asked me if I wanted a mullet, and I said yes, and then he vetoed it. I think he was expecting me to say no. And then he's like, oh my God, this guy is actually just going to let me do this. And then he said...
He had finesse, to be fair. This man hit scissors to start. He didn't care about the clippers. He was there, like the comb. He was measuring from my big ears to my receding hairline. Like, he was doing some work. He couldn't add hair, though. Like,
I just talked to him about Dota for like an hour, because that's what it took.
All right. Speaking of talking about Dota, can we do that for a little bit now as we are almost ready to jump into the game of Gambit versus Team Secret, game number 2. We have the drafts complete. We got Medusa, which was a hot pick throughout especially the last month of the DPC. We are actually very close to tossing, but one more question. You said earlier, Jenkins, that Medusa was kind of figured out in pubs. Yes, true or no?
I think yeah. Diffusal getting picked up a lot more. It definitely helps. Mana burn hurts her in the early game.
Yeah.
Secret is greedy right now, and greed is good in this game. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I was told there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Now we're ready, and I'm definitely ready to hear Sunsfan and Sinrin. Always ready to hear Jenkins.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Shiver, T. Governor, and that other
Jenkins
guy.
here.
No, I will not speak his name. For some reason, people really think that we dislike each other, but we're brothers, you know? Well, in fact, I'm more of his father figure, the obese father that he will become at some point in his life. I'm just trying to help him battle the depression that will come soon, Cinder. But how are you doing?
That was really dark. I'm doing great. You know who I think will not be doing so great?
Gambit?
Yes, I'm a little bit worried, I have to admit. And the reason is, so I'm mainly going to draw on the last game's experience, right? What we saw.
Okay.
With what Secret managed to pull off with their early pressure coming out of that off lane, and how Gambit, with a lot of playmaking heroes, didn't really manage to find many opportunities. In this game, I feel like their lineup is extremely limited in playmaking potential. You have no like easy catch. You need to hit either a Trand ulti, you need to hit Brambles, or you need to start with a Rupture. And what did Secret identify with this draft? Well, if you guys have very limited catch and very limited like single target damage, we are going to just pick Medusa and this Timber Star that we already got early. I think this Medusa last pick is incredible this game, because what does Medusa not want? She does not want to face really heavy single target damage or extremely mobile heroes, and Gambit have neither. Their only real single target is Morph. Bloodseeker does no damage to a single target that stands still, and Luna is a spread damage carry. So this Medusa with a couple of items is just going to stand there, get Solar Crested, and hit stuff. And as Gambit, you're going to have to try to find a way of piercing this defense that Secret will have. So I find myself in this similar spot to the last game, where I think Gambit need to come out of the lanes really well and start rolling. But only this time it's going to be harder for them to find the moves. So I'm excited to see Lornov morph, though. I agree with Jenkins on that. I really share that sentiment. This hero
the fact that he's going against a Medusa and he already builds Diffusal apparently on him, wow, right into their traps they're in. But like, I look at this lineup for Gambit, you're right, it's a lot more difficult to probably execute in the mid to late game, but I see a lot of pub potential here, right? Obviously, they don't have a whole lot of stuns, which is their biggest issue, but you obviously have the Morphling. Once you get Ags, you can turn into Dark Willow for the Shadow Realm as Afterlife taking a buttload of damage there in the top lane. But in addition, you Blood Rage the Morphling for attack speed with the Shadow Realm.
True.
You have Terrorize into Rupture. You get the Ags, double Fear, double Rupture Cinder. Just think of how good that is.
You know what the best lineup in Dota is?
What's that? It's
Lone
Druid?
No, it's Warlock, Echo. It's Warlock, Shaker, Darkseer. You vacuum 5-man Fatal Bonds, and then you Echo Slam 5 heroes, and they all die. It is so good.
I love that lineup.
Yep.
It works so often.
Just do that, Gambit. Just hit all your spells that are difficult to combo onto a world-class team, and then you're good. So don't worry about it.
They're going to do just fine, Cinder, and you'll see. Okay?
Decent pressure coming out on Matsu here. He's going to be forced to use his Salve. Still sitting on level 1. Interesting that Puppey got level 2 first. I wonder if he found a D ward here or something like that to get that experience.
What do you think of the nerfs to Medusa in the last patch? So the Aghanim's got a bit of a retouch there. I think slightly lower stun duration. The talents were worked around a bit. I think that's the biggest difference, was the 15
easily
became the 20
nerf.
talent, and they didn't even change the numbers.
It was actually one of the heroes that got nerfed the hardest, in my opinion, just because you moved Medusa's insane timing by 5 levels.
Right.
And even if you get both of the same talents, they're still worse, because the cooldown reduction for the Snake is now 1.5 instead of 3, I believe. It's 1.5 on level 15 instead of 3. Oh, Puppey is mangoing it up.
Yep, he sure is.
He is hungry.
Well, Emergent.
Have you ever eaten 3 mangoes in 5 seconds in real life?
No, that sounds...
It's really hard. But if you
know?
do it, you get magical powers. So it's actually not surprising that he could cast spells.
I bet Ice Frog is done.
I have
mangoes.
tried. I had to throw up after 1.5.
Thank you, Cinder.
But I did do it in 3 seconds, though. So it did.
So you technically ate 1.5 in 3 seconds?
It did make Reddit front page, yes.
Okay, that's great to hear. I'm glad we're talking about that at the beginning of the game when the laning stage is happening. I mean,
we haven't cast
that's true. We haven't cast in a while. We haven't gone off on tangents. Maybe you could hold that for big team fights, and then as I'm about to call the team fight, you start talking about your mango experience.
No, the thing is, Shannon, since we haven't cast together for a very long time, I'm kind of getting adjusted again, and I'm trying to speak your language. So I was thinking,
I was being a good boy.
If I talk about food and eating fast, I was like,
that's true.
That's your wheelhouse. You love it.
That is true.
You bring up obesity as the intro. It's every game so far. It's 2 out of 2.
Right, I'm going to stop doing that, I promise.
Okay.
This game does not count, though.
Okay. That makes no sense.
By the way, you're enabling me. As Lorenov's going to take a lot of damage from Nisha. Does have the Fairy Fire available, so still some ways to abuse the Morphling mechanics, as it were. Of course, he does have the Water Runes coming up soon. Great taunt from the Luna, by the way. That is the... I think you had to get like level 600 something to get that taunt.
Yeah, it was as a... How was it? This taunt was like a joke, right? And then they put it in as the highest taunt you could get.
All right, we're not... Okay, I will go off on this tangent here in just a moment. It's BZZ getting pressured out of lane for now. But, oh, perfect, thank you. The players they know that a tangent is coming.
I heard the mango story. They needed a break.
This is what happens, okay?
Okay.
So they had this taunt, this cat taunt for Luna originally, and then for some reason they deleted it, right?
Because
that was like 5 years ago.
I think it was considered too bad.
Right. So 5 years ago. Then I came out with a taunt tier list, okay? And I had all the taunts ranked, and then the bonus taunt was actually the Luna one. I'm like, if they put this in, they're going to break next year's TI. And lo and behold, the next TI, they put it in, and I did not get a commission. I'm still emailing Valve every week, understand what happened there. It's obviously some miscommunication. They maybe don't have my email address or something like that. Perhaps it's going to their spam folder, which probably is the case, in fact. But yeah, it's a great. I would put it as the #1 taunt in the game, actually, because it is so bad, it's good.
So you're saying No Tail is Gaben?
Because he doesn't check his email?
Just like them, yeah. No, nobody reads emails nowadays.
It's too soon.
Actually, no. So the thing you got to do is you got to tweet. Tweets always get a response. So you should tweet at Valve for the world to see Valve pay me money for something that you made. And then the world will be
That'll
like,
go
yes,
well.
yes.
I will continue to not get invited to TI after that. So no change.
There you go.
Perfect, perfect. Talk to me about this Treant Protector pick. This was a first 2 pick there.
Overall first pick.
First pick overall.
#1 first pick.
Yeah, that's very strange.
I don't know. I'm not that big of a fan of picking this hero that early. I feel like it's relatively one-dimensional. A lot of the other supports that you will see picked earlier have more like flexibility. Like you see, what was it, Secret first picked in this game as their support. Their first 2 were, was it Timbersaw Windranger, right? So they had this Windranger who can both be a core and a support, can play in different ways, different itemization. I feel like Treant is pretty, there's just not that much room to, not that much room for variety, right? You're playing 4 or 5. Either case, you're relatively limited on how much farm you're going to find. You're very defined in the way you play lanes. And I think Treant's biggest weakness as a laner is just Quelling Blade. Like, the fact that literally any hero can buy Quelling Blade, which is cheaper and cheaper every patch at this point, can just start cutting trees, and you use tangos all the time. If Treant can't attack from the trees, he's just not a strong laner. He's slow. Sure, he has good damage, but you can't reach anyone. Right. Then what does it matter? And when you overall first pick it, you make yourself very susceptible to natural counters like the Timbersaw, right? Or something like Bat Rider. Or so I like Treant as a hero when it gets picked late, but the meta right now is often you pick your supports early. So
right. Well, what do you think about the... I mean, in terms of the lineup itself, they're lacking stun big time, right?
Right.
You have Adaptive Strike, which technically is a stun. You have a mini stun on Lucent Beam, but everything else, for the most part, is just roots. Terrorize, I guess you can consider a pseudo stun, but no actual just set, single target stun or AoE stun that will help. I mean, Treant Protector has to be in an amazing position for them to set up anything, pretty much. But I mean, in theory, if they can get the spells up, like you said, they do have good combos.
Right, except they don't want to terrorize on Overgrowth because then the heroes aren't running.
Right.
So if they want to combo that with Rupture, there's like a little bit of an anti-synergy in their lineup where things need to really come together well. But I think the main games that Treant thrives in my opinion, are the ones where the enemy team has very bad pushing power and he could defend the tower forever, which is actually the biggest upside for me in this game for Treant is Secret's tower damage is pretty bad. Timbersaw will usually get the tower at, like, say, 5, 7, 8 minutes or whatever by just brute force.
Great line.
But if you keep living armoring that tower, it takes really long for Zai. So that's a good upside. I like Treant for that part. And I like him when there's a natural synergy with Overgrowth, like Phoenix, right? Where you Overgrowth and you cast Supernova or something like that. Or if it's great
it's basically Bloodright and Eclipse, right?
Yeah, and it is good, but the problem is, again, the matchup that you're facing, right? You have a Void Spirit who's a very mobile hero. He can buy a Yules and get out of your combo pretty much scot-free. Or you can buy Force Staffs to counter this. And the enemy 2 cores, both Medusa and Timbersaw, can probably just tank through everything. So you really, really need to make sure Morphling has a good game. And like you said, give him Blood Rage, give him Ags, turn into Willow, and hope that single target damage burst can really get the job done.
I mean, that is a huge turning point of the game when he does get that Aghanim Scepter. Because I mean, that Jenkins was talking about, I think that now that Earthshaker has been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed this combo with the Morphling, this is the best combo by far. Like Dark Willow, Shadow Realm is insane. Blood Rage on top, like, what do you do against it? I mean, it's all single target damage technically, but you do it from afar. You have ridiculous amounts of damage from Morphling already on top of the Shadow Realm. So they technically do have answers to kill Medusa, and like stuns maybe aren't even the best thing against Medusa anyway because she's so slow. She's like a siege tank. So as long as you have like that diffusal on top of the Ags, which I assume he's going to go for, in theory they have ways to kill her. But that's considering that the game is maybe even at that point, which is a big if.
Yeah. That is a really big if. And again, the challenge for Gambit in this game is going to be weathering the storm, right? Staying alive, not losing the map like they did in the previous game. And the good news is they will not lose the map as fast, because nobody really takes the map as quick as a Brood that has that kind of a start.
True.
I would love to see them really put so much emphasis on not losing towers. I think if they can hold that off and hit their timing and then hopefully overpower Medusa, that is the win condition that I see for them. But it never feels good to have a very defensive lineup against Medusa, right? You know this is going to be a free farm Medusa. Like, we might as well say it right now, right? I just don't see the Radiant lineup preventing that from happening. So they need to believe in their ability to control the later portion of the game and being able to beat a farm Medusa.
Yep, and I mean, once you get to that point, though, then you technically do have building damage, right? Medusa will start to be able to be unkillable and just hit building. And then you have Timbersaw probably with that shard, right? Be able to...
For sure.
Whatever the hell that thing's called. Flamethrower? Something?
I think it's Flamethrower. Yeah, Secret's damage really kicks in, or tower damage really kicks in at that 20-man mark. That plus Medusa with 2 items can really start getting the job done, but... it does feel like this game is going to be more controlled. I think Gambit will feel less lost, but I think it's going to be really challenging. But they're not going to get run over like the last game. That would be a bit surprising if it goes that one-sided. I might have sounded like that when I talked about the game from the beginning, that I'm worried about them. But it's not because I think they're going to get rolled in 20 minutes. It's because I'm not sure if they can reach their timing in the game where they're stronger. Right. That when their heroes are strong, are they stronger or not?
Right. Yeah, only time will tell. Of course, we talked about this last game, but Gambit have 2 stand-ins, so really no idea what to expect in terms of the actual chemistry between the players, which, you know, could be a benefit, but last game, obviously not so much. I mean, I think it was the right decision to ban the Brood, though. It's just this hero that, like, even if you think that you can counter it, it feels like that is just not the best way to go when you're, especially with like a newer lineup. You don't know each other as well. You're playing against a Brood, it just changes the whole game. That's the issue with the hero. It's always been like that.
Yeah, and then when Secret couldn't get that, they got the Timbersaw, which is also a hero that just changed the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2 bans each first phase. Like that was probably one of the biggest changes that a lot of people didn't talk about when that first became a thing. Was that 2.8 or 2.9 that they did that?
I don't remember.
Either way, like that is a giant change. So, because there's always going to be these overpowered heroes. I mean, that's the whole beauty of Dota, is that every hero is overpowered in their own. Well, except for Chen, of course. I think we established that. But I don't think there's a scenario that exists that Chen is good.
He is overpowered too. He has a really good ability to lower team morale. He's actually the most overpowered hero for making your team give up minute 10.
It depends on the perspective, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, Pudge can be pretty demoralizing, but his shard makes him like legitimately amazing.
Okay, real talk. What do you think Pudge's win rate would be in pubs in Divine Plus if he was not picked for grief ever? If it was only picked by players that thought the hero was good, did their best, and wanted to win, and not because, oh, you took my role, now I'm playing Pudge. What do you think his win rate?
Probably like 55 up. Yeah. I think it would be actually really good.
That would be pretty good, right?
Because a lot of it is the mental aspect of it. You pick this hero, and a lot of people just give up, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know what the win rate is right now.
On both teams.
It's not like the win rate is abysmal. Like maybe it's 45%, but that's not like
I think it's
the worst ever.
I think it's even a bit higher than that. I think it's like 48.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
So, but when you factor in how many times a hero like that gets picked, where it's not for the sole purpose of this, I think this is the best hero or the best pick here, or I am really good with this hero.
You pick my role, I pick Pudge.
Yeah,
that's what that hero has become in a lot of ways.
That feels like 10% of his games at least.
I mean, I can understand that to a certain degree because you know you play Pudge, yeah, you might lose, but you're gonna have fun losing. Right? It's one of the few heroes. Like, I'm sure, I don't know what it... I take pride in this. I've never played techies in my entire life.
I think Chen is really fun, too, when you're losing.
that is... I mean, you get... I mean, depends on your perspective. You have a bunch of creeps that you can talk with because nobody on your team wants. They probably muted you at that point, so...
No, the thing that's fun about Chen is the suspense of can I take this creep or not, because you don't know how Holy Persuasion works anymore. So go into the jungle, you're like, can't take this one. Oh, man. Oh, no, that was level 4 now. Okay, I guess I need level 3. Then you go and take that one. Oh, I want the other one. Oh, that needs level 5, so
and
now I need to get more level.
And then there's Enchantress, who's just busted, right?
And then Enchantress shows up, and Chen's like, how is this fair?
But it feels like Chen has had his time, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, he's had his time.
I'm not complaining that Chen isn't broken. There are 2 heroes in Dota that there's actually more, but there's a couple of heroes that I'm really happy when they're not broken. Chen is one of them. Io.
Okay, who else? Give me the whole list.
Io has been good for so long, so it's nice when.
Can you guess my list?
Lion. No. You hate Mana Drain.
Okay, I mean that's true, but I seem to win every game against Lion, so it doesn't really matter.
Your list is Arc Warden, Tinker, Techies.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Arc Warden especially. I absolutely hate the hero. We're back into the game. Beautiful. What is that spray paint? My goodness. They added that's quite the blue border.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Looking at the CS right now, Luna 25-2 and Medusa 20-6. So Luna off to a pretty good start overall, pressuring Zai right now. Of course, Zai pretty freaking tanky now that he's level 3. And I mean, you talked about this before. I just can't see them killing him. Like they have like in the laning stage. I mean, because Bloodseeker is good against Timbersaw. That's pretty much the reason they picked this hero.
When he has to move.
Right.
Right. That's the thing.
You're in this lane. That's kind of the issue right now. So laning stage is kind of free for Zai, I feel like.
Yeah. Similar to last game, though, the lanes are going relatively evenly, right? Nisha with a slight advantage in the mid lane once again, which I think similar to, it's pretty much the exact same as last game. They're both farming. Nisha has like a little minor advantage, but it's basically irrelevant. So again, it's going to be what happens in the next 10 minutes. Last game, Secret completely took over the game in the next 10 minutes. I think this time they're not going to be able to do so, but there's going to be slowly building up toward a very big Medusa, and they're going to wait for Timbersaw to hit maybe a Hood +1 item, and then possibly start grouping up for something. They also won't kill Roche this game that easily. There's definitely some things that Secret had last game that enable them to snowball that will not come into play here.
I mean, it's just a different lineup, right?
Yeah, it's very different.
It's a safe lineup, but it's not something that's going to destroy you right away.
Yeah.
Medusa does need to get farmed, but there's really, like, it feels like a free game. Like, once they get into that triangle and she's able to take out these stacks, it's going to be a pretty freaking good game for Matu. Afterlife with the early urn available to go. Obviously going to be going for, I assume, Spirit Vessel for the Timbersaw at some point.
It's an option, yeah.
What do you think of, like, when you buy an urn or a Spirit Vessel for Timbersaw, how early do you want it? Like, is it game dependent, or is it kind of like you just need to get it immediately?
I actually am of the opinion that Spirit Vessel is often a trap, actually. Oh, let's see. Uh-oh. He's...
Yeah, Leech Seed.
So the thing about Spirit Vessel is that a lot of the heroes that you buy it against naturally want to buy an item that counters it, right? Like, let's say you buy Vessel against Timber. How long is your timing window? Timber wants...
Or he gets Lotus.
He wants Lotus or Euros in a lot of games. Oh, good kill on Puppy here. That will be first blood.
Yep. Afterlife takes that for himself, and he's buffed up pretty nicely here. Matu getting chased under the tier 1. No, they're going to stop in their tracks.
It looked promising, but Matu had Mana Shield level 1, which means he has 5,000 EHP. So almost got him, but it could have worked.
I mean, I'm actually interested. I never thought I'd say that. I'm interested to see the differences now with with Medusa now that she was kind of nerfed, because the 15 versus 20 level is such a giant change in theory, but in practice I have yet to see it. So, or at least not in a pro game. Yeah, the 35% Mystic Snake mana gain used to be literally the same thing at 15, so that's the big difference.
And
there.
then the 1.5 Mystic Snake cooldown used to be 3 at level 20.
Yeah.
So it's just flat out worse. But I think
do you think those changes? Do you still get an Ags? I assume.
Like, I'm not sure if you go the Ags build. I don't think it was obviously the flavor of the month, right? Oh, good damage.
No blood right. Matu extremely low.
He is
TP support from
dying.
And the right clicks will be enough. Power shot not really going to do too much, so early kill on Medusa.
Great kill to get for Afterlife. Currently, top 3 net worth are all on Gambit, so off to a great start this time around. Last time, similar time last game is when they were about to lose their top tier 1 tower and get 2k gold behind. So off to a much harder start here, and I'm especially impressed with how well the Luna is doing against this Timbersaw. Not because it's like a very Timbersaw favored lane, but because
as you say that, Zai does hit 6. Careful, caster curse, young man. Oh, top lane though. Afterlife chasing after Yapsor. He's going to get vision here. One more right click will be enough. He does find it. Puppy just a little bit too late there. And this off lane for Gambit.
Really well.
Very well.
Yeah.
All right, Dragon Lance is going to be the first item for the Luna here. But Zai is level 6, so the kill potential is technically there, and the tree doesn't have overgrowth as of yet.
Yep.
So still working on that XP.
So Luna will go for a build that does not currently have Eclipse. It's pretty common to see Lunas entirely bypass it sometimes and just go full-on farm so that when they transition into the jungle, they have the highest efficiency. He is getting a couple of value levels in Beam, I think, in order primarily to secure range creeps in this lane. And we'll probably not see him level Beam anymore. He's probably going to max Aura and Glaives and just farm jungle. But there is a possibility if you go these 2 in Beam that you can transition into an Eclipse build if... Like, let's imagine they want to pull together that Wombo combo relatively early with Overgrowth, Terrorize, and Eclipse. There is the possibility of doing it, and obviously enables Bloodseeker to find kills where You know, you rupture someone, and we're talking about, well, what if they just don't move? Eclipse can make you move if there's no creeps around.
Yep, that's true.
So there is that option, but I still think we're going to just see the farming route. I think Gambit might feel relatively confident that as long as they're farming both Morph and Luna, that could overpower Medusa.
Yeah, Lorinov level 9 right now. Of course, he is playing the mid role as Bramble is placed down, but Matu will be able to maneuver himself away.
Loving this from Lorinov, by the way. This is one of the biggest strengths of Morphling is obviously, we talked about the tanking Secrets heroes, right? Killing Morphling for Secrets lineup is insanely difficult. Like, they have no immediate silence, they have no instant stuns, they don't have significant bursts. So what's he going to do? He's stealing Medusa stacks. What are you going to do about it?
This is huge.
He's the mid hero just in the enemy jungle minute 10. He got a lot of...
Shackle shot into nothing.
No cigar.
Yeah. Oh, Nisha actually jumps in.
There's the cigar!
That's a beautiful cigar indeed. Rupture is placed upon him, and they're just going to focus him down now. Looks like they'll find it pretty easily, so a little bit too deep for Nisha.
There's a life lesson for you. Don't smoke. Like, bad cigar, you just get killed off right. Not smoke it to Z-Chan. That would have been cool, though. But
thank you, Cinder.
Yeah, you're welcome. I have to explain the joke to you. You're not very smart.
That's not very nice to say. Cinder. People might think that you don't like me.
I don't understand social cues.
Is that making fun of chat or me? Or making fun of yourself, perhaps?
See, that's what makes a good joke, is that you don't know who's getting insulted.
You know, I love talking about jokes that fail horribly and just bringing them up over and over again. So we're going to continue to do that here. Zai cutting the wave a bit here as the siege is alive and well, so...
Only level 1 living armor, by the way. So this is a possible tower take for Zai. I would love to see Gambit actually defend here. I think a lot of the time you just let this tower go. But I think they can hold it.
They're trading for now. They're going to find, pretty easy kill on BZZ, and I think with that, they're just going to end up trading the tier 1s.
Do you want to call him the rest of the game?
No, I think we might get some Reddit threads discussing how inappropriate that is.
Why?
Because bees are endangered in certain regions of the world.
Is this beeist?
Oh, God. Please, no more puns. Cinder, can you just...
That's not a pun.
Can you tone...
That's not a pun, that's a word.
All right, no more words from you.
Now it's okay.
No more words from you. I think you've had too much caffeine, perhaps. Maybe I should take whatever you're drinking.
They spiked my water.
That's not very fun.
They put caffeine in my water.
The caffeinated water is a beautiful thing. Americans know all about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All right, well, Matu...
I realized my choice of words there wasn't very good. I meant with caffeine, John.
Yeah, I understand that, Cinder.
I had to explain it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's fine.
All right, Afterlife. I'm interested to see what he buys here. So it is the Atos. So he doesn't go for the Spirit Vessel right away. So Atos for a little bit of catch. I mean, we talked about their lack of stun, so that's a nice catch overall.
I forgot to finish off my thought about Vessel from 7 minutes ago. We might get back to that in a second. Let's see if Luna is going to get out. Yep, she will. So the reason I find Vessel to often be a trap is that the heroes you want to buy it against are these heroes that really rely on their region, right? Like, let's say Alchemist or Timbersaw or whatever. But most of these heroes actually have a built-in way or a desire to buy an item that counters Vessel anyway. Let's say Timbersaw, he wants to get Lotus or Yules. Alchemist has his ult that just dispels it, or he could buy the shard as well nowadays. So there's different ways. I find the urn to be really valuable a lot of the time just because it's like you get it so early and it has such a high impact, but the build up to Vessel is pretty expensive.
Yeah.
And once you complete that Vessel with the extra 2k gold, the heroes that usually buy it will get overtaken by the timing of the other defensive item. Or maybe you have a time
so
window,
you're saying that Spirit Vessel is just not a good item? I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying I feel like it gets bought, like, it used to be bought a lot and be really successful, but I think nowadays the timing window that you have with it feels a little bit too short to me.
I see.
Even against a hero like Morphling, right? Like, you love to buy Vessel in the past. What does Morphling do? He buys first item Manta. And he gets the Manta when you get the Vessel, and he doesn't feel bad about it because he's like, well,
so what
just
you're
bought
saying is they need to revert their change of their reverted change with the passive component to the health minus region.
I don't like the passive component.
Is there anything that you do like, Cinderin?
I like food.
Okay, I'm glad.
Good food.
Not you're baiting me again. It just no more, please.
You asked honest answer. It was an honest answer.
No, that's true. You like appetizers, actually. That's something I
really
noticed.
do. I have not had onion rings in a while.
I don't know if they have that here, but it's a little too American.
Can we get
anything that's just mega fried?
I'd like to order an onion ring tower to the caster booth, please.
All right, we have a Shackle onto the creep, along with the Dark Willow. Gets into the Shadow Realm. There's a Nisha Rupture into the Blood Right. Looks like he... Oh, Stone Gaze will be popped. Aether Remnant does catch him, and they finally finish him off with Lorinov coming in as that Morphling. So it's a 1-for-1 support for mid. Shackle Shot does connect. See if they can get out of here, does Gambit. Whirling Death. Zai might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's completely surrounded. Overload's going to be used, and the right clicks of Lornoth doing so much damage into the waveform. He is on a killing spree. 6-2 advantage for Gambit. I mean, we talked about how they had to get off to a decent start, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Gambit's playing great this game. I'm really impressed. Like, it's clear from the draft that both teams have like limited playmaking potentials, and we talked a lot about it from Gambit's perspective that they won't be able to find very many moves, but they're actually really on the front foot this game. They've found multiple setups with the Bloodseeker. I think this is the second or even third kill. I think it's the second kill on the Void Spirit. Yeah, so they killed him twice with Rupture into the Bloodrite combo and just him being unable to disengage. And Secret, obviously, if this Void Spirit is not active, they have a similar problem, right? Like they don't have much catch either. So both teams with a little bit of a passive approach, but Gambit definitely getting off to a much better start here. It's looking very promising. And Lornoth Morph, just signature hero, really popping off this game.
Yeah, what are his items right now? Let's take a gander here.
Yeah, so he is planning on going Manta first.
Okay.
It could turn into Diffusal follow-up, I think. So the risk with buying Diffusal as the absolute first item is that if you don't find very good fights immediately, you lose out on farm, right? It's not a very farm-efficient item.
Oh, I'm gonna see a Shackle counter initiation into the Focus Fire. Afterlife is in a lot of trouble, and Zai will help finish off the poor Bloodseeker.
It's a big kill.
A lot of rotation here from Secret as well.
It didn't work the third time in a row.
Yeah, I assume Nisha at some point will be going for the Agnum Scepter, so Manta will be very good against the Silence as well.
It's also against this Vessel, right? This is exactly what I talked about. We're actually seeing the whole theory in play right now. Void Spirit, you got the Vessel. He is going to have 0 Vessel uses on a Morph that doesn't have Manta. It's already countered, right? So, and that does not mean that the Vessel is bad and not going to have any impact in this game, but it means that a really big part of the appeal is taken away, because now you need to bait the Manta first.
Which, in all fairness, isn't that hard.
It's definitely, well, their heroes aren't the best at doing it, right? Like, what do they have? They have Frostbite that he needs to Manta. There's nothing else, really. There's no, like, strong silence.
An incoming Shackle that you can dodge.
Sure.
Right? If you're fast enough.
Absolutely. But then you dodge that Shackle and wait for him out.
And then eventually the Ags on, the Void Spirit.
That is the timing, for sure.
Well, we'll see a smoke here from Gambit. See if they can find another kill. I mean, we talked about how well the Gambit are doing, and all of a sudden, I mean, not that the net worth is everything to look at, but it's back to essentially even when they had a slight advantage.
Right.
So Secret just taking better use of the map right now. I mean, it is a Medusa, of course, and there's only so many stacks you can take from her. It's just a matter of time that she'll find that farm. And she does have the Manta and going for Scotty's second item.
Just to finally wrap up on the Vessel, so we never talk about it.
Will you stop talking about the Spirit Vessel?
So I think it's also important to not just only focus on the hero where you counter the region, right? Like, it's still a damage item. It's good against other heroes. So, like, yeah, the Morph is buying a Manta, but you can still Vessel the Bloodseeker, you can Vessel the Treant, Willow, whatever you go on. And that extra bit of damage does go a long way in the Void Spirit. So it's not like it's going to be total garbage, but you know, you have to compare it to, we could have had a faster Ags, could have had a Yules maybe, or whatever we wanted against this other team's lineup. We'll see if it pays off. I'm leaning toward Ags probably having been a better choice, just because of, like the panel talked about, the ability for Secret to fight as 4 while Medusa farms, I think is riding a lot on this Aghanim Scepter really packing a punch. They're going to try here. I don't think they're going to get anywhere close to pressuring Lornoth, and they won't.
Yeah, Terrorize being primed as well.
Yeah.
The fact that you can cancel that, I feel like, is weird. You know, the Terrorize. The fact that you can see everything, you can hear it, you can see the ground animation before it even goes off.
I think if you couldn't cancel it, it should be silent.
Oh, we're going to see the Eclipse popped.
Defensive Eclipse.
Yeah, looks like that'll save his life here.
It wasn't even that scary. It was a level 1 Eclipse with a level 3 Lucent Beam, so not the worst.
That is a cooldown down for Secret, or for Gambit, I should say. So Zai does have that Lotus Orb now, so no big surprises in terms of the item department here.
Oh! Very, very close to somehow stunning him with a Chakram, so I got excited. All right. Bloodseeker's gonna force Nisha back to base.
Oh, look at that. 30 attack speed talent taken from Medusa instead of the Mystic Snake cooldown.
He's not going Ags.
Yeah, so no Ags. That's, I mean,
I like this build. I actually think this is the way you should go as Medusa. You should not take the, like in most cases, probably don't take the Snake cooldown and don't go Ags now. I think this change to the timing and everything just makes this, I think, this build more powerful. Like Manta Scotty Butterfly or Satanic or whatever you want. Optional Lincolns if it's a game for that. Optional BKB, optional Shard. Shard could be interesting here.
I mean,
actually.
Shard is good because it refreshes some of your mana, but it's even better with Ags if you end up getting it, right?
It's
Because of the
also
stone form.
there's just a couple of good spells here, right, that are going to target you a lot of the time. Like you're going to get Casual Snake out of the Lucent Beam, you're going to get it out of Adaptive Strike, Rupture,
Yep.
even. I mean, I don't think you think about Leech Seed really. I don't think Trin is going to use that on Medusa pretty much ever.
And he uses Leech. I'll try to do that in the next fight. Leech Seed is used. Unbelievable. The heal and the slow.
That actually sounds like a pretty funny content piece where you like find the most boring spells and hype them up as much as possible. Like instead of it's like an insane 5-man black hole.
He uses a Tango. Unbelievable.
Oh, could you imagine casting like that?
I already do, kind of.
Yeah.
I just pick a random here and go with it. Oh, Lorna.
He's low mana.
on.
Oh boy.
Yeah, waveforms out to safety, and
Had enough mana.
Secret just doesn't have enough right now to take him out.
Missing a little
That was
bit.
all 5 of them too.
Yeah.
Actually.
It looks like a smoke posture from Gambit, but I think they're just gonna farm.
Oh, look at this. So it's actually not going to be the diffuser. It will be the Axe
Fantastic.
second item.
I like it.
So, okay, do you go Diffusal later? It feels like that's an earlier, game item.
Maybe you do it because of Medusa, but I honestly I don't think so. I think you just pack a punch, right? You just get more damage items, but pose more of a threat.
All right, he's about 1,000 away from finishing that bad boy, and then we're going to see the Shadow Realm combo.
Is there a world where you go Octarine just because you're playing with Willow, so that you can turn into it a lot more frequently and have lower cooldowns?
I mean, don't you have a talent for that?
I mean, even if you do, more is good, right?
I think the talent lasts longer is what it is for the Morph.
Yeah, it's not just the Morph, though. I'm thinking about the spells he has while he's Willow, right? That he gets to use Shadow Realm a lot more frequently.
So when you're in that form with Ags on Morphling, you get 400 extra range. Does that also work with Shadow Realm? Like, because it's technically an attack, right? And Shadow Realm already gives you a long-range attack, but it's a 400...
I don't think you get the extra 400.
range.
I don't think so, but you also don't really need it.
Yeah, I mean, it's already absurd amount,
Yeah.
for sure.
And yeah, he did indeed take the 16 morph second morph duration over 15 agility. Yeah, both of those talents are incredible, by the way. Super
And
good option.
we can see Puppey already priming to try to get a Ghost Scepter for himself to try to counteract the right clicks of Morphling. But of course, I mean, after that, what do you go on Morphling? Like, is E-Blade still a thing after that? Because it doesn't really combo exactly with the Shadow Realm, but you can use it as like maybe a finisher.
He could. I wonder, again, I wonder if he's how obsessed he is with countering Medusa, right? Like, I honestly still feel like the Diffusal could be a thing. I realize I'm kind of backtracking on it, but I do see a world where that is an item he could buy. If not, I think just like Butterfly.
Right.
I guess. Like
Okay.
just
I think we're going to see a smoke here. Yeah, Lorna has double damage. He has an Illusion Rune. He has his Aghanim Scepter.
He is.
Oh, dude, that's very bad, though. That is... All right, DR pops the BKB. Focus Fire is not really doing too much damage. There's the Eclipse to follow with the Blood Right in addition. They're going to find one. They're going to find two. And just like that, I believe they knew that Morphling had the Aghanim Scepter, and they're just probably going to go for Roche now. This is looking real good.
That was
for Gambit.
I'm honestly...
How did Luna survive?
Making the call there to use BKB on 10% health.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's a very, very good call, because you're getting focus fired, but you have so much armor that like this pitiful focus fire with just a javelin, it does very, very little damage. So he realizes there's enough time to buy to come in for a terrorize, and with that, actually gets the help, gets the 2 kills, they get the Roche, they get the mid-tier 1 in all likelihood here, unless Secret can put up some really incredible defense. Oh, well, that'll start them off.
They do have some chain stuns, but Lorna just shrugs it off as he turns into Dark Willow temporarily.
I'm surprised he isn't just doing that and hitting the tower from 1,000 range instead of meleeing the tower, right? Like,
Yeah,
you could just play this safe and take it. There's no tower defense on the enemy team except when you come in close.
This instantly gets full HP. What a great mechanic. Morphling's so hilarious, man.
Yeah.
What a hero.
It just makes me laugh every time.
Hilarious.
You know what? Every time I play against Morphling and Lane, I have a sensible chuckle. I'm like, oh, it's so
At
great.
my level of play, that's not really a thing. So
yeah. At your level of play, people complain about Lion's mana drain. So that's...
it is annoying.
Yeah. I mean,
the Lion does lose the game, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just a real tilter. Nope. Looks like he's listening in.
Speak of the devil.
Yep. Manta off the Frostbite there. Or not Manta, that was just the Illusion Rune.
Yep. But this is something I think teams got really, really much better at 2 years ago. It was one of the biggest changes to Dota, I think, was how much more emphasis teams started putting on defending towers and like allocating resources to... Like holding this mid tower for Secret right now is so integral that they are willing to park 3 heroes there for the next 5 minutes if they have to.
Yeah.
As long as Medusa is farming, not losing that tower is so crucial that They know, in terms of net worth, like let's say the Morph is solo hitting this mid tower and they're defending it with 3, they might be losing out a bit on farm because the enemy team can be farming jungle or whatnot, but holding that tower is just worth it. Even if you lose 1,000 gold, 1,500 gold, that tower is worth way more.
Yeah, we're going to see an Arcane Rune Morphling as the
nice blink.
Gambit. Yeah, Atos is disjointed there. So we'll likely try to turn this into a tier 1 mid, but that's easier said than done. I mean, Medusa has Manta, Scotty, working towards Butterfly. Went for the evasion talent, I believe, so...
It's going down now.
So we'll Morphling, yeah. We'll get the tier 1 tower, but at what point on Morphling do you go for like an MKB? Is that ever a thing? It feels kind of weird to go non-stat items.
I guess it can be kind of cool with Shadow Realm, right?
Yeah, because you don't miss.
Yep. That's kind of what you do MKB for.
Yeah, because Luna is also not really the most typical MKB carrier either.
Right.
I mean, she was a Divine Rapier carrier, but that doesn't have True Strike anymore.
I'm not sure.
And she's going Aghanim Scepter. It's SNY BKB Dragonlance Ags. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is a pretty unusual build. I guess what they're thinking is, from the Luna's perspective against Medusa, right? Oh, this is a death.
Bloodright
kill.
Fear,
It's
Bedlam, everything, and the kitchen sink throne.
ultra dead.
That's
So,
Ornisha.
like, put yourself in the Luna's shoes. You're playing Luna into Timbersaw, Medusa, and Void Spirit. Like, how realistic is it that you get to right-click a lot in these fights? If you want to output a lot of damage and put a lot of pressure on Medusa, your ulti is actually very, very powerful, because...
She's basically stationary.
Right, so that is one way of outputting insane, quote-unquote, single-target damage. Like, if you place it correctly, this can burst through Medusa's mana shield very effectively, so I kind of like that idea. Oh, that is good cat.
That is a dead Dark Willow, but Morphling turns into a better Dark Willow, so it's a 1-for-1, not including the death that they already had on the Void Spirit. And look at this, how pitiful the damage is against Lorinov right now. Shadow Realm again, Matu.
Okay,
His mana is getting burned big time as a result of all this damage. Remember, Age is still intact.
Larnoff, this is not a 9k pup. Take it easy, brother. This is not going to work.
I'm sure he'll be fine. There's the Shadow Realm again.
Good pressure, though.
I mean, they're going to have a hard time killing him in that form as well.
Eclipse.
Yeah, Eclipse not doing a whole lot. And actually, looks like he might be in some trouble here. Pops the BKB a little bit late, and here comes the Morphling, trying to apply some more pressure. Again, Nisha dies. Nisha basically died right after respawning, and now Matu ruptured. Lorinov looks like he'll expend the Aegis at the very least. Nope, waveform's away. He'll just leave his tree to die instead. So BZZ ends up going down here, but...
All right.
All right. I mean, 3K net worth lead for Gambit. They're looking pretty good. The Luna didn't die despite... I mean, it looked like he was going to. And she's very close to Ag. 1,000 away for her, so that's another power spike for Gambit.
I wonder if Gambit could get strong enough that they can take over.
Enchanted Quiver on Morphling, right? Is that a gimme? What does he have right now? Yeah, this got it.
Yeah, you got it. You take.
So good.
You take
400 damage extra. They're getting everything they want right now. He's going Satanic too, so a lot tankier. Has a Dispel. Is that even useful against Frostbite? I mean, that's the beautiful thing about Satanic now is the fact that it dispels and like to take Lifestealer for example, a hero that would not really get Satanic in the past, but being able to just ensure that you can get your BKB off your Rage.
Right.
Pretty powerful.
In many situations, they actually replaced BKB as an item for that reason.
Yeah.
Because on many of the carries in the past, you would buy BKB to counter silences. You could just Satanic it off and just stand your ground. Are they actually getting Nisha for a 4th? Is that 4th or 5th kill on this guy this game? That will be the 5th.
Dodges the fear, but inside the Bloodright still and still ruptured. Of course, BKB popped by the Luna.
Of course, Larnoff
doesn't have an Eclipse to work with right now, so it looks like he might just drop. And with that, Secret finally with an advantage in a fight here.
Larnoff with the Gork cosplay, no TP. Ooh.
I hope Gork's not watching.
That is not good.
3 dead for Secret, and they're going to punish this by taking this tier 2 tower as well.
That is Gambit's first major mistake of the game. They chose to engage on this Void Spirit, and they've had a great track record, right? But this time around, it was in the other side of the map where Secret have control. They have more heroes placed down here. It's very different making this move at the bottom tier 2 than it is at the top tier 1 area.
Right.
And you couldn't bring your strongest hero. I mean, it's great that you have the outpost, but he's not connecting. A Morph TP there, total different story. I think the move would have worked. I think they would have got maybe 1 or 2 kills and 0 casualties, but that is huge. That equalizes the game. Secret just full-on came back. They got a tier 2. They get access to the enemy outpost, and they're going to retreat probably to just farm their triangle a little bit and wait to contest maybe next Roshan.
Oh my, Wind Ranger. Yaps are going for a Nullifier. This is a position 4, by the way. Blink Maelstrom Nullifier. Very cool. So does Nullifier work against Shadow Realm? How does that work?
No.
It's a constant dispel. You have to do it before. It doesn't work against it if you hit it after.
I don't think so. I don't see. The Shadow Realm is undispellable.
So what are your thoughts on Nullifier then?
Am I making this up? Is that dispellable?
I mean, it sounds right that it's not dispellable.
Cannot be dispelled.
Yeah. I mean, you can't click him once it's activated, obviously. I thought maybe since it's...
Right, I know what you mean. It's decent against living armor here. What else would it counter? The Ewels of Willow.
Yeah, Ewels. There's no Ghost Scepters yet.
That might actually be the primary reason he's buying it, is to be able to catch and kill the Willow on his own. But again, like you said, he could still Shadow Realm dodge, so he's got to catch him off guard.
Plus it feels like if Morphling turns in, if he just uses his ult on Dark Willow, it doesn't even matter anymore.
I feel like I must be overlooking something. Why is Nullifier so good here?
Well, we'll see soon enough. I'm actually interested to see why Nisha is going for Shard very early. I don't know if I've seen that before. As we're going to see the Bramble. BKB popped by Zai, and he's going to... Oh. Looks like he'll be okay here.
Found Afterlife in the meantime. Puppy Yapsor as well as Nisha finding that kill. And Nisha got ruptured.
Nisha ruptured again. What do you think? So the Shard, I mean, it looks like he's going BKB first, but Shard in order to... Like for the dissimulate, you get the extra range. So if you're ruptured, you can get extra distance away. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is just like there's no game where it's bad, right? It's one of those. It's just a super feels good pickup because you can, you can retreat better, you can play better offensively.
Right.
It just gives you options that you don't usually have on how to play positionings in fights. So I like it. I think he would rather just get it as a Roche kill, right? But I think the writing on the wall right now for Secret is that they're not getting this next Roche unless they find a really good team fight.
I mean, that's the other thing. Roche is not super fast for either team, really.
Right.
They don't have crazy Roche killers. I mean, Morphling hits like a truck, no doubt, but...
Morph is actually pretty fast when he turns into Willow. You saw last time. He had a DD, though, so that's a bit unfair to compare, maybe, but...
Yeah, one of the best DD heroes in the game, for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, though, because you have, like, this Luna who's going more for... It feels like a hybrid build, right? It's going E-Blade. Wow! So it's just committing to the all-magic damage. That's very interesting, especially considering Morphling, for the most part, is doing... Like, I guess it's more of a mix with the Shadow Realm, but a ton of magic damage himself.
Again, I think the logic, it comes back to Medusa, right? Oh, hang on.
First crown into the Bramble. Matu's going to tank up a little bit of that as we hear BKB popped. As Nisha ruptured again, and the Shadow Realm Morphling is destroying him along with Puppy. They're going to find the tree, so it's a 2-for-1 to start things out as a buyback. Now onto the tree and Protector. Zai has the BKB activated, but the right clicks are doing so much work against him. They're going to take him out again with the Shadow Realm from Lorinov. The Satanic keeps him very healthy. Matu has to pop the ult to get himself away. Yapsor will not be so lucky. So a 4-for-1 with the buyback under the tree and
Lorinov is
big fight for Gambit.
He's doing so many things right, except that one time he didn't have TP. It's basically been super clean from him. There's a lot of things that are really good there. So first of all, Matu has cooldown on Manta. So when he gets Curse Crowned, which obviously has the extra cast range with the Morph Ags, he is just isolated from the fight. And Lorinov doesn't pursue that kill. He sees something else, immediately goes and snipes out the Void Spirit. He knows he has the mobility and the range to take care of business when he gets ruptured. And just one target to the next to the next. Secret don't have the solutions right now to take out this Morphling.
Who is going MKB now, by the way.
Yep. I like it. Like when you look at how the fights are going right now, he's really unchallenged in the game. And thinking back, they first faced this hero and Secret haven't really solved it. And I was all aboard the Secret train in this game for how I thought it was going to go based on game 1, but Gambit have just... Now that they're not facing a Brood that's just ruining their game, we get to see how they can really play, and this is good stuff.
Yeah, they're definitely looking way better. I mean, would you give them the advantage? Right? I know it's only a 1K net worth lead. They're going to get the second Roche, which is the big Roche, obviously.
Definitely have the advantage if they get this one, and they will.
Question is, who gets the Shard here?
Shard currently on Luna.
I mean, Luna's is probably better than Morphling, although double adaptive strike is pretty freaking good. He's going to see the Shadow from afar. Matu, very little mana to speak of as he's stuck inside the Bramble now. Zai pops the BKB. They did kill the Dark Willow, and Morphling might be next. He does have the Aegis, though. Luna pops the BKB, and the right clicks looks like they'll be enough, although Matu's very tanky. Finally take him out. And now the chase is on for the rest of Secret. Bloodright won't quite connect. Satanic is popped to be able to take off that Frostbite.
Okay.
So, I mean, they get Medusa, which is huge, but at the very least, Secret does take out the Aegis.
I think given the circumstances, that's a good fight for Secret. This is a bit concerning, though. Morph is going to bottle up a DD.
Yikes.
I wonder how Laurinov died the first time, right? So he got caught by a silence from Void Spirit, but he has 2 dispels. Were they both on cooldown? Did he just panic a little bit? Because that should have been possible for him to
the
get out of.
Satanic was used a little bit later. I think, what's the cooldown of Satanic these days? I feel like it's not that low.
Yeah, it's not. So he definitely had that. I don't know. Maybe something else that I missed. Maybe he got stunned by something. But all right, they're gonna try to siege high ground. I like it. They have 40 seconds on Medusa. They have the DD.
They still have cheese. They have Solar Crest.
Oh, Dream.
Oh my goodness! Shackle shot onto 2. He has to pop the cheese to stay alive. And Laurinov is just destroying these structures right now. He's relatively low as he clips his put on the backside. Yapstor has to try to wind run away. They're going to dive into the tower now as Nisha pops the BKB to survive. But with that space, they take out an entire set of racks. Very nicely done from Gambit.
Dude, the waveform attacks targets with Satanic is just so disgusting. He just waveforms through a creep wave full HP. Oh my god. Was that what you talked about earlier? Was that when he had the Satanic? I think he only had the lifesteal back then. But when you pop Satanic into it, it's just like...
Yeah, it's absurd.
So crazy. All right, 7K lead for Gambit. They take that
The
win.
meme lineup is working. I wouldn't call it a meme, but this does feel like a pub thing where you're like, Morphling, Dark Willow, Bloodseeker, no stun.
When I look at drafts and I see an underdog and I feel like this is going to look grim for them and they do well, I'm always happy. Like, I'm always happy to see and be wrong about something like this because, you know, it's easy to write off the underdog team. You feel like they got crushed in game 1 and Secret have a solid idea, but Gambit are just really kicking it up here. They've switched gears and it's wonderful to see. It gives you hope that they could be able to pull out top 2. Like, getting a draw against Secret is definitely not a bad start. The big challenges also lie ahead. Like, there's two
there's a lot of good teams.
2 Chinese giants. You're facing Nigma as well. And Execration, who a lot of people probably wrote off a little bit, but might also be very surprising. SCA has been looking very good lately. So the global competition right now, I think, is closer than ever.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, before the last major, NA was the only one that was questionable for a lot of people. Well, and South America, I guess, but both turned up in a big way for that major.
Trying to do a bit of Laurinov here.
Shackle, which is reflected into another Shackle. Very nice.
That is one thing that Laurinov doesn't have with his build. He has no status resistance. And a lot of the time on Morph, you will see Morph have an SNY or some sort of other, or they will have a hard dispel or whatever. So if he does get caught by these stuns, he is susceptible to getting burst now that Satanic obviously doesn't have the status resistance component anymore. These Shackle shots do last quite a long time. But
I mean,
as we mentioned, Secret don't have single target burst, right?
At this stage, do you itemize for that still? Like, it feels like getting a Sange into something else is... Like, as the last item feels kind of
Nah, I don't think.
I mean, Sange and every component that combines into it has been nerfed like 3-4 patches in a row.
I still like the Butterfly. I think that's still going to give him some decent EHP, right? Like, even if he gets stunned, the evasion, the armor is going to help.
Right.
Against primarily Medusa, it's not that good against the rest, obviously. Windrunner with... does she have any True Strike? She doesn't, right? She only has the Maelstrom, so...
Still working on the Nullifier.
Yeah.
Ooh, Penta Edge Sword. Zai has to pop the BKB as he's found in his own jungle.
Yep.
How dare you be in your own jungle at this stage of the game. Matu did have, obviously, the Butterfly. What is he finishing now? I think he was going for Shard last I checked. Yeah, actually finished the Mjolnir. Very interesting. But the Shard, what do you think of Shard without Ags? Because I'm not saying it's bad, but you're just losing like half the effect, it feels like, you know?
I still think it's good here. Oh boy, Nisha. If they would have chased, they could have killed him. They might think he just TP'd out, but he actually doesn't have his TP.
Yeah, they don't have vision of him right now.
I like the Shard. I think it's worth picking up, personally. Like you said, it is better with the Scepter, but how else would you spend 1,400 gold right now for the same value, right?
So it was Luna that took the Shard from Roche, I believe, right?
I do believe.
So Lucent Beam now can be used on the ground, essentially, and it gives off a couple Moonglaves, I believe, in addition to...
325 search radius and hits 2 targets within 500 range of the Lucent Beam and reduces mana cost by 50.
Which, with her build, the Moonglave's not that great, right?
She has Timeless Relic. She has Timeless Relic and Ag's Eclipse. She hurts.
And she's almost 25 as well.
Yep.
That'll be very nice. As Morphling again taking out a tower. They just can't deal with this hero.
Secret are actually really in trouble. Like, they're not just behind. This is a hard game because it's difficult for them to access the map since their catch is as limited as it is. And if they don't access the map, Gambit are going to end the game with the next Roche, most likely, all right? They're going to pressure.
Bramble to start. There's the E-Blade. Okay, not the greatest layering, but there's the Eclipse on top of him. He's still stuck. Already popped his ult. He's just getting bursted down. 95 seconds. No more Matu. No buyback. Another rupture on Nisha. It seems to be reserved for him literally every single time. And this will likely be another Rax, if not GG. I mean, they're going to try to force out this buyback that will not come. And they have the building hitters. Unlike last game. Seeing a lot of more promise here from Gambit. As there's the jumper from Nisha. Takes up BKB, another rupture applied to him. Now he's going to get rooted on top, and the right click should be more than enough. He's going to have to buy back into the game immediately, but while this space is being created, the racks are being destroyed. And we've seen this story before. Man, there's way too much damage and way too much sustainability from Gambit.
Look at Laurenov's inventory. Like, how do you actually kill this guy? He has Manta, BKB, Satanic, and Minotaur.
Yeah,
he's like
he's
four different dispels.
I mean, he has to make a mistake for you to kill him.
Nisha. Oh,
yeah, Nisha, that is a... Oh, he actually gets out just barely. Oh, as the Bramble connects there. I believe that is the Curse Crown Shard, if I'm not mistaken. As this is going to be Mega Creeps at the very least. 30 seconds, no Matu still. Zai dead for 76.
And Laurenov disconnects. He's done. It's over. I think on a pause or what?
I'm guessing GGs were called. I think
okay.
we might have the players muted or something like that.
Yeah, for some reason we don't see the... I was like, that's a power move.
I think it's because of the voice lines, actually. I was wondering why we haven't heard any voice lines.
Oh, could
Usually people spam the crap out of that. But yeah, I mean, Laurenov on the Morphling, we thought Jenkins brought up the possibility of him going to Fuse. He didn't, but he ends up going a crazy build that works way better than I thought it would.
Have you ever seen an offensive leave in a pro game where you're like owning the opponent and you disconnect? Like you've seen offensive GGs.
Right. No, I think that's the next level.
That's the ultimate power move. You're taking the third laner, actually just disconnect.
I think now that we're getting close to TI-10, that's the next evolution of BM, right? Because we have to keep innovating as time goes on. You can't keep doing the same thing. Like we saw the question mark come up. Now it's got to be like a bracket. You got to put a character that doesn't actually make any sense, and then that's the next meme.
Right.
Like, don't you think open, close bracket just is beautiful?
Square root.
I don't know about that one. Anyway, this game was very entertaining to say the least. We got to see a crazy combo. Gambit looked good, man. Gambit looked real good.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. Like, after that game one, you know, a lot of the times, especially we've talked about, okay, they have 2 new players. Like, how's the dynamic going to be? And it's one thing inside of the game, but it's also outside of the game. Like, how do you bounce back from getting crushed? Like, it kind of got ran over in game one. They had a lot of combos that just missed. The synergy wasn't really there. They just look completely reset. We're going to do something else. We have a new strategy we're going to bring. It worked wonderfully. I think the thing that impressed me the most was their top lane managing to find these kills and how much they shut down Nisha. I think a lot of the games I see Secret lose is when Nisha really gets negated in a lot of the game, and they managed to do that. So great job, Gambit.
Yeah, so congratulations to them. They split this series. We'll see what T-Gov, Sheever, and the other guy have to say about this game.
I'm Jenkins.
Let's see what they have to say about the game. That was a different side of Gambit than what we saw in game number 1. Super happy to see them doing so well. And, I mean, we talked about the Morph Willow being strong, but Jenkins, Morph, Willow, Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that's a really nice combo that we definitely didn't fully anticipate. Other than the heavy breathing and heaving into the microphone, I would say that the Morphling plus the Bloodseeker combo is probably the best thing about that game. Just the fact that you have this hero that doesn't care if he is losing HP because he just literally regains it instantly when he morphs to full agi. You have a hero that is doing magic damage because of the Willow, and then you have a hero that's also abusing the attack speed because of the Willow. So it really is the perfect combo, and the only issue was that their early game was kind of rough, but making their way into that mid to late game, it feels like there was nothing to answer that on the Secret side.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence of Laurenov as well. Like, not only is the combo good, the way in which he was positioning his hero. He's playing underneath the towers. He knew exactly his limits, and it was refreshing seeing this performance, especially after the first game, where, of course, it's like a brood game, etc.
Yeah.
See Laurenov play. This was like a, whoa. You got to respect this guy.
That's why this guy is in the team.
So much better. And it was so impressive. And I just like the fact that you have the unsung hero of the game was Dream as well. Like, he's playing this Luna, but he's itemizing for like the magic build. So you know you have physical damage coming from the Morphling, so then you make this Luna be obnoxious in his own department. His positioning was always the one getting baited on, but then he had the BKB to turn it around. And it just allowed them to just play a much cleaner game, and it was a really impressive performance, a good team performance. Everyone had their own little unique moments, and the execute. How many times was there a rupture, but then they're playing on distance? You know, the lucent beams, the fizz, the wheel. Like there were so many kills where they had to synergize together from a distance, and that takes a lot of coordination to perfectly kill that hero without overcommitting and swarming that hero.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about this Morphling, but I feel like what we were saying about the Broodmother and Team Secret in the previous game is the exact same way that I feel about the Morphling, where if you're going to let Lornoff play as Morphling, at the very least, okay, maybe not insta-ban. He does spam it a lot, so maybe at some point you insta-ban it. Probably not after this one game, but you need an answer.
Yeah.
You need something to deal with this. And I think in the other game, there was actually a Willow Morph too. So it looks like people just really like this combo right now, and you need an answer.
Okay. Turns out we have a live connection to none other than Sir Action Slacks right now. Hello?
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 No, it's dead. I can't hear him anyway.
I can hear you. I cannot see you.
Is this part of the
link.
bit?
Is this a bit? Slacks.
Slacks. Hey, I see him in the background.
Oh, there he is. Oh, this is good Slacks content.
Slacks.
Is he wearing a hazmat suit?
Yeah, he is. You can see
Beautiful.
this.
Are we following him? What are we doing? We're in the hotel. Players are playing their group stage and
Clearly,
the
of course,
wildcards
yeah.
from the hotel.
Oh, this is beautiful.
This is very good.
This is
There we are.
Oh, there it
Hello.
Hi, cutie.
Hi, cutie.
Hey.
Is that Slacks in the background too? What the hell?
There's four of
Two
them.
Slacks.
Oh, he's on Discord. Don't show him that. It's high technology
Wait,
here, Slacks.
what's your
Can they still
Discord
hear
ID?
us? I don't
Yeah,
know.
what's your Discord?
In this area.
That's just not meant to fit.
Yeah, this is.
This is a good bit to like prank us.
Yeah, this is behind.
It is.
I mean, knowing Slacks, this is all scripted.
Is he wearing
anyways.
underwear under there?
Yeah, of course.
Is it just underwear?
Some whitey tidies?
Whitey tidies.
I
I
think
saw
that's
those
whitey
two.
tighties.
They're looking good.
I mean, I like the content.
I mean, he.
Shall I
yeah.
message him saying, idiot, you're live?
He's on the
this-
air.
yeah, this-
you know
yeah,
what?
he should
Can we-
be
can we-
aware.
We'll take
Yeah.
a minute to just analyze the specimen. He has lost a significant
He's
amount of
looking
weight.
He has.
beautiful.
Absolutely
I mean,
beautiful.
yeah, he is looking amazing.
He doesn't accept compliments, but I told him.
Yeah.
I looked at immediately his muscles. like,
Hearts in chat for Slacks and how good he
under
looks. Yeah.
under the obesity, there's actually very spectacular muscles.
Oh, we're back.
Where were you going with that?
He has a
What?
face mask on the microphone.
He looks great.
He looks amazing.
Very fit, beautiful
But
man.
that was
Okay.
a behind-the-scenes guys on how Slacks operates.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's able to
He's you know, hard at work.
fly on the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
He was there the whole time.
Great to see that.
He
Yeah.
saw Gambit take that victory. Of course, it leads to a tie because there's no actual winners in these series. It's just, you know, 2-game series leading to a draw for our first series. Actually, the other series also turns in. Spoiler alert.
Ah, damn!
Also turns into a draw.
I didn't see the end of that one actually.
Well,
I
it's been ruined now.
was going to.
Ruined.
Ruined by
I'm so
Shiva.
sorry.
Well, that's
I'm
cool.
so sorry. What?
I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
We have different regions battling together in both of the
Yeah.
games, both of the series. It looks even.
Yeah, this is the game that we just watched. You know what was a question that I had? Because yeah, I saw Gambit obviously getting ahead and doing really well, but there always was somewhere in the back of my mind. Yeah, but it's Team Secret and it's a Medusa.
I would agree with you. The issue for me was simply Nisha's itemization never allowed him to be at the forefront of every fight. He went for, I believe it was, let me just triple check this. It was a bots, Ags, a vessel, and he just, every time he looked at the fight, he was getting ruptured, he was getting zoned away, and he was dying instantly. So Secret kind of lacked that one hero to truly be tanky enough because of the Bloodseeker factor. So even though it was a Deucer game, the Deucer didn't have the supporting cast to survive those engagements.
That's interesting because when you have the combo of the Bloodseeker and then obviously the Morphling Willow, you know, typically a hero like Medusa, you need some sort of mana burn, but just overwhelming damage is sometimes enough. And in this case, Gambit just played it well enough to make it work. Like, I think if Lornoff wasn't so incredibly high skill on the Morphling, it could, the exact same thing could look really awful, where it's like, oh, the Medusa's too tanky, they don't have enough damage. Well, no, he's just in every single fight, he's killed off the supports, he's got all the buffs.
Yeah, but this also was a rare scenario where
Yeah.
Secret, the ones not making any moves. For like 15 minutes, Gambit, the reason why Secret looked like they're in the lead was Gambit was moving aggressively to top, Bloodseeker dies. They move aggressively, smoke into bottom, Bloodseeker uses Rupture but doesn't get a kill. So the game felt even because of Gambit's own moves.
It's so sorry.
No, it's fine.
I just see Lornoff. The Willow Morph combo is so
It's
stupid.
obnoxious.
We know that Lornoff is really good on the Morph, right?
Yes.
This
We have
game,
one game to go off, but
this
he's
game
amazing.
specific. No, well, in his pub's record
Yeah,
as well.
for sure,
This
for
game
sure.
specifically. Do you think it could have been any other? Like, is Willow super instrumental here? Because I felt like already with the Bloodseeker, it was really good, and I'm not sure if Willow was the thing that pushed them over the edge. I think they were doing really well regardless because of how well he played. Or was Willow definitely needed?
Yeah, I think the Willow was needed for the idea of the area control
Yeah.
and the survivability, where the Morphling had the confidence, because not only did you have your attribute shift, your waveform, you then had the realm defensively as well. Even though it's aggressive, it's a defensive spell. And the zoning of the Willow was like instrumental in some of these bigger fights.
It's funny you mentioned the area control, because something actually that like you literally just made me realize this, but you know people treat this Sniper as like obviously completely garbage hero.
Yeah.
Yep.
But when Sniper was good, this was a counter to the Medusa because you wouldn't walk into the Stone Gaze range.
Yes.
You wouldn't walk in and get hit by the Medusa.
Yeah.
The Morph Willow seems to be like the exact same thing, where you never really have to commit to her.
Because yeah,
You're just attacking from farther
and all
away
of a
than her
sudden
like little area.
the Mystic Snake and the little stony thing with
Yeah,
that,
true.
you're
Yeah,
not
exactly.
in range. You're good.
Yeah, how are you gonna hit a Morphling when he's literally untargetable?
And look at that 95% kill participation with Afterlife. Like Bloodseeker, he was like, sure, Morph Willow was the story of the game if you were to tell a mate about it, but it was the Bloodseeker, his ruptures, his presence, his laning phase ability.
The laning was nuts.
just
Yeah.
destroyed Secret's ability to ever have an earlier timing because they were kind of recovering from the Bloodseeker. So yeah, Afterlife really stand up.
I mean, that's
there.
crazy that you're even saying those words in our ears, that
Yes.
there is a lane that needs to recover from a Bloodseeker lane.
Yeah.
I mean, Bloodseeker just pushes the lane and you farm. I mean, it's like, it's not a particularly sick hero. I mean, you're not going to lose the lane, but you don't usually win the lane like that. That was just absolutely fantastic play.
I'm gonna ask again
Okay.
the Willow factor on that lane because you got CM versus Willow on the supports.
Yeah, but as Syndon did mention in the cast, Puppy did nosh on or consume like triple mango at one time. So clearly he might have been, nauseous,
Yeah.
Yeah,
leaving laning phase,
fair.
covering from the overwhelming mango.
I mean, you get a sugar rush. It's good for a little bit, but then you get a crash, right?
yeah, and I
Yeah.
think the crash hit
Yeah.
around 25 when realms
Ah.
were flying at his face and
Yeah.
belly being full of the mangoes.
I know the feel. I just had some dried mangoes as well. You can't go too hard on
You can't.
those, especially not the sugared ones.
If that is a really good build, by the way. Memes aside, CM going for mangoes,
Yeah,
not going
it
for
is.
aura at level 2. Go for your Q, go for your W, and kill heroes. Very good build.
Okay, so we now had our first series here on this stream, and it is a draw. It is Team Secret and ASM Gambit both walking away with one win. And I think Gambit's going to move on to play on the Dire stream right now. Secret's going to get a little bit of a break, and we're going to get 2 fresh teams for our next series. Before that happens, though, we're also going to get a fresh panel. So to make that happen, we're going to say goodbye to you for a bit, but we will be back with IG versus Execration after this.
Change of range.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection, Storyline. Logo token, trophy token, story token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
absolutely love that intro, and love being here as well with the second series of the day. Welcome back, AniMajor, of course, live from Kyiv, Ukraine, and we are moving on to our second series, which is on this stream, IG versus Execration, and the draft is just moments away. But before we get to the draft, I got two fresh panelists right here, and I want to ask them what they think about this wildcard. I'm here with BSJ, I'm here with Effie, and Effie, I'm going to start with you. There's 6
Hi,
teams.
I'm happy to be here.
Only 2 make it through. Which 2? And why?
My personal choice was a bit different. Sorry, I'm really nervous. This is my first time.
It's all good.
Okay, so my personal choice actually for my wildcard was Nigma.
Yeah.
And then Vici. And the reason for this is I think that Nigma have their backs against the wall right now, and they need to absolutely bring their A game. So I really think that historically, when they've been in high-pressure situations, they've done very well.
Yeah, lower
Vici?
bracket runs, they do it all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And Vici, I think they're the best Chinese team in the wildcard. One of the 2.
All right, how about you, Brian?
I'm really boring. I'm just waiting for Vici and IG as the 2 teams that'll go
Even
through.
with the stand-in?
So we were talking about it behind the scenes for a couple days now, and it's like, okay, if you're going to have a stand-in, if it's your coach, what position would you most like them to be in? And the fact that it's the 5 position, I think it's the least negatively impactful position to have a stand-in in. That's coming from the coach role.
Isn't that depending a little bit on how vocal Ollie was in the game? Do we know how vocal Ollie was in-game itself?
Well, some of the coaches are also very vocal, so it
True.
comes down to, yes, it matters. Like, every position is going to be detrimental to some extent, but a lot of times people pick their 5 early on in the draft anyways.
True.
So they could probably just stick him on 2 or 3 comfort zone heroes of his own. They've probably had enough time to build some drafts around him, and it's not too influential on the overall game plan what you end up plugging in at the 5.
All right, Effie, then moving on to this series, we got IG and Execration. Execration coming in as the underdog, even going up against a team with the stand-in, but from a very highly competitive region, there's a lot of pressure on them, right?
There is a lot of pressure, and as far as I know, this is their first very big event. But ever since Nico joined their draft, they've been playing a lot better. It seems like they've kind of found the way that they want to play, like kind of through their offlane. And I think they might surprise a few people with some of the games that they play. Like I'm looking forward to see how they
do you think that they have it in them to do the same type of run as what we saw from OB Neon previous major?
You know, I feel like with C Dota, you never know what you're in for, but definitely from what I've seen from them, they can be creative, and maybe that creativity can kind of help them when they're playing against Chinese teams, so we'll see.
Okay, well, we do have, I believe we have the draft coming your way any second now. And yeah, it is going to be IG versus Execration. So just to set the scene a little bit, we got IG. They're already qualified for TI. They're Gucci. They don't need to prove anything, and they're playing with the stand-in, so even if they don't do well, they got an excuse. On the other side, Execration, the way that their region is right now is that OB Neon and T1 both got a decent amount of points, but nobody has enough points to make it to TI yet. And depending on what has happening this major, there is a chance that Southeast Asia is going to only have 1 team at TI, and the only one is going to be the one that qualifies so through the, not through points, but through the actual qualifiers. So there's a lot of pressure on Execration to do well to hopefully for them get some points. But we're going to find out. We're going to the draft. I'm going to stop talking. I believe that's an IO Tiny combo, Brian.
That's ancient.
Oh, it's an ancient apparition. Why can't I see that?
You know, they look kind of similar on the anime pictures, so that's
Right.
perfectly
Thank
acceptable
you.
mistake to make. The one hero that Mira told me about behind the stage was the Doom for Execration. What you said the record was 9-1, right?
They're 9-1 with Doom.
Yeah,
last
the fact that
season.
it's getting first round banned is some serious respect from IG. They've done their homework. AA Tiny, I feel like I'm watching the European region. We got to see that all throughout the DPC. It's just insane damage. They did nerf Ancient Apparition's Ice Vortex, the magic amp, a little bit, so it's not quite as deadly, but I have been told from China, Nyx Assassin first round picked every single game that it's left in the pool. I guess they just think it deny picks a lot of these popular mids, such as the Lesh in the China region.
Yeah, Nyx is usually just first banned or first picked in China, and then depending on whether or not it gets through the draft, like everything else changes entirely. Darkseer is a hero that I thought we would see more playtime this major, and we've already seen him already. right?
What about Darkseer made you think we were going to see him a lot?
I think he's just good against heroes like Medusa, who have become very popular. And he kind of enables these like offlaners like Nyx Assassin, Clockwork, like all of these popular heroes to just do more on the lane.
Yeah, I think with the heroes like Clock and Nyx, what I see a lot of Darkseer teams do is they'll give them that Ion Shell to leave the lane and go kill like a stacked camp.
Right.
And it's like, oh, suddenly you have this Clockwork or Nyx that has no farm potential that gets an extra little level bolstered. And he's also leaving his offlaner alone at the same time. It is efficient. The hero has a lot of potential, Darkseer, in that regard, but he also generally gives pretty good farm to whatever hero he's against. Yes, he scales well against the Medusas, all these other illusion heroes that end up killing themselves or the teammates around them, but you have to be careful because you are giving that guy almost always more items to work with.
Right.
Is there anything that we can learn from the bans coming out at the moment with the Grimstroke Void on one side and the Spectre band out on Execration side?
Well, the Spectre ban is very popular against Chinese teams. They value that hero very strongly, actually. I've noticed it's banned quite frequently against them.
I'd probably use this one. It's pretty hard to see the anime
kind of
pictures
hard
on
to
some
see
of the
the
bans.
bans, right? But it's covered. Do you see?
Yeah, I think with Spectre, it's a pace of the game thing against the Ancient Apparition, because a lot of these backline supports, they don't want to deal with that global threat because their positioning in fights is so crucial, and they're also dealing out spells that require them to focus on where they're landing them, so it's really hard to be doing both at the same time. And then the Darkseer Ion Shell allows these heroes that lack the contribution in like the 10 to 15 minute fights that a hero like Spectre does, and they actually do a lot just by being on top of you.
And they do ban out the Medusa on the side of Execration. Like, they noticed that they have a Darkseer on IG's side, and they were just like, you know what? We don't have the Darkseer. Let's just ban the Medusa.
You also have AA Tiny, which is all burst-oriented, and I think Spectre Medusa are probably the two hardest carries in the entire game to burst.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they also consider banning out the Wraith King as like the third unburstable carry, because they're pretty much all in on that. Even though they haven't shown any part of their draft yet, when you commit two heroes to this all-in kill one person, you definitely can't have a hero that completely counters that.
Agreed.
No.
Oh, they go TA. Okay.
Yeah, they pick up
That
the
makes
puck.
sense, though, that they elect the TA since they're picking the puck. Hard lane counter.
Yeah.
I do really like this puck pick. I think it's a very active hero. I think it plays well with Tiny, plays well with AA. It's very active around the map, and AA loves to play with heroes who are constantly going for kills.
It's going to actually be very interesting to see how IG plays against the puck, because puck has been pretty popular in a lot of regions, but not in China, right? In China, has not been picked that much at all.
Yeah, I was hearing that from across the world. Like, everyone's like, why is EU still picking puck when it's not even getting touched in the China region? And I was like, well, it seems they're doing pretty well in most of the games that I'm watching. And I think the issue with this puck pick, if I had one, is the fact that Tiny is now revealed to be a 4 as of the 3rd pick in the draft. Usually when you pick these flex heroes first round, you want to leave it as long as possible.
Does Execration play Tiny carry?
That is true. That's for you.
They did not play it during the DPC, but I'm sure that they can. Like,
yeah.
I still don't know if it's a 4 or a 1. Like, it's still out there. But Tiny carry definitely has its merits.
I think it has to be paired with like the likes of Morphling, though. Every time I saw it during the European and CIS DPC, it was you had a Morphling, a TA, like a carry in the mid lane. So I don't know if I'd be a big fan of it if they have the puck mid. Like, you don't really have... Tiny's not a hard one. He's like a momentum-based one that inevitably gets carried by somebody else because he does literally fall off like a rock. So we got the Disruptor pick.
I like that a lot against puck.
Do you like it because of the vacuum wall combo, or what do you like about it?
It can kill him. Combined with Darkseer, like, puck can definitely die to these heroes. Like, they shouldn't have to be worried about killing this hero. Usually he's so slippery, he needs like some kind of instant silence or instant stun, and I think they kind of solved that problem so far with the Disruptor.
I think the Wraith King pick's a really solid deny
right
pick.
about that.
Not the best illusion hero. Yes, you give him a Radiance potentially, but other than that, the illusion's like kind of mediocre. And then mostly the fact that both teams are heavily like of one single volley of spells, and then they're done. Like, both teams are all in on that initial burst. So Wraith King's the only prime candidate left. Maybe IG has something in mind that fits that bill as well. Jug, he can die. He can die full to 0. That hero is not that tanky health bar wise in the mid game.
I think what they were going for with the Juggernaut is that really strong mid-game timing with Darkseer, and one of the better heroes to do that is Juggernaut. Maybe they were just like thinking in like the bigger scope of the game. rather than like, can this hero individually die?
He will come online much earlier than the Wraith King, so I completely agree with that. So it really will boil down to, because he enables his team by going in first on the jug, if he's able to actually do that. Like, if he hits that critical mass of like SNY Scotty before they have like a couple right-click items on the Wraith King, and now the magic nukes are no longer enough, then IG, I think, will run them over. But it's a pretty thin line to walk around.
And Effie, you said at the start that you really like what Nico's been doing. His hero is going to be last on the docket here from the looks of it. I guess there could be potentially some flexibility, but what do you want to see from him? What kind of boxes does his hero need to tick?
It's kind of hard to see the ban screen from here, to be honest.
I will tell you that IG banned a Legion Commander and Beastmaster, while Execration has just banned Void Spirit, and they are waiting for their last ban. Or they're picking it they're banning it in a second.
I'd like to see like a very tanky, fast hero coming out from him. Someone that can like pair with the Tiny and the Puck and the AA. Is Centaur still in the pool?
Yeah, there's actually very few offlaners banned, just in general. I guess we had Bristleback at the start, Legion Commander, Beastmaster, Mars banned, but Centaur's still in, Tidehunter's still in, Axe still in.
Slardar comes.
Slardar's still in.
Slardar is good as well, yeah. I like Centaur if the Tiny is a 4, because you're not really reliant on that early blink timing. Like, you can just kind of stampede in and get your Tiny stun off. Like, he kind of covers him for a while.
The thing about these last 2 bans for IG is that they're protecting exactly what the Jug would struggle against later on in the game, which is heavy single target physical damage, which if he gets past the early magic damage, great, he can outcarry them, but once you put that in the equation, that's why I mentioned Slardar. It's definitely not as ideal as the other 2 options that they banned out, just because Slardar Tiny's kind of I'd say a mediocre lane, to say the least, just 2 melee heroes that rely on being point-blank range to do anything. But if they can make it so Jug is nullified like 30 minutes plus, they're going to look really, really good if they get that just one opening for Wraith King to get the Radiance plus the next item. And they're good, smooth sailing from there, I think.
Agreed.
Just a DK, I think, could work here. You're scared of picking like tanky heroes against the AA, but they go mag.
Ooh, they go Jug mag. I like it.
A lot of circles.
Putting their cards on Juggernaut. I like it.
There's a big wombo combo potential on the side of IG. I always feel like if you're playing with a stand-in, right? Communication is probably going to be the thing that is the hardest to get used to, maybe. So this is going to be a true test to see, well, I would imagine Super's Disruptor, see if he's able to time everything properly with the rest of his squad.
He is the follow-up, at least. I think it's easier to be the follow-up than it is to be the guy that sets it up. I've played with the best Darkseers in the world, such as like Universe, and it's such a privilege because they are literally pinging where they're going to vacuum. So I would expect that type of play from... I'm like, oh, that's easy.
I think as far as communication goes, like out of all the roles, like Brian said, out of all the roles you would want your coach to fill, it's definitely position 5. And I don't think it's going to be that bad for them. Like, I think they're already used to the coach being very involved in the process.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. I'm really liking IG's draft so far, personally.
I like it as well. Let's see what Nico is going to play then. They're taking their time for sure. This is their bonus time already, by the way. So we're going to see an Axe come out. Tanky hero, fast hero, as you said, Effie. Is this the one you like to see here?
Axe is definitely good here. He's really good against Juggernauts. I kind of liked Centaur a little bit more just because of the way that he pairs with Tiny, but I do think the Axe has more merits than Centaur when it comes to killing Juggernaut, for sure.
It just makes it harder for Jug to enter fights. I think the Centaur would be nice earlier, but the Axe will be better later as a RP counter. Just both heroes are reasonable for the sake because you can buy the Ags on Centaur, but now it's just... There's really not that many stuns on IG, so if like the Wraith King is able to tank just a couple spells, the low cooldown stuns coming out from the Tiny as well as the Axe, I think will play really well into the long drawn-out fights for Execration, including on top of the fact that they'll probably go Radiance on the Wraith King. So I personally like Execution's draft a lot. I still think IG is the better team, but it really is going to come down to execution in fights. It's an easy cop-out as an analyst, but I think this one is really important.
I think if Disruptor can get Puck in his Static Storm, like, they should be able to fight this fine. So I personally like IG's draft for it. I think their execution is very good. They're very disciplined. I think they'll be able to pull it off, personally.
Yeah, you feel like they have the execution, what it takes, because, I mean, we like both of their drafts, right? Both the draft from Execration and from IG. Maybe IG's draft is requiring a little more higher execution levels, but they did win the last major, and we know that they can do that, right? And if the position 5 is the easiest to replace, a follow-up, I mean, I hear all cases that IG is going to be taking this first game.
To be fair, if it's execution-based, I literally had to make a video on the fact that IG 5-man Delta split Ice's Black Hole to win that last major, so I'll trust them in team fights.
And you're gonna imagine that the coach had something to do with that in terms of practicing and knowing exactly who to go with where.
Absolutely.
All right, well, with that in mind, let's find out if they can execute this first game of this 2-game series between IG and Execration. We're heading over to a commentary duo of Sunsfan and Synerin.
You know what's awkward about this, Synerin? I never know when I'm supposed to talk. Like, am I supposed to talk right away? Do I wait for the camera to get to our beautiful faces?
You're supposed to talk as little as possible.
All right, I just heard Shiva in the background saying right away, so I'm going to continue to just wait awkwardly until our faces are shown, and then we start speaking. But IG versus Execration, obviously...
I have a better idea.
Okay, you want to keep going on your tangent? Go ahead.
How about you don't talk when the camera comes to you either, and you just sit there?
Do you want a solo cast?
No, I also just sit there.
Yeah, that's an easy
fair.
fire right there. But IG versus Execration, Cinderman. IG obviously won the last major, but then the wild cards are missing a player, as the panel talked about. I mean, position 5, you know, Ollie for Super. Like, what's your opinion in terms of, you know, you've been around the block once or twice?
Super's a really good player, and he plays a great support. So I don't think it kind of depends how good shape he's in, right? Like, it's one thing to stand in a position you've played before, but like if you're well trained in Dota recently, if you've like some coaches don't play very much and other coaches play a lot. An example that really comes to mind for me was when Seb was coaching OG. He was playing so much Dota. He was playing like, I don't know, he was playing 10 or 12 hours a day while coaching that team because he really, really wanted to know what he was talking about and leading the team and helping them. If it's similar with Super that he plays a lot, I don't know. But if you're in that kind of shape and you play your role, it's not like stepping in with a team that you're comfortable with shouldn't be too difficult.
I mean, it's another one of those instances where it's still kind of a wild card because you don't know exactly how it's going to go.
Right.
Like normally, if this was their full lineup, we'd say there should be no issue. But then again, they are in the wild card, so there is that aspect of, you know, they've already made it to TI. How much does this matter? I actually don't like that narrative very much because, I mean, Secret is the other team, right? That already made TI, and people were kind of discussing that fact. The first time that Secret was together, people don't remember this. Puppy, Kuroki, No Tail, S4. Who's there? Like, they got rid of Fly. I forget who they actually got for him, but
no, I don't remember. They had Arteezy like 5 times, so it might have been him.
Yeah, one of those times they had Arteezy, but they actually were dominating so much that before TI, they kind of took a break. Right, where they would just, you know, they'd pub and whatnot, but they wouldn't play against other teams. They kind of take it easy because they don't want to share strats, and they got destroyed at TI. So I don't think, like, you can just take time off and be okay with that. I really, especially in today's day, like, that was like 5 years ago. The game is so much more competitive than it used to be.
I think the players are also a little bit more hungry because of the absence of events, right? Like, with COVID, there being less opportunities. When you finally get to go to LAN, you really want to show off what you can do, right? Like, this is what you're passionate about. You spend... I don't know how many years of your life playing this game. You finally get to play a LAN for the first time in months. Like, of course, they're not here to lose, right? It doesn't look good. They're not, like, hiding strats or whatever. The whole hiding strats thing is also a bit of a weird thing because, you know, we have patches in Dota regularly. So strategies change. A strategy you have now that's amazing might be really bad in 2 months because your heroes get nerfed. So, like, there's not really any point in not bringing your best game and getting your best result.
Yeah, I've noticed that, too, that pocket strats really... They're very inconsistent in use because of that fact, right? Like, you go into a tournament, maybe you have a pocket strat, like, okay, if we're down a game or we're up a game, like, depending on how confident we are, we get this level 1 Roche. You know, we do something where we take that tower at the beginning of the game, but we don't really get to see that very often. Do you think it's just because of like, how often the game changes in terms of the meta? Or is it teams are just not willing to take the chance, almost?
I think pulling off a pocket strat is just also harder than it used to be, right? Like, with the changes to drafting, with the amount of bans, with the stop yourself, with the banning. Hey, wake up!
The camera keeps moving. It's really distracting.
Is it
We're not
mesmerizing?
just talking. The game is about to start. I promise. As you can see, the intro. You know,
Him
production,
staring, you actually threatened production to switch scenes.
Production, that's true. Production made sure that we got the talking time at the beginning of the game out of the way, so I'm very happy about that.
Right.
As we see Nico on this, I am very excited. Every time I see Axe, it's just such a cool hero. The fact that you can go for the Shard Manta now, which, I don't know, is that like something you do literally every game, or is it still somewhat game dependent? I know it was kind of nerfed, but
I think it's game dependent. I would like to see a Blade Mail this game. I think Blade Mail is really good against Mag plus melee carry.
Okay.
They do so much damage to themselves with it. It's kind of... If you're choosing Axe over other offlaners this game, it's specifically because you're targeting the Jug, right? Like FA pointed out, it's a very good matchup for the Axe, both in lane and in game, and I think the Blade Mail will definitely get in there. Just to clarify about the reason we were on camera for so long, I believe there was a little bit of a pause. If you're new here and you're going to watch our future games, don't worry, we will not be rambling like that at the beginning of every game. You'll get your Dota. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be fine.
Why are you prepping people? It's more fun for them to think that we're holding the game hostage so we can talk about nothing useful. There's definitely 2 or 3 people out there that feel that way.
That's the ultimate anime villain. The superpower of just keeping everyone hostage.
We're trying to stick to the theme. I am supposed to be the villain.
You are.
My character is a villain.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know that.
Definitely a death stare into the camera, so you did great.
Thank you, thank you.
Doing a good job. Let's try to cap off the drafts a little bit. The panel is talking about them a lot. I think they pretty much hit the nail on the head with most of the stuff. I do feel like IG's lineup has a little bit of a higher execution ceiling. It's harder to pull off, but when you do it, it has options that the Radiant can't, where the Radiant is more clear-cut. You know, you have these initiation stuns, you have like Blink Call, you have Coil, you have Tiny Combo into Ice Blast. All of these work very well, but IG has some exceptional counterplay. There's some really cool skewer opportunities against these melee heroes. You have Carapace, which can combo break literally every hero on the Radiant.
Yep.
And I would really like to not see Wraith King go for the Radiants. BSJ was talking about it. I think it's a little bit just because it's like the default thing for Wraith Kings to go for a lot of the time. I think this is a really bad Radiance game. You're against Nyx, who's going to Carapace you, and you're against Wall. Not advisable. I would love to see something like an Armlet Deso build come out of Palos. Maybe you get a Dagger and try to play this high tempo. And with an Armlet Deso, you also kill Roche very fast, which is nice on the Radiant. So
that's true. Roche advantage always gives you a better chance. That's the smartest thing I've ever said, Cinderin. If you kill Roche, you have a better chance of winning. I don't know if you knew that.
It depends if you die all 5 heroes for the kill.
If you just get it, it's fine.
No, that's not fine.
All right, the second Roche is worth though. The Shard
depends if you pick up the items after.
Yeah,
you
pick up. Of course, you pick up the items. That's the whole
didn't.
point.
You said you kill them.
All right, it's implied as we have a Battle Hunger applied from Nico onto Mr. Super.
Yep.
Their coach, of course. We'll see how he performs in this tournament, but seems to be. I mean, based on the panel and your discussion, it sounds like you're expecting basically them not to miss much of a beat as a result.
I mean, there's probably some sort of a sacrifice, right? Like, it's not going to be full-on Oli mode, but I don't think it's far from, like, super... Again, it really comes down to how much he's been playing, right? If he's been playing actively, I'm not worried for them.
What are your thoughts on Magnus? As we're going to see...
Oh, RR.
Yeah, RR is in quite a bit of trouble. He will be taken out. It's going to be first blood going the way of IG as Kaka. He will be caught by the Wraithfire Blast. Whoop!
Good sticks.
Right. Not enough. Not nearly enough. But JT, again, this is a hero that... I mean, do they have kill potential on this Darkseer once he hits level 3, once the Ion Shield starts to just push the wave constantly?
You can definitely, like, most melee carries will be struggling a little bit against these lanes. One of the great examples of someone who won't is AniMajor, because he has Blink and the Spell Shield, but...
Toss.
Nice toss.
Into the Avalanche. We don't have call yet on Nico, but Super will go down.
Ollie wouldn't have died there. That's what I'm saying.
As Fly, or Fly, I should say, pops the Blade Fury, but to no real avail, so kind of a waste there in all honesty. Yeah, I'd love to see a level 3 call taken here from Nico once he hits. That's going to help quite a bit.
That's definitely something that wasn't very popular for Axis to do, like just a month ago. But with the new build-up where you often rush the Vanguard and you play primarily against melee carries, you can definitely see a 1-1-1 build working out a lot of the time.
I mean, speaking of the Vanguard, do you think the nerfs made like much of a difference at all? Like, it feels like it was very minor.
Not that much. Oh, Emo, do you not want the other one? Is he saving it for later?
Yeah, why not? Efficiency.
I guess.
He's confident nobody's going to go up that cliff. I mean, he just showed that he's going there, so they will be communicating on the other side that rune's definitely gone.
That's fair.
Kaka. Oh, Kolki will actually proc Vacuum.
Oh, good Vacuum.
Was enough to save him for now, but Kaka, Salve comes in as well, and it's very close, but he will tumble. RR in the meantime getting chased by JT in this Ion Shell.
Does he have Vacuum?
Cold feet again. And Vacuum has like a 2-minute cooldown, basically. He's just chasing down Palos right now. Under the tier 1, he's going to get the kill. Probably worth, but a double kill for Vincenzo, and I believe he's just going to carry now. So Wraith King will be the support hero. And, I mean, if you've seen Aghanim Scepter on AA anytime, it's pretty strong.
I know in your pub games, when the support gets a couple of kills, they just start taking lane farm, and they're like, you go woods now.
But yeah, that's the Slack special, actually, anytime you play
No, the Slack special is picking Venom and buying 5 boots.
Yeah, that's true. 5 different boots.
Yeah, it was not good. He went 0-19, and he was definitely the reason we lost that game.
Wow, what a call out there. Goodness.
Yeah. Well, if you deserve it, you deserve it.
That's true. That's true.
You know the saying, sometimes you got to call a spade, right? Slacks is a spade.
This is true. Is Nico?
Nice toss.
Yep, tossed out of the range of the Blade Fury, but Thunderstrike is continuing to proc. There's the Avalanche, slowing them down. Looks like Nico will survive as a result.
Very, very nice from BDZ there.
Not to be confused with the great BDiz of NA.
Yep.
Very illustrious career.
He quit professional Dota and became a bodybuilder.
Is that true?
No, he's just in really good shape.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually. That's true. Yo Wei, I'm going to try to remember how to say his name because it was specifically threatened to us, I believe, by their manager. Oh, Wi-Fi pops that Blade Fury. Looks like he gets the kill, but will he survive? The Healing Word comes out. BDZ trying to chase it down. It might be his demise. See if they can find him, though, as the Healing Word will make its way around. So get some nice regen here.
To the tower.
Suicide to the tower. So 4-4.
Very action-packed. We had this many kills in the last game at minute 17, I think.
That's true. I mean, it is an Axe and it is a Darkseer, so it feels like they're just forcing it. Those heroes just fits that play style.
I really enjoy watching laning stages like this where people are very much trying to pressure rather than just settling, you know? And it is very lineup-based whether you can do this or not, but when you have heroes that can put pressure, I feel like that's the most enjoyable part of Dota, is just seeing people go at it. Sure, many viewers would agree. Some people also like watching people in the jungle for 25 minutes, but
I mean, I missed the level 1 LC jungle, I won't lie, Synderen. Definitely a degenerate.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
And have 0 impact on the game, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of a given, you're LC jungle.
Yep. But what are your thoughts on Darkseer this patch? Been seeing a little bit more. It was kind of lost for a couple patches, I want to say. I feel like the Aghanims, I'm not sure how fast you get it, but it feels like a purchase you get pretty consistently. The Ion Shell, you get the double charges, it lasts longer, and you get the 300 HP per target.
I think, as usual, Darkseer is a team-dependent hero. There's a lot of offlaners where it feels like you can just pick them in any lineup. I don't think Darkseer is one of those. Like, you want a good Ion Shell carrier, you want a good combo with Vacuum, ideally, and to make it a really good Darkseer game, you also want a good matchup in the safe lane. And he actually has all 3 this game. So he has Ion Shell carriers in Mag and Jug, and Nyx. He has a lane matchup against a melee carry that he fares relatively well against. I wouldn't say Wraith King is the best, but you're going to farm. And they have the Vacuum combo into Static Storm, into Nyx Stun, into RP. So it ticks all the boxes for a great Darkseer game. If you can pull it off like that and you have a player on it, I think the hero is great this patch. Like you said, the Axe is one of my favorite Axe of the game right now. I think it's very, very strong. It's your great timing. Fly.
Yep, Nico getting chased down,
He's
Thunderstrike.
dead, actually.
Looks like the Blade Fury should be enough with that last right click, but there's the coil, rotation from Yo Wei, and a nice toss out of the break, and Yo Wei takes that kill for himself. So at least they get something out of it. I mean, that's a Jug dead, that's pretty big.
It is. Axe is suffering a little bit, though. He's rushing that Vanguard, so he doesn't have boots. He can't really create any distance to the Jugger. It's very, very easy for him to
It's
run
always
down.
awkward when you know you need to get Vanguard super fast, but then you're against a freaking Juggernaut that just chases you down.
Yeah.
It's like, do I go boots? Do I not?
I wonder if there's a case to be made for buying the Vitality Booster before the Ring of Health, actually, because the way you die is 100 to 0, right?
Yeah, true.
So maybe the Vit Booster could have saved him there instead of the Ring, but obviously it feels good to have the Ring against all the consistent harassment. Anyway, bottom lane, they're going to see a tiny rotation. This is probably going to be a very unexpected play for IG. They are not ready whatsoever for this.
Wraith Fire Blast into the cold feet, but just out of range for JT and that surge. There's the Avatos back into the fray. Impale comes out, but Kaka looks like he'll end up dropping here to the last right click of RR. So nice rotation.
He's level 6!
Oh, wow. That's an Ice Blast coming out. Doesn't look like it'll connect, though.
It did not.
Yeah, but thank you. I mean, it's pretty clear that it did not based on the minimap, but
I know. I was
like the suspense.
I had nothing to say.
It's good.
So I said something.
Nico now has that Vanguard, so he's going to be pretty tough to kill. I mean, what is your build on Juggernaut these days? Like, what do you like to see? Because, like, we see a lot of, I mean, it depends on the game, but Maelstrom seems to be pretty common. Obviously, Manta is very common, or an SNY, depending on which is better that specific game.
Right. So I think Juggernaut maybe in a way follows a bit of the same trend as Ursa we talked about in Game 1 today, where Ursa went Diffusal and does that a lot, where Jugger, instead of going Battle Fury, will try to play a faster timing. So items like Yasha, full-on SNY, Manta, Diffusal is an option sometimes, and the Maelstrom. If you want to go the farm-heavy route, I think Maelstrom is probably usually the best one, because once you go Battle Fury, you're really hard committed to farming, right? With the Maelstrom, you're actually a relatively good asset in fights too, with your Omnislash doing a lot of spread damage.
Yep.
So I would say for well-roundedness sake, I would like to see a Maelstrom. In this game, he's with Mag, so obviously has that cleave benefit, and that makes agility a lot better than usual because he gets the extra damage. So we will see him rushing a Yasha here.
Yeah, another surge comes out.
It's a good
Another
dodge.
dodge on the Ice Blast, but there's the toss. As it is an AA being tossed, so maybe not the most useful.
You think it would shatter from fall.
Yeah, that's true. They should add that as a mechanic. Now that they got rid of the toss buyback thing, they need to make something equally stupid.
Yep.
To make up for it, I think. I mean, the Pudge hook is still in the game.
Don't worry. It'll get
That's
fixed
fine.
in 4 years when it happens in an important game.
I think that's important. It wasn't really a fix, though.
No.
Like, it was clearly a feature because they didn't say fix in the patch notes, which seems to be their MO. So, very cool to see. And Emo right now, top of the net worth along with Fly. So IG off to, you know, a decent start in terms of just getting their farm right now. Emo with the Empower level 4 ready to go. Oh, they're going to find Nico. I mean, he's pretty tanky, but you have 3 members of IG here. And they're going to expend RP on top of that, just in case, into the skewer.
My kill.
I mean, he wants to double check, you know? He's like, I'm close to blink. Let me just get that out there.
No, the thing I love about that is not that he only skewers him. He skewers him so far away into the tower that he almost got his team out of XP range. That would have been pretty cool.
Coil Waning Rift, though, so they end up trading here. And the Juggernaut is obviously a very big kill again. So that's the second death now for Fly.
Yeah.
So Execration doing a good job of kind of shutting him down to a degree.
I like Yoei's movements this game. He's doing a very good job at being quick. Sure, he doesn't counteract the play as it is happening for Axe. He can't get there that fast, but he makes sure the trade happens both times now that they commit onto Axe in the top lane. And in the meantime, he still connects back to mid relatively fast here to push this mid tower. And I really like what they're doing here. They're spawning the skeletons mid together with the siege creep. He's a little bit scared of committing. They got some decent chip damage on the tower at least. Probably get it down to about half.
Yeah, but during this time we see, I mean, they killed Juggernaut a couple times, but with Empower, he's going to be able to obviously farm that up again pretty quickly.
Good
see the skewer in. And the Impale to stop things out, as the Avalanche was the only spell able to be used there from BDZ. So yeah, 1K net worth advantage for IG right now. And like with this type of pace, which team would you favor? Like we're seeing a bunch of kills, but they're it feels like most of it is just trading back and forth.
Right. So just strictly off of lineup, I think IG breaking even is good at this point. They will be able to transition and get this Empower farm on the Jugger and get him ahead probably. So just strictly lineup based, I would say that. I also think IG on paper probably the stronger team, so maybe a little bit of an extra plus for them. They will lose their top tier 1 tower though. First tower of the game goes the way of Execration. Even though the Axe has been killed twice, he still gets a 12-minute tower. That's not too shabby.
Yep.
We'll be bottling up the Arcane Rune here. He's actually baiting Emo. Beautiful.
Coil into the AA Blast, not even needing that AA ult, but yeah, big kill onto Emo, and they'll turn this into a tier 1 tower in all likelihood. If Kaka perhaps can get a denial, though, TP support is coming. And yeah, the Spike Carapace won't be there in time, and the Static Storm will completely whiff, as Yoei is just super aggressive past the tier 1 tower. Even the Wraith King has come to play. They're going to find 2 kills off the top of that.
Just awesome play from Yoei there. So first of all, he gets Carapaced, so he anticipates that the stun is coming. But not only that, he throws out his orb so he can get out of the Static Storm too. So dodges the gank, gets the mid tower, and he got the kill on the Mag. Just big play from Execration so far in this game out of that guy.
Yeah, definitely looking good so far.
They have a top 2 net worth all of a sudden. And now with these 2 towers down, I think, RP.
Yep, into the skewer. This is a very tanky Axe. He's going to attempt to TP out. It looks like he'll be successful. And that's an RP down. Of course, Omni Slash, I mean, it was available. At level 1 Omni Slash is probably not enough to get that kill in time.
No. Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Emo. He has to save one of the spells. Oh, well, he did. Did he used both He used RP and Skewer, right? Yeah, he had the Arcane Rune. Right. So, yeah, just has to save one of them there. A little bit of a mistake, because I don't think Axe gets out of that You have the Skewer slow, you have the Shockwave to keep him in place against Jug, and then you can get an RP after. Got a little bit eager.
I actually miss this type of a Magnus, like the Magnus mid where you go Blink into Echo Saber, and then I assume like a BKB, or if you want to get really greedy, Daedalus or something like that. It's super fun to watch.
This is such a BKB game for both teams, though. I really want that item. And Palos is going the armlet.
Exactly what you asked for.
Very, very happy to see that choice.
Well, he's going to find the entirety of IG.
Skills
take
his
out
ult.
1 life. Yeah, he's armlet toggling pretty well. That's going to be 1 life. Of course, that's level 1. Static Storm on top, into the kinetic field. There's the Omni Slash. Actually gets it onto the AA, so that's probably the best case scenario for Execration. Is now the TP support comes Yahweh with that coil. Keeps everybody in place for now, but now he's the one in trouble. It's like they'll find him with that skewer.
Glimpse.
The toss back in with the glimpse, so they end up having a little party there as BDZ ends up being the 3rd dead for Execration. It looked pretty good when the Omni Slash was on top of A. I mean, at the very least, Wraith King survives.
Yeah, I love the play from Vincenzo to try to tank the Omni. That was very clearly on purpose, and it did keep the Wraith King alive, but just got a little bit overwhelmed on numbers. Axe could not connect to this play, so effectively it was just, I believe, a 5-on-4, right? The whole of IG was down here. They're going to get the tower, and they're going to back off. And RP not expended in that fight, so keep that in mind. There is a possible move to be made.
And he's about to pick up his Echo Saber, so that's a decent power spike. And on top of that, they got the Wraith King ult. So that is, I believe, the longest ultimate cooldown in the entire game, the level 1 reincarnation.
By far.
You have plenty of time to try to take him out again.
It's only 200 seconds now. It used to be 300.
It used to be, yeah.
It was like...
It was absurd.
Insanely long, but still 200 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
That almost makes it not the longest anymore, I think, right?
200 seconds?
What's Black Hole? Isn't it 3? Am I imagining this? Is it 3 minutes? Level 1? Black Hole is also 200. They're actually tied.
Wow. Today I learned. Thank you, Cinderin.
But you're still technically correct. It's just tied from longest.
Maybe. Emo with the RP into the skewer. The follow onto 3 into the AA Black. Big wombo combo. IG getting decimated in this fight as Kaka will be the 3rd to fall. It ended up being a great bait. Let me just take the RP and the skewer and we win the fight. Great job by Execration.
What an awesome call. Damn. That's one of those things. Efe was talking about this on the panel, right? It's such a treat playing AA when you have like 3 friends that all set up Ice Blast. There's just so many ways, and that one was just a total layup. 3-man call into Ice Blast.
Great reference, Cinder. Thank you.
I was thinking about it mainly in terms of volleyball, not basketball. Don't flatter yourself, but
volleyball has a layup?
Isn't it called a layup when you set it up for the smash in the front?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't watch volleyball.
You don't watch.
I thought you were
sports.
inspired by the one half of basketball you watched with me finally.
Yeah, it was pretty inspiring. You kept saying that the judge was being super unfair and going against you when it was in fact completely even. So
no, that's not true.
I learned a lot about fanship.
They're not called judges, they're refs. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, he basically had a hammer, so.
I mean, in a way they do.
Yeah.
So 1K net worth lead for Execration right now. I mean, looking at both lineups, obviously, I guess Wraith King, both lineups can probably do Roche decently well, but once Wraith King gets that Dessa, it becomes way more in favor of Execration. If they can just get a pick off or 2, then Roche advantage is clearly for them.
Always have to be scared of the wombo combo. Even if you do kill a hero on IG's side, they have a great Roche contesting lineup. Darkseer is always great in the pit because you can just throw the wall from Fog, get information.
Wow, this is a really early Axe, by the way, for Darkseer. It's literally first item.
Oh, yeah. It's that good, especially in this game. I love the choice to get this first. You generally see either Darkseers go auras. In this game, you could have also opted for, say, a pipe against the massive magic damage from Tiny Puck AA. But the Axe is an indirect pipe as long as you enter the fight with the shells on, because everyone has extra max HP, right? So you're able to probably hit a really strong timing here. They're gonna smoke. Okay, Vincenzo breaking that. He's gonna die, but that's.
I mean, that is mega worth if he's the only one that dies here. I'm gonna see the call here onto the Nyx Assassin, but the wall put in place by JT into the Mist Impale. Nico. He's very healthy. Kaka, not so much. Looks like he'll be chased down. Likely will be called here.
Oh, they failed the call.
Yeah, they missed it, but they kill him in the end, I believe. As AA's taken out, Wraith King, that's the first ult into the RP. Juggernaut still alive. Gets off the Blade Fear at the last moment. Doing a really good job of kiting all this damage. And Palace is going to be taken out in quick succession, but it's going to be a trade. They do get the Juggernaut yet again.
That was a little bit bizarre to watch relative to the crispness of the rest of the game. There were so many things missed there.
Nyx lived, actually.
Yeah, Nyx lived. Nyx completely whiffed the stun on the vac wall. A little bit of miscommunication for both teams. Got a little bit messy.
It was Kale, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. A lot of lag. somehow.
I mean, there's no LAN mode, technically, right?
Technically, you're right.
Which is kind of weird, but hasn't been a problem, so that is perfectly fine.
That would have been really great for IG if FlyFly had lived, but he did end up going down just barely in the end.
What do you think of this puck build, by the way?
I think it's really, really good.
I mean, this seems to be like the pretty much the standard,
It's
right?
the go-to, yeah.
Witchblade into Kaya Sange.
Yeah, the first 2 items are pretty much the norm, right? You usually go Blink into Witchblade or the other way around, and then you will see either Kaya Sange or sometimes, rare occasions, BKB. If it's like a really bad, you could argue for BKB here, right? You're against Disruptor Nyx. It wouldn't be a bad choice, I think. Sometimes you will see Yules, sometimes you will see Lincolns, depending on the game. Kaya Sange is an all-round item. It gives you more damage, and it gives you that status resistance that it can be very, very nice against these stuns, but it doesn't help against Static Storm. So if he does get caught in this with a Kaya Sange, yeah, it's great. You have that status resist. It does nothing, really.
Right.
So he will have to play around that. All in all, I honestly really like BKB as a choice because it means he limits his problems to literally 1, which is RP. He could ignore everything else when he goes in, play with a lot of freedom, and not get counterplayed. I think other players would go, oh, he's
Kaka with the Impale. Billion bottom with the Vendetta just to ensure that he gets it into a Static Storm. AA Blast is coming. Looks like Axe will fall in addition. So 2 for nothing to start things out. And BDZ looks to be next on the list as FlyFly comes into the fray. This is literally all 5 members of IG. And a triple kill for Emo, so he ensures that he gets the farm yet again, Cinder, to get that. I mean, he's pretty close to BKB. And this could be a Roche. This could be a pretty big deal.
It really could. They do have the damage here. They have double Ion Shells, Healing Ward. They're good to go.
And this, I feel like this is almost like a steal of Roche because now that Deso's online for Wraith King.
In a way, he's even getting zoned off here by Kaka. Misses the Carapace timing.
Yeah.
He's actually in trouble now.
He might die, but this could be the death of Palos instead. As he gets skewered onto the other side of the map, and his ult is up right now. So that'll be death number 1. And now the TP support in the form of Execration, but the big glimpse back. Looks like they'll find the AA Blast at the very least to take out the Juggernaut yet again. And Super will follow. And the coil applied to the Darkseer. Has Surge in a moment. See if he can get away with just this. Wraithfire Blast will connect into the Illusion Orb, into the call, and a nice turnaround for Execration. And this could be their Roche.
I do not like that play from IG one bit. I think sending Nyx up there to scout and just defend against, just get information, I really like that. I thought that's what they were going for. They're going to plant Kaka there. He's just going to gather information. He misses the Carapace on Palos' crit, and then I think the call is he needs help. And they walk over, but you got to realize the top tier 1 tower is still up for Radiant. They have 3 heroes respawning after 5 seconds, and you basically just set them up for 4 kills in a Roche. And this was IG's choice. There's so many options there. You can either not send the Nyx up there at all, you can send him up there and then he messed up, it happens, he dies, and maybe you still get Roche, or you don't go for Roche at all. This was the worst possible outcome IG could have had whatsoever in that
I'm not sure the exact timing, but it was pretty close to his ult not being back on the Wraith King. I don't know if they were timing. It was like extremely close.
Right.
So, I mean, if they get that kill, maybe it's a different outcome.
Did they even kill him once? They did kill him once?
They killed him once.
They did kill him
so
once.
It's on cooldown right now again.
I feel like even if they do that, they don't get the Roche, right? Like, if they kill him off and they trade for Nyx, the defense is there from Execration to hold the Roche. So that's a very big moment in the game we just saw there.
Yeah, Execration, obviously with that Aegis on the Wraith King. And he's going for Basher. Sange into Basher. So, I mean, we talked about this last game, but Sange has been nerfed over and over and over, and it's still being picked up pretty much every game. I'm not sure at what point it just becomes not worth it, but not to be... I mean, it's not just for the status resist on him, but obviously because of his lifesteal, it just gets amplified, so it's just a lot of benefits.
What if you lost health every second like Armlet while you carry a Sange? Then I think people would stop picking it up.
Yeah, that's a great nerf. I think you should be on the Ice Frog beta testing team.
I think so, too.
We're going to see a call. AA Blast is coming.
That is not a connection.
He's going to dodge it, yeah. Perhaps expecting some TPs a little bit earlier. As Nico's going to get glimpsed back into the kinetic field, and with the BKB, Emo's able to clean them up pretty easily.
Little bit messy here from both teams. Like, IG's mistake at Roche, this was a very optimistic go as well from the Axe with all these heroes missing in this pretty precarious position next to the tier 2. BDZ gonna look to stop Jugger. There's no TP. So FlyFly is in an interesting position here. Stranded.
Yeah, and they know he doesn't have a TP. Perhaps they're playing a little bit coy, but At least I assume they know he doesn't have TP.
If he checked him there, he should be dead now.
Yeah.
I actually think he didn't realize.
Well, now he's going to show, and
Like, wait a minute.
nice. All right. Well, reinforcements have arrived now for IG, so this will be a tier 1 top. I mean, 23 minutes. Tier 1 top still available. I mean, the mid tower for Execration is also still there.
Yep.
I mean, what do you think of this build on Wraith King? Sage into Basher. Like, what do you turn the Sage into? Like a halberd for later?
Yeah, you probably get halberd against Jugger, right? I don't know if you go S and Y. The status resist is pretty good. For Wraith King, it's a bit different than for Puck, right? Because having the status resist, you have the 2 lives, so even if you get static stormed on the first life, the status resist matters on your second one.
Unless you get a refresher on Disruptor Cinder, and what did you think about that?
I did not think about that.
No.
That's because when I play Disruptor, I do never get a refresher.
No, maybe that's your mistake.
That is my mistake.
Think about that?
My bad. I'll have refresher next game.
Very good. Have you ever seen Disruptor Shard in a game? It's the Thunderstrike on teammates.
Yes, I have.
Is it good?
It's okay, I think. It's not great.
I mean, it's like it gives you a speed boost and I think like attack speed, I want to say.
Yeah.
Temporary.
And it makes the AoE bigger, I think, around you as well, right? So you deal more, like you hit a larger area.
It's kind of cool. I really like that not to go off on a tangent, but the shards, they've really made like these heroes that have been pigeonholed into a specific type of game style, just change it. Like Dazzle, for example. Like you can sheep a bunch of illusions, and we talked about Bane last series. I think it just opens up so many different possibilities and versatility for a lot of these heroes. Wraith King, on the other hand, it's just a talent. The no mana for ult. Oh, and you get some skeletons when you ult as well. Would be.
Yeah. It wouldn't be on topic for Wraith King to have complexity, right?
That's true. But he does have 2 clickables now.
He does.
So.
And his third skill is not chance.
That's true.
So you can actually
Man,
skill.
What a quality of life. I feel bad for Chaos Knight because he had to take the bullet for that, but because that was literally his skill. They just flip-flopped him. But it feels so nice knowing that you can get a last hit when you're really bad at the game center. I'm sure you can relate. Anyway, Palace is going to be pounding upon this tier 2 bottom lane as Synderen is brooding in the background.
I'm just sad that I'm bad at the game. Just leave me alone.
Well, the truth is everybody's bad at the game.
I mean, that is actually true. That's why we're all sad together.
Yes, a very sad existence we have in this community.
Oh, damn, this lifesteal is just nutty.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a smoke here from IG. They're going to give up this tower, but then they're going to try to use it to get a backstab, I think. Maybe not. Do they actually not have smokes?
Oh, I just realized he has Shard on Wraith King already.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, they have mana burn.
Yeah. He's protecting himself, basically. Good
Ice Blast. A blast. Flyfly's going to pop his Blade Fury. Here comes Emo. That is a big kill onto the Axe to start things up. First slice for Palace about to come out, but he's actually surviving a little bit longer. There's the coil onto Nyx Assassin. Omni Slash to follow. Flyfly trying to beat down BDZ. There's finally the RPs reserved just for Puck. Will it be enough? Indeed it will. 3 for 1. They killed the Nyx Assassin to start the fight, but it's going to cost them 4 of their members. IG. This is such a back and forth game.
Yeah, it was very crucial that Flyfly got off that Omni Slash there. He was about to get coiled, and if he gets coiled there, I think that fight goes... It could easily have gone Execration's way. Like, every fight is very, very close. But getting that Omni Slash off, afterwards he gets off the healing ward, the Ice Blast expires, and they're able to
I really like that Emo is being super patient with the RPs. So many times you see 1 hero, 2 heroes, you just go for it, but he's going specifically for Puck because they know that they will have a hard time killing him.
RPing Wraith King just sucks, right? Like, it just doesn't feel good. You don't want to use it on him. I think if he's presented with the option of RPing, say, Axe plus Tiny, I think he'll go for it. It's the 2 really key stuns catches that Execration have outside of the Puck. So that could have easily worked too, but...
Ooh, ceremonial robe on Mr. Magnus as well. I don't know if he's going to keep it, but...
It's not bad.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good Magnus item. Well, he gives it up, though. He just loves that bullwhip. I mean, some people have like this ADD in the game where they just have to click something, and bullwhip is a really good...
That's true.
Neutral item.
And some people just love self-flagellation.
That's... okay. I mean, that's an Arkosh Gaming thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Did you check Arkosh's games? Did they have bullwhip in every game they won?
That's a good question. We should look that up.
Yep.
Definitely a very interesting statistic that we'll keep in mind for the future.
Kaka's dead.
Yep, coil into AA Blast. Yoei. Oh, we have a Static Storm into kinetic field, though. Is this enough to take out the Puck? Indeed. The right clicks from Emo. My goodness.
Told you
so
Kaka's
much
dead.
Damage. Yep, you were correct. It only cost them their mid Puck, though. It's whatever. And Emo is the most farmed hero on the map right now.
I think this guy has really impressed just internationally. Like, obviously they won the major, right, and everything, but Emo has, his stock has risen so much in the last, I want to say, half a year.
Such a cool build.
This guy is super legit.
That is such a cool build.
They're going to find... Oh, this is a problem. They can actually just run him down.
Yeah, nobody really near, although a couple people TP in. Nico with the attempt in the call. 2 heroes there. Wraith King will get his first life expended. RP being faked out. Nico's going to be a pretty easy kill to clean up now. And I believe with that, IG is just going to fall back. But Puck buys back into the game, and that's actually what's predicating this fallback for IG.
Yep. But they can still reset. They have healing wards, so they're nice and healthy. They only lost Disruptor.
Yeah, they still have RP.
They're strong.
They can definitely fight. Wraith King ult's still down, but it is level 3, so it'll be not too long before it's up again.
And I like this from IG, that they play aggressive in the enemy triangle here. It's 4 against 4. Sure, Axe might have a buyback and TP on the tower, but you have positional advantage. You're still very strong with the RP ready. And up.
They find it. His ult is coming back, though. Not sure if they're timing this. There's the Bloodthorn. Coil to follow, though. And Emo pops the BKB. They're just going to pound upon Paolo. So that's 1 death. It's going to cost Emo his life, though. Now Kaka in a precarious spot, as Paulus is going to come back to life and just beat him down with his stick. That's a stick, by the way, not a sword. It's a new cosmetic. Fly on now on the run.
I'm starting to see a pattern here, Shannon. It's almost like when they go on Wraith King first, next to something that the enemy team can TP on, it is not going well.
I mean, I don't know if it's like missed time, because his ult just came back again. It was like all of these deaths have been like relatively close calls.
He must have had it for a while there, right?
No. It was like 2 seconds as they were initiating on him. 2 seconds left.
He was level 19. Yeah. It's a 40-second cooldown.
I'm telling you. I literally saw it on my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, you're questioning me?
Yeah, I don't really trust you.
All right, fair enough. I do make up a lot of things, so it's understandable.
Right. If you give me a reason to trust you, I will.
I mean, that fight, that's a 3K comeback.
That's
like half the lead, basically.
It is really big. It almost brings Yowie to his BKB, so we will be seeing that.
He needs that so bad.
He needs it, because once he has this, like, yes, he's getting caught in RP, but the reason that he is... Part of the reason, rather, that he's getting caught in RP is that he has to play around the rest of the heroes, right? If he has this BKB, he can coil the Magnus and just go on the backline, for example, because then he knows that they can't stop him if Mag is controlled. But right now, he's always at risk of getting caught by whatever, and the BKB will definitely help him out a lot. Just 1K to go, yeah. Honestly, yeah, still, again, it's kind of a weird game to watch just because both teams have like moments of brilliance and moments of like complete facepalm, right? It's very bizarre that you can have this amount of those moments in the same game from both teams. Because,
did you say he was finishing BKB on Puck? Because he has an Aeon disc right now.
Wait, did
he switch it up? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, he changed his mind.
I mean, I don't dislike this either. I mean, he's getting blown up in like a lot of these fights.
Yeah, so this protects him against the RP. But if he gets RP now, he can just get Static Storm.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know. I don't think this is the best choice.
Yeah, okay, Axe is going to jump in. All the pressure is going to be applied to him. A big RP onto 3, into the Blade Fury, into the Static Storm Kinetic Field combination. Axe and Tiny buy back into the game. Puck will not have that luxury, though. Wraith King, that's the first life. I mean, IG is still pretty healthy. Omnislash hasn't even been used yet, but it's going to be used on a lot of the skeletons here. As PR in the background trying to keep IG at bay. And I believe that is finally the Omnislash comes out, and Nico's going to take the brunt of the damage. So the Wraith King finally dies, and it costs IG nothing. Only cooldowns. And healing ward up in 12 seconds so they can reset and just push.
The game's actually over, I'm afraid. It might just
jungling, Emo says, all right?
Yeah. That's good.
I'm glad we got the voice lines back.
Yeah, they're in trouble. Like, if IG have the read here that there's no buybacks, I think it could go tier 4s. But they might play it safe, take 1 lane of barracks. I still think they should hit some tier 4s to try to force a reaction. You've got healing ward, you've got escape plans.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. So that's why I thought there was 2 Omnislash. It was a Swift Slash originally.
Right.
Like I'm not used to seeing Ags when you don't really have attack speed yet. You know, it's just Manta.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting.
And power still helps a lot too, though.
True.
It's not bad. All right, they're going to play very, very
Roche number 2.
Yeah, they get the Roche. I think if Roche isn't up, they go for some tier 4 damage there. They're like, we'll get the other objective. I can respect this. Like,
all right, we're probably going to see Juggernaut take the shard, okay, which is good. It's very good.
Very, very good.
I would love to see Horn Toss, though, all right? I need to see Horn Toss in my life.
That is why Juggernaut will take this.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So yeah, that gives a bunch of move speed extra for Blade Fury, and you proc attacks on hits, 75% damage or something like that, so very, very strong. Of course, with Scotty, it makes it even more powerful. Typically, you see like a Maelstrom to help proc extra stuff, but that's more of an early game item. But yeah, very good shard for Juggernaut.
And they can even transition into taking top tier 2 off of this because they have the Aegis and Cheese advantage. And Execration are not interested in trying to defend this, so down it goes.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, looks like he's working towards an MKB now. Of course, they have Cheese on the old Magnus. I mean, the more games we see with just a casual Sage, the more that possibilities that it's going to get nerfed again. I feel like it should not be okay to get to late game and just have a Sage. You know what I mean? Like, that shouldn't be good.
Wait, who did you say has it?
Magnus.
Magnus also has one.
Yeah.
But he didn't buy it until now, right? Or did he?
No, he had it earlier.
He had it earlier.
Yeah.
I just
because he's building AC now, so.
Right.
I mean,
do you know why people are buying it largely? It's because it has status resistance, Shannon. And status resistance is a really good stat that everybody loves.
First and foremost, Cinderin is a big hater on status resist. I personally love it because it makes BKB less good. It means you don't have to buy it literally every game, which I think is terrific for the game, personally. But I believe most people will agree with me on this.
Hate is a big word.
This is true.
I have a slight dislike for status resistance.
I don't think that's true. Slight dislike is...
You know what?
You have a slight dislike of me.
It's probably because my perspective is from a support, right? And I'm like, I hate when my spells, which is the only thing you have as position 5, like later on in the game, you maybe have 1 Force Staff and your spells. It sucks when your spells don't even work anymore.
Yeah, but don't... I mean, I know it's not readily... what's the right way to put this? Like, the spells have been buffed since status resistance was introduced to make up for it. You realize that, right?
Talents definitely help.
And talents, sure.
Yeah.
And then there's spell amp, and there's all this extra garbage for you.
I don't like this. It's kind of like a swap of roles where you're being logical and I'm being emotional. So can you please just make some noises?
All right, I want a second Rosh in the game.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Of course. Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Yep, and you wanted to drop Ion Cannon Beacon.
That sounds great. I mean, hey, you know, something that people were kind of mad about when it first came out that they don't really care about is Scan. Like, if you think about it, that is really weird that that's in Dota still. Like, if I think about it, even the name is weird, right?
It's pretty weird.
But it's just, you know, it's one of those things you just get used to. It's Fly on the doorstep of Execration. Of course, this is a 2-game series for the wildcard, as Emo is not going to be able to get that skewer going.
That would have been a potential game-ending skewer. They were not in a position to help Wraith King there at all. Axis top.
Yep.
His teammates were all the way deep in the base. Good spin into the instant silence from the Mindbreaker.
Yep, that's good stuff. It's a nice little combination.
Puck has kind of compromised his position entirely against Static Storm.
That
Hello?
was the Bloodthorn. He had to use it off, and now the Static Storm comes into play. Aeondis does proc with a double impale into the Omni Slash, or probably a Swift Slash for all I know. They're going to be able to take out the puck, and they know he does not have buyback. And there is the RP on the 2. This should be GG, as IG taking this pretty convincingly after kind of a, I want to say, a big back and forth for the first 15-20 minutes.
That is why I didn't like Aeondis very much there. At least if you make that play, right? Like the moment you're in and you're relying on your Aeondis to save you, you're against Static Storm. You're just gonna die. There's just no save there. If he has a BKB, maybe it's a different story. But
GG!
GG
it's called apparently. So yeah, IG takes game 1, which, you know, there's some question marks about, you know, with the substitution and all for Ollie and whatnot, that, you know, how strong will they be? But they did win the last major, even without position 5. They still look pretty good. I mean, there was some sloppy play, no doubt, but it's game 1.
I think Super played fine, though. Like, there's a lot of good Static Storms. He got the glimpses that he was supposed to. He didn't feed in lane. I think he had 1 death that was maybe avoidable. But outside of that, you couldn't really tell that this is a player who doesn't play actively. So, solid stuff. Like you said, the game is a little bit, like...
It's a little sloppy.
A little sloppy from both sides, but the thing that kind of made up for it, for me, is that there was also a lot of really good spell execution, and it gives me, like, you could really tell that the teammates are on the same page. When they make mistakes, that is going to happen, but when they went for plays, they really committed, they played around each other, they had good spell combinations, which was what I criticized Gambit for in game number 1 earlier today, that they weren't really on the same page with that.
I mean, I feel like when Super comes in, as I know it's the coach and they're familiar with him, but there's going to be some level of unfamiliarity playing with him, since you're playing with somebody else for the entire DPC. So there's going to be some miscommunications, and who knows, you know. I mean, I feel like that's something they iron out over time anyway.
I'm not sure when Ollie was announced as not available to go, because if it's like 3 weeks, that's quite a lot of time to practice. If it's 2 days, it's a different story.
Yeah, but it's not like you're playing officials, you're playing scrims. I mean, I don't know how the Chinese teams do it exactly, but yeah.
Sunfan hates Super.
He played very well. Congratulations to him. He won game 1 single-handedly, actually. There was no Juggernaut, there was no Mag. I mean, Emo's build was pretty cool, though. The Bloodthorn, the Echo Saber, obviously, I mean, some of that was pretty standard, but the fact that Bloodthorn was there is pretty cool. But we'll see what the panel has to say about this game 1 victory for IG.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Sinner. We'll be back with you for game number 2 coming your way very, very soon. But before that, we're going to break down game number 1 here with Effie and BSJ. And we said we're going to start with Execration in this case because we said that this game was going to be difficult for them. We did like IG's draft a little bit better, and we started things out saying, okay, you know what? We got to see Nico shine, Effie. He did not really shine this game.
He had a good couple of calls, but he had some questionable ones.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think both teams had moments where they did very well, and then moments where we were kind of watching, saying, what were they thinking there?
A little bit of a sloppy game one.
It was a good game overall. It was fun. There was a lot of back and forth.
Fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just there weren't any easy targets for Axe, which for me means he's more of a counter initiator. Because if you're not going to burst somebody in your call, then you need to kind of break up the fight with your call. And that's why I liked the pick against the Mag, because right when they RP your teammates, there's no way to deal with the whole AoE BKB piercing call that stops them from hitting. And because he was going in first, you were talking about questionable calls on like the Mag. It's like, did you really think you were going to kill the Mag? And once they don't burst targets, the counter initiation from both sides was insane, and the AoE control from the wall as well as the threat of the RP was just too much to play around. It seemed like
there was one call on Mag by the tier 2 mid tower that was kind of difficult for me to like understand the reasoning behind, but he probably thought that he had the damage or the follow up to do it. It just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these fights that happen around the Roche Pit and the Aegis timings. Yeah. This is the one where I thought Execration might actually open the game wide up. What opened the game wide open is because both teams struggled with that initial burst. It seemed like the team that went first lost every single fight, or at least most of them. Like right there, you see them going on the Wraith King first. The other fights, we saw the Axe going first that we were talking about. The one where you mentioned the mid-tier 2 tower. And this one ends up being a Roche for Execration, but it just seemed like every fight, like this is the one where they're going on the jug, and once Axe is committed, they just have the counter. Look at the counter initiation.
Yeah, what can you do against that? Like, can you do anything against that? Like, is this just Execration being too impatient, maybe?
I think it was a matter of target priority, maybe, like, or just who goes first kind of thing. Like Brian had mentioned earlier, like, Axe was more of the counter initiator, but we saw him going in first most of the time.
Yeah.
I think the best way that they could have won these fights was just to have them throw everything on Wraith King, and then just have him burn that first life.
Yeah, you saw in both clips. What happens is he goes in, calls anybody, and the other 3 counter initiators counter initiate.
They jump on him.
Like, you know, pick your poison. The other 3 guys are going to lay their spells on the ground and break up your Axe call. The thing is, Axe is not alone going to do enough damage unless he's got like the Manta Shard build. So you need somebody to follow you up. And when there's this Disruptor ultimate and wall on top of your Axe to just call, if I'm a carry or a mid laner, I'm not following you. I'm not going in with you.
Yeah, we did say, I mean, I heard anyway in the green room, it was said it is a tough Axe game, this one, right? And then the other side, of course, we're critical on Execration because we were expecting big things from Nico. But then IG, the question for them was, okay, you know what, can they perform properly with the standard? I think the answer, yes, yes they can. That synergy was definitely there. His the Super Disruptor play was on point. He was the counter initiator and he did everything great, right?
He did really well, yeah. I think there was like a bit of sloppy execution from the side of IG too. It's not like they played it perfectly. There are a couple of things that went wrong, but overall, like they seem like they're gonna get more comfortable playing with Super throughout the rest of their games.
You would imagine that after game 1 is only gonna get better from here, right? Because this was maybe not the cleanest game from both teams. So we're gonna see what kind of adjustments they're gonna make. But I think in terms of synergy and in terms of being able to execute their draft, Brian, I mean, this was I mean, they made it look easy at the end for sure.
I think both teams conceptually played really well. I think it's hard. It's almost impossible to be clean when both teams have so much punish for anybody who slightly steps out of position. So it's like, yes, in the moment, we question their decisions. So I'm just trying to I'm trying to be a little bit more forgiving than I normally am. Beth definitely started the tournament nerves as well, but it's just the fact that like if you die once or twice, if you're going to lose 1 or 2 fights in this game, I feel like on both sides it's almost impossible to win every fight. So I really like this game. I think it was an entertaining game. Both teams took really smart fights. I was really impressed with the fact that IG started the fight when Wraith King's Aegis was 20 seconds left on it. Usually you wait, right?
Yeah.
But because Wraith King's ult prioritizes first, they took down his ultimate maybe 10 seconds before the Aegis expired and then just ignored him and then killed him instantly, like right after that.
They timed that very, very well.
That's always impressive to me.
And normally that's a kind of call, I would imagine anyway, that the position 5 makes. So it's good to see that Super can step in to do that role as well. I mean, we don't know for sure. Maybe Kaka now takes that role. Maybe JT does. We know JT is also a vocal player, right?
Right. But like we said before, I think the coach is generally very involved with the team.
Yeah.
So like kind of stepping into the position 5 may not be that jarring like of a difference. Like he probably has already talked to them like do this, do that, change this, change that. Like it might have just been natural for them.
That's fair. Question though, we saw them win, which is great. Sorry.
Just take her seriously while she does that.
This is a very comfy glove, actually. We said earlier, I won't put this one away. We said earlier, or rather you said earlier, Effie, that you think obviously Vici and Nigma are going to make it out of the wildcards, right?
I do think so, yeah.
We just saw the first game of IG. Do you feel like they're going to have a shot there? Because if this was their first game where you would imagine their communication is maybe most rocky, you feel like they got a shot there?
I mean, IG definitely have a shot. For me, I'm just banking on Nigma to just perform as best as they can and just like pull it out because they have to.
Yeah.
If they don't make it through the wild cards, like
then
they're gonna have to go to opens.
Then it's qualified. I think. I mean, it's so rough because qualifiers in every region are going to be very stacked from what it feels like.
It is gonna
and
be
it's
very
that's
stacked,
I mean a spoiled situation from our perspective because we get to watch some awesome Dota, but it's a really brutal situation for the teams. And obviously Execration on the side of the loss here from IG. Execration coming from a region where there's no team guaranteed yet for TI 2021, and that is a problem. They need these points. They need to do well, and Brian, I think they need top 2.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Gambit also needs, because we were wrong there earlier, because with the roster swap, just correcting myself from earlier, actually, we said that they needed top 6, but ASM Gambit needs also top 2 if they want to make it to TI based on points.
Let's worry about them getting top 2 in the wild card.
Yes,
Let's one step at a time. Execration for me, prediction-wise, coming in was a team that looks like they can take a game off of anybody, but they're not consistent enough to take a group stage setting and make top 2. So I put them like 3rd, 4th. I thought they would actually beat the likes of some of these teams, but like they showed promise in that game. I'm not at all counting them out. That's basically what I expected. Some flair here and there, but then a little bit of lack of discipline. So,
and you do have to keep in mind it's their first like major. Their big like huge LAN event. Like they've got to be nervous, and their roster is pretty new. Like their offlaner joined them in April, I believe. So they're just like playing this new iteration, going into this like with nerves, not exactly. We don't know how they feel, but you've got to be like a little bit anxious.
And then if you're playing Axe in a game like that, you kind of feel like, okay, you know what, I'm the one that's got to carry it. Maybe you do make those initiation jump-ins where you kind of get carried away.
A lot of their draft was kind of on Axe's shoulders, so he probably like felt that pressure. Like he just had so much to do that game. Like it definitely wasn't easy. Like we can be critical.
What you're saying is that you kind of feel like this was also maybe a draft error coming out from Execration then?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a draft error. Like it definitely could have worked. It just didn't.
So what we want to see change then, Brian, going into game 2?
Maybe, I think the Puck 3rd pick I wasn't a huge fan of just because it telegraphed your draft. I think a team like IG will dissect you and will pick you apart in regards to any information that you give them. And I like their overall lineup, but it really does matter in what order you present those heroes. I think the Wraith King could have just been 3rd. I think giving them that extra counter pick to the Puck may make the difference in the fact that we saw he built the Sange Kaya. We even flamed it a bit behind the panel just because we saw him die to every static storm in the game. The reality is the 3rd pick Puck got countered by the 3rd pick Disruptor. So if you get that one, like if the support is something that suddenly doesn't kill Puck, and then you get that 4th pick Puck, this game may look completely different.
And we were critical of Puck in general, right? Because it hasn't worked in China.
Why?
And yeah, I mean, maybe it's just you can only pick Puck 4th or 5th, right? If you're lucky.
No, I think you can still pick Puck early. I think a lot of the reason why Puck looked a little weak that game was just not having the BKB. Like, he went for the Witchblade, and then he went for the Kai Sanj. Like, he was just dying to, like, every Static Storm. Like, he probably thought he could get away with it, but he didn't.
He couldn't, and then everything falls on the shoulders of Nico's axe, and shoulders weren't broad enough because he was maybe a little too crazy there on the initiations. Maybe I don't know, maybe not reading the game properly, but they get a second chance. I believe so far all of our series have been draws, and they are 2-game series, so there's no like explicit winner. It is a round robin of this wild card, of course. Everybody faces each other in 2 games, and then we'll have to tally at the end of tomorrow because it's only over 2 days. There's also 2 streams going on at the same time, by the way, in case you're curious. The other stream has got, at the moment, Team Nigma versus ASM Gambit. Yes?
Sounds correct.
Sounds correct.
My
right?
job's to be on this panel.
Oh, yeah.
You
Okay,
can't ask me those types of questions.
Okay, cool. No, I think I'm right there. So, but you should stick here anyway because we're gonna have a better game too. I hope, because even though the game was fairly even, it was maybe a little bit too sloppy. I feel for both of these teams to make a good case for themselves. And maybe I'm a little bit too, too perfectionistic. I'm having high hopes for these teams, Effie, but it was a bit sloppy.
It was sloppy, I'll give you that, but that's why it was a lot of fun to watch.
True, yes.
All things considered, I think Execration played better than I thought they would.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. They definitely showed us that they have what it takes to beat these tier 1 teams.
Yes.
Can
they do it in the second game?
Yeah, strategically, I said I thought they kept up with IG. I really think they set themselves up with all the right tools and all the right fights. I really chop it up to execution that game. So I think strategically when I watch Chinese teams, they are usually a step above everyone else. So if they're able to stay on par in that regard, I like their chances moving forward.
Well, I will see what I think about their chances after the draft, because we do have one in front of us right now. We got a couple of bans coming out on the side of Execration who is dire at this time around. We got the Timbersaw and Leshrac banned by them as a first pick Treant Protector, and Invictus Gaming goes for the ban on the Nyx Assassin and the Brood Mama, while first picking Mars Phoenix even. Okay, so Mars Phoenix in Europe kind of fell off. How has it been doing in China? Do we know? Do we have a bit of a record on that?
In the DPC, I don't think I saw Mars and Phoenix specifically together quite often, but Mars is still very popular, and so is Phoenix. And this is like a very IG draft. Like, it's comfortable. They've played it so many times.
Yeah, we saw a lot at the last major too. It's just a combo that, if you're like theory crafting, what can we pick? Second pick, some wombo combo team fight. Mars Phoenix is just always going to be on the table.
But isn't it kind of like, okay, great, Mars Phoenix, everybody buy BKB, and then they're useless, sort of. Maybe not entirely useless, but.
You know what I like about this offlane duo here is that it's most likely an offlane duo. Sometimes Phoenix can be 5, but the strategy behind Tree, that I know Tree gets picked a ton in China. We haven't seen it too much in EU when I was watching. Is your carry leaves lane, and he living armors the tower and says, you will not take this because I'm sitting in the trees. There is no better duo, I think, to say, screw you guys sitting in the trees.
Hey, that's true.
Level 6. So it really could be as simple as we wanted like a decent combo that is the only thing we can think of that counters like the only thing they've presented to us so far. And it is important to take those early tier 1s against Tree, because if you don't commit full to 0 on those towers, Tree's so punishing there.
Yep.
So, Execration go for the Lina, just obviously a very good pick against Phoenix. I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't go for their classic opener, which I was hoping to see, which is like their Grimstroke Doom. They love that combination. They play it so much, but it looks like they just wanna stick to their, I don't know, like stick to the basics, go for what's solid.
I think they pick the Tree, so that might be that. Maybe
Tree is a very, very popular.
They may be more scared of IG's Tree than they are confident in their own Grim. And the problem I have with Lina here is, on paper, yes, it's great against the Egg, but range heroes against the Egg, when you have a Mars, it is just not the same, because you have the Arena and the Bulwark. Even if you manage to get out like within the Arena or whatever to hit the Egg, he can just pop that Bulwark and 70% of your ranged attacks won't hit that Egg. So It's like in theory it's great, but usually I like Jugs and Lifestealers, for instance, to be the ones that are responsible, which they already banned out the Lifestealer, most likely will ban out something like a Gyro maybe, just because you want some... It's like you want a ranged hero in lane with the tree, but then you also want a ranged hero that doesn't mind being point-blank range. Because of the fact that it needed to be close enough to the egg to hit it, so... like, I'm thinking of any other... I can't think of anything else that comes to mind.
I mean, I think Lina can work, and like ideally you're buying a BKB, right? And I do like the combination of Tree with Lina, actually. Like, he does give her that bonus armor that she needs when she gets jumped early, because she's like very, very...
So you think it's a Lina core?
I think it's looking like one now, but it can definitely be flexed. It can be played as anything. But if it were a Lina core, which I would like to see, because that's my favorite Lina, I do like the combination of Street Protector.
Are you like the Datalai building Lina? Like
Multiple Datalai. I like 5 Datalai Lina.
Okay, 5 Datalai. You do have a lot of built-in attack speed.
Yeah, like our pub versus Kunkka. 3
yeah,
Datalai.
that guy really committed
3
to the
Datalai.
Datalai.
Yeah. I do like the Datalai.
I don't think we're gonna see that, guys. Call me crazy, but
Datalai.
She's got to be careful because T-Gov's in the back saying, Brian mentioned his pubs.
All right, we got the Puck ban as the last ban coming out from Execration.
I like Stealer ban, like you talked about.
And
Tide's another nice combo
Ancient
breaker.
Deparation. Ooh, we actually, yeah, AA banned. I
AA.
almost forgot about that.
They think
Hero.
it's Tree 4 then? So, oh, I get that they just have to ban it, I guess, if they're going to...
Especially if they're going to pick Morph, yeah.
Of course, and A is very good against Sunray, too. That's something nice about him.
Okay, so they go for the Morph. You do want natural Manta builders against Tree. If you're going to pick a carry, or like, I guess this is nice because it's also a flex pick and potentially go mid. Manta's the item you just have to buy. There's no exceptions against Tree. The BKB piercing root from his ultimate, you just Manta it off. So the other option is getting a Manta and a Satanic builder, because now you can... The Satanic offers a Dispel, and Morphling does both those things. And they ban PL themselves on Execration. Usually these illusion mana burn heroes are super annoying for Morphling now that now that attribute shift.
So what is a good answer to the Morphling now?
Magnus.
Looks like they're just taking a page out of IG's book and just going Mag plus Void comes to mind here. Mag faces Void. Usually you want melee or ranged heroes with Tree though. Is there a ranged hero?
I do like Faceless Void with Lina.
Okay.
Like, I think it's pretty strong. It has its merits. I think... Was it IG that played it? Lina Void?
The Luna Void?
The Lina Void.
Lina Void.
It was played at DPC. It actually went quite well. I like Void here.
They're taking their time, actually. Going into their bonus time quite heavily.
It does make me think the Mag Lina's a lane, though, because we saw that from Liquid in the EU region a bajillion times. It's incredibly scary.
We got Disruptor back again. Looks like we found Super's most comfortable hero.
It looks like this is the hero he practiced.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, why not, right? And at some point, maybe, if they're good enough, they're going to force people to ban it. And then they wasted a ban of the Disruptor. So, yeah, why not?
I don't think it's nearly as potent this game as it was last game.
I know. No wombo combo, but...
Yeah, you had the combo, and you also had the one guy that he was obviously supposed to Static Storm every single fight, that being the Puck. And he did that. But this game, not nearly as straightforward to execute. So I will be much more concerned, especially when the player is a coach who hasn't been playing as much Dota.
Yeah.
Talked about it, hadn't played a club in like 6 months prior to this event. So with that in mind, it's similar to the Axe's job last game. His job was not straightforward on the Axe, and that's why you see them slip up in the middle of team fights, because those are intense moments. You don't have more than even half a second to think about what you're going to do, and when you know you're going to use it on one guy, okay, you're going to do that correct. But in this case, they could just pick a carry that doesn't really die to Disruptor. Like, you can just pick an early BKB builder. You can pick the Jug if you want. It doesn't scale amazingly versus Morph.
But then at least you got a Jug Mag.
Yeah, you got Jug Mag against Phoenix. Like, that seems fine with me. Maybe they're concerned about lanes. Like, Jug Tree is not exactly like a lane I would be writing home about, but...
I also quite like Disruptor versus Magnus. Like, if you're out of the RP, you can drop the Static Storm, stop him from skewering back.
I did not see the Yowei Invoker coming.
That's pretty greedy, because they're already setting up for like a Mag combo and then also an Invoker.
So we know it's Selena support now too. I saw that Yoe has been playing a lot of Invoker in his pubs, but I thought maybe it could be just for fun, but it looks like they want to bust it out here. There is merit to like Wex Invoker versus Morphling.
Yeah, the mana burn. I mentioned illusion mana burn heroes, and I guess they take it from the mid lane.
He does that job well, but didn't Invoker get nerfed recently?
Yeah, they nerfed his cold snap, like how the intervals in which you get stunned, and then they also nerfed his alacrity buff. So like the alacrity plus empower, these like buff heavy on all in on one guy isn't nearly as good as it used to be. They banned Jug. I would be shocked if they hadn't done that. They probably are going to ban Faceless Void too, since we already mentioned the hero and you also have Invoker in the equation.
This has to be a Wex Invoker, right?
Yeah, almost certainly, because you need somebody to make that space because you got a lot of people to take it. You more so need a guy that
rotates.
rotates.
Potential with Magnus too. Like maybe we can see some really cool combos coming out. That would be fun.
Yeah, you can start Wex and then inevitably line up your maxed Exort when you get the Ags, like second, third items. So you don't have to like all in Quas Wex in terms of your build. You can just use it for the first 15 minutes of the game.
I like this TA ban because it is a very good TA game.
It is an incredibly good TA game. They have all stuns that you can react to. And that's when I think TA really shines, is just you have refraction. They pop cold snap on you, you see the mag shockwaving to set you up to get RP'd, you just blink away.
They do have living armor, but whatever. You don't care.
They're actually just giving them Faceless Void.
Why not?
Disruptor's like on paper pretty good against it, but that's still surprising to me.
There's an anti-mage ban coming out too. I would have thought that anti-mage was like personally way too greedy and like not the hero they were looking to ban. But I can definitely see its merits like inherently versus Morphling.
And they go for the Void.
I think you have to. I think it was kind of just given to them.
Yeah,
IG knew this. They had to know this was coming, right?
This one is obvious.
I mean, no offense, but if we see it coming, they're going to see it coming too.
But they probably like wanted them to pick it. Maybe they just are confident playing against it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's see one then. Last hero coming out. Is this going to be an emo morph or fly morph?
I would much rather it be an emo morph.
I want the fly.
Oh.
You got it against Invoker. That's a good lane matchup. Lena Mag, please do not put me on morph against that. That's all I'm thinking. But in terms of like whatever their perfect 10th pick is, that's where they'll put it. But
okay. We got the Void Spirit. So it looks like fly morph to me.
Once again, I'm wrong. What can you do?
Well, the fly morph is so good. It's like legendary, dude. It's like he's like the morph player.
I'm not even going to defend myself here. It's not even worth it because
you don't need to.
Right, I'm wrong. That's how it is.
You're right all the time, Brett. All the time.
I'm not used to my panelists trying to make me feel better. This is
you're great. You're like right a lot.
The thing about the Morphling pick being third, that they had the bans to protect it, and they were confident on both of their cores. Like they're super strong on Morphling, on Fly as well as Emo. So they clearly wanted this like early jump. They wanted low cooldown jump.
Yeah.
Because they had this wombo combo team fight from the Mars Phoenix, but other than the arena itself, they didn't really have early playmaking potential. That's what I see coming out. And you have to have that quick pace of the game against this Invoker Void combo. You can't let them stall out the game just waiting to ult you and Cataclysm you off cooldowns.
I would have loved IG's draft if instead of Disruptor, they had maybe like an Abaddon or an Oracle, just like that extra layer of security for the Morphling in case he gets RP'd. But I mean, maybe they know something that I don't, you know? This is what works for them.
So, you're going for?
I'll do IG.
IG, yeah? How about you, Brian?
Yeah, I tentatively went for Execration last game. I'm going for Execration like hard this game.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I would be very happy if they won.
I think that it would be hype if they win first off, so I'll like emotionally bias against this one.
Right.
But also, like I think that based on the lack of cleanliness we saw in the first game, if one team were to mess up once or twice, it'd be the most costly, it'd be IG.
And you feel like maybe Nico has been set up a little bit more for success on his mag this time around compared to his Axe previous game? We were maybe a little overly harsh, but again, there was a lot of pressure on him. How's he going to do this time?
I think
his job will be easier.
He's much more of a buffer. I think he can afford to actually just go like Greaves pipe kind of items rather than actually building the blink. Like eventually you buy it, but it's not really his job to initiate with the vision from the tree and the chrono from the Faceless Void.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's find out what's going to happen in this game, too, if we're going to have another draw, or if IG will take this first series for them 2-0. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Synerin and Sunsfan.
Thank you, Shiver. I am now talking instantly because you got very, very angry with me when I did not talk. My name is Sunsfan. Joining me is Synerin. Synerin, are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Everything seems perfectly normal to me.
I'm ready.
This is IG versus Execration game number 2. Of course, IG took game 1 in pretty convincing fashion. We're going to see Super, I believe, on Disruptor again.
Yep.
Might have, I mean, I'm not sure how big his hero pool is, but
so far it's 1.
Yeah, so far 1. So
and that's
gotta
enough.
start somewhere.
If your hero doesn't get banned, 1 is enough. If anyone has ever watched Admiral Bulldog stream, that is the proof right there.
Yeah,
and then when your hero starts getting banned, you just start playing 4K unranked. Okay. Let us have a look at the draft.
Man,
so,
you like to just rip apart other streamers. Is this in order to try to incite people or entice people to come to your stream?
It's called clout chasing. You'll get it.
Oh,
all right.
That seems like an NA thing.
Let's have a look. So, I will respectfully very much disagree with BSJ in this game because whenever I see lineups like...
Could you... sorry, I hate to interrupt. Could you disrespectfully disagree with
It's not because he's a streamer, okay? That has nothing to do with it. So basically, when I see lineups like Execrations where you have like 4 major AoE ultis, but no natural way of setting it up, I find that a lot of the times you find yourselves in these awkward spots where everyone is waiting for each other and nobody can really go first. You know what I mean? Like you have Overgrowth, RP, Tornado EMP, and Chrono that all kind of want to follow up.
Right.
Who is starting the fight here? Like we're assuming it's a Quaswex Invoker, right? He went Quas level 1, so I'm guessing that's where we're going with this. But if like let's imagine the mid hero was a Dragon Knight, just to give you an example, right? Simple targeted stun starts the fight. The enemy team needs to respond, and that's when your big cavalry can come in with their huge ultis. But right now, the Magnus, that could almost even be a kill. So the Magnus and the Treant and the Void will be looking for the same kind of opportunities, and they'll kind of be falling over each other. That doesn't mean that has to happen. Like, these strategies win. Of course they do. But just in my own experience of watching and playing with these strategies, they miss more often than they hit. So I'm a little bit hesitant to... whereas you look the other way, you have a very simple setup. You have Void Spirit that starts the fight. You have Glimpse to bring people back, and then you have your follow-up with Mars Phoenix. That's a great AoE combo. It's a little bit more straightforward.
So easier to execute.
I think so.
Maybe not reliant on the ults as much.
Right. And that's the other thing. Even if you do pull off the 5-6 Execration, right? When your spells are on cooldown, your lineup's pretty weak.
Yeah.
Like, you don't bring much to the table except an Invoker. Mag without RP is not that strong. Void without Chrono is not that strong. Treant without Overgrowth is not that strong.
Yep.
So...
Fair enough. We'll see, though. Like you said, any lineup can definitely win.
Absolutely. Like, I'm not saying Execration are just, like, screwed, right? It's not like that at all. I'm just personally biased against these kind of lineups because I feel like their track record just isn't very good.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
We'll see if they can make it work. Yoei is at least off to a pretty good start here in mid. They're going to trade waters, it looks like, and Yoei will have a slight CS advantage. I do believe this is an Invoker-favored matchup. When the Invoker goes Quaswex, you can purge off the Resonant Pulse and trade effectively. And you obviously have the advantage of being a ranged hero against melee. That will always be an advantage. So
I'm just happy that Void is back into meta to a degree, at least, because it feels like once they got rid of his original Aghanim Scepter that just reduced the cooldown of his ult, he's had a real hard time coming back into the scene because so much reliance on that ult. But his new Ags, well, it's not that new, but pretty freaking good. The Shard, we see it picked up in NA and pretty much nowhere else. Not sure how good it is, but it's very interesting to say the least. And ever since they added damage to time dilation, it feels like it's just made him at least a better laner, which was kind of his big issue for a long period of time. But I'm really interested to see what kind of itemization they go for Void. Because we've seen, like, Maelstrom, we've seen Battle Fury, we've seen Mask of Man. It's like there's so many different things you can do on the hero.
I think when you're playing with Magnus, you obviously don't go Battle Fury, right? I think Tread's Maelstrom...
You don't like extra cleave, Synerin?
I think Tread's Mom Maelstrom is really good here. You want to compensate for the fact that your Invoker's playing Quaswex, so his damage in Chrono is not going to be the best. So you kind of need to... You need to create your own destiny.
Uh-oh, Super in a lot of trouble here. LSA did connect, and yeah, he's resigned to his own death here. And they'll give it to Nico for first blood.
All right. Now, Disruptor Morph, definitely one of the weaker lanes that we've seen today. So can't be too surprised that they are losing to an absolutely bullying support in the position for Lina. This is one of the matches. Oh, the great stun.
No, they have no follow-up though.
Oh, that was very nicely placed. Bottle refill mid for Emo coming out of Super. And he will also get the top water or bottom water, whichever one he wants, since the 2v1 enables him to.
Yeah, but very even in CS for sure. As Super's just going to deny the water in bottom. Like sense. So, yeah, Youe, a little bit annoyed by that. Of course, not going to really be a bottle carrier, but obviously those water runes are always helpful for regen and whatnot. Although they have been nerfed a couple times now, so maybe not as good as they used to be. But
damn, both safe laners are just actually getting crushed this game. Void has 9 CS minute, 420.
That's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
I had a pub game 2 days ago, I think. I played Void and I had 9 CS minute, 420, and I felt like I missed like almost everything. So if he did that this game, that's got to feel really bad, because I felt really bad, and therefore it was really bad.
Great analysis.
Morph is on 14, which is also not great, but it's more than 9.
Thank you, Synderen.
You're welcome.
That's what they pay you the big bucks for.
Oh, nice Fire Spirit. That slows attack speed. That's why he didn't break the core.
Are we just going to explain everything in very basic detail? As Disruptor dies, he'll be back in 14 seconds, as you can see on the top of your screen.
The enemy team got 171 gold on their Magnus.
And that exclamation point is a deny, by the way, in case you're wondering. So how long? I feel like we're playing a game of chicken here, and I will win.
Is this what it was like doing the Nubis stream?
Yeah, so many years ago. Palace is in quite a bit of trouble. Pops that wand, has the living armor, so shall survive. Of course, even if he's off to a bad start, you will have the Empower at some point to be able to kind of catch up into the jungle, I would assume. But
he's got 9 CS minute, 5.
Yeah.
Oh, he is just not getting creeps. Like, we were looking at this Morph getting bullied. I haven't seen as much of top lane, but man, they must have been absolutely destroyed for that to be the outcome. That is not good. Despite that, Execration still in a decent position gold-wise. Obviously, they have the 2 kills, one of them being the first blood bottom that went, I believe.
Oh! Fly.
Close call.
Yeah,
raindrop.
Attribute shift is a lifesaver.
100% dead without the raindrop as well. He's playing on the edge. Youe.
Yeah, Thunderstrike onto Youe. One more right click will suffice, but Emo does not have vision right now. There's the tornado into the TP for BDZ, but back Emo goes with that Astral Step. Had another charge, and that is a solo kill for him.
Salt in the wound. He even gets a DD rune top afterwards. So now Invoker is susceptible to getting killed once again.
Oh my, what is that spear? How is he so far away from the tower? All right, Palos. A little time walk to safety. I'm going to try to turn this around with JT.
I believe that's what happens when you spear someone and you rebuke them mid-air. That they can kind of like, their motion stops, but the spear still tracks.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Yes, that's physics. I mean, physics in Dota are obviously quite different than the real life.
Yeah, the trees are infinitely high and Arena has no height.
Youe comes in to the top lane now, rotation, so they're going to get a kill onto Kaka.
Oh, that's a kill if that hits.
Yep.
Spicy.
But I don't know if you noticed, it did not hit, in fact, Synderen.
That's correct.
Just keeping up with the newbie stream here is Fly. Getting pressured again, but the adaptive strike now that he's in full strength mode helps get that extra stun. I mean, like in terms of both carries, let's just say they're basically even right now. Both have had a pretty rough time. I know that Palace is having a little bit more, but let's say they're even. Who does that favor? Like, who is it worse on? Because I feel like Void at least has some fallback with the Empower at some point.
I think it's hard to say just like linearly between the two heroes because, like, for Execration, they have multiple ways of having these big teamfight ults, but I think Void is such a crucial part of their damage that they need him to have a better game. You look at the other side and it's easier to imagine the way kills happen, right? With a Morph that's farming in the jungle, you have Mars, Phoenix, Disruptor, Void Spirit, all 4 great skirmishers. They do well in 2v2s, 3v3s, even big scale team fights. And Void's damage is also more item-based, right? Like, Morph can actually do decent damage with just a waveform and an adaptive strike, even if you only have, like, treads and a Wraith Band or whatever, you contribute something. Void with no items is just, like, you're just there. So I do like I do slightly better.
JT uses the first Mars Arena of the game. We'll find the tree. And the Rebuke is more than enough to take him out, but Palace trying to get some retribution as Youe is TPing in to help get this trade. And with the Tornado, they should be able to ensure this kill, I would assume. But there's the glimpse. EMP, not even needed. So they do find the kill, and there's the first chrono of the game. Do they have enough damage to follow this up, though? Youe is in range to right-click, and yeah, with a couple bashes, Super not able to deny himself.
Bash is really good when it works every hit.
That's right.
Then you kill heroes.
I mean,
really.
the percentage isn't really that low. Right?
No, that was not absurdly lucky, but a little bit. Didn't matter, though. I think it would have died regardless. Yeah. I've noticed something across these games of Execration we've seen now. I think Yoe is very, very good at TPing. A lot of mid players are... it depends on your perspective, right? Some mid heroes obviously don't want to TP, so they don't.
Yeah.
But Yoe is playing these heroes that rotate, and he's very, very quick to do it. Last game we saw it on the Puck. He got 2 or 3 counter kills on the Juggernaut. In this game, he's coming top on Invoker to get both a Mars and a Disruptor kill for his team. There's very quick reactions with these.
So tell me this then.
Heroes.
If he's going to do that anyway, what's the reason for not going Exort? Because you just get these Sunstrike kills. Because you have a lot of setup for it this game, like a lot.
Yeah, but you don't have any tempo then, right? Like, Exort Invoker relies on his team to set him up, like you said, and the setup is reliant on items and levels. Whereas with Crosswax, he can kind of make the moves himself for the team. If you try to imagine that TP top, like let's say he was in Exort there, I don't think this kills happen.
Right.
He needed to come in with a Tornado EMP for that team.
The smoke has broken. Oh, LSA is going to connect after the skewer comes through. Be able to find the Lina pretty easily as Fly pretty low HP, but there's the RP onto 2. Palos, of course, does not have Chronosphere. I don't know if they can take Fly out. And in fact, they're just going to have to run. But Emo, I believe he's building a Midas still. What do you think of this?
Interesting.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Midas on Void Spear before.
No, me neither. I know I'm really biased toward the Ags on this hero. I just think it's that good, but...
I mean, he'll still get it, probably.
Probably. I wonder if the reasoning is, okay, they have so much teamfight that breaking high ground is going to be a...
Uh-oh.
He's fine.
Have to assimilate. Oh, can't get to the high ground, though. We'll have to use an Astral Step.
So... like, if you're playing against a team that has this insane teamfight and high ground defense with living armor, maybe their idea is, okay, our pushing power is pretty weak. This is going to be a long game. I'll make sure I scale. And the way we take fights and get Roshan is based off of either winning a fight or forcing the enemy team to use their big cooldowns. Right. So, like, maybe I feel like every time you make an argument for Midas, you can almost always make an equally good argument against it. And it's kind of just about, like, team identity and what the plan is. Because... you could just as well say, well, why are you buying Midas if the enemy team has big AoE ultis? Why aren't you like trying to punish at every turn that they're on cooldown with a fast tempo item? But if this is the team read on the game, then as long as they're on the same page, I don't really mind. The worst thing is you've cast games like this where 1 or 2 players go Midas, and then they try to fight all the time.
Right.
And they just have dead net worth, and they lose to a team that has low cooldown heroes that are just active and ready. And it's just like, why did you buy Midas to go fight non-stop? But it's pretty quiet, right? 3 kills, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep farming.
And what are we looking at for Void's items? What kind of farming item is he going for?
I would reckon it is, let's see, it is going to be first item Diffusal. I mean, you can, it's a classic item against Morphling. You have him power, so you can kind of compensate for the lack of farming. I was still imagining he would go for the Maelstrom, but it's kind of funny how Execration is taking the different route, right? They're like, we have the big team fight and farming lineup. Oh, great,
Chronosphere,
He's super
Morphling, LSA, more than enough. I mean, if they can find the avenue, they can do that every time.
Yeah. Come out of Fog, get a Chrono out of nowhere. Very nice. But yeah, they're taking more of an active route with their Void. So maybe, again, they have the logic that we're going to compensate for our lineup's weakness, where if we all play greedy, then nothing is going to happen. Great.
JT, yeah, Mars Arena did whiff, but the glimpse brings them right back in, and the rebuke is enough. So they're able to kill the tree for the second time, I believe, this game. I mean, both Mars Arenas have been specifically for tree, so maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but better than nothing. Yeah, Emo going to be able to dodge that EMP. And has the haste. And of course, the Midas is in his inventory.
Are they trying this? Seriously? Okay. I thought he was going to try to RP from
all right, skewering out. Bashes continue, but yeah, it feels like a very, very difficult kill. It did force out a TP as well, though.
Glimpse? Non-range.
To simulate back to safety. He's just creating a lot of space with that haste rune now.
Yeah, this is a huge rotation from Execration. They've brought basically all their heroes bot, except Trian, who just respawned, so... they're looking for something big.
Static Storm. The kinetic field only connects on 1, but this is the only hero that really matters. Yoe looks to be dead, but the egg does fall first into the RP, though. Remember, this is just a Midas. Emo, he's going to be taken out. This is a double kill for BDZ. Nice LSA. Going to continue on as Palos will be able to finish off the Disruptor in tow. So a 3-for-1. At least the Invoker got a little bit of XP for that Phoenix kill before he dropped.
Really crucial RP. They have to catch the Void Spirit there or they lose big time. But does get it off. JT will take the top tower, though. Treant was not able to defend this on his own, so Mars is progressing very nicely, closing in on Blink Dagger, minute 13. This is pretty good timing when you have Treads and Corrosion.
I mean, he's top net worth. That's
yeah, he's very.
That's a little strange. Not used to seeing that all too often.
I think he might also have been top net worth at one point last game on Darkseer. He's having some really good performances so far. He ended the game with like, what was it? Ags, Refresher, Dagger, and one more item, I think. He had a lot of stuff.
It looks like Emo will be going for first item Mules, so can dispel Cold Snap and whatnot, and obviously set up for his Aether Remnant if he wants to go for the aggressive route. I feel like this Midas is paying off already. Once we get to like 10 more minutes, if the game is even relatively even, it feels like it pays for itself.
That's how the item works, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Syndra. I'm keeping it friendly for the...
That's good.
Okay. Well, I did say 10 minutes, which might be a little too early, actually.
It technically has not paid for itself there, so you're incorrect.
Yeah, true.
Perch would have given you the exact number of seconds, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well.
All right, that's a dead Treant.
Yep. Mega dead. Emo ends up netting the kill for himself. JT, very little mana to speak of.
Well, this is a very good setup. They know there's no RP. Chrono is obviously available. All right, he's just in there.
Yep, Mars Arena comes up. We've got two heroes stuck inside the Kinetic Field Static Storm combination, and Execration just getting dominated. Despite Emo going for a Midas, he is still fighting and doing just fine. They're going to be able to clean up even more, so 4 dead overall. And this is going to be a tier 1 tower for IG.
That's like a really good example of what I was talking about earlier, right? Like you have this low commitment spell. Void Spirit goes in, he starts something, the enemy team tries to help, and that's where the big Arena, Phoenix, Egg, plus Static Storm comes into play. And Execration can't really do it in the same way. They don't have that. They have Tornado EMP, but you know, the thing about a spell like Tornado EMP setup is that it stuns in... You know what I mean when I say it stuns everyone, right?
Yeah.
It kind of just delays the action so both teams can help. Here, when Void Spirit goes in, it's damage. It's on the mark, it goes really fast, and reaction just isn't available. No RP, they just take advantage of that.
The fact that he's doing exactly what you said you hated. He's fighting with a Midas Brown Boots. What are your thoughts on that? As long as it works, it's fine. Oh, speaking of which, it looks like he's getting saved here by the Phoenix for now. They're going to turn this around on Apollo. So
he's fine.
Time walks all that damage out. Glimpse is there as well. He's in a bit of trouble here. Spotlight jumped in, but that's the overgrowth. Palos continue to try to walk this off, but there's a skewer into the RP, onto 2. Palos gets stunned by the Aether Remnant. There's still no kills in this fight. Finally, Phoenix dies. Now Emo, looks like the Adaptive Strike is going to set things up here, as Nico will be the next on the list. So it's a 1-for-1 to start things out. JT takes the Laguna Blade to the face, but just shrugs it off. And somehow only 2 die.
Yeah.
What in the world?
That's pretty crazy. So, just to clarify what I said about the Midas, as long as the team is on the same page with how they're going to play it, I don't mind. It's when there's this disconnect where 1 or 2 people go Midas and then they don't like play on the same way in the game. It's very clear that they have a shared understanding of what they're supposed to do. Is the Midas integral to what has happened so far? I don't think so. I think he could have had literally anything here and it would have been just as good or better. But this might pay off in a big way later. If
feels like an insurance policy.
Right, and if they can fight regardless, then why not? But you know, the alternative now is that he would almost have eggs. So if he felt like that would be a bigger payoff, he would have obviously gone for
this isn't like the Midas of old. This is an 1800 recipe. It's freaking expensive.
It is expensive to buy Midas. It's more than half an eggs to buy a Midas. So.
Yep. IG smoked up, and like you said, they have very low cooldowns, so they can just continue to fight over and over, and they don't even need everything to set things up. So not sure if they're going to find anything on the smoke itself here.
It's good movement from Execration. They have a feeling the smoke's coming and they're playing inside their own ward up here.
JT, he seems to be the beneficiary of the spear.
That is such a minor price to pay there. It's very, very good. It's a great death.
You know, every time we play together, you say that every time I die. Great death.
It's a great death in a different way then.
Okay. Because it just makes you smile?
No, because I traded for literally any hero in the enemy team and then it's good.
You're such a good friend.
I know, I try.
Anywho, Yoei, level 10, and we didn't really talk about the level discrepancy. What level's Emo right now with that Midas? Because that's also going to pay off.
I think he's sitting on level 13 and a half.
3 level advantage. That's pretty nice. Glimpse back after the skewer as Nico actually makes his way out of the kinetic field, but looks like he'll take a tumble here. And Mars, I mean, that's super low cooldown. They can just continue to fight.
It's this very clear problem, right, where every time IG want to just look for a pick-off, it feels like, you know, if you see 2 other heroes on the map than the guy you're going on, you feel so safe because they need the whole they need the whole package to be able to fight. Their ability to take 2v2s, 3v3s on Execration is very limited. So they need to be so careful with how they show heroes and lanes and how they push waves out to get information. Now that all their spells are up again, we might see a smoke so they can try to take the kind of fight that they want. Might wait for Void's BKB though. It's very close, 300. That is a massive item against Radiant. It counters every hero.
I mean, it's good for him to survive, but he's not really doing that much damage yet, obviously.
He's going to get Alacrity though.
Yeah, true.
Level 5 Wex is a lot of attack.
And power, Alacrity. Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
That's pretty
a lot of buffs.
Yeah.
And Living Armor, of course. Don't forget it.
Absolutely. Also gives a lot of damage.
That's right. That was in the last patch notes in case you guys missed it.
Dude, imagine.
It gives tower damage too, right? That's how it works. We're just changing the way. He doesn't heal anything anymore. It's just all damage based. That'll bring him back.
But they keep the name Treant Protector, but he protects nothing. He's only aggressive.
That's right.
It's kind of like, which hero is it that's completely the opposite in terms of personality of what it actually does in the game? This one, right? I'm just trying to remember which one it is.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Cinder. I have no idea.
You know this stuff. You talk to Slacks a lot. You know
Faceless Void, he has a cosmetic that gives him a face. So that's technically the opposite of the theme.
That's kind of true.
I mean, what constitutes having a face anyway? That's the real question. As we see a smoke here from Execration. See if they can set anything up. They're going to get a free kill on Super. There's the Alacrity just for that last hit there, if you will.
That's something.
Yeah.
They also protect the Roche area with this move. They're obviously a little bit paranoid that Morph could be doing this with a Morbid Mask. Does he have one of those? He does indeed. Morbid Mask Manta.
I mean, that feels like it would be very risky for IG. I mean, that's the one thing that the Execration has is they have this crazy team fight if you're grouped up in Roche Pit.
Right, but that's kind of the thing. How risky is it if it's just Morph?
If it's just Morph?
Yeah. If it's just, he probably can't solo it entirely without Solar Crest, but like if you can place Morph plus, let's say, I don't know, Morph Mars with Bulwark, and you have a buyback, I don't know, I think they could maybe still go for it, but like you said, it is risky, and I think IG are fine with the state of the game regardless. They don't need the Roche, they just need to force Execration to move as a unit, and then they're going to out-farm them.
So talk to me about Morphling. I'm guessing there's not going to be an Aghanim Scepter this game. I mean, is there anything, like, I guess even, I'm not sure if I've seen Lina, but it feels like the Fiery Soul after using the spells could have decent synergy with.
You need to remain
Morph.
Lina to have the Fiery Soul.
Oh, it doesn't?
I think so. I don't think
really?
I don't think they carry over. I could be wrong on that.
No, Kaka's going to be caught off. Oh, Static Storm is there. And the egg will be used in addition. So it's going to stun up Nico. No, he's going to just skewer out. So, I mean, that's a decent ultimate.
This has to be go time for Execration. That's two ults down.
That's two big ults down right now.
You need to go. Yeah, I like this. Just go on. Go up there. Kaka has no dive.
Yep, time dilation's there. There's a Chronosphere onto 2. He's attacking extremely slow thanks to that Fire Spirits, but he's going to be able to take out the Phoenix regardless. He's going to buy back into the game immediately. As Super just getting right-clicked down by Palos, who pops that BKB. And in the meantime, BDZ does get after the Laguna Blade. Flyfly getting extremely low, but will live through the engagement here. He gets LSA'd again. Into the RP, into the Skewer, into the Mars Arena as well. But it looks like Execration are just falling apart. Invoker and Treant die. It cost a buyback from IG, but as long as you don't get team wiped into a Roche, that's kind of the big turning point. So they're going to chase down BDZ now. And can he Roche now is the question. I mean, all the big ults are down.
Maybe a little bit too low on resources right now to be able to pull that off. But yeah, that looked pretty promising for Execration. It was a good chrono. I don't know if you really don't want to BKB there as Palos, right? To get off the Fire Spirit, like the attack speed slow is just a big problem. Okay, that is
just trading spells here. Emo takes off the time dilation.
He's actually in trouble.
I'm not sure if he has any spells to use, and yeah,
nice catch.
Down he goes.
Bonus kill.
JT, I mean that's a save your friend syndrome right there.
That just literally made it all worth it. If Execration also get Roche now, this is huge.
They do have buyback on Emo, but
it's kind of similar to the last game. Just a little bit of slip up.
Yeah. I mean, that looked like kind of overconfidence, if nothing else, maybe. Tough to say, though. I mean, this Roche is not super fast, so you still have a decent... I mean, 26 seconds, can they kill it?
Fire Spirits are really good here.
Yeah, there's the Alacrity finally. This will speed things up a bit.
Found the Skewer.
Oh my.
Nobody.
All right, Kaka just explodes, and I think that will make the decision for Emo a little bit easier. I mean, only 10 seconds left, but...
That's Roche.
Execration, first Roshan. Oh, I forgot that high fives are back in the game. Oh, praise Gaben. Thank goodness. Love this stuff. Nobody's giving high five, though, so that feels bad. Would you give me high five, Synderen?
Depends what you did.
Just me existing isn't enough.
I'll think about it.
Okay, thank you.
Radiant's courier
All right, so 5 minutes with that Aegis. That'll buy a little bit of extra time for Execration. And we talk about like they're down. I don't know. Does it feel like they're down to you right now, Execration?
No, not anymore.
I mean, I know the net worth is pretty even, but it feels like that you heavily favor the draft of IG, and based on the last game and the overall perceptions, we feel like IG is probably the better team.
Yeah, but this last 2 minutes really gifted a lot to Execration, and once you get to late game with this kind of lineup, that's when the weaknesses of having these big ultimates can fade a little bit, because you can compensate with itemization, right? You can start buying Hex.
Oh my.
So you have a low commitment engage, you start having talents that give you cooldown reduction or whatever it is.
Yep.
So in many ways, Execration have got over one of the hardest hurdles, and getting the first Roche is a huge boon to them as well. So I think they're in a pretty good spot. I wouldn't say they're far ahead. Like, a lot of the time you'd be like, wow, this is a late game Void with Empower and an Invoker. Like, how can they possibly lose? But they're playing against mobile heroes. Their spells can whiff. There's buybacks in play. So I wouldn't call it in the bag just yet for Execration, but definitely. Yeah, they're in a good spot.
Well, Palace is definitely starting to get up there in net worth. First overall for the game, but I think the issue with the cores from IG side is the top 3 next heroes are on their team. So that's going to be, in all likelihood, a lot more impact. Like, Invoker feels like he's dropping off a bit. I'm not sure like what the comeback meant. I mean, the old days you go for Invoker Midas, right, as a first item. Not as common anymore. I mean, it depends on the build probably, right?
Mm-hmm. If you go Quaswex, it's not that common to go Midas first in general. It's kind of counterintuitive. If you want to play the active role where you're really making moves, on Invoker, the items pay off big time compared to a Midas if you play Quaswex. So he went for the Witchblade, which is a very common thing right now on Quaswex Invoker, because it exactly lines up with that playstyle. And now he's got the BKB completed. It's going to help him a lot, especially against, actually, ironically, it's going to help him against Void, because he's getting time dilated by the morph every fight.
Yeah, true.
And he needs a way of solving that. It also protects him against the E-Blade of Morphling himself in his natural form, and, well, it protects him against all of Radiant's heroes, basically. But those are, like, just some of the really big upsides.
Yeah, and Execration doing exactly what they need to do with this Aegis, just bulldoze these tier 2 towers. They got the one top, they're getting the one mid. See if they go for the one bottom next. That's exactly the order that you'd like to see, Synderen. And they'll actually just get this for free, so IG does not want to fight. Palos does have the Scotty now, so...
Are they going to force high ground here?
I mean, if they win a big team fight in IG's base, then they could potentially just get a couple racks here. I mean, they can't get bottom without that tier 2, but this is already half HP. There's the skewer, or the spear, I should say, into the tower. They're going to take out this Aegis. Absolutely. He tries to get off the time walk, but a little miscommunication there from Execration. No save coming, and there's a static storm into the kinetic field. He gets empowered as if that's going to do anything for him. Pops the BKB. Chronosphere onto 3. Sunstrike to fall to take out the Disruptor immediately. There's a huge RP onto 2. Skewer back in. Morphling's dead. Buys back into the game. And there's the Marzarine to keep everybody in tow. JT trying to kite his way. Drops very awkwardly there as Execration is winning this fight big time. Buyback on the Morphling though, so Execration needs to be very careful. Invoker finally dies. And again, this Alacrity onto Palos is doing absolute work. Fly. Yep. Starting to attribute shift a little bit. Gets the Yules off. There's the skewer again. This will be a dieback onto Super. Goes down very easily. And the right click commits. Fly has to go Scepter himself. And the chase continues. They're just killing heroes one by one with very little retribution to follow. Emo finally getting a return kill. He's just going to get skewered again. I believe that Magnus has that skewer talent. He feels like he's skewering every 10 seconds. Be shocked if he doesn't have that 15 talent.
Nico.
I believe that is crazy.
Nico's been playing a really good game.
He has been owning.
Like, he got some criticism from the panel after the last game. I think it's deserved. Like, I also think it was a hard game for him, but he made a couple of questionable decisions on Axe. He also made a really big play, if you remember, but he's been really good this game. A lot of these skewers are setting up for a lot of success. He gets that 2-man RP that forces the buyback out of the Morphling. And even though the gold might look similar to before, these buybacks being on cooldown is a really big deal, because that is the one solution you have to this big AoE combo that Execration has, is if you have second lives. They're not available next time.
I'm not sure if Emo had his Ags for that last fight, because I know most of the components were on the Courier that was dead. So that delayed it by a couple minutes. That could have, not sure if he had that for that last fight, but either way. Finally gets the Ags, which you talked about, like, get Yules into Ags, that's pretty common, but it was delayed because of the Midas, and obviously if it's going to go late game, it pays off, but, I mean, Execration showing up big time now.
Also worth highlighting how they killed the Morph the first time, by the way. It was a really, really great, the Void.
Yeah.
The Void kill and the Radiant base from IG was top tier. It was super good execution of spell casting, like, clear game plan. Blink, Mars Spear, Sunray, then we're going to follow up with the Remnant and the E-Blade. So, nicely done there. They get a pick on Lina. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but gives them a little bit of space to breathe. You see that very heavy warding around the bottom half of the map. Probably going to see IG kind of set up a house down there instead of venturing too much in the top half. That would be pretty dangerous without any vision. I bet they want to, though. Like, they know there's some cooldowns here. RP is up, but Chrono's still down. But it,
Man, look at Mars's farm. My goodness, he's working on a heart now. I'm not used to Mars being this freaking... I feel like they drop off, at least in NA. Maybe that's just a regional. Feels like they just feed horribly after the 15-minute mark. But he's very tanky right now. He actually blinks out of the grasp here.
Yep. He got ghost walked on as well, so he realized something was up. Backed out.
And Emo now level 20, went for Boots of Trust, so even more like kind of greedy items, feels like.
He is really... He's making it as mechanical heavy on himself as possible. They do get a kill here.
My. Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah, Nico has been setting up every fight, it feels like, for Execration. We'll see if they try to back off here, and it looks like they'll be successful, so won't need to buy back for some impending team fight. But anyway, as Morphling, who do you want to turn into this game?
Having a second spear isn't too bad. Kinetic field is decent glimpse. Phoenix is also a good form, so you can waveform and Icarus dive.
So when you have...
But he's not going Ags, is he?
No.
No.
So it has to be an enemy.
Yeah, so it's just going to turn into Void as usual, I think.
Yeah. All right, Kaka. He's going to Yules off the time dilation and...
He's done.
Oh!
No, that was really poorly timed. He's still going to die, though.
Yeah, he's definitely dead. That was an interesting death animation.
That Sunstrike was literally a second off.
Yeah. A full second?
Yeah, I think so. It was very, very late.
I mean, he's a Quas Wex, okay? He's
That's
not.
true.
That's why he's not going the Sunstrike build.
Yeah. He's a Master Tier Invoker, but not a Master.
He only plays one of the two. He's a binary Invoker for sure. But, I mean, once you get to a certain level, like, you get the Cataclysm online with all these teams, like, that feels like that's an enormous power spike.
Absolutely. Like, the game right now very much depends on, for IG, killing Void, I think. Like, if you don't catch the Void, or even if you...
He's actually going Ags now.
Yeah, okay. I think that's a good choice. Like, imagine you don't catch Void and he gets any 2-hero chrono, it's just kills. Like, you're playing without save, which was something FA pointed out on the panel. You're playing into this, like, huge AoE combo late game stuff with a hard lockdown and RP and chrono, and you don't have anything to save your cores. You have no Oracle, you have no Abaddon Shield, you have no, like, Shallow Grave even, like, whatever it would be. So...
We have a shard on Faceless Void, by the way.
Oh, he bought it.
He purchased it. This is an Eternal Envy special. Of course, the difference is Envy goes Manta into shard immediately.
Yep. Envy also isn't playing here.
Yes, that is true.
That's another difference.
He's just popularized it, or he's trying to at least. So for those that don't know,
I'm so mean today.
It gives you 400 extra range on your time walk, and then it gives you this little ability to time walk backwards for a second and a half after time walking originally. But you do not get any procs from your Ags if you were to get it, and you do not get any HP manipulation.
Right.
So it feels like a really weird shard. And
Kaka.
Jump in here. You get silenced thanks to that Ags from Emos. There's the Mars ult onto 3 heroes, but very little follow-up. They're going to focus on the egg, and they will get it successfully. Paulus pops that BKB to help him out there. Buyback now to the Phoenix, of course, with no egg to work with. Looks like Execration's going to back as the Treant buys back now. As the Luna Blade applied to Super, he'll die awkwardly to the minions from Mr. Invoker himself. Oh, Paulus with the Chronosphere. It's only onto 1, but it's the Morphling. It's the only hero that matters, and that is dead. Morphling, thanks to the Cataclysm to follow up. No buyback. 5 versus 3. Emo looks to be next on the list. If they can get this, they can potentially get multiple racks, and they will do so. Beautiful layering. He does have buyback on Emo, but he can't really do anything by himself.
This is minimum 1 lane if they can just push the waves in. Mars is doing his best here. He's going to try to keep cutting. If JT kills this wave, that is really big, actually.
Yeah, there is a wave top, though.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time to connect, though. This is going to buy them some time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Void Spirit is going to buy back and try to cut it. So now the challenge here is to try to catch this Void when he tries to kill the wave. If they have any sort of Yule's perfect timing stun coming in, or a good tornado catch, or that.
RP, this will be a dieback into the LSA as well, but the Glimpse will get Void the hell out of there. But there's the Mars ult on top of this emote. Pops the Dissimulate, still inside the Mars ult. Astral steps to the side here, but not able to really do much with it. JT getting chased now by Paulus, and they do find the die or the kill onto Emo. So that is a dieback, and that probably will be GG. And Execration, it feels like the last 10 minutes they just turned it on and boom.
Yeah.
They just win the game.
Remember at the start of the game when I said BSJ is just so right? They're gonna own
you
this
were
game.
complimenting him and other streamers,
Yeah,
I believe.
I was like, BSJ, he knows what's up. He knows this big teamfight combo is gonna win. In all fairness, though, I feel like we really saw both the weakness and the strength of this kind of lineup. You saw how they were struggling in certain situations to find the right team fights, and then you also at the same time saw, okay, once the items come online and IG make a couple of mistakes, especially in that mid lane when they lose 2 heroes and then the following Roche really set the tempo for Execration to run away with this. So it's kind of, these massive AoE strategies are always interesting because like some games they just look terrible, and other games you get to that point where you're just like, oh, what even beats this?
I mean, I don't want to, I'll highlight one thing. I know the game's not just about this, but Emo's build, it looked good at first when he got Midas and he was participating, they were still getting kills, but he didn't really get the farm that he needed because he got the Yules, he got the Aghanim Scepter, he went Boots of Travel, like 2 really greedy items, and didn't really do much with it. I feel like he just was dying in fights. I mean, again, give Execration all the credit. The layering of all their stuns was pretty immaculate.
Execration spellcasting is really, really good. Like that's my biggest takeaway from these 2 games is that they're very, very good at playing around combos. So going further in the tournament, I think they should definitely look to keep drafting these like stuns that combo with each other, like whether it's an Axe Call into Ice Blast or a Skewer into Lina Stun. They're just really on point with playing off each other. And if they're going to make it to the main event, that's the way they're going to do it.
All right, now the real question, Synderen, is what did you think of the Faceless Void Shard?
I think it made no difference.
That's right. It made absolutely no difference. I don't even think we saw the reverse time walk once.
I think he used it. No.
I mean, it feels like seriously, I've seen this 10 times in pro games, and it feel like it just makes 0 difference in the game. They're either winning and they snowball, or they bought it and it actually griefs their team because they don't have any items. But either way, I mean, if you get it from second rush, it's one thing. But
100% win rate with it here. He won the game.
That is true.
Therefore, it is good.
That is a very misleading statistic. They say stats don't lie, but context does matter, Synderen.
It does.
It really does. But yeah, Execration able to tie things up. I mean, it's going to stay tied because these are 2-game series, but we'll see what the panel has to say about the amazing Faceless Void Shard this game. What do you guys think?
I loved every second of that shard. I think it was super impactful. Disagree with Synderen at all. I think that was the game-winning item. No, I'm kidding.
Absolutely.
You're right.
Shard won them the game.
Great game from Execration. They managed to, I mean, they hit all their buttons properly. Sounds a little stupid, but they hit their timings, and I feel they crushed it.
They did. I was a believer in IG's draft, but I think I overlooked like the combo and how overwhelming it could have been. And I'm actually just really impressed with Nico. He played so well.
You know, I think that game was all about Execration taking matters into their own hands.
Yeah.
And I think that really synergizes with what Sunsfan was saying about the Ag Shard on Faceless Void. Because when you get dragged back in by Disruptor, that doesn't feel very good.
No.
But when you time block away and you willingly go right back to where you were, that's like establishing dominance on a situation that was previously not in your control.
Absolutely.
That was the key. Very simple. All right, we got some highlights on the screen. I think the game at the start was still very even, though. It was somewhat reminiscent of the first game of the series. Probably also wasn't the cleanest of games.
Yeah, that was pretty much the entire purpose of my prediction, was that based on lack of cleanliness, I thought it would go in favor of Execration just because they do have the superior R buttons. They did a really good job of focusing the egg with the Lina. I didn't see the best usage of the arena to defend it. They were able to force JT to pop his BKB defensively while committing the arena, and then the egg was just not there. They were the ones forcing reactions to their spell usage rather than the other way around, and I think that's eventually why the team fights were always going in their favor.
Absolutely. And like we saw in that fight in the triangle, it's so easy for Void to just jump out of arena and just kill the egg. In that second to last fight, I think. I thought that the egg would actually make it, but Alacrity Void jumped in, killed it in like 1 second, and it was done.
I think maybe also with the Mars Phoenix opening coming out from IG, a little bit too predictable. Like, you know exactly what you're going to get, right? You know the fight plan, so you can already, after draft, you know, you get that 1 minute time with your team. Hey, we got to target this egg. Who's doing what? What's the plan? It was a pretty straightforward way to dissect a team fight.
Yeah, I think also when it comes to like late game scaling of items, if you look at the Mars Phoenix, we immediately talked about what counters this, right? You said BKB.
Yeah.
And look at the rest of the heroes they drafted with Mars Phoenix. You're supposed to alleviate these kind of weaknesses with your opening duos. You have Disruptor, Void Spirit, and Morphling, all of which do virtually no damage to BKB heroes. So a lot of the cores in the game build BKB. You see literally BKB on BKB action on the replay we're seeing, but it's like for Vasa's Void, BKB is immunity.
Yeah.
While for anyone on the side of IG, it just helps you stay alive, but there's still plenty of control for you.
Yeah, I think also, Effie, at some point, the Mars Arena, like, people don't want to run away, so if you put arena around them, they'll just fight there, right?
Sometimes you are in situations where you put up the arena and everyone's killing you. It happens. I think as far as Mars Phoenix goes, they're just comfort picks. Like, the players are individually good on these heroes. It's tried and true. I was most surprised that they actually allowed Faceless Void to like come.
Yeah, because we saw that coming, right? From a mile away, and they banned out, it was the Juggernaut, which made sense, but they banned out the Anti-Mage instead of the Faceless Void then.
I thought that they had a plan, right? They were like, we're going to let it go through, and we're probably just going to snowball, like this is a greedy draft, we're going to win our lanes, we're just going to run them over, but it didn't work out the way they wanted it to.
Did we see any kind of answer, like, to the plan of the Faceless Void? Like, okay, let's go have Faceless Void go through. Was there any kind of, like...
I thought their idea with the Midas on the Void Spear was that we're going to have multiple cores. You can only you're likely only going to Chronosphere Cataclysm one of us. But then when we were talking about IG's way of winning, we thought it was going to be punishing the long cooldowns, high-paced tempo of the game.
Absolutely.
And you just have a Midas Boots of Travel Void Spirit. So kind of weird. I understood why he went for it, but it definitely seemed that it gave Execration all the time they needed to get the Faceless Void huge. And it really was Void against the world. When you looked at the network, there's always him on top and the next three were IG. But when you have Mag and Voker, they're going to do their jobs with virtually no items. They just need to cast their spells.
I thought that the idea behind the Void Spirit pick would probably be just like a typical like Phase Boots, bottle Ags Rush, kill the Void over and over. Like I really thought that's what they were going for when they let the Void come through. But I definitely was also very surprised by the Midas. But I can see what they were going for, the way Brian described it.
Overall, though, with this series being tied up, we have all series so far being tied up. I don't know what's happening in the other one that's going on right now, though, so maybe that's going to be our first 2-0. But kudos to Execration for being able to take that second game. It also, I think, we talked about it after game one. We talked about potential nerves, right? This game should have them be fully confident. Going into the rest of the day, I think they're playing a series right after this one. I think so. Right, Brian? No? Yes?
I'm not on the next series. This isn't my job description, Shaver.
I think it's the fourth series.
But it gives them a lot of confidence, right?
It does.
You think so?
It does.
It's much better they won the second game than it was that they won the first game, I think, moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a really big confidence boost. And like they've shown that they have the tools that they need to beat these like tier 1 players and these tier 1 teams. And maybe they can ride off this momentum and get some more wins. I'm a fan of Execration.
Yeah, I hope that they can. Definitely like it. It was brawl gaming, especially towards the end of that game, and it seemed like they were really in their element with that for sure. But these are all 2-game series. I think we have some standings. There you go. That's the schedule for this stream right here. We have had only ties so far. After this, Vici Gaming, Team Secret, Team Nigma, Invictus Gaming. I will also tell you that on the other stream, yes, Execration is actually playing the next series as well as the 4th one. They have 3 series today, actually. But they will play up against Gambit on the other stream. And Execration will, after that, play up against Vici Gaming on the last series there. And right now, Gambit is still playing up against Team Nigma. Or did it just finish? No, I still hear them talking up there. So that series is still going on. That leads us to the following standings. And I mean, it's pretty It's pretty boring. It's like we had a bunch of ties.
I am thoroughly hyped as long as these ties continue. I just want to see 1-1, 1-1, 2 days straight.
And then what?
You need a victory.
And then we have an infinite round robin.
Tiebreaker scenario.
Tiebreakers. And you know what, Cheever? You get to host the entire thing.
I love it.
There
and
you
it
go.
just goes on and on.
Yeah.
On and on.
Yep.
And it'll
On
keep
and on.
tying and tying.
We're never stopping. Well, we are actually stopping a little bit at the moment because we got a new series coming your way. It's going to be, what did we just say? We just said it. Vici Gaming versus Team Secret. I actually see already 9 out of 10 players in the lobby, and that means we got to make haste. We'll be right back after a break with our next series here for the AniMajor.
Change of range.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection, Storyline. Logo token, trophy token, story token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on Fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mousepads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on Fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
Add it up.
Oh, brother, are you ready for the major? No! I said, are you ready for the AniMajor? Weebs and otakus, Dota fans, make sure that you have a BACcation for the rest of June! Cause we're gonna rock, we're gonna slam, we're gonna ah-ya-ya-ya! 2 streams for the first stage, Dire Red and Radiant Green. No priorities, just pure fun and high fun both streams! Yeah, we're gonna start with 6 teams from each region. They will show their best, but only 2 teams will advance to the real massacre that we will politely call the group stage. Round robin, best of 2, madness! Team Nigma, Team Secret, Vici Gaming, Invictus Gaming, Execration, AS Monaco Gambit. Oh, brother, this card is really wild! Ha! 全力で掴めよ
Welcome back, AniMajor time, and it is time for our 3rd series of the day here in the wildcards, which for us, that means we get to watch a series between Team Secret and Vici Gaming. That is a 2-game series, so we're going to see 2 games between these 2 teams, and we're going to talk about them right now because we are moments away from the draft. We got Tiga, we got Lizard.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
What are you looking at?
I just thought I'd admire Gareth for a second.
Okay.
Up there, and he looks stellar. That was all.
He does. Stellar commentary as well. By the way, that was commentary, and I don't know if it's a spoiler alert, but spoiler alert, we just had our first 2-0 of the wildcards, because so far every series we've had, it was a tie, apart from that one just now where Team Nigma was able to take out ASM Gambit with a 2-0. Yeah, great stuff. And puts them in a really good spot as well, because only 2 teams of the 6 teams playing make it through. Lizard, real quick, 2 teams you had making it forward from the wildcards.
It was Vici Gaming and Nigma.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Nigma, for me, is a team that thrives in these situations in which they have to win. They also looked strong at the end of the season. They lost a couple of series versus Hellbear Smashers. I was watching you guys interview a couple of times, Kuro and the crew, but
thank you.
I don't think that's gonna put them off course. And here, already in the first series, they drew it out, right? They played versus Vici Gaming, and I think I predicted Vici Gaming to go 2-0 there. I didn't expect a draw, and already they're doing well, so expecting a lot from them.
Well, that's good, because my European bias, I actually said Nigma would win that series 2-0.
European bias? Did you watch the Singapore major?
This is again.
European bias?
This is our redemption
I think we
arc.
killed all our European bias in Singapore, guys. Come on, let's be real here.
This is our second attempt, you know. Before TI, this is our second attempt. And
Take 2.
Is our best shot.
From your mouth, from your words into Gaben's ears, I wish that happens. I hope that Europe takes the trophy once again, at least. Yeah, one win. Yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah.
Not coming last.
We gotta make it to TI first. And for one of the teams playing right now, Team Secret, they already done that. That means that there's a little less pressure put on them for this tournament as a whole. I think that might be also one of the reasons why I don't think a lot of people have Secret making it out of the wildcards, right, T?
Yeah, I put in my bracket. I agree with. There's there. It's like Vici Gaming and Nigma are my top 2, and I think I'd put Secret around that 3rd position. What's funny?
No, nothing. Absolutely, I agree completely.
No, I was saying something wrong.
I'm just happy to be here.
I know, right?
That's it. But
yeah, Secret are 3rd place in my eyes. I feel like they just, even though they are making the right strides, I feel like this is a tournament where they won't have as much of a burning desire as like Nigma and Vici Gaming. That'll kind of get them through. I think Secret will play extremely well, but we've already seen that in the first series against Gambit. Game 1, they look so clean. Game 2, they get slaughtered by Gambit, the stand-in team. So
yeah.
Yeah, the standing team in the major,
Yeah.
previous one, was also very strong. One of those standing teams. Now, a couple of stories here. First, Neon, with the standings, made it really far in the major. Second thing, most of the teams that made it really far in the second season were kind of, yeah, I don't care. You know, maybe I'm qualified already. That's it. And same thing happened in the Chinese region with IG. Neon almost got relegated in SEA. I don't know if you guys... They were actually in the tie.
That's the one thing I was looking for.
Yeah,
Like, is Neon going to go down? Oof.
So, kind of similar expectations, perhaps, for Secrets, who haven't really performed to their standard.
Well, the big difference between Neon and Secret is Secret does make it to TI, regardless of what happens. OB Neon, they're really rooting for everybody that is already in the top 12 to stay in the top 12, because if some people get knocked down, or not goes up rather, they will get knocked down.
Yeah, I was looking at
So-
they literally rely on everyone to just not do
yeah.
well. They're at home like, okay, please, Secret, do
Please.
well in the wild card.
Everybody with points do well, which, you know, it's probably, you know, it's a fairly likely thing to happen. People that did well in the past will do well again. We're going to find out, though. Of course, Vici Gaming last major, they also went through the wild cards. They've been here. They were top 2 already in the wild cards as well.
See on game 2. How you feeling after that?
What?
Feeling pretty
Hello.
good.
Oh.
Pretty hyped
Hello.
up for the next games. And,
Oh, that's a second
amazing.
stream interview. We
Long
see it
day
too.
today.
Great.
2 games, 2 series.
I don't want to talk over him.
Was that a little harder than you expected?
Let's watch it.
Yeah.
You should probably
Can we watch it?
Easier than expected, actually. But I think the next games will be harder a bit. So let's see.
Such a humble man. Sir, tell me about that last game. I want to know if you felt like you guys played really well and won that one, or if Dream had some issues and they kind of threw a little bit.
They definitely threw a little bit, but we also played very good. So in the end, we won. So it was good.
That's what matters. So, my friend, a word out there to Chen players. They don't get a lot of representation these days. There's like one that I've seen the last year. You guys got Chen. How does that feel? Any words out there to the Chen spammers that are looking for hope?
Yeah, they should definitely watch the replay and see how to play Chen.
Yes, please do that, Chens in my pubs. Please watch the replay and learn how to play Chen. All right, my friend, just a casual question. Are you having a good time? Does it feel good to be back in the land, seeing old friends on other teams?
Oh, definitely. I miss this a lot. I hope there's going to be more. And yeah, I enjoy everything. Super good.
And you guys are ready for TI, right?
Of course.
All right. Well, we'll see if they make it. I hope so. But a fantastic series. Thank you so much, Mind Control. It's always a pleasure to see Team Nigma. And back to you guys on the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, Team Nigma is the only team so far getting a 2-0 in one of their series, meaning that they are on top of everything right now here in the wildcards. And it is great to see Mind Control land. And it is also great that he's one of the people that doesn't matter if he's wearing a mask or not. You can see he's smiling and he's happy, right?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, bless.
Love that, love that. We also have a draft coming your way for 2 different teams. We got Team Secret and Vici Gaming, 2 teams there that you know, normally I would put them fairly even, and I actually don't know what... I think I predicted maybe a draw coming out from this, but from what we've seen so far today, Vici Gaming definitely looking a little bit stronger right now, Lizard.
Yeah, for sure. Vici Gaming actually in the second season of the DPC looked much stronger than in the first one. Yeah, they dropped to PSG LGD in the tiebreakers, but PSG LGD for them is the kryptonite, right? They're the team that wins series after series versus them. It doesn't matter. Here, yeah, you can say it's going to be a draw, but it comes down to who drafts better, really. Those bugs, they need to go out versus both of these teams, like Nyx Assassin, Broodmother. If you don't get rid of those, the one team is going to have a serious edge.
Yep, so the bugs are out. We got the Enchantress and the Ancient Apparition removed as well. So, yeah, we'll see what opening they want to do. Of course, we all remember the opening that Team Secret had in their first series of the day with the Wind Ranger. Did not work out. Sorry, that I laughed way too hard at that.
Yeah, so critical. Losers.
That was mostly. I mean, that was mostly Lornoff popping off on that Morphling with the Willow Bloodseeker. So that wasn't just the Willow, but they do open something different. And you actually mentioned that on the panel this morning, T.
Look at that segue in between 2 panels. Yeah, they've just been playing it on position 4 and position 5. Puppy's been playing a little bit more. So yeah, just.
No,
That's it.
Subtle brag. I have like 150 games on this hero at this point.
Look at you!
Yeah, I'm just a spammer, filthy spammer of anything.
Have you been
new.
winning with it though? Spamming is one thing, winning is another.
Yeah, you gotta win.
Whoa! I didn't plan this through. Like we shouldn't have talked about this.
Give me a percentage, Blizzard.
Nah,
Look me in the eye.
it's below 50%.
Below 50%.
That's all you need to know.
Exclusive here at the major.
Yeah. However, that was before the buffs, before the changes, and I was experimenting. I was in my experimental phase, as you can see, with the wig and whatnot, also with
natural,
the hoodwink.
right?
Exactly.
I think you can pull it off.
Ooh.
You know, you can grow out your hair.
So, but as you were saying about hoodwink though, what about it?
I really think that teams are reading this hero right into moving her to position 4 and 5. This is where she needs to be played. No core shenanigans, offlane. It's decent. It deals decent damage with farm. The problem is it doesn't do what an offlaner should do. It's not your Centaur, it's not your Mars, it's not your Playmaker. It's a hero that literally hides in the trees. If you don't have a position 4 that can start a fight for you, you pretty much won't have a game plan with the hoodwink.
Yeah, and the annoying thing is, in the core role, you need items to become that hero, but in support, you're very annoying in laning phase. You have that bushwhack, the constant right clicks, like it's pretty potent, and that's why it can be a 4 or a 5, because in a 5 role, you just get yourself a melee carry, and then suddenly that's what's enabling the hoodwink to have laning pressure.
And the lane is actually, if you... What's the third spell called, actually? I should know this with 150 gil.
What?
From
the
hoodwink.
Scurry.
The Scurry, yeah.
Scurry
If you
spell
take a
something,
Scurry, one point of Scurry early on, it's actually pretty potent in the lane too. So.
I won't lie, mate. I don't know if it's called Scurry.
It is.
Is it Scurry?
It is Scurry. It is Scurry, yeah.
Yes, look at me go.
Okay, I am very happy that both of you seem very at ease with talking up hoodwink.
Yeah.
But let's be real,
The
nobody
hero's
else
winning.
is picking it, so it can't be that good, right?
Again, we're in the experimental phase.
Oh.
It's the wild card.
Ah,
Like,
yeah.
We're just just
Wait.
throwing some ideas.
Experimental phase in which if you lose, you're out. Like.
Yeah, but I think in regards to Secret, them going home, like, okay, think about it, right? Do they want to have their Twitter guy? Do you think he's going to have more memes from losing, or more memes from them winning and then get into group stage and like?
Yeah,
I think he'll get the most memes from us always showing the camera of Team Secret because of all the movements they make and all the arm
pointing at
movements
the
and the pointing. You know, that's where you get the memes.
Yeah.
But Vici Gaming, they're not memeing though.
They're serious
Centaur,
boys. You know,
SD,
they sit at their chairs. They know what's up. They're playing their standard dogs.
Yeah.
The Shadow Demon plus Centaur. Well, they did used to pick some different heroes with Centaur, but Shadow Demon is also pretty nice. The setup in the lane is ridiculously strong.
Don't want to segue away, but if they do lose this draft, it is because they've left their pile of notes on the one PC they're not at. Just wanted to point that out.
True. Yeah,
That's probably just emails printed out. You
Yes,
don't go through those anyway.
Get out the room after the draft, yeah.
So far, Morphling banned out by Vici Gaming afterwards, together with the opening bans from both of these teams are pretty much what teams do ban against Secret and Vici Gaming, right? Like Enchantress Ancient and 2 bugs from Team Secret, followed up by TA, actually in the second phase. I think we'll see, I don't know if you guys talked about TA, but this hero is popping off in EU pubs. And when I say EU pubs, I mean international pubs.
Yep.
Every single player is playing quite a lot of her. Tiny, TA, those are probably the 2 most contested mid laners at the moment.
But the main thing with TA as well is because not only do you have, like, the build is still somewhat generic with the whole Deso Blink. Sometimes you go for like a Dragonlance style build.
It's actually Raid Band Dragonlance Deso 90% of the time that I watched.
It's also the +1 though of the shard as well. We saw in Eastern Europe how GPK on the TA, he bought this shard and he would have a trap on every single staircase entry and exit of jungle. Like, you could not aggressively make moves because of this additional vision game. It was really spooky to play into. But Secret, they pick up this first phase puck, and instantly, like we've seen in the entirety of today, when you pick up a core in the first phase, you instantly use 3 bans, and this will be a big indicator that puck is a mid lane.
I have seen, when you see this puck picked, and you see Dragonite and TA banned out after, that makes you think that puck is mid 100%. However,
bam,
yeah, bam.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
In Chinese region, at least, throughout the season, they have been doing that. They pick the puck and haha, now we're gonna ban out TA and put puck offlane. Teams can do that, but
that takes a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that
you're
takes
using
a lot
3 bans to win the psychological warfare of this is going into certain role, and then to unflex it within.
And
your
you can't really. You then have to reserve all your picks and really be ambiguous with the next couple of heroes that you pick, so that they do not know that puck is actually offlane.
A difficult thing here, for Secret at least, is just the fact that they picking in this order. The Hoodwink is a 4/5 flex, and getting to this bit, like, they have to pick an offlane here. They can't really reveal niches here. They can't. Technically, they could just go for like a casual Kunkka.
I just want them to see something that breaks Puck's coil. That would be pretty nice for me. Like Puck works for Secret. That is also maybe a save versus Faceless Void, like a Wyvern that they've been picking.
They go Wraith King.
They go with the Wraith King, which is also, well, it's not a save versus Faceless Void, but if he uses that Chrono,
you'll die once.
You'll die once.
And you'll come back, and you
And
have the fight
strong.
still going.
Yeah, the main thing as well is Centaur, Shadow Demon. These are heroes that enable kind of prolonging the fight, but they're not the ones doing damage within Chrono. And that's where Vici Gaming, they need to pick at least one damage source to make the Void confident, because we're not seeing any accelerants here. We don't have a Solar Crest, we don't have like the Invoker with Cataclysm or the Alacrity, or
which they can pick, right? They still have their mid laner open.
But this is the main thing. They need someone to enable the Void, because they have kind of early damage issues.
They have been drafting though, like in the Chinese region, this Void has been picked by PSG LGD, by Vici Gaming, but by IG, and not always do they have heroes that combo with the Void so well that he just demolishes the whole team fight, right? These Snapfires or Invokers or AAs, they don't have to be picked. So it can be just a standalone Void.
Actually, the first series of the day where I played against Team Nigma, Poyoyo had a Void Spirit, sorry, not a Void Spirit, a Faceless Void,
Faceless Void.
that didn't really have any particular combo with it, and they crushed it regardless.
Yeah, and in the Execration series that we just saw, he went Diffusal Blade first and just tried fighting. So there are ways to play around it. It's just having the components to get that going. And then Team Secret, they just pick up a casual Slardar, which
is interesting.
Yeah.
Is it? How popular is Slardar in Europe?
It's pretty
up
decent,
there, yeah.
Really?
pretty up there, yeah. Mostly
we're
because
a simple region, all right?
so
I see. Just give us bashes, stuns.
Yes.
It was often picked by Team Liquid. Also, it was one of the heroes that Koikfa picked a lot when he just went offlane, obviously making space for Samil in the mid lane with Boxy stepping out for a bit, and they just played Slardar a bunch, and he turned out to be one of the tanky boys, so Alliance obviously played them as well.
Tanky boys I am seeing in the Chinese and SCA region as well. Tanky boys, like you get this tricore of Dragonite, Doom and Centaur, and you just don't have enough damage to take them down. I have seen that a couple of times. Slardar, however, hasn't been too popular and hasn't been really that strong on the offlane in these two regions at least. Here it does allow you for that mid-game tempo. It's really strong with the Hoodwink in the laning stage. You are decent versus Faceless Void, right? He bashes you, you bash him.
Oh, the bash warfare,
it's the bash dance, but you know when you're gonna bash at least, which I don't know if that's better or worse. Probably worse.
Honestly, you're undoing because you didn't know it's coming, so you play for it. But in regards to this Slardar pick, I don't mind it just for the fact that laning phase, the way to deal with a Slardar is bringing in another support. SD isn't really leaving the center at any point, and it's not as if SD and Grim are going to connect and find kills on the map.
It's not a good support duo in that way.
Exactly. So that does unlock the Slardar to have an okay lane into that quick Aegis to give that extra core, that's something. And most likely will just be a puck mid, so they are going to have a good overwhelming timing, but they do run into the issue of how tanky does Vici Gaming quickly get with like 2 items each. Like,
yeah, when you have Slardar with Corrosive Haze, I guess it takes you quite a bit to become tanky, right? Like a Vanguard alone is not going to do it on the Centaur any longer. Vanguard works wonders when you have armor. If you don't have armor, then it's a decent item. In this patch, it's really good, but it's not as great.
What do we feel the odds are that Puck is actually played by Puppey?
Again, it is an option, but they don't have ultimate last pick in the draft.
Wait a second. I just noticed that. Oh no, that's.
I've been.
Oh, that is confusing.
Yeah, I've been tripped out by this pretty much the entirety of the draft.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking about the Vici Gaming logo there. Yeah. I'm like, wait a second, that's not right.
Well, I'm missing you.
So, okay, on the team webcams, there's a logo for Secret, but it's on the left when they're drafting on the right. So when we go back to Vici...
No, it's just a wrong logo showing, because it shows the person, the team, who is having the pick right now, so this one should be the Vici Gaming logo. So yeah, the logos are wrong, but they're right, the names there are right, so don't worry. We got it, and
the Wyvern pick.
It will be a Winter Wyvern last coming out for Team Secret, so the puck will be played by Nisha, and we'll have a pretty straightforward draft, it feels like, coming out from Team Secret. What do we like to see as last pick for Vici Gaming?
For them, they need a mid laner that works well against Puck on that mid lane. If Bat is still in the pool, that's an option that's also good versus Wyvern. But Okay, you go with the tanky boys. You go with the Bristle.
I forgot this hero existed. Oh, I'm so
Yeah,
happy.
they do have break against it though. Hoodwink, one of the
True.
things. I'm not the biggest fan of Hoodwink. However, one of the things that this hero does bring to the table, that's that built-in break, right? Like you have an ulti that can deal with the Bristle. However, is that enough? I don't see that really from Team Secret. I don't see the damage that's going to take down this big boy.
This is kind of filthy because you now have Hoodwink, Wyvern support duo that don't leave lanes, a Centaur SD aggressive, of course, dual lane. SD can then make stacks in your Ancients. This mid Bristle who will happily farm mid, no pressure, into then farming those stacks. This timing is going to be like disgusting.
There's just a lot of good things for Vici Gaming. However, when you look at the positives of Team Secret is, well, let me find them. Winter. No. I found one. I found one.
Okay.
Winter Wyvern is
okay.
good versus Chrono. We called her before. We called the Wyvern before to be picked. They picked it as the last pick. However, my worries always are the same with the Wyvern is Matu is not going to have a blast in the laning stage. Like when you're laning with the Winter Wyvern as a carry, you're like...
No.
Where's your 40 damage break?
I think it's Winter Wyvern for Yapzor.
You think it's going to be a 4?
So, yeah, I see it.
Actually, he picked
5
it.
Hoodwink, yeah.
Okay, I like this better, though.
Yeah,
now I like this better. Because Secret so far have been picking Wyvern on 5, and it's decent, it's good, but the laning is just terrible.
Yeah, but now you have a Wyvern on 4, and sorry for laughing, but that feels like it's not that type of hero that Yapzor normally shines on.
The main thing is, how does Secret find a way to deal with the efficiency Bristle will have in the first 10 minutes? Farming his lane, farming the jungle.
Yeah.
Not be able to prevent that will make your game so hard and an uphill battle. So that is the key thing. Prevent that from happening somehow.
What is it? What are you doing?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's find out how this first game is going to play itself out then. It's going to be Vici Gaming and Team Secret, commentated by Cap and Kyle.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Shiver. It's going to be Cap and Kyle doing this cast of what is probably the 2 anime protagonists for this series, at least in my opinion anyway. I believe Secret and Vici Game are going to be the ones going through. What do you think, Kyle?
I'm leaning more Nigma. I think that the chat, very surprisingly, was heavily in favor of Team Secret, but Vici, my personal pick to be top of this wild card, and I'm a big fan of their draft and also watched how they played in our opening series today, and they've been pretty damn dominant.
They have been pretty good. It's something about Vici, man. They always seem to outdo my expectations of them as a team. They just, I think this team is really good. Their support duo is awesome. I've been very impressed by everything that I've seen from Poyoyo. And then, of course, we're just going to do a brief check-in with Shiver before we head back to the game of Vici Gaming versus Secrets.
Very impressive note-taking skills, though.
Yeah, Shiver is just always ready to go, studying the game as always, making sure to keep the notes of who's playing what. And one of the things that she pointed out was that Puppy is going to be playing a 5-position Hoodwink, as looks like we're going to get out to the races right away with Old 11 on the Centaur, picking up the Bounty Rune and probably heading to the Glue Factory sometime soon, as unless the stomp can save him, Puppy, one more shot, but he eats it. Can't quite get it. Slowed down by DY with the Stroke of Fate. PYW is going to return some fire, but ultimately it looks like that First Blood is going to go unclaimed, unless they really think they can get Yapzor here. I mean, he is a slow hero. Nice dodge there on the Stroke, but it does mean PYW was able to get nice and close. They're going to surround him with the Disruption Illusions. He goes for an instant TP away, and he's good. First Blood still unclaimed, but it's going to be a long trek back to the lane for Yapzor as he went all the way home.
Wow, that is a very risky TP. You die there. Suddenly, the Wyvern is not a very speedy hero. You're doing the long walk of shame up top. But well done. Nice TP.
All right, so what is it that you liked about this lineup for Vici Gaming? Was it the last pick, Bristleback?
Bristleback, all day, every day. I think that we've seen and we've talked a lot about, though we haven't seen TA, but Bristleback, I think, very strong for numerous reasons. This is an ancient patch. You have a pretty simple way of clearing stacks. And in addition, you can't really lose lane just thanks to water runes.
Yep.
So Puck, very low armor. You can see +3 under tower, but if he gets outside of it, just 1. So you just spam spines, control runes, and Bristle theoretically should just trade free farm here.
It's also a hero that can do a little of creep aggro tricks, maybe pull the wave over to the easy camp. He's going to pull it over to when the power runes start spawning as well. It's just, there's so many little things that you could do with Bristleback to make even the hardest lane malleable and functioning for you.
Yeah, top is going to be curious because I've seen Slardar picked quite a bit. You know, we watched European DPC for quite some time. This is a offlaner special for pretty much every squad in that Western European region. But against Void, it can go both ways, though. I do think Slardar is one of the better matchups against it. You also see that trademark Bracer first build.
Yep. Ever since they buffed the regen, just by like 0.25, I think, or something like that, it was enough to be able to put Bracer back into contention for really only offlaners. It's not like we're seeing supports pick it up. They occasionally go for like the fluffy hat builds. He is going to be paired up with Winter Wyvern, though, which is not the greatest laning hero, and you're going to see that here. Zai is going to be the one giving up first blood.
Wow. Got caught there looking like he was chasing to go off for a bash, but you know, he catches one back, and if you tank the Grimstroke Inkswell, you're taking a lot of damage. And as you said, Yapzor, I mean, fantastic player, but quite possibly one of the worst heroes in lane. Look at that. 2 armor, 46 damage, and at level 1, it's just... It's not really. It's just not good.
Yeah. I mean, we heard that from the interview. Remember that one with Puppy, where he was talking about picking the Winter Wyvern, and Matumba Man was telling him, no, please, don't pick the Winter Wyvern. My lane's going to be just shit. And Puppy did it anyway, because that's what a good leader does, is completely ignore everybody else and go with your gut. So he picks it anyway. It works. They win there. But on the international stage, it's going to be a different question.
And there's 2 things I've been looking for coming into this tournament. And I think certain regions really undervalue the importance of lanes, even though we talk about it constantly. Vici and also Teamfight. And Vici in this game stressed both. So far doing quite well in all 3 lanes. They also have a really easy way to play macro on the map. Bristle naturally is going to progress to Ancients and farming stacks, which leaves then one of the 2 ranged supports to take middle. He's already taking a stack easy camp. And then a Void, of course, is going to give you that late game power spike. He just steals a couple of creeps.
Nothing major here is actually going to be challenging the Bristleback for a few hits. 2 levels of the passive, though, for Ori, so he's going to be able to shrug most damage off.
That's pretty interesting. I've always been more of a fan of the 1-3-1.
Yeah.
He's got to be really careful.
Yeah, he tries to go for the water rune and gets a little bit baited and goes down to 4 health. Jeez.
Yeah, you can see that's that second point in the passive there, Cap. That damage negation allows him to live with only 4 HP.
And you were just saying how you really like the 0-3-2 build for those exact situations.
That's why you do it. That's why you do it. I always like the 1-3-1 because it allows you to farm more Ancients more quickly, but also ensure you get faster ult stacks up when you actually do hit 6 and start maybe looking to chase down heroes and find kills.
You do have one of the most impressive cases of foot and mouth syndrome that I've ever seen.
It's unbelievable. I don't know how it works like that.
Yeah, it's your timing. It almost feels like it's intentional.
No.
DY going to be pushed away here. The Slardar sitting 19-3 compared to 25-7. So as expected, the Faceless Void is winning this lane. And again, we're probably going to say it's the lack of impact of a Winter Wyvern. Fortunately, as he starts getting to level 3 and 4, you start feeling a bit better because Splinter Blast starts dealing a lot of damage. You can Cold Embrace to be able to heal up your ally, which has been getting some okay laning phase buffs for...
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm going to say it like 5 or 6 patches ago.
Yeah, the base regen isn't just awful now. So a 1-point wonder as an ability. The damage reduction is also quite nice. Vici have a lot of physical damage threat. It'll be really interesting, though. I can't believe we saw Hoodwink in the opening from Secret. That was not something I would have seen coming. And keep in mind, this is why it's baffling to me. I think chat leaning 75% towards Secret. This team 1-1 Gambit.
Yeah. I'm not feeling so hot about Secret right now, and especially if they have a 5 Hoodwink. I mean, one of the only teams that plays Hoodwink somewhat regularly would be Quincy Crew, and they play it on a 4 position. I don't think I've seen a single 5 Hoodwink.
And I remember I asked Jack about that as well, like what's going on with this Hoodwink, and he just chuckled, said I can't reveal any secrets. So I don't know what that means, but
it probably means he has no idea.
Yeah. I played against him yesterday. It did not end well. And oh, this is a beautiful regen rune. You get to just farm. Oh my, this is enormous.
Yeah, this is massive. You wouldn't usually be able to farm this big of an ancient stack this early, not even having maxed up quills yet.
Yeah. Just hang, now he's levels. That is actually insane. What a rune. That is a potential game-winning rune. Like plus, I don't even know, 1,500 gold, a ton of experience. And
it's still going.
Yeah.
Why does Regen Rune last so long anyway?
I don't know. I got nerfed a little bit. I think it lasts less long, but yeah, on heroes like Bristle to farm Ancient, Storm Spirit, probably the most notable user. You know, poor Nisha, he's farming his stacks too, right? But that's what, a triple hard camp? That was a 4-stack Ancients that just dropped off.
Yep. They're going to stack up the Ancients again here, but they honestly do not have the... Yeah, Wraith King doesn't actually do Ancient stacks very well. He's really good at farming a single Ancient camp.
Yep.
Not so good with the stacks.
Yeah, I've heard Brian actually rage at his allies for stacking Ancients when he's Wraith King. Oh, it doesn't help him.
I've heard that in person. He's very angry.
Yes.
It's scary.
Speaking of scary, this... Old 11 Centaur could... Oh, wait, just kidding. Has a Vanguard. No boots necessary. Even after the nerf, he's probably going to be fine here. Oh, well...
Oh, it's actually going to use the Stampede with Poyoyo coming in. They're going to try and chase down both of these kills. That's very greedy. They're going to use the Chronosphere to be able to go for the Wraith King. He did not get the stick off before the Chronosphere, so he didn't have the mana for Reincarnation. Nisha does have the orb, so he's very, very fine. There's a lot of stacks there, but of course, maybe he gets hit by one round of quills, but not even that.
That was sick. He definitely checked mana there. The nerfs putting it now at 180 mana for the Reincarnate. So Poyoy recognizing there's no Reincarnate available. That is a huge rotation, and now he should be able to assert dominance. And this is the bristleback factor. I mean, what, level 9?
Yeah.
At 8 minutes into the game.
Yep, he's 1,000 net worth ahead of the Puck, who arguably beat him in lane.
Yep.
He forced the Bristleback to go back to base, and they're actually going to double up here. Secret going for the kill of a Centaur with a Vanguard. That's not going to go very well for them. As here comes Ori, looking to be able to chase down Zai, but Tubman just going to make sure his offlaner can get back safely. But ultimately, this has been a rotation of 2 cores to 1 lane with little effect.
Yep. And this early phase boost, this is the way you love being able to play Bristle. Don't have to go for that early Hood or Vanguard for survivability. Typically, you need some regen or sustain item to farm Ancients. The regen rune gave him his stack at an earlier timing. Now phase boost Hood, he's just gonna run at people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how you stop this man. You can't kill him.
I wonder if we've gotten a look at how many stacks that PYW has managed to put together. Because if he knows all the tips and tricks, you can actually get like 4 or 5 stack camps.
Yep.
With just 1 Shadow Demon rotation. It requires you to like preemptively Shadow Poison 1 wave, pull it back, it goes back in, and then when the Shadow Poison pops at the right time, you can pull everything.
And you can see the secret draft, you look around at the itemization they're going for. It's similar to what we saw in the game where Miracle was playing Puck. You know, early Witchblade, probably maybe even do a Desolate. Oh, that's a 6 drop.
No!
He got the orb.
He doesn't have the orbit, and Nisha is only going to be able to go so far with the silence, chased down by the combination of Ori, DY, and PYW. Now they're going to start putting a bit of assault on that mid tower. I was actually a little bit surprised that Vici Gaming gave up on that top tower. I was like, well, they could defend that with Bristleback, but no, they said, let's go ahead, focus in on the mid lane, much more important tower anyway.
And do you see the Maelstrom build on the Void? So Vici looking to have that more aggressive timing. And Secret, Armlet build on the Wraith King. They have the minus armor from the Slardar, so they should hit a pretty big spike in the mid game as well. But my fear is, again, like this support duo, Wyvern Hoodwink, very limited damage output. And YapzOr, he's trying to do the typical Wyvern play, push out lanes from behind tower, but they're just diving in.
Yeah. And he's got no way out now. Matubman, he's going to show up at a really nice coil coming in from behind. Nisha, he's going to be able to execute both the supports. Very little impact from them. And Wraith King still alive, too, as Poyoyo is going to be able to bounce away from all that damage that came out from the Hoodwink ultimate. And the rest of Vici Gaming, very hard to bring down, so they'll be able to reset. But still, nice defense there for Team Secret, being able to get nice 2 kills.
Yeah, really nice job. YapzOr, yeah, he dies, but he blew so much time. He got the full cold embrace off and just bathed Vici into a rough position. I remember one of my first lessons playing with Fly way back in the day was to be very cautious trying to TP in to defend your tier 1 safe lane. It's so easy to lose games. Secret needed to bring all 5, otherwise they have no hope of repelling that, and they come out with a favorable trade. And Matumba's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Ori could very easily kill him twice here if Secret's not careful, and I bet they don't even have TPs left, because they all TP'd earlier. Ori's realizing that. He's like, I don't see anybody on my radar. I think we can go for this. is actually going to focus on the tower while still trying to keep Matumbaman close. Another round of the Inkswell. Matumbaman low on armor here. Finally, Secret going to start showing up. Oh no, the missed bushwhack. He doesn't actually hit Ori. Not stunned at all, so he just continues to whack down Matumbaman. They get the kill, they get the tower.
Yeah, just realized, they actually had the confidence to pick Bristle into one of the only break mechanics left in Dota 2. But right there, you saw Ori is just too strong. Like, he's not a real target, and Secret have to be concerned. You can see them with discipline, even in that first engagement under the tower. They're not targeting Bristle, because that is what Vici Gaming want. They have a disruption behind him. They've got plenty of heroes to follow up. He's going to break coil, just stand there.
Yeah, just wait it out. He's got Stampede shortly after, but the magic damage may prove to be too much. No misses from the low ground. They get him.
The Witchblade. The Witchblade is what is necessary if you want to take out a hero like Centaur.
Does so much added damage. So I feel like we've been talking about, you liked Vici Gaming's lineup. It feels like you feel like this Bristleback is a big problem. You said they drafted for lanes, they drafted for teamfight. So what is the advantages that Secret's lineup has?
In theory, better pickoff potential, cleaner stun combinations.
Right.
They have the break to deal with both the bashes and the Bristleback. In theory, Roche, they can take it with ease if they just get one pickoff. And right here, you can already see a little bit of that pickoff potential coming into play. Puck, Slardar, your Hunters. Once that blinks online for Zai, this game gets a lot easier for them to play. And all they need is a pickoff like that, maybe 2 or 3 minutes from now, and boom, it's into Roche. And yeah, that was actually the blink reveal. Went for the brown boots, rushed it.
I mean, they've got really good low-risk lane shove on the side of Secret that'll open that up, right? Hoodwink is able to play side lanes all the time. Winter Wyvern Splinter Blast, Wraith King Skeletons. Oh, trying to catch little Hoodwink, the Squirrel. Gets back to the safety of the Tier 2 tower, and with no additional help, okay. DY says, you're going to come back to me? I'll go ahead and take that kill. Maybe I'm going to trade my life for it, but he just needs to be able to get a spell off. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so. Zai with the save and the kill, 6-6 now.
That's interesting that I didn't expect that. We see the Vanguard actually on the Bristleback. Not a huge fan of that. We saw Old 11 die to just the magic damage, the Witchblade burst.
Yeah.
This is really ineffective against minus armor and magical damage, right?
Okay.
So suddenly, yeah, the Lotus Orb's queued up, but I might have preferred just something that wouldn't fall off. When you're ahead, I think getting that bonus build-up item, it's nice if you can press the advantage. Maybe they're just going to look to take fights right away.
Coil immediately. Nisha has no mana. They're immediately going to double snap it here to try and finish him off, but Zai is able to provide a stun, and Old 11 is getting shredded by this corrosive haze now.
Way too much damage, but plus the percentage-based DPS from the Wyvern Q as well, the Arctic Burn. Nisha with a really nice reaction there. I'm surprised they went for that, and you can already kind of see Vici. The downside of the draft is right now, what is their pickoff? Right? All these heroes on Secret are free to react. They're also playing into a Wyvern at all times. They need a sick Chronosphere to really open up an engagement, but not necessarily looking to 5v5 either. And as you said, Secret, really easy way of just shoving out lanes for free. Wyvern Ws, the support duo in general, plus of course Nisha, who can just QW, nuke down a wave immediately, back away.
All right, well, it feels like Secret is in a pretty good place at this point. 15 minutes in, up by 1,000. Do you feel like their lineup is actually going to stall out at some point in time against Faceless Void? Or are you confident that the combination of Wraith King plus Slug, because they have like the late game lockdown, the physical damage dealer, and a hardcore minus armor?
Yeah, I'm starting to see where chat was going, to be quite honest, Cap, because they're going to have that massive amount of burst damage plus the combo breaker.
Yeah.
Like the Wyvern, you've already gotten through the most difficult phase of the game. Yapzor survived the lanes. Now, they're free to go for kills and then always have that get out of jail free card.
Got the disruption, ready to go. Pops it now. The shot actually still landing. The Centaur is definitely in trouble here. The last Splinter Blast should be able to claim his life. Vici Gaming giving up yet another pickoff.
There's not much you can do there. It's, the thing about Wyvern Ultimate is that it is an offensive combo break. The defensive disrupt is effective if suddenly Vici can re-engage. If there's no added pressure, if there's no allies coming in, specifically a Chronosphere, then you're just delaying the inevitable. Centaur is going to die 100% of the time. Meanwhile, if you try to chrono before you find Yapzor, one big ulti just turns the fight around.
DY trying to stay alive here, but it's not going to work. Now, Ori is going to be a bit of a problem for Secret in dealing with him, but they can focus fire when he's facing the wrong direction or when he's broken. goes to show this Bristleback cannot be nearly as fearless as he once was. Now is the plate mail to help you out with that minus armor you were talking about earlier. I'm sure in some way he's probably regretting that Vanguard and saying, man, a faster Lotus Orb and an Eternal Shroud would have felt really good.
Oh, yeah. I love the new Shroud on Bristleback. Big fan of it on Leshrac as well. These heroes that can sometimes run into mana issues. You know, Hood is not super expensive to pop, but it's real nice that you know you're going to get all your mana back plus more when you pop your magic rules. And
I'm just mostly surprised that Ori wasn't able to take that mid tower.
Yeah.
When he got to that big peak that you were talking about, like he's 1,000 net worth ahead of the puck, he had this Vanguard very early on. I was like, okay, he's just going to chip away at that mid tower until it falls. But instead, that Tier 1 has stayed alive for 17 minutes, and it's been a big boon for Secret and their continued map control that they have.
Definite prioritization of the bottom lane, right? They went once, and yeah, they got Matu and the tower kill, but it took them so long that that window where you were super far ahead on Vici wasn't able to close on the Secret mid tower. And for the reasons we've discussed at length now, it's tough to just straight up push objectives because Vici don't have any way to poke and prod to start an engagement. You know, Centaur still closing in on the blink. So ultimately, what is their catch? It's avoid leaping in, a disruption offensively.
And we already have the counters to Chronosphere, Winter Blast, or both the save from Cold Embrace as well as the Winter's Curse.
And we've been saying it, even Rich repeating it now. Control the armor, control the game. You look around Secret's lineup. Zai closing in on level 12. That means minus 15 armor from his ultimate. A Medallion Rush on to the Hoodwink. You're going to have a Desolator coming out real soon on Matumba Man. Suddenly, Roshan, that dies in 10 seconds. And Vici Gaming, with the exception of this Bristleback, who, if he's broken and goes to negative armor, it doesn't, like, Slowed Sword might not even be enough if he gets stun locked, but it is up at a nice timing. Somehow Nisha ahead of the game in net worth. That is wild. He's been a part of a lot of kills thus far.
Matumba Man staying slightly ahead of the Faceless Void as well. He is going to be going for a very early Deso. What do you think about that?
Checking out the camp stack. He might be using the trick you were talking about.
Yeah,
11. Putting up Insania numbers out here.
Yeah, it really is. And yet, despite all those camps stacked, still behind in net worth by 3K in total.
It's the lack of playmaking power. You know, this is what somewhat punished Vici. You know, we saw their series against Nigma. They always had this focus on the macro game, on the late game. You know, a last pick Spectre in that game that they dropped. But the game one, you know, it wasn't so much Vici winning. They played solid, but ultimately it was just that the later it went, the more secure their position.
Yeah.
You might be able to say the same here. Most people do consider Void the king of the late game, but I really am starting to like what I see with Secret. They have controlled the armor, and now it's all about finding an opening there. Huddled is 4. Nisha's ready to TP if needed. And more importantly, they're playing this Roche pit area. If they find kills here, it's immediately in for the objective. They want to be playing this spot. Nobody cares about bottom safe lane tower. You can clear that out later.
Oh, this is the kind of classic, right? Both lineups can take Roshan, so therefore both lineups sit around the Roshan pit for as long as possible. And you can see some games where they battle back and forth for 5-6 times before one is broken. They kind of jump in onto a Wraith King as their first target. Ori on the front lines, already trying to put in the damage with the Quills, but that Winter's Curse is just going to line up, so Old 11 is dead, and he doesn't even have buyback. Now broken Bristleback inside of the river. He's also gone. Meanwhile, Nisha is just harrying the back line. Almost managed to catch the Shadow Demon, but is going to be caught inside this Chronosphere and killed by Poyoyo, but he can't really fight anything else.
No.
He's out of gas.
That's it.
That's it. Time for Roshan.
Yep. I mean, that was, you see right there. There's no way Ori expected his survivability to be so non-existent. He straight up just gets popped first, kills Old 11. Excellent use of the Winter's Curse there. Typically, we're talking about it being used as a defensive tool, but that's why it's so powerful, because it actually gets the free kill on Centaur, and, you know, alley-oops the Bristleback. Everybody has time to land spells. All that minus armor coming out, the Deso, the Medallion, the Slaughter Amp, and then the break. They blew everything. They lose only Nisha. Kind of a given. You get solo chronoed. They get the Roche.
I mean, we could see immediately that was going to be a bad idea. And Vici Gaming, you could see it in them too. There was a bit of trepidation. Old 11 was like, I don't really want to jump a Wraith King, but I guess I have Inkswell. Like, he does it anyway, and it's a terrible fight.
Yeah. It's definitely, I don't know how it happened, but felt like one of those moments where the team's saying go. You're set up to go. You don't really want to. You saw that second of hesitation.
Yeah.
Go for it anyway, and ultimately, fight together, die together, but Nisha also did a good job. He completely removed the supports from that engagement.
Yeah, there was supposed to be some disruption saves somewhere in there.
I think it got on. I don't know how relevant it was.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Ori's running forwards, but the moment his target switches to Centaur, that fight is lost. It's really just about finding YapzOr. You have to find YapzOr if you're Vici Gaming.
That is a big difference, right? It's like Vici Gaming, their jump in is a Faceless Void, as you said, maybe a Centaur. Those aren't the best catch heroes for really killing supports, but the Puck, that's going to be super disruptive at being able to find Grimstroke and finding the Shadow Demon, preventing disruption saves. Really good. TP away. Oh, even better, though. They got the coil. He's not going to be able to get away from that shot from the Hoodwink, and they've got more than enough chain stuns to hold him in place. And even if they didn't, they'd have vision of everywhere he went.
Yeah, they have this nice Tinker ward, but really now a Hoodwink ward for Puppy.
Yeah.
But that's a ward to try and find the pesky 5 position at Team Secret, who somehow has 5,000 net worth. Puppy always finding a way to get farm, but top 2 net worths now Team Secret heroes, and certainly feeling strong. The Dagon queued up by Nisha. And I like this. We just talked about the disparity. Vici can't hunt backline, Secret can, and that's what Nisha's itemizing for. He wants to be able to pop the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. That means whoever else his squad goes for, they know they can 100-0 it, uninterrupted, and just way more stuns.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, it goes, okay, Chronosphere, but then the Winter Wyvern is the counter to the Chronosphere, and then in which case, especially if it's Winter's Curse, maybe Disruption is the counter to that, but he's never going to get it off. Not with Nisha in the game anyways.
Yep. And I feel like I've seen this so many times in games of Dota. It's the script that is written. Take Roche as Radiant, immediately rotate towards bottom, collect the towers, and then TP immediately back up to defend.
They're going to be able to catch him, too. There's no way he's getting out of this one. The Bushwhack, they do manage to get the disruption, buying a little bit of time at the double. Oh, that's actually a great soulbind. That's going to be able to catch the 2 of them. Maybe blowing up Nisha right away and taking the first life away from Matumba Man. He's going to come back at a world of hurt. His Poyo immediately lines up for a Chronosphere, catches the Winter Wyvern, nobody else, but if he can kill the Wyvern right away, it's not that big of a deal, as Matumba Man still being kited around by this Bristleback. The big BKB Zai. Slardar just goes ahead and finds the Shadow Demon kill, but can he really save Matumba Man here? Now on his 3rd life and final life for him is going to be able to blink away. DY being chased by that Slardar, but they have to keep their distance from Ori. Without the break mechanic and without the targeted fire, they have a hard time being able to take him out.
Yeah, that was an insane fight from Vici Gaming. You saw the Grimstroke ulti immediately, the double ultimate from the Shadow Demon. Purges both.
He's coming back. He's really going to try and do this one. His reincarnation is not back up yet. His haste rune has a few more seconds. Might be able to get him away. The break put onto the Bristleback, and they do have now Nisha. He's going to be joined back into the fight. Does have the coil. Disruption. Is it out there? He does not hear. They're not going to be able to buy this one. The silence goes out, and then the Faceless Void just getting blown up right away. Now the damage is turned on to the Centaur, who has the Inkswell. Can he stay alive long enough for it to pop? Not quite, but Matumba Man finally does fall. Or he turns around, swipes him once, but he wanted to kill on his eye as well. He's being put and pulled apart. He can't really stick on a one target, and all of his allies, they're being ripped apart by Nisha, ripped apart by Zai. They're just running and kiting this Bristleback to oblivion. Now he's left all by his lonesome against 3 heroes. Immediately Lotus Orb going down to be able to take rid of that corrosive haze, but now he's being slowed down by YapzOr. Bit by bit, poke by poke, they're going to be able to finish him off. The last man of Vici Gaming goes down, and Team Secret holding out for a nice team fight.
Maybe they just need some time to warm up, Cap. That was nice. That is what you expect to see. Incredible silence from Nisha if we could run that back, because that's straight up on the fight. I actually think that that's going to turn around, but he hits a 4-man silence. That's what allows them to finish the Void. The disruption was just off cooldown, unable to be utilized because Nisha, I don't even think he had vision. He just straight up went for it. He knew he had to get the overlap on any backline in range. BKB will soon come out on the Void. Zai had his in that last engagement. Very early timing. Ultimately, 20-10, only a 6k net worth lead. You can see how difficult it is to take down the Bristle, but this kind of goes back to the item build. Hood, Vanguard, Lotus Orb, he's survivable.
Yep.
he's just getting kited.
Yep.
He can't actually stick to a target to deal damage. So by the time he's hitting somebody, it's Secret hitting back because they've killed out his entire team.
Yeah, as you said, they picked it into the Hoodwink. They picked it into one of the only break mechanics, but even more so, he picked it into a lot of heroes that can just kite him out.
Not just that, you now have the Arctic Burn, the Ags for the Wyvern has been picked up. 9% health burn every second.
That's
pretty significant against strength heroes.
Yeah, that's slow. He can load absorb some of this, but he can just be reapplied. Another way they're going to be able to kite this Bristleback. This is just awful for Vici Gaming. They really got to get their next timings of BKBs online because it feels like they are a bit outclassed right now in this moment.
And okay, the Ags will come out, but I still kind of fear for this Bristle. I feel like they need that next item, right? Like an AC on somebody. Do they have a Solar Crest yet? Aether Lens? No Solar Crest. Both supports also buying Aghanims. So right now, Secret certainly in control of the armor. You can even see a casual plate mail on Old 11. He'll also be going for a Lotus Orb, but right now it just feels like everything Vici's buying is just about surviving, better spell casting.
Yeah.
Secret, they just get more damage and more damage. BKBs soon have one on Matu as well. I don't know how you're going to stop him.
Yeah, in a way, that BKB is just more damage for Mutumba Man. Not just the stats, but the fact that he can just keep on swinging on people, which he's had a little bit of problem due to Inkswell and the Centaur stuns that are coming out.
Yeah, Sunny Yules onto Puppy. That'll be quite nice, just for more kiting. Done a really nice job keeping lane shoved almost really spitting distance of Yapzor's net worth. That's a tall task against one of the greedier 4 positions. Though Puppy probably knows that well by now. They've been together for some time.
All right, Ori. I mean, this is a significant upgrade that he's got for himself. The Aghanim Scepter allowing him to spam constantly to keep himself at maxed out Warpath stacks. And then an Arcane Rune as well. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see Vici Gaming just go for a team fight, right?
No, definitely. If it wasn't now, I'm not sure when it would be. You know, Bristle's just a smidge away from the level 20 talent. Expect the Quill Stack damage.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Though still not having Eternal Shroud means those kind of stacks, it just... Without that spell life steal, you know, it just doesn't feel quite as good.
When you see the Hood first, you're thinking, okay, the Shroud will come out. And at this point, I think you'd rather that than the Vanguard. The lack of armor, Vanguard's really nice pretty much before 15, 20 minutes. At this point, it's just an item I feel like you'd rather not have, especially since, did he actually get rid of it? He did. He split it.
I just saw that Vitality booster in his backpack earlier. Oh, a jump! They managed to find Puppy. That's a decent pick-off for them if they can actually get him running his way through his trees, but unfortunately there's not a whole lot of trees left to be able to hide in. Yapzor, in a vain attempt to try and help Puppy, doesn't actually get caught. Fortunately, those Tranquil Boots allow him to fly pretty fast.
It's actually pretty sick, not just for the offensive power we talked about, but as an escape mechanism. Finding Yapzor is the way to win a fight for Vici. How are you going to do that when he can fly at all times?
I have this Lotus Orb. But yeah, like going back to that Vanguard, if he gets that early Vanguard and he takes the mid tower early on, then maybe that feels okay. I mean, you know, but the fact that he went an early game item, didn't actually take the early tower that is most crucial to take.
We're not crazy because he has Shroud queued up. He did have a Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Because he just got rid of it. I mean, respect. Like, recognizing, you know what, I don't want this item. It was a bad decision. And I won't have it anymore.
Okay. Lotus Orb is not going to be doing that much to save Ori. Fortunately, the Stampede will get him out for now. Benicia did have that coil. Looks like he was just a little bit shy of being able to catch up, though. Oh, look at that. He's got the coil breaker, too. Psychic Headband. Great item for a puck.
Yeah, the int damage as well. Also with now the finished Sanj Kaya. He had the Dagon before, now it looks like it'll be an Octarine. I agree with that. Just for the increased cast range, much easier to find big coils.
Does this change the game for you? Aghanim Scepter, Shadow Demon, and Grimstroke. They just got picked up within 2 seconds of each other.
That is pretty nasty, actually. 3 Purges, technically 4. Grimstroke can now give his team a carry in the Wraith King. very stat-heavy build as well. They'll get the Deso. It's something. You know, they're 7K down, but Vici, even into the second Roche, wonder who gets the shard here.
I mean, just imagine. So I know the damage did change for how the Aghanim Scepter works on Shadow Demon.
Oh.
Now it no longer does that stacking thing, but now it actually builds up over time. But just imagine, that's 6 purges if he gets it off on a Soulbind.
That's true. That is pretty nasty. They did. Oh, they're in.
Nisha tries to break the coil, was very close to being able to pull that one off. They're going to give him the Inkswell. Matamba, there's the Soulbind. Onto 2 with the silence. Onto the puck as well. This is perfect, but the Winter's Curse, it stalls everything up. Can this actually bail out Nisha? He takes 1 bit of purge damage. Not quite falling just yet, but finally there goes the Aegis. Same goes with Matamba on his second life. They're going to be able to come back in with a BKB, but they're not strong enough. They don't feel good enough to be able to fight Poyo-Yo because of the Grimstroke getting that Dark Portrait off. Now they're going to be able to pick apart Nisha as he tries to jump away and fade with silence. Not good enough. Neither is going to be this Bushwhack. Oh, he's actually invisible right now, but finally they do get a vision of him. He gets off the Bushwhack last second, but they did buy back, and they're trying to get here, but Vici Gaming, they're not manning down. They're actually going to go for it. They are not afraid of Secret. They weren't afraid of him with an Aegis, and they're certainly not afraid of teams with buybacks, but still going to happen. Lotus Orb bouncing back on him. Matamba Man, he dies, he comes back just in time for the reincarnation. Nisha still trying to go for those supports on the right hand. Zai is going to be joining him. Ult 11, he's going to be dying, but Matamba Man, he's going to be following him right down into the grave where he belongs. Zai ends up falling. Is now Poyo-Yo jumping for his next target. He gets bushwhacked though. He gets shot. He falls. Nisha managed to get the kill on the carry of Vici Gaming. They all have these buybacks, but look at the Dark Portrait. It's going after Puppey. Nisha's very low as well, but Team Secret are able to escape with at least one of these heroes. Looks like maybe Puppey's going to stay alive as well. Vici Gaming, in their resolve, do not buy back for that. They just leave Ori, and he's perfectly fine.
That is excellent discipline. You know, Secret, they used those buybacks. They had to go in and fight. That's 2 cores. Puppey as well. And
I mean,
if it breaks, that fight is totally different for Team Secret.
Yep.
But it's maybe 100 units away. So now all of a sudden you've blown coil. Ori, he doesn't care. He's going to just stand there, spam QW, and look to kill people. That opening of the fight for Secret just backfired, and the ultimate...
It's the only 2 team fights they've lost, right?
Yeah.
When Soulbind catches on to Nisha, the team fight is easily won by Vici Gaming.
Yep, they blew everything. The Chronosphere as well. They used everything to try and save him, but you saw the silence from the Grimstroke on the puck. He came out of Cold Embrace, still couldn't get any spells off. Got a question, you know, this Soul Booster, in theory, Octarine, great item, but I've seen Miracle earlier today pick up a BKB. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something you got to think about here for Nisha. He's huge. Like, look at his net worth. This hero is not just a squishy spellcaster at this stage. And if you have a BKB, suddenly it's really just that Chronosphere you're going to fear. But to your point, Vici got everything they wanted. I saw like 3 purges. Tumba Man's just broken twice throughout the fight, and the Dark Portrait opened up. Like, you had a Wraith King on your side the entire fight.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely crazy. I mean, just pure number of lives, right? That was 3 lives on Nisha, right? He had the Aegis and he bought back as well. There was 4 lives on Matamba Man. Like, they threw all of that just to kind of go even. At the end of the day, like that is, they used cheese as well on that second round of the team fight. I mean, it definitely feels like this game is beginning to turn for Vici Gaming's favor, or it's just the execution of team fights that matters.
It's Team Secret also needing to tweak a little bit of their initiation style. It's Zai who has to go first. He has that Aghanim Shard now, so a big stun also applies all the amplified damage. For 5 seconds, he'll get haze on his targets. Then Nisha is free to bypass that initial target and find the back line. Yeah, you have Ags on both supports of Vici, but they're still pretty damn squishy. Like, these heroes don't have anything else. There's no Glimmer Capes. Gripstroke's running around with a fluffy hat, Shadow Demon, and Aether Lens. There's no extra survivability included. You've got to kill a support duo, and that has to be Secret's game plan if they want to take any sort of engagements. BKB up on the Void has the evasion as well. It's going to be really nice here against the Slardar Wraith King combination.
Look at this cute maneuver by Vici Gaming. They smoke to the top side of the map while showing Ori at mid. So they're trying to disguise this movement in what is an attempted pickoff off of a Chronosphere, and it may still have an opportunity to work here, but no. They finally give up, say, okay, it's time to push down the lane. Butterfly next up for the Faceless Void. They're currently searching for the Hoodwink, but not going to find him. Puppey actually getting a ward down behind them for maybe potential team fights in the future.
That's very close game. You know, at this point, net worth really means nothing. It's all about item timings, initial fights. I also love the fact that we got Gary and Lacoste across the way. They're just screaming and yelling. Something's happening over on the B stream.
Yeah, we've had some pretty hype series already for day one of the AniMajor. A lot of ties.
A lot of 1-1s.
Was not expecting as many as we ended up getting, which is good. Goes to show that maybe these teams are on very even footing.
It just feels like Dota. I don't know if it's the new system, if it's just that we've had so much time before these international lands, but teams are better. Drafting seems more important than ever. A lot more nuance in the item decisions, a lot more concern about proper timings, the Aghanims, the shards, new abilities. Talents have shifted. What Bristle level 25 talent did he go for? Wow, damage, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel it. He's hitting very hard.
Oh, yes. How much is that per stack now?
Aghanim Scepter soon for the Hoodwink, which that's a significant upgrade for Nisha to get that extra, both the spell damage amp up as well as the amp up on, or reduction of status resistance. I mean, you manage to break a coil on somebody who has that boomerang status effect on them. Ooh.
It's a stun for a very long time. And just doing the math, Bristleback with that talent and the Ags, which is most useful because it allows you to keep maximum warpath stacks. You can see them almost always at 9. That is 9 times 59 damage, Cap.
That is a lot of damage, Kyle. That's over 500 damage?
That's correct. It's
590
minus 59.
Oh, God.
That's 531 bonus damage.
Very good. Very good. I'll believe that. It says plus 431.
That's because he only had 7 stacks.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
I have to be confident that I'm right.
Can we check out Slaughter? Slaughter still has the level 25 undispellable corrosive haze, right? Man, he's only level 20. They could really use that upgrade. Those Lotus Orbs are very annoying.
That's a game changer. It's what makes Dota so cool. It's just so much fun to watch because you pick up, the Lotus Orb was the answer to the haze, what, like 17, 18 minutes in, picked up by the Bristleback. But you get so late in the game, suddenly it's like, oh wait, that's not an answer. I actually now just need to have a massive amount of armor to have a prayer in this game. And that's a big butterfly for Poyoyo. That's ideal. You can see Matu, he recognizes what he needs. He went for the Deso AC, all about the minus armor, but now needs an MKB if he actually wants to try and slay a Void, especially one with backtrack skill. We already might have been in, just maybe some poke, hold up.
Yeah, I mean, they're going on to Matumbaman here. The Wraith King, again, maybe not the best target. Old 11 taking so much damage with the Corrosive Haze on him. The Winter's Curse actually pulling in Ori, so the Faceless Void is going to take a decent amount of damage. Can they actually keep him chain stun, overlapping those stuns a little bit too much, perhaps? And Poyoyo is going to be able to jump away, turns around, Chronosphere, throws it out, but it only catching Matumbaman as Nisha had already jumped away. He's going for DY, trying to deal with the silence, and will be able to do so as well. Again, the Crow's Phase allowing even Nisha's physical damage to do so much more. Poyoyo jump on the ground, but he won't have the time to be able to pick it up. He's got to retreat. This has been a disaster for Vici Gaming, as once again, trying to go on the Wraith King, allowing Nisha a free game as a result, trying to use the Stormcrafter as best he can, but this time around, damn.
Wow. Woo. 1003. And once again, Cap, it's all about the team fighting. It's all about who's using spells on who. That time, the Chronosphere doesn't kill Nisha, but just Matumbaman's respawn. So suddenly you have no fear for the Chrono, an immediate turnaround. Team Secret chase him out of the fight, and what was Nisha able to do? Get onto the backlines. He doesn't fear Chronosphere. You saw Zai actually ignoring the Void, just running straight past him to the Shadow Demon. They recognize if we can kill off these supports, we're gonna win this team fight. It's exactly the plan for Secret. They get a mid-tier 2. Roshan is not up. Oh, just spawned. Talk about luck as Yapzor walks into the pit. DD already top.
All right.
That's the dream.
How fast is Roshan gonna die?
I'm gonna start the stopwatch.
Where's Zai? Oh, this isn't fair. They don't have Zai there. They need the Corrosive Haze. Like, this was
coming.
Legitimately, it would die in like 2 seconds.
It's like 4 as soon as that haze goes on.
1, 2, 3.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Aghanim's now on the Slardar. That's going to be insane for his survivability, although it was tweaked a little bit. Used to just be broken. You saw Slardar standing in the puddle, now only getting the benefits with Sprint active.
Which is curious because the ultimate coming out from the Shadow Demon, that Purge, that takes away the sprint, then that's going to take away that effect. And also, I wonder how break works with that as well. Like, if you're broken, I'm going to assume you also don't get those bonuses, unless it's now tied to the active of sprint rather than a passive. Okay. So then it's just a question of whether or not he's going to be purged by PYW, and then in which case an Aghanim Scepter may not feel as good.
And I was going to talk about, you know, the lack of Aghanims on the puck from Nisha, but he picks it up thanks to the Roche. So you saw there the Minotaur horn popped, Old 11 now realizing, hey guys, we got to be careful here, because suddenly these coil breaks, especially on a hero like Void, reliant on the BKB, now will be ineffective. It's a huge tool for Team Secret.
Look at that damage. 40,000 damage being put in by Nisha. He is putting in the work. Is 32,000 being put in by Ori. I mean, just talk about the difference there. Bristleback is supposed to be able to rack out huge amounts of damage because of his quills against a tanky strength hero like Wraith King. Nisha, I'm going to say most of this damage is slaughtering those supports.
Oh, yeah. What is that? Is that a Dagon 5 already? What level is that? It is a Dagon 5. Where he has so much farm.
Yeah, no, he's...
With the Spell Amp, that is a 1,024 damage spike. So all of a sudden, these Vici Gaming supports are starting to think about how, like, it's not about keeping our cores alive anymore. It's how do we keep ourselves alive. That Ghost Scepter seems nice for your Shadow Demon, but not helpful against...
Oh god, a double damage Wraith King with the Mortal Strike talent as well. So he's going to be pumping out those crits. 1,500 damage at a time.
I like how there's a Stormcrafter on Bristle. He's holding it for the self-dispel. Now has the AC, has the heart. This man just simply does not die. However, do look at the armor. That is not enough. Typically 29 armor, you're feeling fine.
Yeah.
But Slardar minus 20. The Deso.
Well, what does he do? I feel like he's 6-slotted. Consume the Aghanim Scepter, get a Shiva's?
Yeah, that's the danger, and that's what, you know, the armor, why it's so valuable. You run out of ways to increase it. You know, you could buy Shiva's, sure, but...
So you're saying we need a Divine Rapier, but for armor?
Maybe. An upgradable AC? I'm not sure. And you look around, like Old 11, he doesn't have enough armor. And that's why, even with this heart, I'm concerned he's still an easy target. Bear in mind, the more HP you get, the more effective that Arctic Burn from YapzOr is going to be. Secret really don't care about your max HP as much as they do your specific resistances. So you got to be cautious now in Arcane Blink.
Beginning to get to some of the levels where we can see the other talents that they're beginning to pick up.
This feels like the old puck with the 420 GPM talent.
Yeah. 25,000 net worth lead for Team Secret in this 45-minute game. 28-17, Vici Gaming have shown that they can win team fights, but it's always been under very specific circumstances, which is, well, straight up catching the puck. They have to put an end to Nisha's reign of terror in this game.
Indeed, and remember, Secret, yeah, sure, they're ahead, but you can feel the tenseness, right? This is just the wild card, but this is quite possibly an elimination series. 2 out of 6 teams advance. Vici, they're looking at a qualifier for TI. If they can't make it out of this phase and do some damage in the playoffs, Secret, for reasons that really shouldn't need an explanation if you watch TI 7, 8, or 9, really would prefer if they could keep either OG or Team Nigma out of the International, and they would do just that by keeping Nigma out of the next phase of this tournament.
Right. 30 more seconds left on the Aegis, but Team Secret don't seem to be in too much of a rush to try and put a use to it. Everyone just seems content farming away. Scythe coming in soon for YapzOr. It seems like our Wraith King needs an MKB because of the Butterfly pickup from our Faceless Void. Even Zai looking at a Nullifier. Oh, look at that. Puppy.
Yeah.
The next level.
That's it. Do you...
Wind Waker for him is the item.
You can't Wind Waker people out of Chronosphere, though, right?
No, you can't.
You can?
Yeah. Why'd you think you couldn't?
Because Chronosphere disables, like, all movement.
No.
From all things other than Void. No?
No, nothing stops Wind Waker.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. That's why it costs $1 billion gold.
Yeah.
And that's why we also never see it, because it does cost a billion gold.
It didn't provide movement, but it reminds me, I remember talking to No-Tail about this, because way back in Han, you just got that with the basic Yules. You couldn't move people, but you could do it on allies. So 2011 Fnatic, they just bought 4 of them. Laughed at you. Oh, you want to go for him? Nope, sorry. Up in the air. Good luck.
That's great.
At least it's 8,000 gold here in Dota 2. Cool mechanic, and something we really just don't see very often, just because it takes so long to get to the phase of the game where that might be necessary. And as far as saving a hero during Chronosphere, there's no better item. Assuming what you're saying is correct.
Yeah, no, it is.
Okay,
100%.
I believe you. You said it with confidence.
Puppey, when I say something with confidence, it means something, Kyle.
Yeah, when I do it, it's the same thing.
We also have the level 25 talent coming in for Puppey, which I'm going to assume he's going to be going the big damage route on his ultimate. Take a look at those talents real quick for me. For the Hoodwink. There we go.
Yeah.
Pure damage and pierces spell immunity.
That's pretty nice.
So much damage. Thank God they nerfed the higher ends of damage on that ability, but it looks like Vici Gaming, they're coming in. Nisha does have a double damage. She's trying to scout things out in this triangle right now. Seeing Ori is enough of a tell. They know there are some heroes here. In fact, they had a ward placed just freshly right there, trying to get any extra vision. Throwing down the tree. You could see the acorn tree going out from the Hoodwink, just trying for any type of information they could possibly get from what Vici Gaming's position is, what they're trying to pull off right now. Puppey managed to dodge Old 11 and the attempted stomp there. Look at him just dropping sentry after sentry. Ori's finally going to come down from the triangle and chase after Nisha to make sure this creep wave doesn't push into their base.
Yeah, this is where the game gets a little dicey. You know, Secret, they're just playing with their food a little bit. They want vision before they take a fight. And in this phase of the game, you know, it doesn't matter how far ahead they are. Vici still have the Chronosphere. You suddenly land that on 3, plenty of time for follow-up, get the perfect spell combinations off the Great Dark Portrait. The game can get out of hand. They want to fight.
Nisha in deep, and he finds DY. Catch them out. Courier dies as well. And now Vici Gaming, oh man, what were they doing out here? Their supports caught way in front of their cores, and now they have to end up going for a buyback here. Secret, no doubt, are going to be poking at the base a little bit harder than they were before, as you can see, but Tumben jumping in a little bit.
That was so well played. They went away from the Vici Gaming vision. They missed the ward they had middle with that sentry, and then they just went for it on Secret.
Watch out for that backtrack. He just dodged Dagon 5, and maybe it doesn't matter. Broken and blown up. Where'd he go? Yo-Yo's just gone, and Secret are certainly going to be forcing the buybacks now. Old 11 looking for his opportunity to initiate, only catching the Wraith King. Now Winter's Curse allowing Secret to be able to disengage, and if anything, this Centaur may need to look out. They're going to blow him up with all this damage, potentially disruption, a little bit of time perhaps for Old 11 to be able to jump away with the Stampede. He's good, but the problem is they've used all these buybacks, and they haven't caught anybody from Secret. They have perfectly disengaged themselves and are ready to now potentially find that one pick off that ends the game.
God, I just love watching it. It's all about the vision cap. Like, just so much control. You don't see many captains do this with the exception of Puppey and Curl. You know, Insanity, it's I guess more common than you give credit for, but he places that ward as he's like backing away just to get a little bit of vision. He gets the Yules off on the Faceless Void, and that whole entire engagement is set up because Secret flee the area of the map Vici want to fight them and retreat to the other side, then capitalizing on what they see. They have a huge gold advantage. They just need to be the team that casts spells first. That's exactly what they did. Everybody disengages. They force the 3 buybacks. Now in a great spot. Roche is up. Vici, you need to control it. You need to try and get a fight around this, because if you give away the Aegis with no buybacks, suddenly this game just straight up becomes unwinnable. 36k gold lead as is a hard enough mountain to climb.
No, this really was a masterclass performance of pressure from Team Secret, knowing this is a great time for us to be able to force something because Roshan is up, because they are going to have to come out of their base, but they didn't control the Roshan pit enough. Vici Gaming snuck in there. Now they've got Refresher Shard, Aegis. They're going to get an Aghanim Scepter with Faceless Void. That's a huge upgrade. Huge. Watch out, Nisha.
Very dangerous, and more importantly, you had a buyback, but now it doesn't matter. There's the Aegis out on the field.
Yeah, Aegis, double Chronosphere, and an Aghanim Scepter Time Walk. Like,
that's the 4th
ooh.
Wow.
I mean, we were just praising Secret for this was so good for them, and yet they played just the wrong side of that. They didn't expect such a bold move from Vici Gaming.
That nullifier from Zai, keep in mind, will not remove the Satanic of the Void, but it can prevent it from being popped, no longer dispellable. So a little bit of a weird mechanic to look for. A lot of, how many are we away from? We need 2 shards to complete the full set for the Vici Gaming team. And we need 2 shards and an Aghanims for the Wraith King. Maybe Aghanim Wraith King could be sick this game.
Yeah, I mean, Hairball's pretty good on the Bristleback. This guy's hard to bring down. He's very hard to bring down.
The Aghanims is nice too, just because a little bit of... Just taking the Daedalus for Nisha. Level 30 has every talent. We've seen this on Lina as well, but very much these mixed damage cores, especially the Puck. Yeah, you don't have built-in attack speed like Alina, but
yeah,
phase shift attack. Everyone misses the coil. That's quite unfortunate. Might have been able to land a kill there on old 11.
So I just wanted to make sure, but yeah, backtrack is disabled by Break.
Really?
So that 25 talent that he got, yeah. For whatever reason, I didn't think it used to be or something, but it says it's disabled by Break now, so.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, something to look out for. He's really got to be careful of that Hoodwink, because that adds so much to him. Zai, right placement and great reactions from him. Breaking that move from Vici Gaming, blinking out, completely disengaging, and giving Secret an opportunity maybe to re-engage here. Matumba Man jumping in onto an illusion, baiting it out very nicely from Vici Gaming. Matumba Man going to be slowed down a bit. That time walk, so dangerous on pursuit. What did they catch? It's going to be disruption on Anisha. No follow-up disabled just yet.
Oh,
Zai is desperate to be able to hunt down some of these supports, but he didn't actually catch him with the crush. They're on the other side of that cliff, and now he's going to have to pop the cheese to be able to try and stay alive here, but they're caught inside the coil. It doesn't really matter. They're just going to focus down to this Slardar, and they get him. The support game is so important for Vici Gaming.
That is just crazy. I mean, Zai, I was like, okay, great disengage from Secret. They didn't really have any business taking that fight. They were not conglomerated enough. And then all of a sudden, Zai's just in. I think he even whiffed the stun. And yeah, there's no saving him at that point. You got to be cautious. I understand you have a 25k gold lead, but look at what's in Nisha's net worth. He's maxed out. He has 8.5k gold. He's eaten an Aghanims. He has the shard. There's nothing else he can buy.
Yeah,
what,
I mean,
Moon Shard?
Moon Shard is left, but, you know.
He's not really auto-attacking.
Yeah.
This is, that's a 26k gold lead, but really, minus 9k, less than 20, 53 plus minutes into the game, you have a Faceless Void. Your support duo is continuing to scale. Vici Gaming.
What's the other Puck talent? Is it still the Dream Call? Rapid Fire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Saw it there, but even with the Daedalus, it's just not really enough damage, it feels like.
Yeah. No, he's got to be so hidden all the time because he's got to be afraid of the Grimstroke Silence. Potential of now the Time Walk being just like any one stun will probably lead to his death.
Yeah, and okay, near 10k gold on Nisha. That was 8k on Matu. This 25k gold lead, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There's too much gold save. You can just look, show me gold on heroes right now. I bet Nisha has more than 25k just in the bank.
Yeah. No, it's...
Did that look like it attacked the outpost there? The phase shift attack?
I was not paying attention, but that was an old bug in Dota, so I wouldn't be surprised if something like that was there. Yeah, so we're trying to work towards his level 25, which, I don't know, what would you rather have, the Winter's Curse duration or Splinter Blast Stun?
I'm very always partial to extra stuns.
Okay.
They both give extra stuns, so who even knows?
Oh, trying to bring it down, the disruption though. He's going to come back. He may not be able to time walk anything off. He's going to go ahead and pop the BKB. The break actually does land on the Bristleback. That is a massive hit. He's going to go ahead, throw himself up the air for a moment to be able to dodge some of the damage. Winter's Curse, did it pull in the Faceless Void? It's pulling him in all right. He's putting the damage onto his own Bristleback here. The Bristleback in a bit of trouble. Does manage to get the Lord Storm turned around the sun onto Matumba Man. Matumba Man is just dead. He's immediately going to buy back. Meanwhile, Nisha and Old 11 are both in deep on other sides of the map. Old 11 all the way into the tier 4s to try and chase down Yapzor, but Yapzor's got his number. Meanwhile, Nisha has managed to catch the supports. Both of them fall, and neither one of them has buyback. Ori left up in the air with a nullifier. He's trying to get away. The Lotus Orb is only going to do so much for the Chronosphere. Goes out, but Nisha! He blinks away from it. Last second of the time walk over, but he doesn't get the bash. A second refresher. He's actually got an opportunity to be able to Chronosphere again. Whoa! The damage from the Hoodwink. He lines it up. William Tell straight to the forehead. And Po Yo Yo now battles all by himself with the Chronosphere. Can he possibly do this? He's got an opportunity, but he needs to be able to catch Nisha. He needs to be able to kill this puck. That's his only opportunity. He may not be able to get it. The chain stuns are raining in. He's just dead. No buyback there. Vici Gaming, they don't get an opportunity to get off the second Chronosphere.
Unbelievable. I can't believe you're going to see the fight. All 11. Man, you are so deep. Like, Nisha's in the river. You're by the tier 4s. He gets picked off by the Matu buyback. And once again, you know, great job on Matu. It's like designated feeder, right? He gets killed twice immediately. There's the buyback. No big deal. Nisha straight up kills everybody, as you stated. We didn't even see it on the screen. He just takes out both supports. Now solo pushing top lane. They might get 2 racks almost for sure. Does the Void have buyback?
There's no buyback. So this could straight up be the end of the game. Yeah, if they rush for tier 4s and go for the throne right now, they could potentially end it. But they're not going to do that. 20 seconds left on the buyback. They may not know the exact timer of Vici Gaming, or they're just respecting the defense that could be held out from the supports. Is BKB activated by Matumbaman as he looks to be able to finish off Megas and back away.
They're doing a really good job.
Coil actually going out. They're really going to try for this one. Just give him the Inkswell to make sure the increases survivability, but there's no reason for Secret to fight this.
Yeah, and I really like, if you see, Matu is doing a much better job. Zion the fights as well. They're targeting that Dark Portrait. It's a significant source of damage, but it is squishier than enemy heroes. So they're doing a nice job now ensuring that they can either kite or kill it before it becomes too big of an issue.
What do you think about this one? Matumbaman now has an Aghanim Scepter, so even if they kill people, they're still going to be able to get off some spells before they finally go down. Trying to lay into the Bristleback right now. Quill's stacking up, but this late into the game may not manage to do so much. Is that Hoodwink ultimately certainly does a lot. The pure damage, the break, everything you need to be able to bring down a Bristleback. Fortunately, they have held, and not only that, Vici Gaming, they now have a buyback on Faceless Void. So, still an opportunity to be able to turn this game around, Kyle, but I mean...
Hey, it is never over as... Oh no!
He went back for the Vanguard, baby! Time to get the Abyssal Blade.
It was a mistake at
Why did I sell that item, Kyle?
Hey, at least he's got the full Abyssal now. They just recognize it's the lack of stuns, Cap.
Yeah.
It's just so hard for Vici to find kills. You know, they need that magical course of events, the perfect synergy to be able to take out Nisha, who is just everywhere right now.
They're jumping. They're all in. They're all in right now on the Bristleback, seeing if they can blow him up. Where's the shot for the Hoodwink? Do they have it just yet? Ori, he's going to beat Chronosphere. Oh, the disruption, but he's going to come back around. Winter's Curse is going to be able to group him up. The Bushwhack also sending him down. Old 11 does have the Inkswell to try and help Ori get out of here, but now they're forcing down the Faceless Void. Oh, yo, turns around. Satanic getting some life steal off. He managed to kill Zai. He managed to bring down Matumbaman once, but Matumbaman's going to come back into play. The Slaughter is still fighting out his Phantom, but Matumbaman in and out, it seems like he goes. Where is he? Oh, he still has the Phantom. He's dead, and I believe he bought back in the last team fight. Vici Gaming, can they still actually keep this going? Yo and Old 11 and Ori are all safe, and that's what matters.
There is no buyback on Matumbaman. You've got 2 minutes now to work with. No Grimstroke available either. However, it's a 4-on-4, and as Vici, you're going to be okay with this. You've got plenty of wave shove to be able to deal with the creep wave, and as you just pointed to the screen cap, indeed, Roshan is alive. Maybe you get some, but what? What do you actually get out of it? An Ags for the Centaur? He's the only person
who
on your,
doesn't have
on
an
your
Ags?
team.
Just Centaur? Yeah.
I mean, an Ags refresher Centaur. Yeah, that's a lot of damage reduction. Could prove pretty damn important as this game continues. But remember, Nisha, we talked about him being maxed out 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That was all that was left. He is truly out of things to buy unless he wants to replace an item in his inventory. And I don't know what that would be.
Do you like a temporary Aeon disc? Where you're just kind of holding it in case you get Chronos here or something?
I have no clue, but look, oh my god.
This Bristleback, he is seriously underestimated the coil. Did it actually grab him? Where is his team? Ori, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He's no buyback.
Why is he there? Why?
His Void was farming a hard camp. Team nowhere in sight. They know for sure he has no buyback. That's a timer you didn't need to be keeping very long. Cap, 3.5 minutes. He's gone for 2. Secret of Megas. That's
This is a breakdown, Kyle. That's a breakdown right there. They could have tried to go for Roshan. They could have, as a team, pushed forward. They could have focused on getting their tier 5 items, which I'm fairly certain is what our Faceless Void was trying to do.
Yeah, it's a very good point. 60 minutes. Oh man, the classic
Completely
blunder.
dysfunctional. Oh no.
I've lost a lot of games with you guys like that. Everybody thinking about different objectives. The tier 5 items, like they're so shiny. You want them. They're so rare to have in your Dota game. And
so you're saying you lost 2 out of the 2 of the games you played?
Neither one of those went to 60 minutes. I will say, it's a shame. What a hell of a game. I think that might be how it ends. We'll see. But Secret, they know they've got the 60 seconds. They wanted their tier 5 items. Unless they're just not keeping buyback timers. It is possible. Or, okay, maybe a Rapier. Either way, they're not going to end the game. So, all right, Ori, just gave him a freebie. No big deal. Secret won't punish you.
I mean, to be fair to Secret, do you really need, like, you could end the game potentially, but it's scary. Meanwhile, you could just go ahead and play for Roshan, play for all these extra items, play for getting your own buybacks back, potentially.
That's true.
Or maybe they're trying to end it in 20 seconds here.
That is also possible. The glyph is available. 25 seconds on Ori. Matu with a Rapier.
Matu, he's just going to run up there? I mean, you've got the Aghanim Scepter on this Rapier. Vici Gaming cannot let him get close here. Oh my goodness, half his health just went away. Fortunately, Disruption bailed him out from the Hoodwink. The nice soul bind, he's going for Zai almost immediately. They do manage to get the Chronosphere onto the 2, but Nisha at the same time is already in, and he's going for those supports, and he's already killed the Grimshow, and now Poyo Yo was left by himself. He's dead. A buyback for him, yes, but no Chronosphere on that other life. Puts them out of the coil. Get out of here, Centaur. Ov 11, he's going to be forced to buy back, or he's now here, holding out for the tier 4s, but it looks like Team Secret, they may not even have to focus on heroes. Never mind, there goes the Wraith King. He dies really fast, and they cannot afford to be able to give up that Divine Rapier. They're going to go for it, but Tubman saved out by the Cold Embrace. They're dodging all this damage. Oh wait, there's Curses there as well. The break onto Ori. Ori's dead. He falls, but Tubman, he lays the damage in a Faceless Void. Almost one-shots, knocks him out. That is Team Secret taking game 1 of the 2-game series against Vici Gaming.
Wow, they needed that one, Cap. What a fight. Unbelievable. Ori gives them a huge advantage, but just every single team fight that Secret win, it feels like it's because Nisha's not on the screen. He's hunting the back lines. He's killing the supports. You see the pop-off, even the hugs. That's a 60-minute-plus game. Who says this team's already qualified to TI? They want their Ws. They've been here for a week. They came to play. Team Secret. Look at that. That is a lot of emotion.
That is almost over-the-top performances there in true anime style from Matumba Man as he runs around and congratulates his teammates on a big win against Vici Gaming. But this is just game 1, so I have to say, there was so many ways Vici Gaming could have turned that game around, so many opportunities where they could have maybe won that game. That was just a well-fought victory from Secret and a hard loss for Vici Gaming. They came so close.
A couple of miscues.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ori at the end.
Yeah.
Not ideal, but he did play a great game. I think that the Vanguard into the Vanguard may not have been the right progression, but ultimately a well-fought game by both sides. Hard to pick like a specific player MVP, but really just awesome Dota to watch. This is why we love Dota. This is why we love majors, international tournaments.
Yep. It's great to be able to see the regions battling up against each other in such a hype game, and I'm sure our analysts have so much to break down from that game 1.
There is so much to break down from that game because it was, first of all, it was a very long game, but it was super back and forth. Despite the 25k gold lead that Team Secret had, Vici Gaming still having skin in the game for the entire game. Didn't know which way it was going to go. Great game 1. And I want to start off by giving credit to Yapster on his Winter Wyvern. I think his Aghanim Scepter going very early, I think that was key to the game for them. Lizard, I mean, I don't want to go back to the draft because I think...
We don't have to. We don't have to.
T-Gov said he really would like to talk about the
draft.
draft.
That was fantastic. Wait, where am I looking? I hate talking about the draft, but that's why Lizard is about to talk about something beautiful that happened in the game.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to talk about Fogged and how much he hates Falcon Blade on Winter Wyvern. I love it. I don't mind it. On position 4, it gives you a lot of mana regen, especially in China. Position 4s love to pick up that item early on Wyvern. Later on, the Orchid, maybe the Axe. Axe was really the best idea that Yapster could have went for, and he did go for it because there's just so much overtime damage versus that Bristleback that he couldn't deal with it.
Yeah.
Overall, Yapster was, well, the supports on both sides were keeping the teams in the game. It really,
absolutely.
They really were. We've been praising PYW and DY for a really long time. Whenever Ori has a bad game, they resuscitate him, right? They bring him back in. And in this game, Shadow Demon, the Grimstroke, they were doing a lot, but it just wasn't enough. They needed to keep on pumping a little bit longer.
And it's the story supports for Vici Gaming, but if you look at Secret, it's the greediness of, I think, Puppy in this game, which really came through.
Especially this fight. I think Puppy wins this fight for his team. He dealt so much damage during the entirety of this one.
Yeah, he was playing like out of his mind, especially in this fight, like you mentioned, the fact like he's scurrying around,
he's everywhere.
Like the disconnection of Secret. I think there was a point where Vici Gaming were able to come back into the game with a great fight, but then it's that fight there, that single highlight, which shows how Secret, if they just continue kind of poking and prodding and kind of kiting away from this bristleback and prolonging the engagement, they can play so well. And I think, yeah, going back to
keyword you use, disconnection.
Yes.
Like Vici Gaming cannot fight against that. They're like this snowball that it's slow, it's coming towards you, but it cannot catch these backlines. Not the same way Nisha was doing on his puck, who also carried a lot of weight for Secret.
And at this point, I mean, this fight alone, they dove tier 4s, right? I mean, that was maybe a little bit unfortunate. It was so close, but he couldn't get a second chrono off. I don't know if it would have made that big of a difference because the rest of his team was already dead. Yeah. And I actually think... Oh, sorry.
No. I was going to say that he kind of griefed. He low-key griefed this fight because he chronoed his bristleback, which then set up the bushback, setting up the kill.
That
like
happened.
Maybe if he didn't chrono the bristle there, he
Bristle was almost dead though, right?
Yeah.
Like he was almost dead.
Yeah.
But I agree. And
min-max.
Yeah, the problem with after he uses that refresher, you can't really chrono anything, Sheaves, because Yapzor is there with the Wyvern, and if you don't catch him, you aren't killing anyone else.
On the bright side, they didn't actually go for the tier 4s after that fight, which they could have done because there was no buyback, but they went for the megas instead. They went safe, and that actually meant that Vici Gaming had another fight in them.
It was... it's just beautiful, and this all just
love it.
It just stems from the fact that Vici Gaming was able to sneak out at the later portion of the game and get a Roshan when they're down by 40,000 gold. That alone allows for this game to be so hype. And reminder, we're only in the wild card.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is what we're getting at wild card. What's it gonna be? Tomorrow, the day after. Like, beautiful.
I hope they don't just use all the energy that they have right here, right now, because there's a long tournament ahead of them.
True.
You can't show everything that you've got in the wildcards, but also one big difference. Did you guys talk about the fact that teams have been screaming here for quite a bit?
We did.
Right? And
well, I love, because this is, don't be afraid of pulling up the same points as we did earlier ago, because there's loads of people that aren't able to watch 15 hours of Dota straight, right?
True.
But yeah, I mean, continue on that point, because it's a massive difference from previous
it's a
major.
massive difference from the previous major in which teams were unable to scream each other before the games themselves, right? And because of that, you saw pretty much the same meta that you had in the DPC leagues. Here, however, you do see similar heroes, but not necessarily. It's way more unique. Yeah, not necessarily everything is the same.
I know, whilst you're saying that, we flicked through kind of Nisha's slide, and I just want to give a lot of props to him as well, because like, he played out of his mind, 93% kill participation, he did over 100,000 damage.
Look at the items on that squirrel.
Yeah,
like, look at that.
Do you know, like, we spoke about the greediness of Secret? Puppy legit, when Secret play well, he moves himself from the 5 roll to the 3 roll. He doesn't just go to 4, or like a 4.5. He legit goes over Yapzor and Zai in farm, and just basically makes his own game.
Puppy is the only reason I sometimes play 5 in my pubs. Because I take the heroes that he... Yeah, it's exactly that 5. I take the same heroes that he does, that he picks. I don't play as well, but I guess I act like I'm him, and I do get that farm. I usually get flamed for that.
Do you mute your teammates to have this playstyle? Like mute all incoming chat.
I mean, that's
pick
the only
Furion,
way.
Press Alt.
Don't you always mute?
I love to talk to the people.
I mean, you can still talk at them.
No, with. Need the back and forth.
I'm more like mute everyone and then talk to them.
Go! Feed! It's like, yeah, okay, I see.
That makes sense. I must say, though, this game did not feel like a wild card game, first of all. Loved seeing it. The question is how you move onward from that, because we saw the Hoodwink coming out as the first phase pick coming out for Team Secret this game. This is a third game, I believe, that they are playing. First game, they first picked Brood. Second game, they first picked Wind Ranger, and now they first picked Hoodwink. What are you going to do?
Something new.
Something new.
Yep.
Something new. Meepo?
Kunkka?
First
Anything.
Kunkka actually
I like Kunkka.
picked quite a bit now. Like if you go through pubs, if you look at these mid laners, we've mentioned the TA, we mentioned the Tiny, Kunkka is actually on the rise as well. Like the amount of damage that the Torrent Storm can deal, even if you don't go for the right-click build, is insane.
What do you think was the main reason for Vici Gaming to lose this game in particular? Like, how are they going to adapt?
I guess my concern with them was they had this Bristleback who had this like insane start.
Yeah.
He has these uncontested stacks. They had vision of an aggressive stack or secret stacks being made, but we never saw the Bristle really cross the river and apply kind of any kind of dominance with his build. And I think that alone offset their timings where they're like, oh, let's just hit creeps. And it gave Secret this greediness that they wanted to play
They
for.
outplayed them, really.
And Secret did outplay.
Right, like when you look at the team fights that early to mid game, they literally just outplayed them.
I mean, that is a fair thing to say considering they lost, but at the same time, they were 25k gold behind for the majority of that game, I think the last 30 minutes or so, and they still had a good shot of fighting back. Like, the only reason that they lost at the moment that they did, that was the Grimstroke, but it was Ori was at a tier 2, by his lonesome. Sure, DY was close by. Was it DY? No, PYW was close by on his Shadow Demon. And could disrupt him, but then he still dies, right? I mean, that was one of the main reasons why they lost. They still had a very much fighting chance before that point, even when being down that amount of gold.
Yeah, but
and towers.
However, when you do reach this ultra late game, right, 60 plus minutes can be considered that. Game is already very hectic. You can make...
Beautiful.
Yeah. Beautiful but hectic, and if you make this one small mistake that usually doesn't get punished, it can cost you the game.
Like chronoing your Bristleback.
Like one small mistake of chronoing your teammates, usually, that's...
Happens.
Happens.
It happens. However, it happens to people... Maybe not at the major, mostly. It shouldn't happen at this level. I feel like we have higher expectations for this team.
We've been talking about that chrono, but it wasn't really that game-breaking. It wasn't that bad because maybe he could have let him out of the chrono and chronoed everyone else, but that Bristle was dying regardless.
True. Realistically, this game, how we talk about like 40, 45-minute plus fights, if you're either of these teams, you're talking about minute 15, minute 20, how you left laning phase, how you entered the game. Because that's the key thing that dictates everything else. Like, us having the enjoyment of these post-game fights, these teams aren't going to care about this. They're like, cool, we lost the fight, nice.
Do you have a Shiver Ravage in your arsenal? Like, we know Shiver has that Ravage that's famous. Do you have like a Chrono or
I mean, I play Spear Breaker. There's not a lot of like...
You can't fail.
Whoa, you charged and died. Like, that's my job.
That's what you do all the time.
No, so do you have a play? Like, you accidentally TP the wrong Meepo somewhere?
Whatever hero I play, I have something.
Okay.
I can miss spells. I'm really good at that.
I've misclicked a charge before. I was practicing quick cast and I tried charging a hero and my cursor just was hit
and it went on the creep.
Yeah, and then I connected it and just farmed. But
glad we had this talk.
I just wanted to get it out there. Sorry.
It's so good. Actually, do you think we're going to see a Spear Breaker this tournament? Just a quick note on the Spear Breaker.
Laning phase 2 weak, game strong because of laning phase.
Maybe with Darkseer.
But maybe with the Darkseer to give him some entry, maybe.
Okay, we'll see. I don't think it's going to be in this series.
No.
I think we saw Vici Gaming going for that last big bristleback that was maybe a little bit of a gotcha attempt. Did not work out. How different are they going to draft? Because we know that they love the Grimstroke, and I think that they should keep everything else that they had, kind of. Not so sure about the Centaur or Shadow Demon lane.
I actually disagree with the Centaur. I think the hero is decent. It's all right, even though he did fall out of favor a little bit towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
What I want to see is a different support combination.
Okay.
Shadow Demon and Grimstroke, they can't do a lot on the map, and that's one of the reasons why Secret had such a blast. Even though they were behind, they were able to win all those mid-game engagements, because Shadow Demon and Grimstroke, it's so difficult to set things up. You're pretty much relying on the Void using his Chrono or the Centaur jumping in. And it's so much easier to play when you have a position 4 that does that for you. PYW, I want to see him on a bigger playmaker.
I guess my question to you is, the carries that Vici Gaming were picking during the league, because you worked that season, were they always as greedy as like a Void or a Spectre?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
yeah.
So they never really had more like semi-cores that played for pressure?
They can pick that as well on Poyoyo, but Erika Poyoyo, whatever, he usually plays these Wraith Kings, the Voids, so
okay.
It's a hard carry meta.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
And don't they, when they play Faces Void, just ban out Wraith King? Because isn't that like a common counter?
Yeah.
Because I thought Matu, he got caught out a couple of times, but hey, he's a Wraith King. He comes right back.
Oh, you just
and
gave me
even
a
later on.
flashback to that fight in top where he literally had an Aegis, so he died, he died again, he blinked away. It was like so many deaths, but he was a Wraith
But he's fine, yeah.
Oh,
usually you don't really want to play versus a Wraith King, so they should ban that out. And also make sure that one Winter Wyvern doesn't slightly counter one of your cores and completely the other. Wyvern countered Void completely, and then the hero is also really damn strong versus Bristle, as we've seen.
With
that
the Falcon
percentage
Axe
damage,
build.
yeah, Falcon Axe. Doesn't... Okay, Falcon, I was calling out Fogged a little bit
I know,
before.
I just throw it in there a bit more, stir the pot,
I just did that for fun. Falcon, you don't really have to go for it. Like, you can rush the Axe, you can go Axe, you can go Orchid Axe as well. It's just as decent.
Were you guys happy seeing the Hoodwink play from 5? Like, if you're going to see him again, would you like that again? Because he did get a lot of gold.
Make sure there's an asterisk on that 5. Puppy didn't play it like a 5. This was very much like a, I'm going to place a ward. Actually, you know what? I loved the Hoodwink 5.
Ooh.
And technically it wasn't 5 in priority, but anyway, because of the vision game that he had, because of his first spell, he was spawning the trees on the high ground, so it meant he could always use a sentry on the low ground. He was never wasting time waiting for his courier to come out, and that alone gave him so much map presence. And yeah, I like that aspect of the support Hoodwink, especially when it's on a 5, because you're carrying the wards more than not.
The thing is, like, when you're playing this hero, you really want to utilize the scurry, right? Like, you want to be using that spell to go aggressive, and that's what he was doing constantly, and that's what gave him so much farm. It's not like he's taking farm away from his team's pocket. No, because he's deep inside the enemy jungle, he's farming behind enemy lines, and possibly is the way to play Hoodwink. The problem is if you try and recreate that in pubs, you're just going to be useless playing on the enemy side of the map.
You're getting ahead.
Stealing some farm.
We're not going to recreate this in pubs. We're going to see if we can recreate it maybe in one of the games that we have coming out here in the Major.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah. Was that
That's
your segue for the draft, or?
Almost. Dude, you can see the screen. I can read, actually, that Team Secret has not said ready yet, so we're waiting on them.
They were very excited after the Game 1 win. I don't know if that was sarcastic in
I mean, I think the initial happiness was there, because, come on, there's a lot of adrenaline that gets released after a victory like that.
Reaction of, like,
but they're running around. You could definitely see there was some... They were playing it up a little bit, you know?
But
I love to see it. I love it.
I think I watched some tournaments in different games in which teams are...
you can say the word. I know what tournament you're on about.
I actually just saw the video on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what game it is. In which the team was, choreographing. Perhaps.
Okay, yeah, it was Fnatic from Valorant, the previous one they just run.
Yeah. They did a victory thing.
You can take it away. They
made
some dance
choreography
or
every
cheer,
time.
whatever.
It was beautiful. I think that's what teams need to do. Like, imagine that, right? Secret win this series. They line up in a formation like bowling pins. Heen comes in, strike.
Dude. That should be a thing.
Or they shake one guy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, woo!
Or the guy that won. Do you know the celebration of a dead fish?
Yeah.
Just fall down.
I'll just touch your butt.
All right, let's keep it PG-13 or whatever this is. We have a draft coming out. But I do agree. I like the effort put in there. I think we're a bit far away from having Dota players putting in that effort, but I would love to see the bowling ball. Like, please.
I know, right?
Oh, I mean, I was wearing my glove, but the fingers crossed right there. Okay, so we got some bans coming out. We got the ban on the Ancient Apparition and Enchantress on the side of Vici Gaming, who's dire this time around. And then on the side of Team Secret, we have the same two bug bans as game number 1. And it's Nyx Assassin and the Broodmother, and Snapfire joins the battle.
Snap. I've checked some stats in Europe. This is the most picked, right, and the highest win rate. One of those top 4 heroes at least. It's not really that popular in CN region and SCA, but it's still picked up. Can be played on mid, on 4, on 5. Mostly in CN region, it's either 4 or 5. Pretty much never a core. So that's what we can expect from Vici Gaming. And they don't necessarily have to combo it with any big, I don't know, chronospheres or whatever, but obviously it's nice if you have something like that.
Yeah, so in Europe, the way that we look at Snapfire, it's mainly a 4 position, and it's utilizing, of course, Solar Crest early game, but going into mid game, it's your shard, the stun, and a blink dagger.
Yeah, same.
You're becoming an initiator.
Same, exactly. Solar Crest Blink is so popular.
The only variation we had off that was maybe in like lower division games, we had the mid Snapfire.
Thompson played it as well,
yeah,
right?
Thompson did dabble with it a little bit, but yeah, it was...
Okay.
And
So,
then just go Rubik Magnus.
Okay, so this Magnus now is a big question from me because I've seen carry players play it in EU in pubs quite a bit.
Matu has been playing.
Matu is playing it,
Yeah.
and also in the CN region itself, it has been played. In the DPC season, it has been played on position 1, and it has. Can you guess the win rate?
In CN?
Yeah,
75%.
I would go for 17%.
on carry roll.
What?
On carry
On
roll.
carry roll.
For who? For Mag?
Magnus, yeah.
For Magnus, yeah.
Position 1?
Yeah,
Yep.
0?
you're correct.
How many games?
Not too many games,
Okay,
maybe
okay.
3 or 4 games.
I gave
but-
it some respect, but oh well.
Yeah. Overall, I've been talking to Black about the hero as well, and Black actually likes it quite a bit.
I mean, it
on
can
the carry.
farm, so...
Yeah, he's pretty much. He has this impression that Magnus is a stronger Sven, but
Okay.
the utility that Sven brings to the team for me is a little bit more valuable, right? With the armor and whatnot. Meanwhile, Magnus, he's fine, just takes a lot of space.
And then we actually get to see a TA pick. I don't know if we've seen it on this stream at least.
No, in this stream it's been banned almost every single game.
I want to see what's so special about this hero that Ori has dominated with in the region, by the way.
Yeah, you can Roshan with it when you get Deso solo Rosh in like 3 seconds or something stupid.
Now you have to protect her though. And with what do you do it? Like Batrider is a decent ban. All these dots are annoying for the TA, but
I like the idea of TA here just for the fact that Mag drafts naturally look towards moving to the same area of the jungle together and rinsing it a little bit, farming it quickly. So TA can and start hitting
put
your
some
towers.
traps there as
Exactly,
well, yeah.
I guess the main thing here is this early Mag pick, it can be in all 3 core roles.
Yeah.
Right? So this TA pick isn't the gotcha, you've revealed your early mid hero and we're going to instantly pick it. So they have to make sure that their next 3 bans are instantly covering it. Be it
you can see that they are doing exactly that, right? Like Batrider, the Viper, if you really want to go all out, which probably won't happen, the Veno as well, these kind of heroes, but Viper and Bat are a necessity, I would say.
Do you feel like they should also ban out combinations with that Mag, or is that not needed? Like the Juggernaut comes to mind.
The thing is, you can, right? But the question mark that we still have here is Magnus going to be that carry role that's been played so much in pubs at the moment, and that's been played in the CN region as well? That's the only question. But yeah, you can pick some jugs like you mentioned, some PAs even that are so popular. Like maybe not in Europe, but we've had a couple
You think
of Mag
PA
PAs.
will be popular this game for Team Secret? Because I feel like isn't that not that good against TA?
Yeah, it's good with Magnus, right?
Yeah,
That's pretty
I guess
much
so.
the only thing.
I think we'll see later down the line, and there's the Veno ban.
Yeah, actually ban out the Veno.
Which is kind of weird because with Mag, I don't see a draft where Veno and Mag in the same draft feels that.
That's
nice.
great. I
Yeah.
mean, Veno. So historically, you have these daughters on the mid lane, right? Like Huskars, Venos, Vipers, and they're awesome against the TA. But what TA does is she buys a raid band or 2, and then she's just jungling, and that's it. And eventually, you become just a better core than they are, right? And that's usually why I don't like to see Veno in the lane versus the TA. But later on, it can be problematic because of all the dots.
Last
and then
ban
the spell on refraction.
is the Timber coming out for Team Secret, and they instantly pick up the Tree and Protector.
Yep.
Setting up for those nice RPs.
And I like that because I just mentioned how Magnus drafts like to go to the jungle. You now have a hero where if you are jungling, you have a hero who can defend that tower that TA is hitting, and you can keep it alive with the living armor. So the whole idea of the TA poking independently is fully removed from the Tree and pick.
It is. One thing that I hate from, usually that I dislike about Treant is, so this hero is extremely popular in CN. They pick it first too. But if they pick it first too, they always combo it with some gigantic damage dealer coming from a core. So 3 Lash, right? Or support 3 Phoenix. Right now, what I see from Team Secret is a lot of catch, a lot of control, but if you put the Magnus aside, not the damage there, if you aren't able to hit as Magnus, it's pretty damn low, right? Like damage output from Rubik and Treant just is non-existent.
And the question then there is like in regards to drafting, do you want to pick your they just go for Morphling. All right, okay. So that keeps this this Magnus open into the last pick at least in regards to Secret.
Can be Morph mid, can be Mag safely.
I would expect the Morph just to go mid against the TA. I feel Morph should do perfectly fine there. And you'll equally have the same farm efficiencies that a TA has. Maybe a little bit slower to get there, but you eventually will get to the same kind of farming speed.
So we're pretty much on the same page. Mag safely and Morph mid,
Yeah, or Mag can be offlane to
Or
safe
offlane
lane.
as
Exactly,
well, yeah. They did play it on the offlane.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Morph Willow something that you should be worried about if Willow's on the other side, or is it too tricky to actually get the copy in time and then obviously you're a little out of position and then move back into position?
It's never level realm.
Yeah, just don't level it.
Level realm, yeah.
Don't level it. There you go.
What he's saying is kind of a joke, but it's actually, it has been done.
It has been done,
It
yeah.
has been done, like when you're playing Earthshaker versus Morphling, you don't take the totem. Like
You put one value point. But
yeah,
not up
one
before,
value
yeah.
point and that's it. Like it has been done before, but I think it's a little bit. You can level it here. When you're playing against the Morphling, it's a little bit more difficult for him to actually steal it every single time and use it.
Yeah.
I sincerely doubt that we'll see the same scenario with Lorenov that we saw before today.
And this Morphling game is mainly about becoming tanky to survive the jump. So you're going to see most like the Manta, maybe even the E-Blade, like a Skadi. It's just kind of be independent, be strong, rather than the kind of the cuteness of becoming other heroes. And they go for the style of themselves. Okay.
Slard RTA, old school. The lane itself, like Slard RTA and Snapfire. Roche disappears in a matter of seconds.
What can they? What can Team Secret go for that can actually solve their armor issue a little bit then?
I mean,
Sven comes to mind, but is it a good pick here?
I'd even argue like a Terrorblade as well would be really, really strong. Laning phase might feel a bit awkward with a Willow plus Slardar, but I guess the tree fully mitigates that because tree is one of the best 5s at keeping your carry alive. You have the heal, the armor addition, plus then the grasp that keeps them slow if they're on the tower diving.
Some dispels perhaps from the offlane, if there's anything like that you could go for.
Ban the Ember, is that?
The Ember, yeah, just good versus TA, right? But this is mostly them expecting then that the Magnus is offlane, and then you would have Morphling plus Ember as 2 cores.
But I think that is going to be the case. Like, even though Secret picks these flex heroes, when they get to pick 4, it kind of feels like it should just be a Mag offlane game. There's no reason that they should get over creative unless the final pick from Vici Gaming is...
They did pick Hoodwink first last game. So
that's true.
They like to be... Puppy, you know, historically he likes to be a little bit creative here and there. Drow Ranger is also something that we've seen from Poyoyo quite a bit. And Drow Slard RTA is insanely strong. Very difficult to play against.
How quick do you think they're going to go Roshan in this game? Like minute 9?
We've seen... Do you remember the video in which they take tier 1 in some American amateur league? Well, we've seen the same thing recreated in the Chinese region.
And it failed miserably, right?
Yeah, but they took the tower. But
no, but did they lose the game?
They lost the game in 13 minutes, yeah. So there's a lot of these gimmicky strategies that actually, when you look at them at first, you think, okay, this is a joke. And then when a team actually executes it well, it works. So maybe we'll see some addition to the Slardar and TA.
Ooh. Shouldn't Face's Void get banned now? Because Poyoyo's Void, this is perfect. You get Kisses coming off there too. You got the minus armor, the Brambles for setup, the Fear afterwards. It looks a very good Face's Void game.
Yep, it's not bad. Like they could go for that Void on the carry role.
I love this interesting ban though from Vici Gaming, the Tide Hunter, where they are respecting the potential. You know, they might go for the carry mag still.
Yeah.
Still cover ourselves with at least one offlane ban.
Taking their time.
Yes.
From Team Secret, just when they have to figure out what carry they want to ban out. When you look at Poyoyo, it's been the Void that you talked about. It's been the Raid King that you've talked about. Maybe PL is something that you can possibly think about because Morphling is in the game, and PL is probably one of the best heroes to play against that. I'm just worried for the Rubik's game. This hero doesn't have too many great...
Yeah, but it's Yapzor's Rubik.
It's Yapzor, I know, and he makes Rubik always, most of the time at least, makes it work, yeah.
This is one of those games for Rubik at least. You're going to be showcasing his laning presence with the securing every range creep, ensuring his offlane has a good game, and then he might get a couple good stills, but it's
that's a Ricky ban.
Okay.
Actually has started picking up base a little bit when it comes to...
And there's the Void, yep.
They go with the Void. Good job, Shiver. You're the...
And everybody else in this world that saw that one coming.
So now Secret has to decide, is the mag going to be the carry or the offlane? I honestly would like to see it offlane. But then again,
shouldn't be the... Like, this Magnus plus Rubik is a decent lane, right? Like, it's been historically at least, even though Rubik right now isn't nearly as strong as before in the lane, you do have 2 heroes hitting quite hard.
Yeah, I guess the complicated part now is if you're picking a carry, like Terrorblade's good against the arm, but you don't want to pick it into like a Void Snapfire.
Pick Wraith King again, lol, versus the Void. It's
true.
Yeah. I feel like there's just not enough damage on Team Secret. That's
okay, they
my
go
problem.
for Troll. Okay, yeah.
They go with the Troll versus the Slardar. You talk about heroes that work well against the fish. Troll is probably the best.
That's a scary lane. A tree Troll into like a Slardar Willow. Slardar wants to play in the fight.
You're saying tree Troll, but it is actually Matu playing Morph.
Oh.
And Troll played by Nisha.
Can they still switch
I don't
up
know
the
if they might switch it up in terms of where they're going, but
wow.
Troll should have a decent lane wherever he goes. But on that safe lane, usually you want to pick him versus the Slardar because you own Slardar. And if you manage to own Slardar so hard that he doesn't have a decent lane, he will be pretty insignificant throughout the game.
But is this just a drafting idea where they're now going to put Morph in the safe lane with the tree? Tree enables him, and then you have the Troll match up into a TA. Yeah,
that's also
kind of like a
possible.
melee here at the start, right? So that could be the thing there. It is going to be just Troll mid and Morph playing off the hills of the side lane.
If it's Troll mid, I'm just wondering, will they still have the same core dynamic in which Morphling is still the playmaker and Troll is the one that's farming? Or will the Troll go for some diffusal builds like we've seen long time in the past and just plays as active as possible?
Well,
I wouldn't mind seeing that diffusal.
Yeah, I'd love to actually see the Troll mid just because you're closer to the Magnus as well, so you actually get more empowers in the early portion of the game. Yeah, I'm
you like
excited
it?
to see this. Yeah,
you
I
think
like
Team Secret has a better draft then, or?
If the Troll goes mid, I'm excited to see that evolution of their drafting approach.
For me, it's all on the Slardar. If the Slardar has a decent laning stage, if they don't manage to shut him down, it's Vici Gaming's game. If they do manage to take down Slardar and shut him down, then it's going to be pretty rough, but I would still say 55-45 for Vici.
Okay, well, let's see how old 11 does in that Slardar then indeed as we head over to a commentary team of Kat and Kyle for Game 2.
That's right, we had a very hype Game 1, and before we get into Game 2, we're going to have a brief word from our channel point sponsors in chat. Kyle, take it away.
And congratulations, 5 million. We're going to need to increase those target numbers very early in the tournament to hit our first goal, but good job, chat. And now
I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
Okay.
They told me to say that.
Let's get into the game. Vici Gaming versus Team Secret, Game 2. After a very, very tight Game 1. And I think the entire DPC, we've gone with this story, and because it's true, every single series really matters. And now, as we get into the majors and we get into the wild card, it's not every series that matters, it's every individual game that matters, Kyle.
Oh yeah, like this is, it's just kind of nuts, like this format. We're gonna see 4 teams eliminated tomorrow. Tomorrow, 4 teams leave the tournament, and there's some big names, major champions, world champions, and this match is huge. Secret, they lost the gimme to Gambit, not a tournament favorite right now. It seems like there's 4 front runners, right? Secret, Nigma, IG, Vici. Vici already 1-1. They'd love to get a win here. Secret with a 2-0, I believe, moves into sole possession of first place.
Yeah,
maybe IG's tied with them.
Yeah.
Either way.
And on Vici Gaming's side, they need to be able to get wins here. They need to be able to not only get out of the wild card stage, they need to be able to get out of the group stage, and they need to be able to go far enough to claim top 8 for okay, maybe you're in, top 6 for like 100% guarantee.
Yep. And oof. This Troll versus TA matchup, it's one of the better ones against the TA. Batrider used to be up there, not quite as solid nowadays, I think, after the changes to the way your napalm works, but Troll with the missed chance, able to pound in auto attacks with the extra range as well. It's quite nice. And then Puppey, we've seen some Leech Seed level ones, but Puppey knows what's up. The Nature's Grasp, way too strong level 1 ability. Even the Boots first to trade better hits.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Train Protector lately, and I was looking at Leech Seed, and if you're trading hits back and forth, the 80 damage that it does and the 80 heal that you get, that feels okay. But everything else, damage by itself, not that amazing. Movement speed slow, not hardly anything.
Yep.
So really, it feels like an ability that is maybe value just purely for trading off, but if they just kind of run away from you, it's not going to feel that amazing. The movement speed slow coming out from the Brambles is going to be much better. So you said Nisha very likely to win against TA, right?
It's a trade, but
okay.
I think that Troll can win, whereas like I don't know any other hero in Dota that can just like beat TA.
Yeah.
And the mischance just super effective. TA can't really trade effectively against a Troll. Another thing I really like, we talked about Vici and their focus on the macro side of Dota, like pushing to get into the late game. But once again, you look at the answers to BKBs. Sure, Vici, they have Chronosphere, they have a lot of physical damage, but Secret, you have RP, and you have the root from Puppey. So TA just really needs BKB to deal damage. You have multiple methods now of dealing with it, and later on in the game, it's a Magnus, it's a Troll, it's a Morphling. You're going to be able to go late game no problem here on Secret.
And now what do you think about these side lanes then? Because we're already seeing PYW and Old 11 put a lot of pressure on this Morphling. Even if they can't force him to actually go down here, they can at least keep him out of CS range and such. Favorite here?
Definitely the Slardar Willow. This was back when Boxy was still active for Team Liquid. This was one of their favorite combinations, him on the Slardar, Taiga on the Willow. Very powerful in the laning phase, a lot of lockdown. And you even heard the panel talking about it. Troll against Slardar is pretty happy. Morphling, not quite so much if you're unable to trade hits effectively. And it really comes down to the support matchup, right? Tree isn't actually able to trade with the Willow. It's not like you're up against something like a Clockwork where you can just body him back and forth.
So what's the reason that they put Troll in the mid lane as opposed to the Morphling?
I think Morph just gets crushed by TA.
Yeah, it's a pure damage, right? From side blades, it wrecks you.
And also, TA can push the lane. You have a hard time doing that.
Right.
The pure damage, like you get out farmed. The traps everywhere make it easy for you to be hunted. And top lane, Zai's doing quite well, but they can't really pressure Void too well. Zai does love going for this Shockwave build. We've seen a lot of offlane mags prefer it, but Oyoyo, as you see, leaps it immediately, so easy tit for tat.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not even sure. They would have to Shockwave and then Telekinesis right as he's about to time walk away.
Yeah, it's not.
In order to keep the damage on him, and that's just going to be a lot of spells being used for not a huge effect, so. If anything, we may end up seeing the kills go the other way around. Puppey, right up there in the face of both PYW and Old 11. He does not want Matumba Man pressured anymore.
That was really big for Monty, though, because he's so morphed into Agi there that if he's actually able to get a few hits off, it's quite a lot of damage. And I like that Old 11 just went for this early ring of health. You know, it's all about sustain. If you get to a point where you fall behind against Morphling, laning just gets really, really difficult.
Pushing PYW back, Matumba Man thinks it's an opportunity to try and trade some hits with Old 11, but...
yeah, he's crushing down here, though. This is a pretty nasty CS lead.
Yeah,
25
it really
and 6. Like, it's 4.5 minutes in. He's missed, what, like 2 creeps?
Yeah. No, Old 11.
He's keeping up with the mid.
He used to be one of my favorite offlaners, man.
Yeah.
Back in the day, like, this guy, his peaks are so high.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a question of whether or not... he ever kind of like throws away his lead. And you could see why he's able to build up a lead in the first place. This guy is really good at being able to perform in the laning phase, getting a very nice lead, 26 and 7 right now.
Yeah, one of the more volatile players in Dota 2. And, you know, always has had that potential to be world-class, has been world-class for some time, but certainly goes through phases where not quite as strong. Oh,
telekinesis, but unfortunately he's taken out of it by the cookie. He wanted that the other way around. He wanted to catch him after the cookie hits him, and that could have stopped everything. But instead, just a slight time difference, half a second at most, means first blood is going to go to Vici Gaming. And now on the other side, we can see that side lane also being won by Vici. In secret, they may have doubled down pretty heavily on the late game here, but if they lose their lanes hard enough, this is going to be disaster. But we walk back into that swing. Old 11 will probably die here thanks to the rotation from Yabzor, but it is going to leave Zai a little bit high and dry, and ultimately, Old 11 says, hey, I got your ass.
And we talked about, so Secret, yeah, you have the answers to the team fight. You've got answers to the BKBs, but this time it's Vici that have the way easier time just finding kills. They have the Slardar. They have the TA traps. They've got massive burst damage. They can take out a Roshan in like 15 seconds. And it's Secret, the support duo Rubik Tree, very low damage, very defensive, not really able to get much done. And their core, Morphling, Magnus, Troll. Who's actually trying to kill heroes in this game for Team Secret?
Any prediction on Roshan time? Where our panelists were trying to figure out exactly how quickly Vici Game was going to be able to pull it off.
I'd say pre-20 minutes.
Pre-20 pre-20 minutes for sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Go with like 17:43.
Okay, I'm going to go 15:26.
Okay. Price has righted me a little bit, but I'll accept it.
I gave you a decent window.
That's true.
Plus, you said before 20 minutes. I feel like, you know, Vici Gaming, they lose any kind of momentum here, and it's definitely going to be a later Roshan. But things are going well for them so far. Doing well in the laning phase. Already over 1,000 net worth lead. Puppey scouting out the fact that, yep, they're doing ancient stacking. No surprise there when you've got a Templar Assassin.
I think he blocked the camp with that sentry. It's going to get skied out by PYW. Really nice job, though. This is why TA is so strong.
What was that? Yapzor. Oh, he got caught by a trap while trying to go for, I'm not sure what he was going for. It certainly wasn't a power room.
Oh, that ward should have been spotted out there. I think Puppey placed that on his foray into the bottom Vici jungle. And this is what makes the TA so strong. We saw them in the previous game, though it did lose with the Bristleback. It's these early ancient stacks. It becomes this objective. So your 5 position on Secret, Puppey, he has to invade. Because that just, it's a free 1,000+ gold if you allow the TA to naturally progress towards it. And Vici are already sitting on a pretty significant lead.
And a 5 position by himself isn't going to stop. Maybe he could soak some experience or something, but I mean, like they don't really have the cores to go stop that. The most active hero they have is Magnus. And he is doing okay in CS. A little bit better than I expected, honestly, considering that he was left alone by Yapzor for a bit. But he's doing a little pull shenanigans. Okay, an early smoke. I assume this is going to be going to the triangle, but maybe they're going bottom to the Slardar instead? I'd be curious.
It's tough. Like, this is a rotation very optimistic.
Well, they are going to go for old 11 here, and very likely...
that's how you
make plays. Okay, Mataba Man, he's going to turn into the Slardar, giving them an extra disable, and that makes it a whole lot easier.
Now, great kill, but very foreboding for Secret's game here.
Yeah.
When your carries Morphling skilling ult level 6 so that he can become the stun, because otherwise you don't have one. It is very, very sketch.
How do you make lineups work like this, Kyle? When you do draft sort of kind of double care, you don't know? It's a mystery.
Me and Insania giggle about it because obviously we've got a lot of different concepts in common, but like I don't know how to win games without stuns. And we would lose games, we'd be like, oh, we didn't have stuns. Like you have to outplay, you've got to set up for the right team fight, abuse vision control a lot of the time. And it's just so much more fun. Like Vici game, it's just, okay, hey, see that guy? Let's go get him. It's way more fun to play. It
definitely feels like the advanced strategy. You know, if you were putting Dota 2 in hard mode, it'd be like, okay, playing without stuns.
Yep. And it's still possible, don't get me wrong. You know, you can take ancient stacks yourself as Team Secret thanks to the Empower, but poor Matu.
Being run at here very, very heavily, and Vici Gaming aren't going to really slow down. They should be able to take that bottom tier 1 tower.
And the thing you got to remember as Morphling, in theory, very good against Slardar, right? The trouble is, you're forced to morph strength to survive. You lose armor tick by tick, then TA shows up with a melt. You're amped. Suddenly you're into negative armor. The HP, much like we saw in the previous game with the roles flipped, it means that no matter how much health you have, you're still dying in like 4 shots.
This is why they brought so many heroes bottom lane. They needed to make sure that when they do go for this tower, they're strong enough to finish it off. Otherwise, the living armor, it's going to be hell to pay, and they've actually caught him inside the overgrowth. 2-man RP set up. The cookie gets him out of the skewer back, though, and Old 11 hits a stun to allow the Templar Assassin to continue his retreat. Ultimately, he pays the price, but Secret holding on to their tower for now. But the Chronosphere immediately going out with the shots coming in from the Sapphire. Can they kill him fast enough, or can he get off his ult? Oh, he already used his ultimate. Never mind. He popped it to kill the Slardar a little bit faster, and as a result, had no defense whatsoever.
You actually take that if you're Team Secret, though, because you trade a 1-for-1. But look mid, Matu has had a minute's worth of space. He's smacking the tower, forced glyph. He kept the catapult alive, so won't be able to get it. Okay, I thought it was actually a lot more damage dealt, but either way, it's something to get your Morphling into the game. Looks like it'll be the mask in the Manta
you say a full minute, but he did die at the start of that engagement bottom. Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's had maybe 30 seconds.
He legitimately had to pay with his life to get some space.
Yes.
And Old 11, I love it. You know, you just see this from certain teams where they it feels like once they get this favorable landing phase, inexperienced teams allow that carry, allow that mid to recover.
Yeah.
Better teams like Vici, Old 11, he's got an X painted on this Matumba Man Morphling. Expect him to chase him around the map for the rest of this game.
Poyuyo sticking on to Puppey right now, really hoping for some bashes, but ultimately he doesn't give them, so he's going to have to give up on a support trade, leaving DY to die. Now, PYW, he's really in deep here, but he is going to be able to get a TP away while under the effects of Shadowrun.
Yeah, Yapsor. Oh, early earn on Zai. Get a stack off, continuing to farm. That's a pretty nice spell to have stolen in Yapsor's pocket, but...
What's he got?
The Willow Ultimate.
Oh, that is nice.
That is Willow Ultimate.
Yeah. Bedlam.
Unfortunately, don't get both.
No, that would be...
A little low.
Oh, look at Matumba Man caught out. Did he even get off Strength Morph? He didn't.
Yeah.
Nice execution. You could see Old 11 was really waiting for DY to hit that perfect moment, finally catches up, gets the cookie. Beautiful combo.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see for the rest of this mid game. Like, it's just so hard for Matu. He needs to farm lanes. He's not yet strong enough to take stacks, and really, he needs to leave his safe triangle for Nisha. Like, stacks, way more efficient. He's got Empower. Morphling, of course, with no cleave. And Vici, if they can just sit on this mid tower, you know, they're going to be out farming. They've taken bottom. Look at all the space that Poyo is.
All right, just restole Bethlehem. No big deal.
Could be a
refreshed it.
I like the early hit on 11 too. He doesn't seem to need damage. Like, he just killed a Morphling with a Snapfire. Blink up next, and now deceptively tanky.
Yeah, it's amazing the number of things that Snapfire gives. We've been talking about it during the DPC. It just feels like this hero gives you too many things. Minus armor for Roshan, for tower taking. She's tanky as hell as a support. 2 different stuns potentially, huge amount of damage. Like, she really does do it all, and it's allowing Old 11 to forgo a Blink Dagger for a tankier build, which he needs right now, as he is kind of being hunted.
This Hood means Hood, full wand, a couple of gauntlets. You can't go from. That's three secret heroes with their spells active, realizing this is not going to work. Any sort of response will get turned around on. We're going to be in big trouble. And you know, in my research for the major, you saw a lot of Snapfire played by Vici. A lot of wins with Snapfire. And it does seem like one of those heroes that's just great to have in your draft, to your point, because it's not just the damage application, it's also so easy to position. Where you saw the Chronosphere, that was all just damage from the fire. Like, you're spitting fire 2,000 units away, no cares in the world, nobody's going to find you in the back line. And the blink skip on the TA, quite nice here. You already have 2 heroes going in front of you. The Dragon Lance is necessary to be able to provide optimum damage in the Chronosphere. You have that extra distance to work with to ensure you're not caught in the bubble as well. Damn. Everything working out for Vici.
Look at Old 11. Continuing that tank build, going straight for the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay.
For the TA build, by the way, I feel like this is the only build right now. Like, nobody should be going these early. Just get that Hurricane Pike, or that Dragon Lance, for excuse me, and just go straight Deso. Straight running to people with dreads and right-clicking them. It's insane.
Yeah, it's a big gripe I have with early Blink Dagger sometimes. You see even Pucks, you know, never the Blink Rush anymore. Because it's too expensive for no stats, for no damage, for no increase to the speed of your farming. And Dragonlance now very stat efficient, slight buff, and I think it was 7.29C.
Yeah. See that smoke? He smoked just to get vision down, just so they have better opportunity to be able to take Roshan, which I believe predict is in 10 seconds. So
he doesn't know this, but awesome timing, because Puppey has 2 wards placed to defend that triangle. There's no way you're going to sentry there. You've seen no one enter the area of the map.
Oh. All right, 15:26 is what I meant to say is when they're going to start doing Roshan. They are going to be chased away, though. Looks like Secret, they're aware, but the vision from Vici Gaming is giving a bit of heads up there. Time dilation, no Chronosphere. He just wants to be able to kick Zai out of this area.
Really cool discipline there from Zai. I was like, did that miss? No, I think he popped stick immediately after taking the damage because he recognized there might be follow-up. So he had to try to live through a potential Chronosphere. It's really nice little decision-making You can see these are two teams. I know it's the wildcard phase, but realistically, 2 of the top 5 teams in the world on our screens as we speak.
Yes.
Secret's like, well, we don't need to be here, but you know, if we're gonna stay here, we're gonna make it to groups, like we might as well just try to win the tournament. And also, definitely a bone to pick. They had a long DPC season where certain analysts were discussing, was EU the weakest region? The underperformance in Singapore, was it a fluke? Was Secret actually good? Was the region actually good? And now, maybe they don't need any points for TI, but wouldn't mind a little bit of a confidence.
Yeah, imagine being so good and so dominant that you place 4th out of 20 teams, and people are like, ha!
Yeah.
Man, you guys really sucked it up, huh?
Indeed.
You didn't win?
I remember hearing the interviews during the league, you know, a couple early losses in the season from Secret, and we were talking, I think it was Zyre Yapsor, just they realized, yeah, we weren't going to try so hard, but then we realized like we really hate losing. Losing sucks.
Yeah.
So we decided to start trying a little harder, and suddenly they found more success. Now they're here. 1 game up, but behind. Vici, 6-4, but more importantly, 4K gold lead. Check out the items. They have their timings. They've got the Deso. They've got the Hood. Soon to have the Ags fully completed on Old 11. Maelstrom, Orbit Corruption on Poyoyo. I keep saying Poyoyo, but there's no extra Y. If there was an extra Y, it would have really helped me out here, Cap.
Poyoyo. Just keep it going. Just keep saying yos until you come to an eventual stop.
Dire's structures are
Vici Gaming, one gripe I did, and I think we both share this gripe from last game, was the fact that when they hit a timing, they weren't aggressive enough in taking over the game, and I'm beginning to feel like that may be happening again here, Kyle.
Yeah, the Manta's coming out soon from Secret will change the state of the game a little bit, because right now, that amplified damage, the Meld Strike, that's a huge amount of burst. Well, Manta dispels, also dodges the Meld Strike if it's disjointed.
Yeah.
In addition, you have tree armor.
Yeah.
You're going to have the RP. Oh, a little bit of lag. Is that us? Is that them?
Yeah, it looks like maybe having a slight issue here, but hopefully we'll get into it pretty soon here. But yeah, I mean, we were both talking about this timing being a little bit bad for Vici Gaming. We said they're going to be doing Roshan. I said 15-26. You said 17-40 something. 43, right? As we're going to get back into it here. We're rapidly approaching 20 minutes, and Vici Gaming has yet to try and do Roshan, hasn't yet managed to force things. But looks like they're going to go for it now. Zai just barely managed to get up to that high ground. Vici Gaming looks like now they're really going to force Roshan. The Chronosphere going out. Who did he catch? He managed to get Zai. Zai, he's going to be falling almost immediately, but the Troll is going headlong in, but now he's headed right back out as he gets terrorized up. He's going to turn his damage onto Poyoyo. Cookie trying to get away. He's been locked down and snared up, and he just dies. Nisha managed to bring him down, and he's still alive still. Old 11 chasing up to him. Does he have a bash? He's got that. The chain stuns are coming in. Eventually the Troll does go down. Puppey's gonna fall as well. Even if they kill the carry of the Faceless Void, that is not the true damage dealer right now. That lies in Ori's hands with the Desolator, and you can see the damage just comes in waves, and he gets washed out. Matumba Man, bye-bye, down the river he goes, and let's head to the Roshan bit.
Control the armor, Cap. You control the game. Nothing you can do there is Matu. Shifting strength, yeah, you get the health, you lose the armor, and you can just see the Deso, the Shredders, the Amps. There's way too much damage output. Puppey did what he could. You saw the Holy Locket heal to try to keep Nisha alive. He does finish off Void, but you made the right point. This is not the same meta. The carry is not the carry. It's this guy on your screen right here trying to redeem himself after a pretty big miscue to close out that first game. Ori on the TA, now with the DD bottled, has the Aegis, soon to have a Hurricane Pike. But like too much. Oh, whoa, what's Skewer?
Oh, Skewer back underneath this tier 1 as well. They're going to be able to take out that Aegis pretty quickly. No, actually one. He got a second round of refraction. Oh no, this is bad for Secret as they're not able to catch the heroes they really wanted there. Vici Gaming should be able to get away pretty nice and easy.
That would have been a very nice pick. Man, they defend their mid tower, but they really wanted that kill.
Old 11 with that Aghanim Scepter is saying, hey, I'm not scared of you. As long as I've got water on the field. Power of the Elements is on his side, but the RP onto the 2 supports, and now they followed up with the Overgrowth as well. The Cookie does manage to get the Sapphire a little bit farther away, and PYW was protected by the Shadow Realm. The supports aren't dead yet, but Ori's making sure that at least Puppey's going to go down almost immediately. Terrorize follow up. Can he do the damage? It looks like he's bit by bit doing it, but the Cookie stolen from the Rubik puts them onto the Templar Assassin, but he's still going to get bursted down by a double damage. Melted up TA.
The amp came out, and you just knew he was done for. He still had ulti, he still had Manta, but it doesn't matter. It's just way too much damage. And Team Secret, they just simply don't do enough. That was the ideal opening. I think they got both supports in the RP, but there wasn't damage. But that's what's missing. It's Rubik, it's Tree, control, no damage. Morphling, Zai, look at Zai's net worth. He's effectively a third support.
Yeah.
This is getting out of hand very quickly.
No, I mean, Yapzor left him early in lane, and he's been an orphan boy ever since, as he's just been struggling to be able to have much more impact than just a skewer in much of these team fights. And the other 2 heroes, we said Secret, they were drafting for late game, but it seems like they're going to be run over nice and early.
Yeah, this is TA Dota 2. Coming in to this tournament, the only thing I was sure of was that we would see a lot of TA and a lot of Slardar.
Yeah.
You give both away to the enemy side, you've got to have a pretty damn good response. And Secret's individual heroes as concepts, like, it makes sense, right? The control for the BKBs, the ability to scale and go late game, but their lanes, just not good. No ability to make plays. You talked about Vici maybe needing to put their foot on the gas, but, you know, Secret ultimately we're just sort of trading a little bit, but arguably ineffectively, because TA is always going to be farming faster than you are in the mid-game portions. Now 9k gold. Halberd on Isha, like, they're just trying to mitigate damage at this point.
Yeah. So the timing itself doesn't necessarily matter. So what matters is that first team fight actually goes well for Vici.
Yeah.
Whether it happens in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, as long as you successfully win that fight, get the Roshan, then it's a snowball downhill from there. And yeah, you could see 10,000 net worth lead for Vici Gaming now, 23 minutes. I mean, this is much more one-sided game. At least initially here, than game 1.
And a clinic on how to use an Aegis. They got Roche 3 minutes ago. They took mid-tier 1. They took bot tier 2. They have outpost control. Look at the warding they've placed. Now they immediately invade Radiant Triangle with the Ancient Camp. This is just textbook choking out the map as Vici Gaming. They have the Aegis at 6-on-5, and they're just going to continue to grow that gold lead.
Yeah, and you can see Matamba Man, he's already given up on his triangle. He wasn't even close to farming it. Instead, he's playing that top side of the map with Puppey. But it does mean, I mean, that is one way to play carry. As your triangle gets invaded, you play on the enemy side of the map. But what does Nisha really do? You know, I feel like if one of them is farming, the other one is going to be struggling in some way. As you can see, Nisha's getting farm bottom, but right now, Matamba Man's not doing anything. He's literally on the corner of the map, sitting there.
And it may have worked way back at TI7, but not as effective. He's behind the creep wave. Him and this just feels bad. Secret relegated to the outskirts of the map as Vici Gaming take the game paths all throughout the center.
Oh, TY, that was sneaky. Drops down the ward and catches Nisha's courier. What did it have on it? We'll have to find out in a bit, as Vici Gaming using the last bit of remnants of their Aegis here to try and finish off the rest of the towers. See if they can take this tier 2 before too long. Scared away Puppey. No. They've got vision of him, and Old 11 is trying to catch up the Overgrowth just to be able to survive here. Zai, is he going to try and go for a skewer back? He will not.
You just can't.
Yeah, you just can't.
With sprint item, I actually love the way Old 11 has played this. Now going for the blink, but look at the survivability. The Hood with sprint active, and you notice he's not using it until the initiation comes out, because he recognizes I have to make myself target. Matu, status update, yes, still in the trees, but he will shift to the right, a more secure area of the forest.
He's just Manta pushing. That's all he's doing. He dropped his Manta illusions. He's playing in experience range.
Yeah.
But he's not showing his actual hero because he's terrified to death.
Okay, look, he's moved to the bottom part of the lane.
Okay.
Different jungle.
Yeah,
They'll never suspect his presence there.
No, it's true.
Pops the Manta once again.
He may even show himself for a little bit. We'll have to see. Vici Gaming, though, smoked up 4-man while the Faceless Void pushes out bottom. I like this smoke movement because they're moving to their Faceless Void. Yep. The Aegis is down. This is an opportunity where Secret would try in other games to try and get a smoke and get a pick off or something.
It's so good to watch because they first...
Oh, there's the potential, but never mind. It's a skewer back on a refraction.
That used to not work. They changed it 3 years ago. Back in the day, it was a lot harder to play TA because you could actually cancel blink daggers, but now with the refraction pre-popped, all good. But they cleared the triangle, then moved with the smoke, and now they're in the base. Okay, well, peace out, Yapzor.
Yeah. Not long for this world, and Poyoyo is literally farming creeps underneath the tier 3.
And they had already shoved the waves.
This living armor is only going to do so much. Ori right now, he's demolishing this. Old 11's creating a little bit of chaos here in the mid lane, but eventually he joins over to his team and sets up another puddle. You know how you have your thing about Legion Commander? Max out W, max out W. I have the same thing with Slardar. I hate early blink dagger.
Yep.
I want to see some tank on this point. Another skewer back, another blink away. But Old 11 did jump in, but he's also going to take a nice 3-man Chronosphere. And here comes the fire. Puppey, he's going to be the first one falling. Fear up onto Nisha. He does barely manage to get off his ultimate, though. He turns around and starts going for the Slardar, and it looks like they may actually have the damage here. RP locks him down underneath the tier 4s, but Poyoyo is perfectly fine. They've killed 1 core, but they've lost 2 heroes for it, and Vici Gaming is undeterred. They continue their siege onto the buildings, and Secret feels like they've run out of abilities, and they're very rapidly running out of time in this game too.
I just don't know what you're supposed to do at this point. The damage I put on Vici Gaming is just absurd. You can't make up for the lack of DPS on the side of Secret right now, because like, that was a Chronosphere. The Snapfire feels confident enough. He was just like cookieing in. The follow-up, he pops his ultimate for free. There's the Halberd on Troll. Like, it's not as if Secret are getting any damage items up and running anytime soon. Zai's got a Force Staff queued up. They're just trying to survive. Meanwhile, Vici are already onto the luxury phase.
Are they even going to try? Look at a Poyoyo. He's like, I'm not afraid of a skewer. Hell, I'll time walk into you guys. See what's up. Okay, time walks away, and then he gets caught by the skewer, but almost instantly he pops a Satanic and heals himself up near to full.
Daedalus on your TA?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I have to say, though, Kyle, I think Vici Gaming, what I love about what they've done in this game, they have done nothing half-assed.
Nope.
You know, when they made the rotation to bottom tier 1, they respected Living Armor, and they respected Secret's team fight, and they brought everybody there.
Yep.
Same goes with the Roshan. They didn't try and take it too early. They took their time, found the team fight that they wanted to find, then went for it. It feels like everything from Vici Gaming is very disciplined.
I think their smoke usage, the best part about that, almost feels like they may have game planned it. The initial smoke to place a ward under 2 secret wards that would have spotted it to ensure the Roshan would be uncontested. Then they clear out the top Radiant Triangle, clear the camp, smoke back towards their Void and their Vision. And then when that engagement happens, like first off, they all now, of course, they have a ward in the Secret base. But that meant that Secret were pushed back into their base from the mid lane. The bottom lane's already pushing in. Suddenly 11's causing chaos, but the TA's already got bot tier 3 to half HP. Now you take an easy team fight. It's a 3-man chrono. It's just always Vici in control of the vision. They're the ones sort of moving our observer. And where he looks, Vici are looking to make plays because they're in control of basically this game from about 15 minutes to just now. In Secret, you need a huge play. You need some kind of massive steal.
Yeah, seriously. What does that look like? An RP skewer back in a like tier 4. It's an overgrowth on top of that. I don't know what Yapzor steals to make the game amazing for them, but
Chronosphere? Fear?
I mean,
Snapfire ultimate wouldn't be terrible, but how are you going to get that?
Yeah, seriously.
You don't have vision. Secret's one ward is right there, and it's fading fast. I got another one in the triangle, actually.
MKB coming up next for Poyoyo. He is a very happy boy. SNY, early Satanic. Again, like, really respecting Secret, making sure that with this lead that they have, that they don't give away any potential easy kills. He made sure that he is incredibly durable.
And it's the right move, too. I think the whole team, with this concept in mind, you know, I think Old 11 exemplifying it, just saying, all right, good luck, guys. Halberd, Hood, he's not dying. Void 3k plus HP.
57 HP regen a second. both when he's in the river as well as thanks to the Paladin Sword and the Sange amplifying that even further. So he's getting just tons of amplification on his regeneration.
They even have the Holy Locket on the Snapfire to go with the mech, so even more healing potential.
I love Holy Locket right now on certain heroes. Oh, puppy. Oh, popped out of those trees at just the wrong time.
He did get a nice ward off on the bottom bounty.
Yeah.
It's not a bad play, really. You kind of need to make a risky excursion, because at this point, if you just sit in your base, it's a surefire way to lose the game.
Yeah.
You're behind this much as Team Secret, like, you need to take risks.
Who are you giving the shard to? I feel like TA is really good.
I think so, too. At this point, I don't even know how much it matters. I wouldn't mind even giving it to the Slardar, just for the, you know, you save time, right? If you can blink stun and have the haze already applied, then there's no delay in the TA timing to get the Meld Strike off.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, there's not a whole lot of game left in this second one in this series as Vici Gaming bringing out the tier 2s, a second assault of the base, and this is pretty much going to be the last hold for Team Secret.
We shall see what you can do here, Team Secret. Puppy, do you have any tricks left? You need something crazy here. A skewer, a huge root.
Okay, Hortoss into the skewer back on a solo Templar Assassin. That, he does have the Aegis though. They gotta watch out for that one. A beautiful Chronosphere. Polyo-Yo, not even hitting him as he dances around the overgrowth. Oh, the stolen Chronosphere. Actually catching the TA and the Slaughter, but Polyo-Yo still kills Nisha. And now he's gonna turn around. They get the RP, yes. Can he get a Hortoss and the skewer back? He's got nothing left in the tank, and neither does the rest of Secret. They're gonna buy back here, but abilities on cooldown. Ultimately, they played the team fight about as well as you could ask for, Kyle. And it wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't. They just didn't have the damage. You can't really ask for better spellcasting in this spot, but just look at that. Look at it.
There
what are
he
you
goes.
supposed to do?
GG. GG, damn. Vici Gaming coming back with a vengeance in this game too. Losing a 60-minute game and then make it up for lost time with a 33-minute finish.
No complaints about the way they played that. Definitely fighting back with a vengeance. And now another 1-1 series. You know, in all the power team matchups, we've seen 1-1s and not as much enthusiasm in the Team Secret room.
I mean, not much enthusiasm in Vici Gaming. I think both of these teams, they view themselves as the top, the potential best of the best, and they're not happy with the draw one way or another, especially in a tight wild card like this.
Definitely. And Secret, you got to keep in mind, they dropped that game to Gambit as well. So now, they split the series, but they're technically still that game behind, and they've got to really just shape up. Like, they're going to need more. I think they've got 3 matches tomorrow. I believe they might be done for the day, but it's looking spooky. You got to worry a little bit more about the TA.
I mean, last major, when there was 3 slots in a wild card, you could trade 1-1 and be like, okay, we go even against everybody. We probably are in tiebreakers for that 3rd slot. But when there's only 2 spots, you got to actually be winning series. Ooh, Secret, they're in a tough spot in Vici Gaming. They're not going to be too happy with the results of that series in general, though I'm sure they're happy crushing Secret in that game too.
I'm sure they are. I think you guys hit the nail on the head. Maybe Team Secret's loss against Scam is going to bite them in the butt because tying is not enough. Vici Gaming, though, coming through strong here in the second game, too, of this 2-game series. Here with Lizard, here with T-Gov. And this game, it started dominant. Vici Gaming just like a bloodhound, Lizard. They just never let go.
I asked for one single thing. It was simple. Please, Secret, if you want to win, shut down the Slardar.
Yep.
Well, they lost all 3 lanes. It's not only the Slardar that they didn't shut down. Mid lane was kind of evenish between the Troll and the TA, but the other lanes really didn't go that well. Then you're playing versus this massive minus armor strategy between the Snapfire and the Slardar, and we also have seen for the first time why TA is banned out almost every single game of the wildcard, and why teams are picking it, because this Raid Band into Dragonlance into Desolator build with the minus armor that everyone else is bringing to the table, it's just... Even a Morphling dies in a couple of shots.
Yeah, and this game, it's a Void who's so heavily enabled. You have the Slardar, you have the Snapfire, so minus armors on your side, and then of course you have the Desert from the TA. And if you don't need to kill them with physical damage, you also have this snapfire damage as well. So I think this was just a beautiful game from them, and the fact that they win their 3 lanes, it just simplifies the process. Like, if you're gonna lose laning phase, you do not lose laning phase to a team that can take Roshan. Like, if you're doing both of those things, it is near impossible for you to come back into a game without that team making a mistake. And Vici Gaming, after they had that great start, they didn't make a mistake, they're not gonna lose the game.
Are we gonna talk about Rubik, Tigav? Are we gonna mention the hero? I think we should mention the Rubik.
We should mention
because I like the hero. I love it. I would like to see some buffs. And if Yapsor cannot make Rubik work, please, Ice Frog, you know what to do. Give our boy a little bit of love, because the hero is just so much fun to play.
It is, but yeah, I think it just doesn't like physical. You know, he likes some magics, and unfortunately,
some magics to steal.
Yes, exactly, and that wasn't the case this game. But yeah, maybe we could buff Secret by buffing Rubik if you'd like. Yeah, it's an unfortunate one for Secret. They just got slaughtered.
Yep, we have.
I mean, yeah, this was very one-sided, right?
No, haven't really seen the same game 1 and game 2, right? Haven't seen the 60-minute hype match. This was pretty much straightforward. Vici Gaming came here and slam dunked on them. So,
was there any kind of high ground defense that Team Secret could have had that would have given them a chance, or at this point?
It's just so hard.
Just
like,
over.
You have this Magnus RP combo that you can perhaps utilize with the troll, but there's traps everywhere. This Magnus is scouted out. He's also pretty poor. Not a lot of farm on him. It's just so difficult to stall the game and actually defend against these minus armorers that don't even care about you. Like, yeah, go jump us. We're gonna take your towers by the time you find the right angle to initiate.
And the discipline from Vici as well. They only came to the high ground when they had an Aegis. So the real comeback mechanism was the blink skewer. So even if you hit the blink skewer, it's onto an Aegis TA, who then when you get her low, she refracts, she blinks back out. Like, it was so hard for them to have this any chance of a comeback. So yeah, it was just a really good game from Vici Gaming.
I think also game 1, we did still highlight PYW and DY with the SD and the Grimstroke supports. We also said maybe not the best support duo. And then you see here Snapfire, Willow, I mean, they crushed it even harder. Like, it was a difference that I didn't know was possible to still be that much better, that much more impact. I mean, this was Vici Gaming as the Vici Gaming that is going, sorry, up.
Yeah.
Where exactly?
I mean,
this way.
But yeah. But yeah, no, they look good. They look like the team to easily not just make it out of wildcard, but make it into the upper bracket in the group stage.
This is the team that we expected
for
from the get-go. Secret, they sometimes give us these gold nuggets with their drafts. This was a piece of dirt that you have to go through to find the gold.
They have had 4 games, 4 very different drafts. I think that's something that we can credit them to. I mean, even though, not every draft worked, but it is nice to see a team try out different stuff.
Are you saying that Secret flew all the way to Ukraine to just do a different draft every game, maybe not get top 2, but then be like, oh, well,
we tried.
and then fly back home to then go to TI?
The best practice is official, so maybe this is their best practice. Can we take a look at the standings as well? Because this was another tie. There was another tie again on the other stream as well, meaning there is only one team that is on top.
Draw, draw, draw.
There is only one team that hasn't drawn. And that is the team that we're going to watch right now. We're going to have Team Nigma taking on IG. And Team Nigma at the moment, they're on top purely because they're the only team that has taken 2 games of one opponent.
Yeah, and I'd also give a lot of credit to IG. I think coming into today with their stand-in, I was a little bit skeptical. But they've honestly looked pretty clean for the position that they're in, and the fact that they have got the change.
They played versus Execration though, right?
And they did go 1-1.
Yeah, and they did go 1-1.
Yes.
So IG, I'm not sold yet, T-Gov, but we'll see.
I think this is wrong, right? I am wrong on this one.
This is wrong. Right now, the bracket that Liz was about to mention is a lot of L's here.
Yes, and they should be 1 column to the left,
just
right?
because they're in wild card, they're not losers, all right?
And the other column should be
So is drawing actually losing?
In WePlay's eyes, you're a loser if you haven't won. So yeah, Nigma already through.
I mean, you didn't win, so you're a loser,
yeah.
right?
There you go. That's how it works.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense. Then there is one team that is the winner so far. Anyway, you know, they won. Who knows what will happen still. But there is still one more series to be played. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it is time for Team Nigma to take on the former major champions, IG. See you soon.
Change of range.
Every event is a part of esports history, full of memorable moments every fan wants to be a part of. Get your own unique piece of esports with WePlay collectibles. Here is the first collection, Storyline. Logo token, trophy token, story token. Be sure to check all the details on our website and stay tuned for cool NFTs from WePlay Esports.
Buy the official merchandise for WePlay AniMajor 2021 now on Fragstore.com. Hoodies, t-shirts, mouse pads, headrest pillows, and other souvenirs were released in the limited edition for the tournament. Hurry up and buy them on Fragstore.com via the link in the description or chatbot.
Welcome back. AniMajor continues, and we have our final series coming your way here live from Ukraine, live from Kiev, and we've got a treat because it is Team Nigma versus IG, and I'm here with Lizard and BSJ. And BSJ, tell me, what are the parallels between these two teams?
They both have a bunch of ties.
What? No, that's definitely not true because Team Nigma is actually the only team in the whole wildcards that got a 2-0. I will tell you the parallel last major. We had Team Nigma coming to the major, to the wildcards, and unfortunately for them, one of their players had to be left behind. Same reason as IG. I guess their offlane player maybe a little bit more key than IG's position 5.
I think mind control is like absolutely crucial to their success.
Yeah.
Team. Yeah. I was, I was just pulling my best Kyle impression to test you guys at the beginning of the panel. Did I get you with that good test there too, Lizard?
Yeah, like Kyle likes to test with all these wrong information. He obviously knows what's the right answer, but he likes to test everyone, especially the Twitch chat.
Yes.
So keep an eye out. If he's ever wrong, guys.
He's just testing.
He's testing, but make sure to write it in the chat.
It's an opportunity to learn.
No, but I'm looking forward to this one because both of the teams have done fairly well today. I'm saying that I know that IG has only played one series so far, so I want to actually start things off by talking about them because the games that we saw, BSJ, IG obviously is playing with the stand-in, but they didn't look bad.
Yeah, it seemed like the team with better R buttons triumphed, though. I will say that
Fair.
Execution consistently around the map from both sides that we saw between IG and Execration wasn't quite there. So that's why it really came down to who ended up winning the fights when all the buttons were pressed. But either way, they definitely look capable of making it through the wild card.
So if they pick good ultis, they can win.
That was literally the summary of their first series.
For me, this whole wild card is a little bit of play in which I'm feeling out the teams and the power rankings of the regions. And for me, coming into the major, right, Execration, I wasn't sure if they're stronger than Gambit. I kind of ranked them the same, and I ranked them the lowest. Afterwards, everyone else. IG, even dropping one game to them is a pretty big miss for me, unless Execration proves me wrong and then just goes ham like Neon did last major.
That's fair. Definitely fair to say. I'm also curious to hear from you, Lizard. Obviously, we saw IG win the major. Very good, strong performance with the reverse sweep. But after that, they come into this season. They play with their full roster. How would you feel like their performance was that we have seen in the DPC league itself compared to the performance we see here on LAN? Like, is it a big miss that Ollie's not here, or were they already kind of? I mean, the fact that they're in the wild card maybe says it all.
I think we see the same story throughout every region. A team that does well in the major goes back home and shows absolutely no energy. And I think that's very apparent with IG. A team that won the major, went back into their season, and they've been GGing out games after losing one single team fight.
Oh.
They lose a single team fight, they're like, yeah, we don't want to play anymore. 30 minutes in, GG, that's it. So really not the same fighting power and fighting energy, at least from them in that second season.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that is recreated here at the major.
That's a bit disappointing, actually, to hear.
I thought something similar of Secret in the European region.
Fair,
so I
but
don't
they
think it's too
didn't do
absurd.
the GG calls.
Yeah, they didn't
like
do the
that.
early GG calls. They were just very sloppy with execution on things that I would say I never see Secret mess up. So it's nice to see that we're at the point in Dota's evolution that if a tier 1 team isn't on their A game, they will consistently lose to the teams that are just a small rung down. And that's the beauty of this type of competition, is that some teams are actually more hungry than others due to the point system that we have in place, and it causes for some really close games between teams you may not think so.
If you go back like 4 or 5 years ago, it didn't really matter. If you're hungrier, but you're worse, you'd still kind of lose, right? That was the state of the game because there wasn't enough knowledge shared, and these lower tier teams, they would always, like, you could be skilled, you could have a rank 1 player even, but it wouldn't help you because you would be missing some key ingredients when it comes to strategizing the game properly, right? Like where to take team fights, when to take them, what objectives are necessary, how to farm the map. All this knowledge right now is pretty much evenly spread out, and it all comes down to who's better mechanically and who clicks things faster.
And who picks the better things as well, as we do have a draft coming your way. I'm very curious to hear from both of you what you want to see in this game, because I feel like today the meta, or rather all the picks from all the teams, they've been kind of all over the place.
Yep, we'll see from these two teams, but if you're playing versus a Chinese region team, you need to ban out Nyx. You need to ban out, maybe not Brood versus IG, as they don't play it as much, but the Nyx has to go. And if the Nyx does go, you need to be careful.
The Nyx has gone.
Nyx did get banned, so you need to be careful of the Treant Lash opening. Like, this is extremely popular in the region. Throughout the season, it's been picked quite a bit, and it's very difficult to play against.
So, to me, a couple things come to mind, and you've talked to me a lot about Lesh and Tree and how they are highly prioritized, but maybe for the people at home, why exactly do you think that they were, like, what did you see in the games consistently that made that combo so potent?
So Treant, he brings a lot of sustain with the Holy Locket. It's extremely strong, actually, in the laning stage later on as well. And it just loves to have a hero that pumps out a lot of DPS in team fights. Doesn't need necessarily a lot of control from the mid laner or someone that catches and initiates. Just needs a lot of damage, which
like
is
a pseudo oracle kind of, where
and
buffs a guy
exactly, and the Lash brings that to the table, and it's just such a strong combo with the shard on Lash as well, overgrowth into a couple of stuns. It's pretty solid overall, but they do open up with an AA instead.
That was I have to imagine that was seen pretty prevalently in China as well, right?
AA openers?
Just AA in general.
Not necessarily as much as in like Singapore Major.
Okay.
So in Singapore Major, AA was extremely popular. Yeah. We've seen it like AA Lions. AA was just good against Morphlings, right? Picked up often.
If there was like one time in Dota for me to take like a somewhat of a break just because I've been really busy casting from playing, it's this patch, dude. You playing against AA Lions and stuff, man. Playing carry sucks. You just die instantly, no matter how many items you have. It's Willow. Willow's another support that it just makes me shiver thinking about playing against. In EU, it's very popular.
It kills you, right?
Yeah.
If you're some TB, you just die to a position 4.
I must say, from the games we've seen today as well, supports are in a really good spot. Like, we see them having very high impact on a lot of different heroes as well. It's not just AAs and the Willows.
They've had their time to shine.
They are having their time to shine right now.
You guys had a lot of interviews with Nigma. Did you ever maybe ask GH how he feels about playing Dark Willow 10 out of 11 games?
I never
specifically
asked him that question.
No, we only talked to GH, I think, once. And it's, he was just saying happy things.
Yeah.
That's so shocking.
He loves this game, so if he needs to play the same hero a couple of times, he will. But this combination, Darkseer plus Dark Willow, is actually such a strong lane. You have the Shadow Realm with the Iron Shell, you have Brambles and the Vacuum, which is... it's extremely difficult to play in the lane against that. And AA, if he's out of position, he's just dead.
Yeah, it's the meta of ranged 4s with Darkseer is quite fascinating. I don't think I would have ever expected to... There's just some...
You just want to see an Earth Spirit,
yeah,
Spirit
there's just
Breaker,
some things that haven't changed ever, you know? And it's crazy to think that across 50 patches, Darkseer was always played with the melee 4s. And
I think
now
Dark Willow is an exemption, right?
Yeah. I've seen it several times now. I've seen other combos attempted. Willow definitely seems like the one that stands out just because of, like you said, you have an unreliable AoE route that is now reliable because of the...
And also Cursed Crown with the increased AoE. You can vacuum in there with the Fear. There's a big wombo combo potential.
Perfect timing required, but I believe in them.
But if you're speaking about wombo combos, then there's also the double bubble from the Ancient Apparition and the Faceless Void. So they got it covered.
Yeah, one of the easiest ones to execute as well, right?
Yeah.
This should be your Fly Void, and Super now playing, instead of Oli, he'll be playing the position 5 Ancient Apparition. You can set up kills everywhere across the map. I wouldn't mind seeing... Did they ban out Legion on either one of these teams?
Did they ban out what?
They've not banned it. It's another hero that's pretty damn good with AA, as you can set up that duel. And overall teams in the Chinese region, like you'll probably see Aster pick up Legion Commander later on throughout the tournament, as he's even gotten the MVP of the region award. So mostly playing the Legion Commander. I'm not quite sure why it's not as popular in EU.
I think they just don't understand the hero nearly as well, because I watched it get picked a lot and it just
gets dominated.
It was
right?
one of those things that got picked a decent amount in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then because it never worked, just got ignored. And sometimes just playstyle can really answer that question. The fact that I see China just stack and stack and stack and play around heavy net worth cores mid and safe lane, Legion makes way more sense when that's more so the meta. When you have a little bit of a more slower pace, beef up that one guy, give him that free like 2-second BKB.
That's it, right? All you have to do later on in the game is give the BKB. It's like, for me, that on paper, if this is me reading the first time and I see the patch, you get 2 seconds free BKB for 1400 gold, which later on turns into an AoE BKB, is just ridiculously strong.
It's good. So gotta get to late game with it though.
Yeah. They did pick the Shadow Demon now into the Faceless Void, right? You have that disruption, combo breaker, exactly. You can save people from the Chronosphere, but here we go. This is usually picked against these spirits or pucks mid, right? You get Lion or Shadow Shaman, you get a lot of control. They pick it early on. Because of that, Nigma answer with something different. They go with the TA on mid lane.
Is this a Storm game? I don't know if that's like too greedy, but right now I'm looking at the 2 supports on Team Nigma, and usually the carry is not the hero that counters you. It's the only hero left, and there's just no stuns. You have the Willow Root, and that's literally it. So any high mobility mid laner, I think that lanes decently against TA is...
What about Kunkka with the Void and some catch? We have seen Kunkka recently played quite a bit.
You think offlane Kunkka or mid Kunkka?
Could do both, I guess.
I don't love it against Shadow Demon's the only thing, because of the disruption against the Torrent.
And now that you're up against TA, don't you want something like a Viper?
You could go for that route as well, if you want the emo to be playing these kind of
They
heroes.
just have no stuns. They have a bunch of slows. Like the Shadow Demon ult, the TA traps, even just like Darkseer Vacuum Wall. Like
Actually, the Shadow Demon disruption is a good setup for the Bramble.
That's true.
So there's that.
And the problem for Nigma right now is they're in this spot in which their carry needs to sort that out, right? Like the carry needs to bring that one extra disable, one extra stun.
Hey, Brood left in the pool.
Very interesting though. JT did not play a lot of Brood. Like this isn't something that they excel at, but he is definitely a micro player. He plays a lot of Meepo too, so I'm pretty sure Brood should be quite easy for him.
Brood question. Darkseer, Iron Shells versus Spiderlings and Spiderites. Is that now good? Or do you have to waste a vacuum on it and therefore not good?
I feel like I haven't even seen this one, but I would think it's not good enough. I would think it maybe is annoying for the Brood, but you can play around it.
Oh, wait, are you talking about Iron Shelling a Spiderling?
You can put an Iron Shell on one of the spiders.
Oh, you're saying to put it on one of the spiders.
I think it's for someone as skilled as JT, he's just gonna micro it out instantly. It won't. Plus, if he builds a pipe, it's not gonna kill anything by the time he moves.
So not good enough. That needs something else.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I actually say that Brood, in terms of gank threat, is a sniper that runs at 450 move speed over trees. Like, you have to be able to long-range gap close very quickly, but the difference is if you do it... The reason why I say very quickly is because of the high move speed over trees. Like, similar counters. And the lack of stuns that I mentioned against, like, picking the mid lane, they do ban the Storm Spirit, is the exact thing that Broodmother punishes, because she is a hero that unless you are killing her, she will control an entire part of the map. We were talking about off panel earlier that Radiant Brood is way better than Dire Brood because of the fact that you get Roche.
Yeah, exactly.
And so if they also get a physical damage dealer mid for IG, that would be, like I mentioned wanting a Storm, but now it's like, now I'm thinking, let's get you a Roche at 15 minutes. And we saw the Ursa that was paired with it earlier, but I'm obviously not thinking of mid-Ursa here, just something that comes to mind.
This is something that we talked about during the season as well, between the analysts, and Brood on Radiant on paper looks much better, but when it comes to win percentages, it truly didn't really matter.
Really?
Yeah, in the season itself, it didn't matter that much, but I can definitely agree that if you have easier access to Roche and it's natural for you to transition there...
Brood just doesn't move.
Just feels much better on Radiant, exactly. Later on in the season, teams have started building into like the scalable Brood that can go AC and damage build, right? Not the normal pipes and greaves and whatnot. Maybe that's some with the Aghanims. Maybe that's something that we'll see here. But Nigma, they're in a rough spot the way I see it at the moment, as they need to answer this Brood, but they also need some stuns on their team, right? They need some, and they need all of this from their carry, which isn't truly easy.
I think Faceless Void has two facets of his game. One, the reliant on the Chrono combo, and like you go Mask Man as BKB, MKB, you try to kill somebody. And the other one is this like SNY Scotty build that people go, and I think the Shadow Demon addresses the MKB version, but not the other one. And I didn't feel like their draft addressed this like sustainable, tanky, time walk off every 4 seconds once he hits level 20 Faceless Void. I don't see, unless Miracle on TA just snowballs out of control, I don't see how they deal with this Faceless Void after seeing it first round. That's my concern. You have to kill the guy. He will eventually bring you down. Just free stuns and free health manipulation over time is just...
Now we have an Ember as well. And yeah, Invictus Gaming, they could have went for something like Viper or a Vano to completely crush the TA. Okay, Tidehunter. I see they're making it fun
Carry
and competitive.
Tide?
Carry Tide, I believe so, yeah. This could be the Solar Crest Dezo with Morbid Mask build.
It's definitely the ILTW Tide.
It's decent versus the Brood in the lane.
I respect the balls.
It's truly what they needed. It's truly what they needed. They couldn't pick a normal carry and have a chance to win this game. They needed something awkward, something completely out of the box. They picked this Tide. Do I think that it gives them enough to win? I still don't believe in that. I still don't think so. But I like I just like the way of thought. I like that they've been very inspirational with this draft.
Okay, so you're happy with the Team Nigma draft. You think that they were put in a corner and they came out with the best possible solution?
They just reached real deep into the bag and
found something.
Drew a number and it was 6.
Yeah,
and
they
there
found Tide.
There's a Tide.
What do you think, Brian?
I'm telling you, my hypothesis on Brood is you have to treat her like a sniper. You have to be able to gap close, and I just don't. I think the lane is solved. You have a lot of heroes that Brood can't mess with, but eventually you can't just sit underneath your tower all game. She's going to kill your tower. She's going to take over that control on the map, and I think they have absolutely no way to deal with that. And the Ember Spirit is going to just run rampant on the map.
So you're going against Twitch chats, what I'm seeing. 68% of Twitch chat.
Yeah, they're biased and a bunch of Nigma.
Nigma's going to do it.
Nigma, yeah.
So Tide, no, not a good answer, not a good enough answer.
I think it's like,
it's
like
good.
Liz said, creative. I'm looking forward to seeing what it does, but I don't think it'll do the job.
Okay, well, we're going to find out because we're very close to allowing you to show our commentary team. Are we allowed to show you guys? Yay! Let's head over to Kevin Kyle for the game. Thank you. I already did.
Toss it. I'm ready to catch it. I got it. All right, welcome to our second series. It's a 4 series overall for the wild card stage, and we've actually got big curveballs coming in, as on the side of IG, nobody's played Broodmother before in their professional career.
Really?
Yeah. Oh. And on the side of Nigma, who came up with this Tidehunter pick, ILTW has only played it once in 2016. So,
well, it's at least something that we know that most of the veterans on the side of Kuroki and the boys have experience with. We saw it in True Sight. TA Tide. It gives you everything.
TA Tide.
The player that said that, of course, no longer with the team, but the concept still holds true. Team fight, Roche, Ancients, it's incredible. And I just want to also say to the stream, if you hear what sounds like, I don't know, animal dying, loud voices coming from who knows where, it's because Slacks is actually casting about 30 meters away from us, and his voice can carry.
Oh, yeah. And if you're hearing weird moans coming out of Dota TV, that is because Mind Control is a big fan of the 496 team pack. I've been watching him all day playing pubs, and he spams it nonstop. So prepare for a lot of those noises. So. Oh, Slacks enjoyed that noise.
We got to turn each other up, Cap.
All right. Our mid matchup going to be the Templar Assassin versus the Ember Spirit. We've got the Broodmother matched up against the Tidehunter, which is something that I feel like, did we talk about last, where were we? DPC. We talked about a Brood matchup against Tidehunter, and I said, okay, if you get Blink Dagger, you can kill the spiders, but like otherwise, he just runs around you nonstop.
It's the same issue you have when you see people pick Bristleback into the Broodmother. Kunkka, Beastmaster, these heroes are considered better counters just because you have the ability to kill the Brute, to stop him, to catch him.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting. I will say, Ember versus TA, this is considered like the best hero against TA. You lose the lane, but you can always get kills because you burn through the refraction so quickly. Concern though, the spiders also die real fast to side blades. Will this work?
Very early
Body
disruption move. Kuro was hoping to be able to block in emo, but not good enough, it seems.
That is a very ambitious rotation.
I almost feel like trying to out-volume Slash.
No, it's not possible. Please, we don't. I can't remember who said it, but don't pick battles you're incapable of winning. Some general.
That's probably Sun Tzu. That's probably a Sun Tzu quote. There's always a Sun Tzu quote.
JT, as you said, he had one game on the Brood?
No.
Or no, never.
He has had 0 games on the Broodmother in his professional career. So this is something new that they picked up specifically for the Major. And, I mean, IG is already qualified, right? So this is a good opportunity for them to be able to, in a way, show this off. Say, hey, we've got a Broodmother player now. Other teams, watch out. And see if they're also actually good enough to win with it.
Yeah, it's one of the heroes that's been crushing in high-level pub games. I think even after the nerf, it's still like top 3 win rate. And then I think after we talk about the panel, like, even with the changes to the lifesteal, you just can't out-trade this hero.
Yeah.
It just clicks you. You can even see top 12-7 versus a 5-0 Tide. They picked Tide into Brood, knowing what to expect, and it's just not worked out for him. Was Troll banned? I feel like it must have been, because otherwise that...
Yeah, I have to imagine Kaka. Loop around here from Kuro, disruption into a gush, does a lot of damage, and there it is, first blood for ILTW.
Okay, they needed that one. That deals with the CS disparity right away. Big part of that, maybe, we don't typically see a Shadow Demon 5.
Oh, the last shot, he needs the vision. Ooh, super ducks around the tree, gets out of vision.
It's a veteran move. It's a coach play, of course. Super standing in for Ollie. Unfortunately, unable to make it. Ultimately negative for coronavirus, but he did have a positive result, thus must remain in quarantine anyway.
Unfortunate.
However, he does have the satisfaction that his team is going to TI, so.
Yes. And I feel like I've always made this, and I'm going to stick by it, the idea that having your coach play with you sometimes will make them more valuable as a coach.
Well, it's interesting to put it like that because, you know, there's some, I remember Sunby when he was still coaching Secret talking about how he would never want to stand in because it might change the relationship he has with his team.
He missed the chains. Very unfortunate because I feel like this was definitely a kill. I mean, you could see Miracle got rather low. If they hit a chains there, then they could have actually dove the tower for that kill.
Yeah, that would have been a huge one.
They're going to try and keep him out of water runes.
This is the thing. You want to play actively. Is he really going to go for this?
Oh, he melded just to make sure he wasn't going to get slight chained again.
This is how you play with an Ember versus TA matchup, though. You need to always try to be applying pressure. If TA is allowed to just 1v1, you're going to win the lane. But with the water runes especially, Ember can consistently spam spells, flame guard pretty much off cooldown. And top lane, JT doing work that coveted level 6. Once he gets that up, suddenly this lane gets very tough in Miracle.
They just keep on roaming into this mid lane. They are not leaving Miracle alone. I mean, the upside, Tidehunter, you can leave him alone. The downside is Shadow Demon's not a good roaming support, as we've seen from his attempted ganks. Lion, much better at that. Super does manage to get caught in the brambles. They vacuum him over to the other brambles. Cute play for Mind Control, but Super now ducking away into the trees. Let's see if they can catch him out. He doesn't have anything else to be able to get out of this hole he's dug for himself, but Fly, no, not going to be able to go for it. GH will also survive, albeit on low HP.
I love the early point in time dilation. So good against Darkseer Willow. Almost always using all spells. Kuro, very odd game, honestly. So 5 position. Is he must have been stacking. I assume that's what he's going to consider his big role in this game. He's playing with the TA. So even though it looks ineffective, consider every stack is like a creep wave in the future, especially the Ancients. So yeah, ILTW not doing incredibly well, but they picked it to be this kind of offlaner style, right? It's Miracle in mid who's the carry.
Close call, but fortunately, I mean, that's the chainmail in effect there.
Yep.
In fact, he with the early chainmail off of the phase boots over, say, the claws for extra damage. He knows exactly what is going to be beat him out in this lane.
Yep.
Early Orb of Corrosion, so max focus on laning harassment here. Going to make Kuro's job that much harder. GH going for the double stacks. Both supports going to be stacking up the jungle quite heavily. They do know about that on the left-hand side due to the Observer Ward. And they've got another one in the triangle as well. Fly is going to be caught by this Cursed Crown without a time walk away. He's got 15 charges of wand, but it's soaked up by Kaka.
Double damage.
That is just good or bad luck, depending on whose side you're looking at it there. Kaka, the one inside the brambles instead of Fly. They really wanted the kill on that support, or the core rather instead of the support.
Cat, we have gotten some incredible games so far, but this one's shaping up already to be something special. Both these teams, it's like you can see, they're damn good Dota players.
Yeah.
There is a lot of quick-paced thinking. The kills make sense. Spells being utilized, blocked, negated.
Is he going to get that kill? Dark Willow, they're also going to be rotating on to ILTW here. They kill him, and they can get level 6 for JT. They can start taking this tower bit by bit. GH, meanwhile, does survive through the Ancient Apparition attempted gank.
This is how you want to play it. Enigma, their goal is to just slow the pace down once we hit this 8 to 10 minute mark. Give TA stacks. Allow ILTW to just shove out the lane, camp there, keep his structure alive, as then mind controls free to backlane bottom, push waves, a slow pace. IG, it's all in now. You've got Spider Army just continuing to grow. Emo is so strong, and look at it, more aggression.
They just keep on going for Miracle. They're going to make sure this Templar Assassin, the only way back into this game is going to be off of those stacks. They kill him time and time again inside the lane. The meld is only going to last so long. Eventually, the damage over time kicks in, and Kaka actually survives through that one. Was that a miss? GH, he's going to pay for it too. 2 kills for the side of IG as the rotations come in hot and heavy into the mid lane. Fly, he's okay.
Now this is shaping up to be tough for Miracle. He has to get out of this lane. Look at the warding already from IG. 4 wards currently on the map. 1 blocking the hard camp spawn, scouting out the top triangle. So you kind of get the idea that maybe Miracle leaves lane. They're probably just going to follow him. They'll know where he is.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
The name of the game is Hunt This TA. Look at the net worth, 6th place right now. Last series, we saw TA just skyrocketing to the top of the net worth chart. This is not ideal for Miracle, and the trouble you have is Darkseer Tide. Good team fighters, but they don't really offer much in terms of actual pick-off, actual playmaking.
Yeah, there you go. See the Tide Hunter? He showed up. Oh, Chronosphere got to be used here to be able to kill Mind Control. As long as he gets a bash anywhere along here, should be pretty easy. Cold Feet is actually going to root him down.
Yep.
And you'd see Tide, once he went away from that mid tower, the Spiders already hitting that tier 1 tower. The sooner he kills that tier 1 tower, the courier does get picked off by JT. But yeah, the sooner he kills that tower, the sooner he can start taking over the jungle.
Yep.
And maybe even take some of those stacks that are made for the Templar Assassin, which he's currently trying to farm right now. But as you said, if he goes into the jungle, IG is sure to follow. And Emo, he's going to be the one leading the charge here, as he does have a remnant behind him. So even if this gets a little bit hairy, you can always jump away.
I love the build too. The earn to even tick out.
Now Kaka, he had a delayed response to this one. He didn't immediately rush in for Emo. He waits till an opportunity to be able to jump in, finds a kill into the Dark Willow, maybe even Miracle as well. The Ravage is going to be forced to use, but it only hits the Kaka as he managed to jump out just in time on the Ember Spirit. And JT, he really wants this kill, and he's going to be able to slow down Kuro. The trap's coming out, but it's not going to save Kuro here, as he should just get run down, turned into spiders, cannibalized, and now JT asserts his dominance over this jungle.
Talk about JT, how about Emo? I mean, you kind of burst onto the world stage with the question mark that could. That was just pure knowing your limits.
Yep.
Full aggression, gets a kill, baits, he sees the Ravage, immediately jukes it. The Remnant placed near perfectly to get outside the radius and also keep him close enough for the fight to continue. And again, on to Miracle, hello.
Miracle is having a rough time with Emo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Emo drop a little bit of question marks at this one, as he is having a fantastic game, 5-0-4. He is single-handedly destroying Nigma.
And now he's got an Arcane Root part of 9 of 10 kills. The build, the phase boots, Ocean Heart also, he's almost always on map now, so much HP and mana regen but just by playing in this river where he seems to always be. But the Urn, ticking away refraction charges, more increased damage, more map pressure, and JT, this is Broodmother. You never have to go to base so long as you're not respawning.
Yep.
This is the dream. Fly, we don't even talk about him. He's just farming bottom. He's chilling. No pressure.
Do you feel like, what does this Nigma lineup do exactly as we start going later into the game? Like, do you think Tidehunter can be basically a 2 position, right? He's playing the safe lane. Their true carry is Templar Assassin, but can he actually be like a decent 2 for this team?
Can't be. Oh, he's going to juke the stun.
He jukes the stun while simultaneously pursuing after GH, who's forced to use the Bedlam just to try and get rid of the Flame Guard as best he can. Meanwhile, the Templar Assassin is hitting those Ancients as best he can, but it does leave the mid tower potentially defenseless to JT, and if any support gets nearby, anybody comes close, they're going to be run down by the Spiders. Disruption, it's only going to buy him a couple of seconds before the inevitable happens.
What are you supposed to do? I have seen games like this when you're playing heroes like Shadow Demon and Willow against a Broodmother. Like, you can't even hide behind your tier 3s. If web charges are up, you're just going to get ran at. You need allies to assist you. And like you said, Tidehunter, yeah, is it a counter to Brood in theory? But only if he's around you. Like, you can't actually charge the Brood. You can't stop him. All you have to do if you're JT is say, oh, LTW, okay, I'll go somewhere else. No worries. You take this spot.
Yeah, surviving in lane is not good enough. You need to be able to stop him from taking your tower. Fly, chasing after Mind Control just needs a little bit more damage for the Ice Blast to put it over the top. Meanwhile, the Cold Feet on this Dark Willow allowed Kaka to be able to get away, gets off the Terrorize, but now he gets impaled for the finisher. Kaka, time and time again, so patient in just waiting out his time until it's perfect to have a big splash of an entrance.
That is, they are playing so well. Like, this is with the coach. This is not IG at their full power, and you know, even if they are the major winners, coming in, already knowing TI spot secured, having a stand-in, I did not expect them to assert this much dominance.
No,
this is
not.
Pretty nuts.
I mean, there's a huge difference of what's on the line here for these two teams. IG playing with a coach, expectations are low. You've already scored TI. You don't have to worry about that. Nigma, they do.
This is a Nigma that's boot camped here in Kyiv for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, they were the first team here, and they may end up being the first team out.
We'll see. It's a little early still, 13-3. It's only a 4K gold lead. It's TA tied. Nigma have a very good understanding of how they need to play this style. They're going to have the Deso momentarily. It's a bit late. It'll be 15 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
They have a Ravage. They've got a Darks here. But once again, it seems like the same story where they don't have a stun on top of the vacuum. We've seen MC, was it game 1, stream 1 earlier, or stream 2 earlier today. They were like 4-man backs. It was like he was averaging 3 heroes hit, but there was no follow-up stun.
Yeah.
It's the same story here. You have control though. The Ravage, maybe the Fear after. Certainly a lot of lockdown, but will the damage be there? An Ags? Oh no, sorry. I thought that was an Ags rush on the Tidehunter.
No.
So like, what?
An early Ags for the Broodmother.
Yep.
I think just because he's taken so much real estate that he wants to be able to start asserting control over the triangle as well, right? And that could actually lead to Templar Assassin, who's already having a hard one, make it that much rougher for him to be able to come back. Miracle, how many deaths is he at now? It's got to be like, what, 4 or 5?
They get a follow-up on Fly, though he did not have Chronosphere to defend himself, or maybe he would have been able to at least save his own life. But, you know, this was what we were having some discussions. The SEA China region analysts, and then us over in Western and Eastern EU. And I got to say, like, Tsunami has been hyping up China all week. And he felt like this wasn't even really going to be close. Like, IG and Vici were going to look like by far strongest teams in the world. I think he had Vici and Secret, but that's only because IG was playing with the stand-in. And right now, it's kind of as he predicted, where the EU teams just a bit slower. And right now, IG is just all over Team Nigma here.
Do you feel like, as we may watch Emo, just pretty much challenging anybody to get close to him, and as soon as they do, he hops away. The I was not certain about Nigma. I actually felt pretty confident that they were going to be one of the teams heading out of the wild card, because I was just not impressed by their performance during the DPC. Did you feel similar?
Oh, no, I thought they were going to advance, like with so much to play for. I have a lot of faith in, you just look at the names. Individually, I still think, even watching this game, the skill is there.
Yes, absolutely.
Mind Control, Miracle, like ILTW, these are some of the best players on the board.
Whoa. There goes the Ravage, but at the same time, they didn't have Miracle to pump out the damage during that period of time. So it means they're just going to collect the 2 supports, but the big bounty of Emo did slip through their fingers, and he's actually coming back here.
Where's the stun? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like you need a shard on your TA. Just have a silence to kill this guy. And
seriously.
It's not available for 4 minutes.
Here comes JT. Bit of damage. Terrorize being threatened here, trying to keep his distance. Had a Chronosphere. Fly deeming it not worth to dive into tier 2s, and he's probably right.
Again, it's like watching one of the legendary Zergs trying to choke out a map. Look at the ward placement. As IG obtains structures, mid tower, top tower now dead, their 2 wards are placed even further into the Nigma side of the map. They're not necessarily using spells. Now a 3rd one placed on the bottom triangle. They have a triumvirate of wards now controlling these Nigma heroes. They're not necessarily going for kills, but you can see they're poking, they're prodding, they're farming extra creep waves, stealing enemy ancients, and now they're in.
And now they're going to go for the bounce. They've already jumped the Templar Assassin. They try to get him out with a Surge, but he's controlled off of the Suns. Ice Blast is sure to put him into the grave, but at the same time, he got a Melt Half off that was critical for being able to bring down Fly. Emo keeping it going, though, and he is the real terror in this server. He continues to assert total control over this game.
ILTW, I mean, it's a carry tide, sure, he's top net worth, so certainly getting some space. And I did neglect to mention, this is something that a lot of teams, I don't know how many of them picked it up before they came to the event, but even in pubs, I've heard rumors about in other matches, but VP love this TA Darkseer combination. The new Meld Strike with the Psyblade, it's almost guaranteed to hit on the VAC. So if you hit that 3 or 4 man back into a Meld Strike,
Ice Blast and the chains. Kuro will protect ILTW, but he himself is going to go down due to the Ice Blast. They are going to be able to pick up some spiders, but that is all that Nigma is able to do right now.
A 4th ward. They must have saved something. Super, his warding control, you see the sentry placed, it's going to miss completely. That one will get the ward. They need to take out some of this vision. At least now, this bottom half is somewhat in Nigma's control. And unfortunately for them, their 2 wards, they're so far away from where the action's happening. How are you going to use those wards? Emo's just running at your face.
He's literally walking into 4 heroes without a care in the world. And he's got a regen rune waiting for him when he's done having his fun. Immediately a smoke up from Nigma as they push forward into the enemy jungle. They need to make a move here as they are falling farther and farther behind in that network chart.
They want Emo. Look at Super looking to break the smoke.
Oh, God.
Oh, the vision is so hard.
Super's going to run into him. Super's going to be the one breaking the smoke here. They're going to have to take this kill. It's not what they wanted, but it's what they're going to get.
That's a good death right there. All one can hope for is a 5 position in certain games is just that. And Super not only gets...
What is our tier 3 at? A top lane?
Wait, whoa, what?
They've been chipping away at that tower for a bit. Okay.
All right. I was going to say, when Emo was running into that bottom jungle, his 2 allies were just farming and ignoring him. That's why that...
Oh, they pulled him back in. Oh, he got away!
With a regen rune, Cap.
With a regen rune,
right
and now JT's like, oh, you guys have used a lot of spells, haven't you? It's time for the spiders to do their work. The Shadow Demon's going to be the first of all, the Chronosphere onto 2, and here comes good old Emo. He's ready to go. He's taking out the Dark Willow, going to jump in right on top of ILTW, focusing on Miracle Soul. That's the hero that he can deal with pretty quickly. ILTW stands alone now, like our Bristleback from the series before. All tank, not much damage. He'll just slowly get burned out. A total wipe, Kyle.
This performance is just unbelievable, Cap. Like, this is, you know, I mean, I know he won the last major, but the fact that he's still performing at this level, look at the damage dealt. He's nearly matching the output of his entire team. This is echoes of, like, you know, Miracle's first highlight video competing against Pub, Sumail at TI5, just straight up dumpstering a game. And in a way that you love to see, right? It's the measured aggression. It's not like he's just out farming. I don't think I've seen him hit a creep camp on his own side of the map since 4 minutes into the game. 8-0 and 10.
8-0 and 10. A huge performance by him, but at the same time, I was literally going to say, if they can kill him, it's a huge streak to claim. And sure enough, look at that. GH gets the last hit. Well done.
I don't believe in the caster's curse, but that was impeccable timing.
I mean, if you, of all people, don't believe in the caster's curse,
that's a good point. That's a good point. GH got the streak, though, so...
Look at him. He's straight up Yules all of a sudden.
Yeah.
He's got an answer to the Ember Spirit now. What a great hero to get it.
That's actually pretty huge. I think about it. I mean, Emo, he has the Ags, and right after he died, he queued up BKB, but he's still the full price away from it.
Yeah.
Yules into Root. That's actual catch now. They have a real answer to the Ember Spirit, but of course, JT, he has his Ags. And this is how IG will look to continue. So they got to be a little cautious. The teamfight of Nigma is still there, but it's the pace and map control that IG can exert that's really their advantage. That's what the Ags gives you. Suddenly Ember's going in at Super Saiyan Captain Marvel speeds. Meanwhile, Broodmother has webs literally everywhere. The Roshan next objective, Dire already scanned it out. They know that they have to contest this, one would imagine.
Is this a game that Nigma can win just by holding on to their triangle? We've seen like PA lineups be able to pull that off. Can a Templar Assassin have that same kind of impact?
Old TA, I would say no. And I haven't really seen enough pro matches with this new style to give measured judgment, but I hear a lot about how TA is a hard carry now.
Yeah.
TA is not a hero that falls off. You are playing to be max slotted. And later on, you know, they still have the team fight. That's what it comes down to, Cap. Like, they have the only real save in this game with the Shadow Demon Disrupt. They have hard counter initiation, the fear to follow up, so a ton of AoE control. And apparently TA is a hard carry. So we shall see. This Roshan, though, very, very important. And do keep in mind, IG's itemization, not about team fighting, but about map control. So
double damage is going to make this Roshan fall twice as fast, and that means a very small window for Nigma to know what's going on, rotate over, and sadly, it's just not in the cards for them, especially given the lack of total map control. So, it's going to be a Aegis for them.
And now we shall see what they can do with it. And it's still a 5k gold lead. The wards, like, every time I look at the map, it's like, geez, they still have them up somehow.
Yeah.
3 on the enemy side. And it gets tough now for Nigma because they theoretically want to be able to mirror the map. This is, you know, what this team has done so well since its inception.
Yeah.
But it's much more difficult when IG have this global map movement and they're just so speedy. I still feel like a TA shard might change things up a bit because right now they're kind of using traps as vision and lane push more than anything else, but what if you could get a silence off on Emo and just follow up?
Yeah, for sure. You could see literally, like, little techies' minds. I hate this part of TA. The fact that she can get farm globally if she just lays enough traps down in a lane. They are actually setting up here in the bottom lane. They're going to look to be able to catch at least Kaka here, jumping in. Kaka surely dead, as he's just sort of overwhelmed by the number of Nigma heroes. They're immediately going to have to smoke back up. They know anytime they show on the bottom half of the map, JT, ding dong, he's going to be knocking on your door.
And they have to immediately look to respond. But Emo is like, okay, oh, hold up.
That's a big Yules. That's a big Brambles. The Terrorize follow up. And they certainly have the damage to bring down the Aegis. They're going to go for it. Ravage? Okay, maybe not. Feeling like they don't quite have the magic damage, and they're probably right without Bedlam.
I think they were looking for the vac into the Bramble, like we saw in the laning phase. If they land that, maybe they can go for the kill. But either way, they force out a couple of remnants. So, of course, the max 5 charges means still with 4 and a fast recharge on that.
I saw Miracle. He defended top, then started running towards mid to just see if he could help with that fight. And JT was hitting the tier 3 again. We can get a check up on that HP, because once the tier 3's down, then it's pretty much just a matter of time until the melee barracks falls.
And just keep in mind, there's still, do we have any BKBs on IG? Like, Emo is still quite a distance away. I think Fly should be closing in on his. No, skipping it. Man, this is bold. And this is a difference of opinion in how you play against Ravage.
Okay.
BKB timings, in theory, can be very effective, but also risky, right? Because if you don't get the BKB off, suddenly it's neutered, maybe the duration goes low. And
it's a worthless item at that point, right? You got 100 to 0'd.
Whereas the tankiness style, especially with a Scotty, in theory, you can just stick to the tide, stick to the Darkseer TA. And that's
there it is again. Vacuum back into the Brambles, and unfortunately the Ghost Scepter only amplifying the damage of the Ion Shell. Yule Scepter, no Brambles available, and nice Chronosphere. Setting up on a 3, 2-man Ice Blast on top of that. So 2 supports, they're definitely dead, and Mind Control, he's gonna follow them right into the base. Oh, catch him, catch him. Oh, didn't have chains on. That's
the reason that's working, by the way, if you checked out top, it's a Broodmother trading his time and energy for TAs. Look at the net worth disparity. If you lose Miracle in a team fight, Nigma have nothing. Like, he is their hard carry. Broodmother, he's just one of 3 cores that are perfectly comfortable slaying enemy heroes. So this is getting kind of tough. I almost feel like LTW needs like bots, some sort of global mobility, because right now, maybe you know what it is? Maybe the TA, the Wagamama build.
Oh yeah,
for
the Aghanim build where you start teleporting around the map. Yeah, that could be.
Because right now,
they need some sort of global presence. Yeah. Tier 3's dead, by the way.
Yeah, like they want team fights. Nigma wants a fight. They're engineered to win it, but they're not getting it because IG are continuing to force skirmishes and bad engagements. Like, that was the dream for them. They just picked up 3 free kills, almost 4 if LTW hadn't got that timely TP out.
Scrambling across the map, JT. Just going for the supports. You don't need to go for anybody else. Don't get yourself caught in the trees, though. That'll be a little awkward. Curl is going to be able to bail himself out as there is a savage madman frothing at the mouth about 10 feet away from me. I wonder if that game's hype at all or if it's Slacks just being Slacks.
I mean, who knows? It wouldn't be a WePlay tournament. We didn't have at least 1 or 2 Slacks.
Yeah, you got to get one of them in, you know? That way people make the red thread. Please, God.
don't do that anymore.
Don't do this to us.
Speaking of don't do this to us.
Oh, Kaka. Ghost Scepter dodged that big meld. Hit 4 staff to try and get him a little bit farther away for the TP out. Nice play from Super the coach.
Is he? Are you sure he's the coach? Like, not just a stand-in?
I mean, this man was a practice 5 position back in the day, so he's come out of retirement. I think he's only been in retirement for like 2 years anyway.
Yeah.
So it's probably still fresh for him.
He's still got a lot of skills. Rich has only been retired for 9 months, and he's lost it all.
That's true. It's sad to see him being the relic of what he once was, but we'll get it back.
Speaking of relics, this lineup of Nigma, like we keep talking about it, Cap, but they need wins. They need to make it out of the wild card.
Yep.
They don't want to have to play the TI finals just to make it to TI 10.
Was that speaking of relics, and then you were talking about old Nigma, old TI 7 champs?
Hey, Curl's got a streak that any fan would be envious of.
Oh, yeah.
2 players at every TI thus far.
Yeah, I mean...
You want to keep that going.
Grand finalist, I think he has the most grand finals appearances of any player. I mean, just truly incredible career from him. Aeon Disc going to be able to save Mind Control from a finger there. BKB almost going to be popped immediately. Fly. He got a nice 2-man Chronosphere, but it gets terrorized outside of the pit. Mind Control eventually dies. That is most of the BKB from Emo. He's going to use the last bit of it to be able to claim to kill the Shadow Demon before he jumps away. Lion, Kaka in trouble as GH is going to go for it with the Bedlam once again. The 4 staff coming out from Super, getting him away from that Bedlam. GH is still able to find the kill, but he's going to be cold feet, rooted down.
They got a
but Super
bomb.
Getting 1 shot, double damage, 1,300 damage crit.
Spider problems.
They do have spider problems. They've taken the top lane of barracks and they're going to go for mid now. And at this point, IG, they're just playing to keep Nigma around. They don't need to kill heroes. They just need to stop them from being able to go back to base. Miracle is winning the fight, yes, but they're not being able to defend their mid lane until just now. Looks like GH is going to show up. ILTW eventually gets there. GH, he's got to be... Oh, no, Joe!
Whoa, that's nasty. Yeah, you're falling behind 9K Goldie, but that was a hell of a side blade there from Miracle. Wow, they needed that kill.
This is why you go the Dragonlance. They added in the Sign Blade multiplier, so it goes twice as far, and you're like a sniper. You're a weird sniper.
That was like, I don't think I saw Miracle. He had a DD. He had the fresh BKB. I don't think I saw him hit a hero until the Rax top was already dead. Like,
yeah.
Mind Control as well. It looks like kind of a suicide run, but if you look at the item build, I think that was intended. They realized that ultimately a Ravage can't start the fight, and somebody's just got to run in like a lunatic.
Yeah.
He runs in, pops the finger with the Aeon Disc. Miracle, careful.
Miracle going to be slowed down with the time dilation. This is bad. There is going to be the vacuum wall, but when he comes back out of the disruption, he's caught by an Ice Blast. Now he's dead. And Nigma, they got a trade-off. I'm not even going to say that last team fight was a win for them, but they got so much gold and so much experience for this one hero that they could have said, okay, the trade-off of the top lane of Barracks was worth it, but now he's just died, and now it feels awful for them.
We talk about the picks at the start of the game. You know, it was a carry tide, but now it just feels like Nigma have 2 offlaners, whereas IG have 3 carries, all of whom are having an incredible game. And a lot of this, of course, you know, Kaka, maybe not the greatest scoreboard, but has been incredibly effective on the Lion, part of a lot of key kills. But Emo, of course, the star of the show. The man has made so much space, so many plays, 31-17, and now in a pretty dominant position. AC on JT, that 10 armor turnaround now, very effective against the TA lineup.
Blink Dagger. I mean, he's got to keep his distance because the Spider is always going to be wrapping around behind them, so an extra bit of mobility, very important for Kuro. How close are we to, I mean, the levels are so important for Nigma because the Tide can turn into an okay damage dealer when he gets level 25.
Yeah.
Right? And then our Templar Assassin, part of the reason you were talking about her now being a hard carry is a big part, that level 25 talent, the refraction.
9 refractions, it's just bonkers.
Yeah.
And even with a Manta and Maelstrom's Flame Guards, it's still tough at times to burn through it, especially if BKB is active.
Yeah.
The Spiders help. We shall see.
Spiders.
I mean, right now, this is where the patience comes in. Zion, in an interview a couple months back, said it was the most important characteristic for a budding Dota 2 player, and IG looking to employ that here. Still, good warding. But Roshan not up for 45 seconds. That'll be the big objective. They want to secure the Aegis and then look to maybe venture back into the Nigma base. Or just keep JT doing it. It's worked so far. It's been very elusive. I would not want to be playing on the Dire lineup in this game.
No. I mean, because, like we said, levels were so important for them, but at the same time, the later this game goes, all of a sudden the Broodmother gets the damage talent at level 20. Then she gets the HP talent, or vice versa. At that point in time, the Spider, it's so hard to deal.
And Ember already at his 25 now with the double slight, so the damage output, even in the Chronosphere, it's gonna be nasty. And BKB.
Shiva's added in, flying.
A BKB on out for double.
Yeah, seriously. I saw that earlier. I was just like, okay.
We'll see.
He knows what he needs anyway. Let's see if it actually works out for him. Is right now it's Fly who's causing all the problems. Finally he ravages, and he does manage to catch this Void. Can he bring him down? The terrorize bit by bit, and the damage is certainly there. Oh, and he one-shots Kaka on the side. A 2-for-1 special for Miracle.
They might have JT.
JT, he was supposed to be hitting buildings during these situations, but now he's been suckered into the team fight that IG has certainly lost, and JT is going to be in some trouble. ILTW, the Ice Blast, it didn't actually hit him. ILTW still dies, though. Emo is able to catch him up. JT, caught inside the trees, is going to fall as well. It's pretty much just Emo trying to carry through in these team fights now.
They really wanted the Ember. I mean,
go for Roche.
That'd be huge. Emo has a BKB, should be okay here. He doesn't juke. He doesn't juke it.
Curse Crown, stun, Brambles. He's got BKB though, so he is going to be okay ultimately. But forcing out the BKB charge, especially with Roshan up, is still big, Kyle.
Indeed it is, and I can't actually believe they were able to take that fight. It looked like maybe the Ravage would not have been enough, but you said it, like the control. They had an immediate follow-up from GH with the fear. Fly just dies. Kaka died in a single side blade. Now they might have found Super.
Ghost Scepter dodges the meld hit, but I don't think, okay, he turns around and Ice Blasts up GH, so if he is gonna fall, he's gonna make sure that he takes GH with him. It's back Kaka who dies instead with 1,000 damage critical. Emo keeping him control. Oh, what a nice vacuum, pulling him back up the hill and back into the clutches of Miracle, who holds him in tight, brings down the Ancient Apparition. Emo slips away, though, time and time again.
Beautiful, though. GH, he held the buyback, so it's an immediate usage. This should, for sure, secure Roche. This is huge. This is actually huge. This is the Shard.
He does have Chronosphere. This is risky from IG.
They know there's a
in
ward.
a way, they may be throwing away their advantage by forcing this around.
BKB.
Terrorize,
No
going to be
BKB.
attempted BKB, goes off from Emo, tries to go for the kill onto GH. He only needs a couple of hits and he will manage to get that one. Miracle turns around, returns fire, Ice Blast with the Chronosphere, he gets off the BKB, but is that going to be enough? He tries to pull him out of the Chronosphere as best as possible. Fly looking for it, he finally gets off the Refraction. Miracle needs to be able to turn around and deal the damage to Fly, but he can't get out. He is just stuck, rooted to the spot, and Fly is going to be able to run down hero after hero. IG, they all in to be able to make sure that this Roshan fight would go their way, and the risk pays off.
That is something. I thought it wasn't up the Quickening Charm. That lower, I don't know if they expected it or not. I was like, how was Emperor's BKB actually still active? He pops it, and suddenly Nigma realized we are way out of position, and they get absolutely dumpstered. Miracle stayed melded. I don't know if he would have escaped, but I felt like maybe he was looking to turn around with the damage, but he ended up just chilling.
Yeah, I had to like double check his inventory. I was like, is he trying to blink away? But no, he was just, I think he was waiting for the Void to come out of Disruption or something, but yeah, it was a weird situation for sure.
The positioning from Curl there is really just off. Like, he can't get caught in a Chronosphere on top of his TA. I understand. I think he's looking to make an aggressive purge, maybe help out the Ember, but how many spiders does he have? They're going Throne. They are?
I mean, there's still a tier 1 and a tier 2 up, so if they want to keep going, Throne is their best option at this point in time. Fly, poking at him, has the shard to be able to jump back whenever he needs to. As one tier 4 is about to fall, and those spiders, they've got to get rid of them because they chomp on these buildings and they do so much damage.
I like this from IG though. They recognize, look, let's not get frisky. Things can get out of hand here. We might get tempted. We've been watching OG play Dota, not at this event, of course, but we see them diving Fountain quite often. We don't want to do that into a Ravage.
Yeah, they've learned what not to do from
Indeed,
OG.
Exactly. And now, man, the evasion on this Brood is just so painful. Nigma have no methods of piercing it just yet. It feels like Miracle. Okay, he does have the MKB. I take that back. Void, of course, with the Butterfly, but won't be enough. However, the lack of mobility tool on Miracle. Level 25, the Refraction talent ready to go. Unless he went for the Bash. Nah, Refraction, too good.
I haven't seen anybody go Bash in a while. Refresher. Now for Emo.
Wow. His Refresher?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a...
Yeah.
Talk about confidence. Like,
yeah.
On an Ember Spirit, you just don't see this every day. He is just all in.
And here he goes. Off to the races already, going straight up for Kuro. He's going to try and deal with this defensive fine position right away, and he does easily kill him. The buyback, of course, coming out, but a two-man Chronosphere from Fly. They're trying to make sure that, the vacuum back into the wall. That's going to stop the Chronosphere and all its effectiveness. Kaka going for a desperate TP away. He's not going to make it out. The Aeon Disc doesn't last that long, but look at that. A dieback now for Kuro. As Fly. He's now showing that he is also a big carry. Sharding back. Oh, Ravage going off just for them to be able to go back. Fly still has the Aegis too. They're trying to deal with just life number 1 of the Faceless Void, and ILTW inside of his fountain. Never mind, Emo knows that exactly what's up. He is a big fan of OG, and he wants to farm heroes inside of the fountain. Unfortunately, he dies here. Doesn't have a buyback. JT with an eye to objectives will take the second tier 4.
Oh, they're gonna get Megas off this though with just the Spiders.
They are.
Like.
Spiders running out. ILTW, he can't stop it fast enough. The Anchor Smash just isn't up enough for him. Silence onto the Faceless Void. Nigma, if they want to be able to turn this game around in some sort of miracle play, they've got to be able to bring down Fly here and now and turn around against Megas, and it's not happening. Fly keeps his distance, goes back in, attempts to go for a kill on My Control before he slips away again and again with this time walk, with the shard. They are just constantly heads on a swivel, trying to look for Fly, but they're not going to be able to find the best they can get. Oh, Sideblades hit! They're so close. ILTW? Can he find him anywhere? He will not. They think he ran left, but his web is to the right. They should know. They should find him. JT, go, but My Control. He's sticking on top. You're not going anywhere. I've got him. Finally, he falls, but the damage is already done, Kyle.
Indeed, it is. And I guess we've just seen this coming, right? On the bubble bus ride over, Rich had his 90s emo playlist going, and so far, I've become an emo fan. Like, this is incredible. The man, yes, he dies in the fountain, but that's almost a badge of honor. Right? To end a game and your one death is inside the enemy fountain. I think if he had a remnant, if one more remnant, he used, I think, 11 in that fight.
For Seth? Kaka? Oh, Fly.
He does end up dying here. IG are going to bleed away a few more kills, but they do have to constantly return back to their base, defend against Megas.
Yeah, now they can. They certainly have plenty of wave push.
Yeah.
But it just feels like the pressure's too much. IG, they know they're playing against no glyph.
Yeah.
They have Megas. They're going to have the vision advantage.
I mean, the scaling of this lineup
items.
is already called into question, and now you're dealing with Megas as well.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
I mean, oh man, the Spell Prison as well. Emo just seems like he has way too many tools. Double BKB, double Shivas, all the remnants.
No, I mean,
two
there's
slights times 2.
There's a reason why this man's performance at the Major was what won them that event, right? It's like his fearlessness, his confidence, his young player, you know, it's the confidence of youth. He just goes in, thinks to himself, I'm going to outplay everybody, and really, it's only caught him once outside of Fountain Dive.
If the Fountain hadn't been buffed,
true,
he might live there.
True.
Perhaps just not as experienced at fountain diving as some of his more veteran counterparts, but still.
Okay, well, I mean, all those spells, maybe it doesn't matter. If they get one disable and they get that one critical hit with the Divine Rapier now on Miracle.
The vacuum. The vacuum melt strike. That is your win condition for Nigma. It is slim, but it is there. Even with the quiver. It's a big
Even with the
side
quiver. It is a big, big, big blade. Girthy, you would say.
Unfortunately, landing it on target.
It's true.
Probably prove challenging.
It doesn't really matter how big the side blade is. It's about how he uses it in this situation. And
you need to hit all 4.
Yeah, you're going to need to.
Let's see, Minotaur Horn. Some item is coming for the Void as well. He's going to be fully slotted out. It's a fresh PKB. That's the right choice. Now all cores can just kind of freely
Minotaur
play their
Horn
game.
and this BKB, Nigma, they have to go for gusto here. They have to hit the Vacuum Ravage, all in damage, but Emo is going to make things chaotic, as you know he does. He's going to go for the backline, go for Curl like he's done every single time. They do go on the left-hand side for Mind Control, and there goes your combo, Kyle. He doesn't have buyback. BKB, the second one. Refresher activated by Emo. They're going to use the Chronosphere to be able to catch down 2. The Ravage goes up, but they've already used their magic immunity, ILTW. The Ravage doesn't do a damn thing, and Nigma is out of this game 1. IG looking crisp and clean with the Broodmother pick.
That was just special to watch. Like I don't think either one of these teams was necessarily off a step.
Yeah.
I just think that IG, Emo specifically, was on one. That was incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Would you say that IG bought themselves a bit of a draft advantage with that Broodmother? Do you think like those two combinations, Emo's individual performance and then the draft of the Broodmother, just was kind of a 1-2 punch that was too much?
Definitely. The big thing though is it's how they played. You know, if you're watching at home, like check out this replay. There's so many things you could learn from it. Attacking the enemy hard carry, the TA, playing the Ember Spirit the way it has to be done, numerous double support rotations towards mid, the incredible warding, the early block and ward control of the Ancient camp. Like, this is how you play a game of Dota 2 when you need to be the aggressor, objective pressure. It's just good Dota 2. And not to even mention the little micro movements, the spell usage, item decisions, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. A masterclass performance put on by IG in identifying the win condition and shutting it down.
What? I thought I throw it to you, you throw it to me, Cap? What happened? I was here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Caught it. Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
I couldn't agree more also with what Kyle said. That was top tier Dota 2. That was great. Both teams playing really well. One played a little better than the rest. IG on top of their game. Brute definitely giving them an edge. Brian, where you want to start with breaking this one down?
You know, I said I was going to tone it down a little bit for this event, but you guys are being all so positive. That was a terrible draft from Nigma.
Yeah.
That was a first round Faceless Void who got to go like 5th item BKB.
Yes.
Without a care in the world. They had 3 elusive, hard to catch cores, and you have no stuns. So I feel like they just...
That's fair.
I think Nigma actually did a pretty good job with the tools they gave themselves. Miracle, like they got some crucial kills on the Ember Aegis that shut down the momentum, and they managed to draw out the game longer than I thought they would, but the only kills they were getting were supports, because at the end of the day, it would take 4 heroes to kill a core, and even if you killed a core, another core just showed up, and you didn't get any objectives. So
it did not.
I did say that the draft was creative. We never said it was good.
Yeah,
right?
We understood what they were trying to address, right?
They were trying to kind of find a way to deal with the Brood, also get some catch, also get some hero that can defend the towers. The problem was LTW, he TPs mid, Brood goes top.
Yep.
He TPs top, Brood goes mid. Like he just literally ignored him. And then, like you said, that Void, what was it, 12, 13 minutes in, he's sitting in front of his tier 1 tower with 200 HP.
Farming.
That shouldn't be happening.
That's like the dead lane, man.
That's the first tower that you should take in order to play the game properly. And they couldn't even do that, because if you do manage to somehow kill the Void, Ember Spirit, like you said, he just comes, defends, and they had no catch. It's so hard for them to play this game. Miracle actually did demonstrate why this TA is so popular with the bans, at least at the moment. Even with a game that's as rough as this one, he did manage to get a couple of crucial pickoffs on the Brood Mother, just by utilizing the Psyblades properly, pretty much.
Now, I do know, Lizard, that after the draft, you said with the last pick tied, you know, they searched in that bag, and they found something that you thought could potentially work. Would you want to backtrack on that? Or you still think that it could have worked?
I still think that, look, I'm not giving them this great percentage. You didn't make the game 50-50, but I really don't see what they could have picked as the last pick to make the game any easier for them, right? Like,
you had to have a hero that could stun the Void, Ember, and Brood, and lane against Brood.
Yeah, it's really not an easy task. It's very difficult to find a hero that does all those 3 things.
That's the problem. When we talk about the draft, we have an inkling that one team has the advantage, because every hero in the game has to have some sort of addressing of it. Like, you know, the Shadow Demon, for instance, addresses the AA. And I think Nigma kind of baited themselves, because TA on paper is very good against Faceless Void, because Faceless Void relies on bursting people in a chrono. They had high amount of damage per instance, low amount of instances of damage, which means TA is quite strong against that, but they didn't address the defensive aspect of Faceless Void, and a lot of times, just like here, they don't even get the kill in the chrono, but it doesn't matter. Like, how many times is Fly going to be allowed to time walk during these fights? That's another component of Void that has to be addressed, because the fact that he has a free stun and a super low cooldown heal that effectively is like 50% of the time healing you, and then it's just too powerful over long fights.
On top of that, you also have to worry about Ember and Brood Mother. It's not only Void. So you have 3 heroes that you literally have to catch somehow and take them out, and you have 0 tools. You have pretty much only the Ravage, and we were talking about that in the green room. Perhaps Darkseer getting that Hex later on would have worked, but it's you know you're in a bad spot when your offlaner that doesn't even want to buy an item needs to get that Hex early on to make your draft work. So.
And you already have such a small area of the map to farm. You're gonna be starved on gold and map control. You are gonna need like a 70-minute game in order to get the items that you need, and at that point you're already, it's not gonna happen. So game 1 taken by IG. I also think great rape here as well, by the way, but also think that one of the things that I noticed just in general about today, about all the Faceless Voids that we've seen, oftentimes the conversation is, okay, what damage you have to follow up on the Chronosphere, right? Which wombo combos do you have to go with it? And I think today has proven so far that you don't really need any specific combos, because at some point, what we just saw from Fly as well, you're just going in and out of the fight and you're bashing, you're doing damage. You don't need the Chronosphere to be good.
You're actually so tanky, not just because of time walk, the backtrack, everything.
Yeah.
The fact that everyone that's supposed to be doing damage to you is getting bashed by you.
Yeah.
Like, you have to die in like a matter of 3 seconds while you're disabled. Otherwise, Faceless Void probably has the most effective HP of any hero in the game.
Key thing there, gotta be disabled. We lacked a couple of those on the side of Team Nigma, Lizard.
Yep, they definitely didn't have any. They had the Ravage, and that's pretty much it.
Curse Crown.
True.
Yeah, and
that's that
Ravage,
thing.
isn't that Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a little bit long of a cooldown on that spell, right?
Curse Crown?
No.
Oh, Ravage.
Yeah.
I think it's about 140.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
You can pretty much try and kill a hero every 2 minutes. That's not great.
No. And even then, they didn't.
Yeah.
So it's quite rough.
Still, though, the combination of TA and Tide, I don't mind. But maybe when Tide is on the offlane, because that Gush, extra minus armor, right? It's quite good. You have Ravage to follow up the TA initiations. It's nice on paper, but not the way they played it. Not versus Void and Ember. Versus Brood, perhaps, but not versus these other two.
It was an out-of-the-box pick.
No.
It didn't work. It happens. They had to do something against that Brood. Do you feel like they got taken aback by that Brood pick overall? Did they just forget the hero was in, or did they not think maybe IG was going to play it?
I mean, JT doesn't play it a lot, right?
Yeah.
Like we've said that before. They didn't draft the Brood as many times as, let's say, Vici Gaming, and it's not as banned as often versus them as it is versus Vici. But still, I think you should expect any given team right now to play that Brood, to have it in.
I mean, in the other stream at the same time, we got another
Also
Brood coming out
Brood,
from Vici Gaming in this case.
The most important thing for me for Nigma is to reevaluate the way they open their drafts, right? You can't get just cornered the way they were in this game. There wasn't anything better for them to last pick.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that the last pick was not going to salvage the draft. The thing is that I'll compare both drafts as quick as I can. So your opening will always have holes because you can't draft an entire role
it's
lineup
two
with
heroes.
2 heroes, right?
Yes.
So for IG, they had Faceless Void AA.
Yeah.
It's a very slow duo in the sense that eventually later on you will have the team fights, you will have the damage always. But early on they have absolutely no lane clear, they have no tower pressure, no momentum on the map. What do they do to supplement that? They give it a Brood and then a hero that's going to run around on a low cooldown, the Ember Spirit. Makes sense, fills all the holes that those two lack. Darkseer Willow, no stuns. You have to address what your 2 heroes don't have. And then they
go TA Tide, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, when you see Shadow Demon TA in the second round, you can it just feels so if you were to first pick that Darkseer in a pub, if you're a Darkseer player, you're just like, guys, I just need some of you to pick some low cooldown stuns, guys. That's all I need from you. I'm gonna Ion Shell one of you guys. And it's like, who does the Ion Shell? Actually.
And I think they probably needed they were probably considering picking some melee core on that safe lane that can benefit from the Ion Shell, from the Surge,
And they get
right?
brooded.
And then they get brooded.
I thought generally Sven would be okay in that case, because he got a little cleave, or is he not good anymore for that
It's
kind
not
of
that
stuff?
great versus Brood, actually.
No.
That cleave sounds great on paper, but the mischance is what just completely dumps us in the lane.
You used to have to hit the Sven to give him the mischance. Now you can lead off with the nuke. I tried that matchup. It's not good.
And it's the magic damage now from the Silken Bola as well. So every spider that hits you, it doesn't only damage you physically, it's also magic
That's true,
damage.
yeah, the Warcry
So the
used to
Warcry
keep you
isn't
alive,
nearly as strong. There's just a lot of issues for Sven. I've seen it a couple of times in the region, tried against the Brood, it never worked.
Okay, well, it seems like there is a very easy solution to this problem that Team Nigma have. Maybe not even ban the Brood, but at least know it could come and draft stuns. Seems simple.
Yeah, this second game for me, tabula rasa, clean slate. I actually think Nigma gave themselves virtually no chance to win that first game. So I think that says absolutely nothing about a team that's easy to it really is easy. No matter how veteran your team is at drafting, you will do this sometimes. I said they really over-addressed the aggressive potential of the Faceless Void and kind of just forgot about the other portion.
We're being, of course, harsh on Team Nigma. But I also want to give extra credit to IG because they played it, as we heard Cap say as well, they played it very clean.
I mean, we talk about the weaknesses of Nigma in their draft. It's like IG's every single pick punished it to the max. And then they also played according to how their picks were supposed to punish. We saw Emo walking into the enemy triangle by himself into four heroes and then just waiting until all of them are right next to him and then just pieces out. That's kind of stuff that complete awareness of his limits in the game.
And the way they baited out LTW's movements, Tide moves mid, Brood instantly goes stop, pressures the tier 2. Also, there was one really neat move by on the bottom lane when they try to kill off Fly.
Oh, yeah.
And then Lion just
Oh,
moves
that
into
was
the vacuum.
God.
That was probably the best move of the game. Like Lion moving into the vacuum to cover the void from being hit by brambles. That was some sick stuff right there.
Top tier indeed. Also, I didn't feel Super as a stand-in at all, as in a good way, as in he just fit right in. I think the first series that we saw coming out from IG, obviously played Disruptor both games, and maybe we thought, okay, maybe that's, you know, that's his hero. Made it look good one game, a little iffy the next, but this Ancient Separation, it fit in.
Yeah. Is it like I used to be a AA player? It's not really.
It's a great hero with a high skill ceiling.
I love
very difficult lizard.
Okay. I have
Are
no
you gonna
point.
flame
I wasn't gonna
position
say
5?
anything like that. No. Ancient Apparition, definitely one of the highest skill ceiling heroes up there with the Tinker, with the Meepo, with the Invoker. If you master AA, you just master this game pretty much.
At the moment in this patch, you might actually be true on that one.
You know, I think AA is actually a pretty damn hard hero. You piece of garbage.
Yeah.
I actually think the hero conceptually is like very.
It's fun.
It's very fun and it's not straightforward. Yes, you have an ultimate, it's a combo, but like other than that, your hero is like so meh. You know, you kind of like do like a little bit of everything. You don't really have a clear job on the map. You know, you're not a save. You don't clear waves until the Ag Shard. So in terms of positioning and everything like that, even just in fights, once you've thrown your ultimate, then what? So I just think the hero's kind of cool like that.
Like you buy the shard, hero is cool, definitely.
Any hero that can clear waves, so the shard, that I like playing that. I'm like, oh, sweet, clear an entire wave with a 40 mana
The problem is
spell
you're
or
kind of
whatever.
always, you're not the first one that makes action. You need to ask someone to initiate for you. So
I hate that part of it.
Exactly. So if your teammates aren't willing to really play the game and are more concerned with hitting creeps, AA is just useless.
He really is a hero that can blame his teammates when he
For
fails.
sure, he is definitely also a hero that has to play off his teammates, and it's without the right teammates, you're not gonna do much in the game. But let's see what we can get out of it from the side of Team Nigma, because that is their first pick. We've seen time and time again, you can't really go wrong with an Ancient Apparition first pick. In terms of bans, I believe these are about the same as the previous one, with the IO Puck on the side of IG, and Team Nigma once again coming for the Nyx Assassin and the Mars. And both of the teams did the exact same thing in game 1. Nice hair.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah, he's really.
I can't do that with mine.
Is this the 80s, the 70s?
Yeah, but he could just make it stand up.
It's true.
It's a little
That's
bit
just.
of...
Oh, hello, Lion Centaur. This is Singapore Major.
In high school, by the way.
I actually believe you. I don't think you were quite as muscular back then, though. Unless I'm
and
wrong.
it wasn't bleached out, but yeah.
Okay, bleached. Okay. And they go for the Morphling instantly. I think Lion's a pretty decent response to it, but I don't hate it. I think as long as they give it a nice synergy, they could do Willow's probably the best one this patch. They'll almost certainly ban that out.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker, heroes we don't see nearly as much, but they're options.
Okay, so we're saying Willow probably banned out. What do you think about the Ancient Apparition? Because if you get an Ags as Morph, you get an AA copy, you can also pummel out the
but then you're
Eves.
stuck being AA. The difference between AA and Willow.
Oh yeah, you
turn
don't
back
have
into
to. Yeah, you can.
Morphling.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Okay.
This from
cool in theory.
Thought I had a cool thing here, but nah, I'm just wrong.
It was
As I
cold,
often
but
am.
not cool.
They picked it mostly to not to combo it with Morphling, but to prevent IG from picking it versus Morphling as well, right? And meanwhile, IG, I think they're really happy with their opening. They went with Scent and Lion. This is their Singapore Major 101. Scent Lion or Shadow Shaman Lion, Shadow Shaman Centaur, so pretty solid. A lot of control coming from these two already. And this is what I like from IG's way of drafting, right? Like, instantly you get control and catch from your support. It makes your game so much easier. It's so much easier to play when you have this.
Yeah, the beauty of that, the reason why I favor IG's lineup already is just the boxes that are ticked in the game. You have stuns, you have initiation in fights, you have tower pressure early. Centaur's great for that. You have like a hero that plays on map to rotate towards, and then also a hero that rotates around. On the other hand, the game synergy, other than the Ice Vortex from the AA amping up the magic nukes of the Morphling, there's really nothing else there. So once again, Nigma is lacking reliable stuns. Please just pick like a Nyx Assassin or something right out the gate.
With the AA as
yeah,
well.
absolutely. Just any point-click stun, low cooldown.
They played it on offlane, they played it on 4. It's amazing with Morphling as well. It just gives him a really good hero to morph into. But one really good thing that I like about having the Centaur on the side of IG is the fact that Puck is banned out and Mars as well. So it's very difficult to find a hero besides, let's say, a Lifestealer that works well against you, but most likely we won't see that from Nigma. Now this Warlock pick, actually not popular in the region at all. I know in EU and NA it's all the rage, like Warlock has been extremely picked, right? One of the most picked heroes. SCA, CN, not as many picks.
So this is maybe a result of all the teams being here so early and scrimming each other and learning from each other and picking what they like?
A little bit of that, and they did catch up at the end of the season. They did start picking it a little bit the last couple of weeks. But I definitely believe that it's the scrims here that are developing meta itself a little bit.
So much single target from Nigma so far. I'm very hesitant about this Ursa hero. I've been skeptical. We've seen it do well in a few games.
They won with it today, right? Like they went, LTW went with the Hood into
That was a cool thing he did. He did go Hood second item against Tiny. In order to... All Ursa is ease of execution of your ultimate. Can I hold my ultimate when I'm like 80%, 70%, 60%? How low on the HP pool can I go before I have to preemptively ult? And I don't love playing him against the likes of Lion, especially because they're probably going to pick some Silence or Burst, in this case the Shadow Fiend ultimate.
Damn.
I assume he's going to go like the Yule's build based on the lack of stuns, and also you always want a Yule's against Ursa. The status resistance does not mitigate the duration of that, but we did see a lot of right-click Shadow Fiend in the Eastern European region.
There's been a couple of right-clickers in CN as well.
Really?
Yeah. But I do like the Yule's one.
Specifically this game I prefer, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It truly depends on the last pick that you have, on that carry that you pick for Fly. Oh, Tusk. Damn, this guy I haven't seen in a while.
Singapore Major.
Singapore Major, indeed, and that's pretty much the last time I played the hero.
Both him and Earth Spirit were very popular then as most melee position 4s that tried to mess the mid lane up hard. And I guess seeing Shadow Fiend here, he's a hero that is easily rotated on, right? So you want another support that can actually rotate easily to help kill him or slow him down?
I agree with this, but Blink Yule Shadow Fiend, how do you kill him?
No, I'm talking laning stage.
I know, I'm saying though, I'm saying like, but this is a hero that's supposed to be paper like all game.
Yeah.
It's just like, they have no instant stuns.
Still no.
What is going on?
You can blink Walrus Punch.
Maybe some off-lane hero can deal with that. Maybe something that you can get for MC.
It's not an instant stun, but I actually think Pango would be pretty solid here. It usually goes really well with Tusk in lane, and then they don't really have like a way to counter the roll when it comes into the middle of the fight.
Do they have any way of stopping people from running away with a Stampede?
No, and that's the problem because of the bans, right? We in the first phase, Puck and Mars also banned out. Besides them, you don't really have a lot of heroes that do that.
So do you want to get extra catch, but then you have to have catch with an instant stun? Like we're looking for a last pick for Team Nigma. We're looking for a mind control hero, right?
Yeah. You could also just set up some sort of a tri-lane. Like when you look at Nigma, they do have heroes that work really well with Tusk. And then perhaps Solo Ursa into the Centaur. Not sure if that would work out.
Offlane Snapfire.
I would still like to see Sand King from Nigma. Damn, I lost my voice.
You don't think that's punishable in the laning phase?
It is.
Like Tusk Sand King, not really any synergy.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great synergy. It's good with Ancient later on, and you do get that instant initiation on the SF at least too.
That's true.
But they ban out the Nature's Prophet.
I feel like Nigma's... I was actually gonna say Nature's Prophet. I feel like they're gonna go some like cheesy global route.
And it would be good with Tusk. Much better synergy with Tusk.
Yeah,
in
in
the
terms of
laning
lane,
stage.
yeah.
Probably that's what they were aiming for.
With that out, what's left?
They go
DK, that's what I was thinking right there.
Okay.
No,
I believe it.
DK.
You can say that. With me, I allow these things.
Okay.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, that was my next guess. Point click stun. He's pretty good in the offlane nowadays, especially against a support like Warlock, who's purely harass based. You're not really ever going to be facing a kill lane, so whenever you have these beefy sustain heroes, that's your really only fear is getting full to zeroed. So it makes sense for the draft. It gives them the easy hero for Ancient Apparition to play around that is absolutely infinitely more stuns than they had the previous game. Now that they've picked this DK up, it's hard to imagine what's in the pool for IG here. Usually you want passive heroes like a Monkey King, like a passive based against DK.
Against DK, of course. There's some Monkey King, these sorts of heroes. Maybe I don't know, Slarks versus Morphlings. Versus AA, it's rough. But it
it's
is
a pretty
decent.
good Slark
yeah,
game
it's
otherwise.
versus everyone else, but and it's not really a hero that they've picked quite often.
Yeah.
So
how crazy would just go Razor here? I don't know how crazy that is.
Some throwback to the grand finals of the major.
Yeah, it's just meant to dumpster him in lane. I think that's a route they could go.
I just feel so bad having Shadowfiend and Razor as cores.
Yeah.
But
you do have a lot of
we did see it work. Yeah, we did see it work in the last couple of months.
Oh. Don't you want something like a Medusa or something? Or is that no longer good?
I think it's too passive.
Okay.
They go with their own stuff. They go with the Spectre. It's pretty decent versus Morphling, in my opinion. I actually like the matchup for the Spectre. Once you itemize
you go like Diffusal Skadi?
Yeah, Skadi, exactly. Then you're strong. You also get this hero that doesn't truly care about Tusk. You can always get over the shards.
That is true.
Which is also neat. It's pretty damn slow, though.
They're giving up top lane pressure. Like, they're going to lose their tier 1, bottom lane. Tier 1 tower bottom. They're going to lose it, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to last game, Fly will probably get booted out of lane. Warlock Spectre, strong lane. I'm curious if Nigma debates on mixing it up a bit with like an aggro lane between the AA Tusk and the Ursa, because I don't think that IG can counter that, and they can give Mind Control a much better start. But really curious to see what build Emo goes for. I would lean towards the Yules build just based on the matchups, but maybe the DK throws a wrench in that equation.
Yeah, IG's draft, again, looks very solid, looks very straightforward. You see what they're going for, and you see all the pieces, how they come together to form this perfect puzzle. Meanwhile, Nigma, again, with this last pick, they were trying to find a solution, like find a way to make everything work and kind of glue it all up together.
Did they do it?
With the Dragonite, I definitely think they can play the tempo game and punish the Spectre. The only question is, will they hit that Warlock Golem wall?
Well, we are gonna see the answer of that in game 2 of this 2-game series. We're heading over to Cap and Kyle for the cast.
Final game of the night. Thank you very much, Shiver. Yes, Kyle, we're here for a second opportunity for Nigma to be able to keep a nice streak going for them. You know, they start off 1-1 against Vici Gaming. All right, that's pretty good. 2-0 against AS Monaco Gambit. The only team so far that has won a series in this wildcard stage. But they dropped this series against IG, and they're kind of right back where they started.
Indeed, and this is a big one. It's the wild card, you know. You need to do well from jump, and
every game matters.
Yes.
We keep highlighting that because every single one of these games may end up being the difference between you being top 2 or 3rd.
It's weird because typically in the majors, it feels like, you know, you build to the crescendo and, oh, wait, hang on, big and shit.
Okay, big boy stomp from JT, but it's not enough to stop Emo, who just kind of wandered through the forest and ended up in the clutches of all of Nigma's heroes, and now they're going to lose Kaka as well. I mean, what a great start for Nigma. I mean, first blood, double kill, okay.
We take those.
Yeah.
And you could see, even after that performance from IG, the fan vote still nearly 70% in favor of Nigma. I think we know which way our chat is biased, and that is a huge help to their hopes because, yeah, the wild card, honestly, to me, is more hype than the group stage. Same number of teams go home in half the time, and it's 4 teams eliminated. The group only takes out 2.
No, twice as many teams get eliminated as group stage, right?
Yeah.
2 teams get eliminated from group stage, 4 from wildcard.
Yeah, I said twice as many.
Oh.
4. total.
Okay. I didn't hear it twice. Sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Nobody listens to me anyway. Emo, again, if this was a BO3, the SF, like, makes a lot of sense, right? But this is BO2. So this is, once again, just confidence. Pretty good matchup against the Morph. You can already see Miracle forced off the wave. And very, very good against the DK. I actually thought, hang on, initiation on LTW.
All right, stalling him up. Cold Feet is going to keep JT here. ILTW is going to make the choice to hit JT a couple more times, which is surprising, given the fact he doesn't have Fury swipes.
But I was going to comment on the last ban from IG. Sometimes I feel like enemy teams know Nigma better than they know themselves. Because what I'm thinking about, what I would be afraid of if I was IG, was that Nature's Prophet. If you look at this lineup, it's like, oh crap, suddenly the tempo just skyrockets. DK, same kind of tower pressure. Pretty damn good from the laning phase. I can't believe that happened. I think he lives with the stick Fairy Fire, but stun level 1 DK.
Oh, yeah. No,
Not bad.
That is exactly, not just for the kill potential, but you've seen it so many times being used to be able to secure CS or maybe get a deny on a range creep. And this is something that Mind Control has been spamming in his pubs. I've seen so many games of him where he gets his offlane taken away from him and he says, fine, I'm playing safe lane Dragonite.
Yep. And, I mean, it's just this mid matchup. Holy crap, man. Miracle is getting the business, has the bottle, so he should be all right. I mean, he's just going to spam bottle, you know, tick down, grab a water room. He should be okay. Top.
First kill for IG.
Man, this brings me back to, this would always happen when I was playing with my brother. He'd say, Kyle, I'm pulling, don't die. Guess what I did? He wouldn't say anything because he was a lot more composed than I was, but I could feel the disappointment.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, this man, Emo.
Which is worse, disappointment or anger?
I'd take anger anyway.
Okay.
I like anger.
JT, well, at least he trades away a kill, so.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, but they left. Oh, that's sick. They left the bounty rune.
Oh, yeah.
The game start bounty rune. That is huge for Emo. It's a lot of pressure he'll be able to apply.
And it does build up over time, as many of us have found out when you find, oh, hey, there's 2 or 3 bounty runes here. They're all worth the same amount, which means they do percolate like they used to. Such a fun word, percolate.
Percolate, indeed.
Yeah. Tusk is the hero we haven't seen a whole lot of this season. What happened to, like, Tusk was, he was the bee's knees.
Yeah.
Last match.
The roaming 4, I think, just somewhat died off. There's 2 distinct styles nowadays. We see the Kaka Lion now for the 2nd game in a row, but the Earth Spirit, Tusk, Tiny meta, it's still there.
Yeah.
But the spellcasters, we saw the Willow from last game. Some teams just prefer that style. Miracle getting a little aggressive onto Emo. Oh, nice shard.
Nice block in from GH. That was beautiful. The TP's going to be coming in from Super, but the heal is just not going to be enough. The Adaptive Shrike finishes him off. Miracle. He gets big revenge on Emo. I'm sure he's coming into this game with a bit of a chip on his shoulder because he wants to prove that he is still one of the best mid laners in the world.
I don't think that there's a better way to shard there. Like, if you trap, he actually escapes easier, but the path block lands the kill. I think he cut him off the choke too, but that's why you don't see Tusk right there, because there's only one GH. I've tried to clone him. I'd still be playing if I could, but that's the perfect gank, and if the spell misses, it's just a wasted rotation and a minute and a half gone from your game.
That was kind of you.
Are they camping?
What? Yeah, what?
Maybe they thought Emo would chase over?
I guess. What a weird position to be in. Both of these mid laners showing some confidence there. Miracle keeps on challenging Emo's SF to a bit of a battle back and forth.
Miracle had to interrupt a nuke there, or I think he might have actually died. You can see him, he's forced to think a lot more about Emo than Emo is Miracle right now, because there's so much threat potential. The trouble with Morph, you don't like playing against burst damage. SF represents a ton. If you're caught low HP, just 2 nukes might be enough to take you down.
Yeah, same goes for the Ursa, right? Like, he likes to be able to see the kill coming. But SF, Yules into Requiem, that's just going to be a 1, 2, 3 punch that is going to knock you out over time.
I just can't believe this top lane's going so poorly for Nigma. They kind of need GH up here. The CS is pretty rough. 26-8 Centaur, 12-1 on the Ursa. This is not a matchup you expect to be this poor.
Yeah, no, he's definitely having a rough time. Centaur being one of the best laners in the game right now with the early Vanguard, even more so. And it seems like Mind Control doesn't need the help. Their safe lane is suffering, but Mind Control, total free farm on the other side.
The big danger.
GH just sat here for 30 seconds waiting for Super to come back up.
My hill.
You ain't going nowhere. Oh, they jumped him. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage. Can they actually finish him off, though? Kaka, he's just in melee range of ILTW, says, okay, I'll take it.
I will say, even though he dies there, that was some pretty sick spell casting. The Hex was, like, it didn't even interrupt his movement.
Yeah.
And he was pathing in a way that he would avoid creeps while still auto-attacking when possible, getting out of the cold feet. It was not bad. Mind Control, see he hits 6, I think he'll just pop ult right away. You start smacking the Spectre in the face. Super.
Troublesome. Kaka is here, though. And they're, I'm sure, afraid of the SF coming out of the jungle. But SF was on the left side rather than the right.
It is tough. I mean, IG, keep in mind, they've got Kaka and they've got JT. They really know what their stunts. So they need setup for Emo's damage. That's how you kill the DK specifically, and that's going to be their problem. Because Mind Control, you can see his net worth, massive, already treads 3 points in armor. And despite...
Oh, a Dragonite that's actually going to kill a Spectre. I'm not expecting anything out of this one, but Fly, thanks to the heal, thanks to the wand charges, he is going to be okay. But Mind Control is going to put some serious damage on this bottom tower with both the Dragon Form and Siege Wagon with a very healthy creep wave behind it.
And I gotta say, you know, oh, hang on.
They're going to go for him here. Emo, he's going to be able to double nuke, and that should be the end of ILTW's laning phase here. As
that's
I'm not sure if he wants to come back to top lane anymore.
I just like, you know, Mind Control, he's got a game. The Darkseer, Aeon Disc, like that didn't feel like a winning position for him as an individual. He's just so damn good. He plays Dota so much. He's top net worth. This is his time to shine. Trying to secure this bot tower.
Gonna kill Curl as well here with the Stampede, which I imagine they got level 6 from the kill on the Ursa in the first place. So these sort of things do sync together. ILTW is gonna come back to top.
Yeah. Net worth-wise, things are relatively even. Just because Mind Control's, you can't stop him. It's only Emo, and like we just mentioned, they kind of need Kaka as well, and potentially even a level 6. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the first finger rotation down here, but MC, he wants this tower, and then he's just gonna chase after Fly. Spectre, no real mechanic to get back into a game. You don't flash farm. You have to sit in lanes, and I don't think MC is gonna let him, at least not down here.
No, certainly not. You think that's part of the reason why he's trying to hold out in this bottom lane for as long as possible? He doesn't have that same option of other heroes.
This is the move. The first smoke, they don't have finger, but this is the kill threat.
They're going to be able to take the tower. MC, can he run out of here in time? It's not going to happen. I don't think so. The dagger's going to slow him down. The first disable, and surely the magic damage is going to be enough. Turns around, does what damage he can. Meanwhile, Super is going to be chased down a bit. Miracle not able to get that kill, though.
I hate that he's down here alone, Cap. Like,
yeah.
It'd be one thing if people were getting stuff done. GH, sure, you'll chase after the Centaur. ILTW is pushing top. Kuro is... he gets a deep ward off, but I really would have liked somebody down there with him to protect him.
Oh, wow. Nice. Turning it to the Centaur to hit that stomp. JT, okay, they're going to pop the Spectre ultimate here and try and fight this one, but the Stampede doesn't actually let JT survive. Fly's going to be able to come in here with the remnants of that last bit of Stampede to be able to slow down Curl. They get the nuke to be able to finish off GH. Deny. He gets it. Curl, well played.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Emo gets the double kill by being able to pick up Miracle's killing spree on top of that.
That's Shadow Fiend versus Morphling right there, Cap.
Yeah.
This is the duo. You see him on your screen. Kaka, the disable, says, hey, Emo, I got something for you. 2 nukes dead. And this is the danger of playing away from this man. This is the strongest hero you've got on your team, and he's going for this rush blink. So once again, Mind Control sacrificing his own game. Top net worth. He's the one who could look to progress. It won't be a Midas. It won't be an Armlet. Nothing to worry about himself. Even, is that his own sentry to get the ward? Oh, this man does it all, but he'll have the blink, and now it's time to make plays if you're Nigma. Miracle's the true carry. Fly not picking off GH in the mid lane, but they've got to get Miracle into the game. They've got to try and kill Emo.
Attempted deny it on Invis Rune on a Spectre. I don't think either team really cares. about the outcome of that room. They do finally get the, was that a deny on the top tower? I didn't actually spot it. Might have been ILTW killing the tower himself. Yules is now complete for Emo. Oh, nice stack.
Yeah, we take those. Shadow Fiends. I was calling for this hero all year during
I know
the
you
PPC
were.
League.
Kept on saying Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, especially if you wanna show the morph mid too early. It makes sense. Hood picked up on Centaur, but this item on MC is key. He's got the blink. They want Emo. They need Emo.
Now, one of the downsides of having an SF is he is very squishy. Any leading disable combined with a bit of nukes, it's going to be able to be enough to kill him. And now they actually do have Super here behind the tier 1 tower.
Okay.
This is Nigma just running over the mid lane with all 5 heroes.
They
and
want
IG, they were not prepared. They weren't prepared at all. The stomp doesn't even land. Stampede, run, 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 run. Kaka, no, he's not making it out. Stampede is not going to be able to save him from the teamwork that Nigma is bringing to the mid lane to make the dream work.
GH so close to picking off another one.
Oh,
hey.
he takes the last hit on the Ancient.
I want to stress, they needed that on Nigma. They take the gold lead, but they need a gold lead. Their draft falls off. They will not have the late game team fights necessarily. They needed that kill. They get bonus afterwards. And Ancient along with 2 more.
Are they strong enough to do this, Kyle?
It might be. It's risky. It's scanned. They know it.
It's a risky maneuver from Nigma, and the team fight from IG. They're prepared to fight this one. JT being a bit of the bait here on the front lines. The cold feet will keep him in place. Ooh, finger of death. Attempted a kill from Kaka on a Miracle, but Miracle was fast enough to be able to get a little bit of more strength off. Protecting the haste rune. Emo. Yules, oh my goodness, Emo, this was so greedy. Snowball through is going to be able to hit JT as well. They aren't going to be able to slow down this Tusk enough, and I think he is a freebie. His last double edge hit is going to be theirs, but still, this trade-off is certainly not going to be worth it, especially if Miracle picks up more kills as Super. And there's no tower there anymore, so there's nowhere to run to, and there's certainly nowhere to hide against a hasted Miracle.
Love the discipline. Saves the stick. He might need it for later. Would not have saved him there. And straight up brawl. Like, just Emo, to your point, pushing his limits. Arguably a little too far there. He does go down. They get a trade. Haunt was used, though. That was surprising because now, as you can see, Nigma right into the pit. They don't have the Golem either, do they? I think there's still some time. Indeed, it is. 45 seconds left, so they should know. Stampede's up. Very tanky Centaur, but I think you can force this if you're Nigma.
Is Han coming up soon? Initiation from Mind Control. The Ice Blast. Nice 2-man impale into the stomp potentially. Is going to be able to catch some heroes. And Emo from the side managed to hit a nice Requiem. That's going to be taken out the support in ILTW. He just cannot get out of this upheaval. The damage is slowing him enough. And Fly can put in the work. And now looks like the Dragonite is going to be falling as well. The magic damage rips him apart. Nigma is just forcing this Roshan so hard. The first time it felt like they got away with something, Kyle.
They just walked in, Cap.
Yeah.
Like they said, okay, JT, click on JT for me real quick if you wouldn't mind.
He's very tanky.
He has a hood, a Vanguard, a chip vest, and brown boots, Cap. He walked in and they opened on him. That's what he wants.
Yeah. No.
And then
he's got an absence of initiation. He's fully maxed out on tank. He wants you to go on him.
He legitimately. It hurts because that was a big opportunity. They had a lead, they had an edge, and they just give away the initiation. That was no Golem, no Haunt.
Yeah.
Unneeded, even the blast.
I mean, the problem was that IG had double the edge that Nigma did in that team fight, so.
Slacks maybe across the room, Cap, but you don't need to take his habits too.
I'm sorry, he just,
I know, I can hear him
just
too.
works into you. I'm being compelled to cast like him. It's, oh my God, they're going on him!
Yeah, free pickoff onto Kaka. They explode him under tower. A pickoff's nice. The game is even. 15 minutes in, LTW finds JT, but this is not the target you want. He'll pop Stampede, get right away. Is that he went for the hood first. Okay, I think we saw this in the game. I can't remember the stream. It was like 4 games ago. It's been a long day. But either way, Diffusal will be up next. That'll help him quite a bit because maybe you can the Centaur. It's a significant damage as well, and it'll also allow him to provide his own target selection. He can get onto the back line, the Lion, the Warlock, maybe even the Spectre.
Hey, I mean, we said the entire danger of the Ursa in this lineup was going to be the SF 100 to 0ing him, right? And so he's got to make sure he can survive long enough to get off the Enrage. Super is very dead. And if IG isn't careful, there may be more members here, but Flyfly actually wants to fight this one. Another Finger of Death that does not get a kill. Kaka, he baits in maybe the Morphling.
No.
They don't have a disable to stop this one. 1 raise, 2 raise. They don't even need the second one. They get the kill on the carry. It does cost them their 2 supports, though, as well as 2 of their ultimates.
So it was a zoning Finger. You know, GH, he was not nearly in range to get a snowball off defensively because he got forced away. He's like, oh, I'm almost dead. I'm just lucky to survive. But meanwhile, that gives Emo the opportunity to just nearly one-shot.
They're going to jump in again. They've already killed GH, and at the same time, Mind Control thought maybe Emo is free here, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Is able to make the TP out, or Ancient Apparition skedaddles.
Man, this IG lineup, you can see why they won the major. Again, they're playing a man down. This is their coach standing in, but they look polished.
Uh-oh.
Flyfly?
Flyfly, he does have the Aegis. He's going to be losing that first life, but the Fatal Bond's on to 3 with the Golem as well. If they can punt some damage out here, they can actually kill a bunch of these heroes, and Miracle just cannot get away once he waveforms in. The upheaval is a huge problem for them.
It's a 3-point upheaval, Cap. They had limited stun, sure, but man, Nigma, you don't have any BKBs. You want to waddle into this engagement, you're going to get wrecked. An Echo Saber on Flyfly. Is this a thing on Spectre?
I have not seen this one. I've seen more Echo Sabers of late, but not specifically on this hero.
It makes sense, right? The double
Double Desolate hit, yeah, for like quick kills on supports is nice pick off on Emo for Nigma. I feel like Emo's got to protect his game a little bit more.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. There's the blink on GH now. I expect to see snowballs used less offensively and more to save. You can potentially dodge the entire Requiem and spin things around, but yeah, you made a good point. Emo, you're not Ember Spirit this game. You can't just walk in and
You're not Ember
R.
Spirit in a free Ember Spirit game.
Yeah.
Like, there is ways to kill an SF in this one.
Yeah. However, he's luckily not really the carry. That's Flyfly,
True.
who has now acquired the top net worth position. Closing in almost looks like it'll be a Manta, likely the Fusel to follow.
You sounded very confident that IG's lineup was going to outscale Nigma. Why is that? Like, Morphling versus Spectre, like, what is that matchup about?
It's just, you have SF Spectre, your support duo, specifically, like Warlock, it's just nuts in the late game. You have Kanka plus Global, right? It's something that we saw, what was it, I mean, long time ago. I'll always remember the Shanghai Major where Puppy was picking like Lion, Fury, and Puck every game. There'd be a Hex and then 2 heroes, and that guy was dead. And in this case,
you were never safe in that patch.
It'll be an SF, it'll be a Spectre haunt forwards, and Miracle. That's a lot of items you have queued up, sir, but I really think a BKB is necessary. There's nothing to interrupt, there's no stun outside of a Golem. I really implore you to have a BKB before you finish that E-Blade.
Is it spring already?
I think that goes for every hero on this dire side.
Yeah, they got to be careful of that magic damage, right? To make sure they don't get the Yules into Requiem combo.
It's just also, there's no real damage on IG if they actually get the BKBs off. This Spectre is getting scary, but
he also, in a way, like stalled his own game by picking up this like Echo Saber into Manta. Like, it's going to be a slow build-up of damage for the Spectre. Smoke up, running into GH. GH blinks away and snowballs back into him. A nice smooth move from him that is going to ensure he trains 1-for-1 with the Requiem on out. The magic damage isn't going to be enough. Miracle, he shrugs off those disables. He can manage to get off the Morph Strength. He's slowed down to a crawl, but at the same time, Emo, he's being pushed away by the Ice Blast and the Dragon Knight who is chasing him down. Miracle just barely waveforms away, well as Emo will tick out from the Ice Blast. The Stampede will not bail him out. Unlike Miracle, Emo will die in this engagement.
I want to reiterate, both these teams playing well. GH would really like to go to TI. He does not want to go home the day after tomorrow. He is playing incredibly well. Sick reaction time, breaks the smoke, immediate blink, but not quite far enough, and then he snowballs with a nice timing, gets the pick off. they lose, what was that? 3? No, Miracle Lip. So 3 for 1. We only dropped GH for Team Nigma, and now the Manta on Miracle. He didn't use Morph in that fight, not Morph, Replicate, but either way, he'll still have it for the next fight. Expected him to turn into the Spectre or the Centaur. Peace out, Kaka. Once again, GH.
Yep, finding the openings. I mean, just think like what a difference that team fight would have been if Kaka like stays alive. He gets off, disables onto Miracle.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more damage would have killed him. Faster they kill Miracle, the sooner they can help out Emo. Like the fact that he was able to get off that quick reaction and also just smart reaction, snowballing back in the way he did, was crucial in Nigma being able to win that fight. And as a result, Nigma now has map control.
Yep. They're feeling themselves now, and it's a very different game. They have the stuns. They're controlling the pace of the game, looking to get a tier 2. And once the first time that I've looked at wards and said, wow, Nigma aren't playing underneath IG's vision. They're actually the ones on the enemy side of the map. They're likely to get this tower straight into the outpost. They'll start getting that XP advantage. And to win fights, though, the key thing, they've got to keep getting the support duo. If you prevent either Kaka or Super on the Warlock from getting their spells off, you are most likely going to win the fight.
You think that's why they win so many Blink Daggers, right? GH, Mind Control, naturally Morphling can be able to jump the back line.
This is the move.
Okay.
IG are set up. They know the angle of approach. They have a good ward below. They've got to be really careful about their target selection here.
With already a slight lead, this could be the moment that Nigma can even out this series. If they find the right kind of initiation here, they're going to be able to find it. Super on the run here, but he can only go so far and so fast. But at the same time, IG did do a good job. As you said, they take the tower, but they also didn't lose anything for that situation. In fact, they're still kind of sticking around. They're going to wait and see. Once Nigma shows themselves in the mid lane, they're going to pop out and say, you thought we left? Surprise! They're going to be able to catch the Ancient Apparition, see if they can catch more, but oh no, Nigma, they're getting away into the river. Now Miracle and GH are joining them. That wasn't quite the big move that they were hoping it would be.
This is just so sick. It's true in poker, even more so in Dota. A big part of being a great team is knowing when to cut your losses, and IG are doing such an excellent job. They're going to, once again, ditch a support. That's fine. But that was just so 5-hit. They lose the support, they camp under their vision, and if Nigma weren't so quick, LTW with the Q down to the low ground.
Oh yeah, that was
MC
crucial.
and Miracle already in the river, like they basically were backing, okay, secure location, we might be able to turn, and IG like, nope, we tried, we missed it, okay, no problem. And inexperienced teams, not major winners, occasionally look to take fights like that because they've committed the resources. They're not comfortable just saying, okay, nope, got a cut line, ditch this catch. It is not going to work out for us. Roshan, however, 30 seconds. That'll be the big objective. No fly ultimate for 100 seconds, so you have a bit of a window. Maybe it's an incredibly close game, 23-17.
Oh yeah, net worth dead even, as you're saying. I mean, these are the kind of teams that win tournaments, and they're both showing why. Hey, it goes to show just how cutthroat this wild card is. I could see one of these teams, the third best team in this group, dropping out of the wild card, but if they were in the group stage, there's no way they get eliminated, right?
No,
like some of these teams are so good, but it's sadly the fact that they're in the wild card that may end up being the problem, not necessarily how good they are.
Oh yeah. When Vici Gaming has the 4th best pedigree in a 6-man group, you know who the hell is on.
Blinking in. Starting off on the Centaur, you could see Nigma, they learn from the... Exactly, they're like, no, we have deja vu. Fighting around the Roshan pit, going on a Centaur first?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You can see it's the same plan, right? IG, they recognize our initiation is not the same. We don't have all these Blink Daggers. We do have JT. So we'll just use him as bait. If Nigma take it, they're going to pop everything, drop the hammer, but... the
Nigma,
if that tier 1 was dead, this might work.
Big wraparound. They're going to bypass JT entirely and go straight for the squishy backline. Be able to catch the 2 supports. That is exactly how to be able to play that. Instant buybacks, though.
coming out from IG, and yeah, both BKBs being used for that one means a fresh reinitiation, a Requiem off of the stomp, a beautiful combination that it will certainly bring down Miracle. Maybe they can catch up to GH as well. They do have, if they can win this fight, be able to take Roshan and ILTW stuck up there on the high ground in the triangle. Neither one of those two heroes have buyback. Ultimately, Kyle, a sick move from Nigma, but IG, they were prepared. Wow. They had the money in the bank prepared for that rainy day.
It's like a plan within a plan.
Yep.
Oh, you were able to bypass JT. That's the big brain move. That doesn't even matter because they allowed, we don't care. Both our supports died, but they traded the BKBs. They buy back, I think, the moment they see the BKBs are used. Nigma fearing the turnaround, but really it's the patience from IG.
Yep.
You cut your supports, they're immediately back into the game. And as you said, as soon as Miracle was identified, he just straight up died. Great stun by JT once again.
Yeah, once they've gone in, they can't get out against Spectre and Stampede, right? Like, they don't move fast enough to be able to get away from that combination. So they just wait out the BKB, as you said, and just
it's all
finally jump.
The area control, too. Because, to your point, by taking that fight, think about how deep they were. They were at the Radiant Ancient camp. There's no coming back from that.
Yeah, I mean, with a tier 1 off lane still up, tier 2 mid, like there are a ton of TP points to get back to the triangle quickly.
And now, the Aegis there.
But Nigma not slowing down for beat here. Like, despite the fact that Aegis is up on IG, they're still being the aggressors.
No spells, but look, it's just so cool watching IG play the map. They've now split into this 1-3-1 formation. 2 cores in 2 side lanes. The other 3 playing as safe as can be. Now JT hiding in the trees. Even if he were to die here, think about how far he is from objectives on the IG side of the map. And yeah, sure, they have Aegis, but so many spells used. You don't want a team fight until all of your cooldowns are back up.
JT is literally trying to pull them as far away from his team as possible. By hitting this tier 1 tower, they are going to TP in. Stampede going off. The Ice Blast doesn't quite clip him, so he's going to survive a little bit longer. The Blink Dagger being denied for a bit. GH, they have anything? Oh, they hit him once. Blink Dagger, juking into trees? No, mind control. He catches up to him, and now, okay, 2-man stomp. He may actually be able to get this Blink up still. No, the damage is constantly kept onto JT, but the space keeps on being built. What is this? Indeed, that was some delicious space he just created for the rest of IG as they were farming away in the enemy jungle and they were looking for a pick on ILTW.
BSJ dies there.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
You want that Archer, the bonus gold. They would have had him, and that. Oh man.
And he has BKB now, so he can make that same play next time, maybe.
Just ruthless from IG, honestly.
Yeah.
The Ash Lord just sacrificing individuals when necessary to ensure the battle is won. And they eke out a larger and larger advantage. 3 of the top 4 heroes in net worth on the IG side. Nigma not out of this. They have the kill lead, but they're playing against a Spectre, an SF. And unfortunately for them, they went for these early hiccups. They wanted kills. They got them. But that means that they aren't progressing as fast. It's why they can be up in kills and still down in gold. Even more so in XP.
Tier 3 items, 400 health pickup for Fly. So he's going to be a lot tankier. It's pretty much 2 big tanky boys in the front, and then all that damage, that's coming from the back. It's coming from the 2 supports, and it's coming from Emo. So the job of the Spectre and JT, their job is entirely to try and force Nigma to do something about them and allow their back line to artillery style fire in damage from a distance.
And they're hunting around the map, but IG, this is a disciplined team. They are hugging their wards once again. You see the pings coming out. They saw Super walk up that high ground. Kaka now with the ward in base. So once again, fortifying their location, right? Look at the trio of wards. They're playing inside of it.
Yeah.
So Nigma, they need initiation to win a fight. They need to somehow get a support and a core in their opening salvo, but if a Spectre pops ulti as an example, suddenly their entire position is revealed and they're susceptible to just being straight up routed. So again, Aegis still available, 45 more seconds.
Radiant's courier
Tier 2
killed.
is gone.
Dire's middle
JT actually losing a full heart there.
That's huge.
Oh, dear. Who picked that one off? It looks like Miracle.
They smoke, they control the area, they smoke out of their vision.
They say, okay, they got that courier, but that means they're down here. We can find these heroes. They're going to pop the Stampede. Catching immediately. Ursa saved by the snowball. He's going to be able to get away, and now it's Kako who dies instead. A Golem drops onto 3, and it looks pretty good. There goes the Spectre ultimate, but nobody's immediately dying. Nigma is beginning their retreat. Looks like GH is going to be the one left behind. 4 for 4, but a stomp in from JT. Make sure the Ancient Apparition now dies. A buyback coming out from the 2 supports of Nigma. This time it's their turn to be saying, you're fighting on our side of the map. Our buybacks are good enough. They need to be able to catch more, but they didn't get anybody else. Smart TPs from IG, making sure that a lost team fight doesn't entirely bleed them out.
Oh, this is a masterclass. Like, I really hope people understand, like, this is special. We don't get to see these sorts of matches very often nowadays. International Dota and matches of this caliber are few and far between. This is excellent Dota 2 by both sides. You can see the strategies being employed. Both teams understand their win condition. Nigma, it was their turn to use buybacks, to your point. They just had to try to capitalize a bit better. They isolated the SF. He immediately gets picked off. They knew Fly with the Aegis was not the target, but wisely, IG, the moment they realize the battle is lost, they're gone. Keep being out in the trees, and ooh, maybe a couple extra moments, they would have picked off a core more. But Nigma still holding on, only a 2K gold lead. Still really anybody's game. You'd have to lean IG as the minutes tick by, but still anybody's game.
I think that Scotty timing, I feel like that's going to turn the Spectre into a hero that they can kind of ignore, big tanky, like does some damage, but ultimately isn't going to be doing the most work. That's the SF. But once you get the Scotty on the Spectre, I feel like it becomes a very different fight. Oh, wait, he's not going for it anymore. I thought the Scotty was a great, I thought it was a great pickup against Morphling.
Me too. He wants the extra mobility.
Scepter, really?
Yeah. He might still switch it up. We'll see. It depends. Fly, I mean, hard to criticize a 9-0-10 Spectre.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But mobility or survivability, bonus damage.
Okay, there
yeah, see, okay.
deep sigh of relief there. I was like, what? I feel like you need more team fight, not more split pushing.
Nah, it's too good. Damage for the illusions. As you said, it's just too good against Morphling. Yeah. It's too good against Ursa. It's too good against DK.
Yeah.
It's the item.
I'm like, what? What's happening? You're a Spectre. Scotty's so good. They've got all this regen.
Oh, this is Oh, I thought it was going to be the Hex. It's actually the Arcane Blade.
Oh, I love that pickup. Ooh.
That is, that's bold.
Yeah.
It's saying I don't need more abilities or a Hex, please. No, I just need to cast my own spells faster and more effectively.
Yep. No, it's the fact that you're able to get off this big AoE disable.
Yeah.
Like imagine if you could near instantly cast Terrorize. That sounds broken. But that's what SF is basically able to do with this Arcane Blink.
Yep.
And there are very few instant disables that they have on Nigma.
And the bigger key is it now makes even more pressure onto GH.
Yes.
Snowball save, suddenly, you've got less than a second, GH. You've got to be masterful.
Hex initiation, immediately the snowball goes up with the BKB, and there's the Requiem. It catches ILTW in a finger, puts him in the dirt. Nigma still are able to fight this out with 4, but Fly's on top of them with the Scotty, and they cannot turn around and fight him. He is too tanky. Trying to catch up. Fortunately, a blink away from GH will get him out of here. Nigma, similar situation, doing a good job of making sure that they're not totally exsanguinated. They just leave an Ursa behind. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and you can see that's the reveal, though. So they won't be caught off guard by that again. GH, I think he'll learn his lesson from this. A slight mistake. I think he has to be more patient with the snowball. He's been going in aggressively. And yes, he does kill off Kaka. Forces the buyback as well. But he would have probably liked to ensure his Ursa was able to BKB as well. But again, maybe if he's a little touch faster, the Hex doesn't go off, and then the Ursa BKBs anyway. You really never know. Either way, it's going to just be this back and forth. Who gets the jump? Is it Kaka? Is it GH? Is it a snowball save? I mean, I feel like we're typically in this position whenever we see GH on Tusk, but like he will win or lose his team the fight.
Yeah. What a position to put him in. You are going to win or lose us this game, and we're asking you to be able to get off Blink Snowball in literally half a second.
Yep. Roche is up. Oh no. This is a big one. You talk
an Aghanim Scepter, I mean.
Fly, he says, oh wait, you're right. Why would I buy that, Cap? I can just get one for free.
True, true.
There's a chance maybe they give it to the Centaur. There's a lot of good options, but I think Fly, yeah, he claims everything for himself.
It's all mine. Super, by the way, positioned way up here. Right where JT is, that's what he was doing during the Roshan pit. He was making sure Nigma, no chance of being able to interrupt that Roshan. There goes the Shadow Step. Doesn't actually commit his hero to it just yet. ILTW forced out to enrage, and that means Nigma can no longer really fight. Oh, maybe they can. They're going to try. Oh, no. Miracle caught. And the snowball is just a moment too late. Now Mind Control pops his BKB to be able to dodge the stomp, but without the damage of Miracle, they're going to have to hold out until he's back into the fight, but Mind Control is dead. They do trade out their Centaur. Tanky 3 for Tanky 3, but Fly pushes forward, sees ILTW. He's got the Aegis. He's got the cheese. He can go in deep here, and he will keep his pace going. Trying to catch up, ILTW with the attempted TP away inside of his own base, but a Hex stops it. Fortunately, ILTW still able to make it out, but at the same time, the rest of his team followed in Fly so deep, too deep in fact, as now they're going to be losing Kaka, now they're going to be losing Emo, and a disaster IG. They were too full of themselves. They thought, surely this fight is ours, and they all follow Fly, and they march to their death.
Just a little touch far. He had the timing on the snowball, but I don't think it was quite in range to get the click off. Man, IG, they're just playing so crisp. Nigma's going to need to be a touch faster. The buyback's forced. Yes, you get core kills, but Fly has yet to die. He is now massively ahead of the game. That was a miracle buyback. That was a... It's just too many. Oh, man.
How do you build more damage? And like, what do you do on this Spectre? Because it feels like he's so tanky, he can't be touched, but they are ignoring him.
Abyssal Blade, just stick to a target.
Okay.
There was a really cool interaction there. Actually forced ILTW's in range. He was Fatal Bonded. He was looking to try to get away. There was a double edge onto the creep wave to prevent, I think, a blink in from, I believe it might have been Mind Control.
Okay.
But just really cool heads up. Like, it could have also just been damage amplification, but either way, JT with the presence of mind, like, hey, he's Fatal Bond to these.
Yeah.
I'll do damage to these.
Yeah.
Just in case. You never know.
Stop blink daggers. Stop. Yeah. No, that's. I mean, even if he's just doing damage, that's still a heads-up play.
The min-max in this game has been incredible. It's kind of it's just awesome. I'm sad that we have to go home after this. I wish that neither one of these teams, along with Team Secret, Vici Gaming,
I was about to say, neither one of these teams had to go home, but, you know, maybe they both go through.
We'll see.
We shall. It's been an incredibly tight opening to the wildcard stage. I do have to wonder, though, if there's going to be more 2-0s on the horizon, if we're just going to keep on trading these 1-1s. I mean, it goes to show that all these various regions, they can compete. I mean, last major, it felt a little bit more like it was Europe or China. This one, Execration has already put in some 1-1s. Gambit is showing that they're definitely not slouches either.
Tomorrow's going to be nuts. Today's been nuts.
Yeah.
Still continues. Big smoke from IG. They recognize there's two big cores with no buybacks.
Hexing the illusion. The smoke is going to break. ILTW kind of pushes himself forward there.
The vision control. More wards. They have the gem.
Heaven's Halberd. That'll slow down the damage coming out from the Ursa.
They take the shrine back for more map control.
And tier 4 items, that's why Nigma needs to get out onto the field. I don't think they have all theirs yet.
No. The blink soon on ILTW, that'll help them. The butterfly certainly will. Neither the Shadow Fiend nor the Spectre is a natural MKB buyer. So but really, has it been the physical threat for Miracle? No, it's been the stun lock, the AoE control. Not JT, guys. Not JT.
Not JT, but they're, okay, they're going to run past him. Manage to catch Kaka. That's exactly what we needed to be able to see. Miracle turning into the Spectre here to throw out a dagger to try and keep track of some of these heroes. Emo's a little bit far away right now. Fly. Slowed down, is going to be able to mantle off the cold feet. They're going to go for Super. Super turns around, drops Golem, but he's already dead. Emo pops out with the Requiem, but Major's already popped his BKB with the Ice Blast on top of JT as well as Emo. Snowball catching up. It's going to be able to finish him off. JT falls. Emo, he's not able to blink away just yet. Arcane Blink, he's got a Yols as well. Flicker and Blink. Is he good? Is he out? GH spots him. What?
Wow. GH, the story of this game for him is just a quarter second too slow. Making the right plays, but just not quite there. It's, you feel like, I feel from the chat, there's no crowd, but I know there would be many a sigh.
Yeah, people are
this
definitely on the edge of their seats for this
We're
one.
on the edge of our seats.
Yeah. Edge of our stool sets for sure. An Abyssal Blade complete for the Spectre. So you say sticking on to these heroes a little bit better. He's had trouble with that. I saw Shadow Blade.
Really?
Yeah. Who picked up my Shadow Blade? Was that? Am I crazy? Did I see something else? Oh, Shadow Blade for Emo. Okay. All right.
If you get... No comment. Well, as you said, they got the target they needed. Kaka, the one player without buyback. This is also giving you time for Nigma to get your own buybacks back online. Miracle's starting to become more of a problem. And someone we haven't heard from in quite a while, but love his lines, Dendy. At a certain point in the late game, you're not playing Dota anymore, Cap, and we are fast approaching that moment. Yeah, Spectre has better late game. Yeah, he's near capped, 11-0. It really doesn't matter at a certain point because there's so much explosive damage and pressure from both of these teams that a couple of missteps and suddenly you're against the ropes.
Yeah.
And someone's pushing down your lanes.
All right, Spectre got the level 25 talent. Is that the dispersion one that he got on the left-hand side? It is, as most people do. I was slightly curious if he wouldn't go for it just because he's been ignored so much.
You kind of need a break mechanic now. I don't know who does it on Nigma. I was thinking maybe it would be MC at a point, but it's just not that kind of game anymore.
Yeah, that's where I was looking for the Shadow Blade, honestly. I thought maybe somebody on Nigma was like, we need a Silver Edge.
Because that is just an insane amount of damage that he'll actually do offensively by just being targeted.
Yeah. That was a Shadow Step. I mean, just look at that. That's an illusion that ILTW is struggling to being able to bring down.
He's going out of mana, just dueling illusions.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that Swift Blink, not really the greatest damage booster. It's not bad, but I guess, you know what? It plays into the style of fight concept that they need. It's kill somebody right away, reset real quick, bait big spells, but ultimately, it's blow up a support, maybe Emo, depends on who you catch. Anybody but JT, and unfortunately, I think the enemy carry, Fly, is kind of adding himself to that list of do not target. Unless completely isolated for numerous seconds.
Yeah.
Big smoke.
And I feel like in that way, the team fights are easier for IG, and yet it's Nigma who keeps on walking away, I think, with the slight win in each one of these. And just because they keep on finding the right here. They keep on finding Emo. They keep on killing the supports at the start of the fight.
Indeed they do. Satanic.
Roshan, minute and 15, yep. Satanic for who? Or Miracle?
And an AC on the Dragon Knight. I think he's had that for some time.
Oh, sure. I mean, still big damage upgrades, big survivability upgrades, that's for sure. There's a smoke up now from Nigma. They're going to move. This is the same move they did last time around. We saw around the Roshan pit. They've got the vision on the high ground, and they're going to run into the IG heroes, but IG is also routing them at the same time. Spectre ultimate, and the sub goes in, the golem, and then just Nigma is wiped the floor with, and Kuro is going to be chased down on top of the death already from ILTW. And that was just, it was over in an instant, Kyle.
They had vision, Cap.
They had vision, but IG jumped first.
Oh, that's the nature of the team fight. That's the late game we discussed. If they get their buttons, the golem, they haunt. Kaka with the double stun on 2 cores. Heartbreaking. 2 seconds. Maybe they're on the high ground. Maybe they break the smoke with the vision advantage. Instead, it's IG down the lanes.
Yeah, if they're on the high ground, they spot them on the low ground. Maybe they catch, you know, like they jump first. They don't let the Centaur jump. They don't let the Golem get dropped. JT
Stormcrafters himself for a moment, but look at Fly all the way to the back lines with a double Requiem. Okay, all right. They know. Mind Control, like, if you guys don't have everybody, Mind Control, no buyback. It's a dieback for him. We're just going to end the game.
No buyback Kuro either. They just exploded the two. They brought back, and I don't think they expected that.
No.
How do you expect that?
Well, snowball away, but at this point, Nigma, they don't really have a whole lot left here. Oh, ILTW actually killed Emo. And he doesn't have buyback either. Is it? Okay. Can they actually hold this out for a while?
We've seen them come back from,
I mean...
Wait, outside.
Oh, okay, he's killing Kaka as well. ILTW is turning this game around. He's killed the two supports. Fly, they're going to go for GH and try and deal with him, but this game has been stalled out. They're not going to be able to go for the throne anymore. Abyssal Blade, ILTW turning around with the in-range, doing a lot of damage to JT. If he can kill him as well, it'd be a life well spent as he is stalled up enough for Miracle to get alive, but now it's Miracle alone against these two. IG, no longer working on the tier 4s, are going to go instead and try and play a slower game. Go for the mid lane of Barracks.
Hey,
ILTW may have just bought them a second life on JT. Stormcrafters it! Point blank rage, dodging a huge amount of damage from Miracle, as well as the Ice Blast explosion, and he's able to get away.
Oh my god, this is just such a nuts game of Dota 2. I just... heartbreaking for Nigma. If they just take a fight on semi-even ground, maybe things would go differently. That was quite possibly the worst sequence of events
Seriously.
possible.
Their two cores get jumped by a Centaur Stomp. Like of all the things, that AoE's not that big, but he catches like the two most important heroes.
I just, unbelievable. And I don't want to take any credit away from IG. Like, they are playing just another incredible game of Dota. Fly, what was his score again? Was he a part of, I think it's 31 of 34 kills?
Yes, he has been.
14-0-17. Emo, a little more gutsy this game, approaching double-digit deaths, but...
I mean, it's still, the fact that you can depend, that's the thing about IG. Emo, with his flashy plays, will single-handedly carry games sometimes, and then Fly, just a rock-solid carry who, in these other games, will be exactly what you need. He picks up the Aghanims again.
Wait, I can't use this one.
Yeah.
All right, somebody take it.
Somebody else take it. Does
Fly.
the Centaur have an Aghanim Scepter?
It's Emo, come on.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying.
That's offensive.
He got a refresher on the Centaur, which is why I was thinking.
A refresher.
Yeah, sure, but I was just, why did he go refresher if he doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter?
Because he'll get the next one.
Okay.
If they need it.
All right. Speaking of refreshers, now Super's got a refresher as well.
No.
This is... Nigma, you have to get the best initiation here, because if they're getting double rocked, if they're getting double stomped...
Yeah, they're just going to drop bombs.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of them.
Yeah. It's going to be just a...
And unfortunately, Nigma, you do not have nearly enough weapons in your arsenal to get even close to mutually assured destruction. You are...
No.
I don't even know. You need a vision edge. You need to kill Kaka. Maybe Super. Actually, maybe just Super. Really.
Yeah, you might have to, because double Fatal Bonds, double Rock is an easy team fight win for Fly. Since they can't touch Fly, he's just going to stick onto somebody, and they're going to be all Fatal Bonds together, and he'll just win the game. He'll just win the fight from there, just off of one spell.
Yeah, it's just... Still, they're going to play it cautious. Right? They recognize...
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Arcane Blink? I've never seen that on a Centaur, but one of the worst things about Stomp, boom, stop. Right now it's going to be Blink and Stomp instantly.
Yep.
That is cool.
That's really cool.
That makes the refresher make a lot more sense too, because he's looking just to be able to hit big stomps.
Yeah, he'll get in, pop ult, have another one available if necessary, and an immediate secondary stun. I think he got the stun duration talent as well.
Like the Urukai, marching forward to siege down a fortress. Super in the back, playing the drums as IG approaching Nigma's base. Tapping away at that tier 3 tower. Nigma
trying to figure out a way they can make some sort of jump forward, and Miracle actually turning into a Spectre here to shadow step onto one of the supports, thinking, okay, maybe I can poke at him, maybe I can get a fast execution, but ultimately, nothing doing. A Fly, he's going to be able to jump in. GH does manage to get the snowball at the same time. Emo went back in, but they actually caught him. BKB double Requiem, but they managed to get off their BKBs. Miracle's after him, but the last bit of fear catches him on the edge. ILTW, he may be dead, but Miracle's still alive. He needs to be able to get back to the fountain, though. Kaka looking to be able to chase him down. Jump forward from Fly. He's shadow stepping forward. Managed to get a bash. That's enough. Fort buyback is going to be forced, but a stop immediately from JT inside of the fountain of all things. Fly ripping into GH. He's not going to let him get up the steps. He will die on the stairs of the Nigma base. Futilely attempting to get home, to get to safety, but IG looking to be able to get their first full series win here against Nigma.
Fly, what a beast. We talked about the lack of counter to the butterfly. That's what the Bloodthorn's for, but it's also incredibly effective at killing off GH, who has no real mechanic to save himself.
Now a refresher for the Spectre as well. Double jump, there it is. The arcane blink from a Centaur, getting Miracle dead for 2 minutes, and Mind Control. His only hope here is that the throne explodes before he does, but that's not the case. IG will take this series, very long series at that, 2-0.
Man, long series, long day, but just damn good. I thought they'd lose a step.
Yeah. Oh, seriously. A stand-in already qualified for a TI? Like, seriously, you don't need to try that hard, but...
No. Fly near flawless, and you see smiles on the side of Nigma because honestly, I don't think they should be ashamed whatsoever of that performance. They played well. GH, like heartbreak, the smoke break. Like when you lose a fight like that, the whole game coming down to this one moment where, you know, Stendy said they pressed their buttons a 1/10 of a second faster, Cap. So well, I guess we all died.
Yeah.
Things happen.
They also did buy themselves a bit of a second life simply because of the fact that this has been a close group stage and so many teams have gone 1-1. The fact that they were the only team so far to be able to get a 2-0 does mean that dropping IG 0-2 does kind of put them back to where they started. They're looking for a strong end to this wild card for day 2. Both teams looking pretty damn good. I would hate to say goodbye to both of them.
It is Team Nigma indeed back to where they started, but IG now a step ahead of the rest. Thank you so much, Cap and Kyle. And IG takes 2-0. We are here with Lizard and BSJ, and they're going to break down the game for us because it was a mad one. It started out fairly even, Brian. But you could already see IG edging ahead, right?
Yeah, I think the Spectre is just the trump card in this game. The Ursa's build, I like it in theory. He did a Hood Ursa earlier when you have a carry-esque mid laner, like a Morphling. But it wasn't a very good Morphling game in regards to the fact that he just kind of dies to the Lion plus Shadow Fiend at pretty much every stage of the game. But also, what bothered me the most about their draft on Nigma was that they didn't give him an Ags partner. If you're going to first round the Morph, he's going to have to be dealing with heroes that can burst him down.
Yeah.
So you kind of got to give him that extra bit of steroid to allow him to scale into the game. So because they have this Hood Ursa, who just isn't farming as fast as a Spectre, which is usually, like in the past, we've seen Spectres farm pretty slow with a Ursa with a Battle Fury, for instance. But you also have a Morphling who's getting bursted every fight here, like every other fight or so. So it just looked harder to play.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what's happening on the second series, like who won. But Vici Gaming was struggling, and they were also playing Ursa.
I think Execration won.
Execration
we can shout to the team.
Yeah, if
you want to shout to him?
If they did.
I feel like that's kind of rude. Yo, Rich! Who won?
Who won? Execration? All right.
Thank you.
He whispered very...
So it's 1-1
okay,
there
so
too. Yeah.
Ursas,
So there's only 2 2-0s
exactly.
in total.
But the Hood is losing on the hero at the moment, at least. Overall, I really like the Spectre versus Morphling matchup for the Spectre. The build was a little bit peculiar for Fly, going for that Echo Saber early on, not something like we were speculating. He bought Oblivion Staff, but what is he actually going to combine it into? The most obvious one, Echo Saber into Manta, into Skadi. Worked out pretty damn fine for them. They were positioning themselves around the Golem really well, around the Warlock, and that's what I asked in the panel, like the draft panel, will this Warlock stop Nigma's aggression? Because that's all they had. They had this Dragonite that just wants to pressure towers, take objectives early on, and finish the game before Spectre goes ham and online, right? But they just didn't manage to do that. They didn't manage to take objectives. Spectre, once that Skadi is up, you can't kill her anymore.
Special shout out to ILTW, who I think was this fight that he basically kept his team alive single-handedly. Kudos for that. Obviously didn't end up working out in the long run, but this game ended with a kill score of 40 to 38. Crazy amount of fighting, crazy amount of back and forth. It seemed like Team Nigma had one big crutch, which was the Roshan that never really went smoothly for them. Was that a result of their draft, or why was that seeming
There's
like
a lot to learn
struggle?
from IG. This is why they won the major.
Yeah.
They fight so well, and they do not give you any objectives. Like, they had already used Warlock Golem, and Nigma just says, okay, we killed 2 heroes. They have no Warlock Golem. We have an Ursa. Seems pretty obvious on paper to walk into Roche, and yet IG still manages to stall long enough to get their entire team alive and utilizes the ultimates
And
from
even
the rest
win
of
that
yeah,
fight.
They had like 7 souls on Shadow Fiend too. Like, they didn't even have any.
No
they had-
problem.
How did they do it?
They still outplay you.
Yeah.
Because they're approaching you from the back first and foremost. So you're in that pit, you're losing resources, hitting Roshan.
Yeah.
He's hitting back, obviously. Some of your heroes aren't full with resources as well, with mana and HP. And then you're also in an unfavorable position, you're under vision. Which it's always much easier for the team to execute the team that's approaching that Roche pit if you're already in it. It's just much easier for them to set up their things well, even if they don't have every spell necessary.
It was, I mean, it was a crazy game, and I said it before, but yeah, IG playing with a stand-in. I think we can kind of remove that asterisk that they have next to their name. That's like, okay, IG's playing, but they're playing with, I'm gonna remove that because they're proving that Ollie, great player, Super, also great player, fits in quite well with the squad, and
100%
dominant.
If you have a hero, if you have a player, a position that you want to change, it's going to be the position 5.
Yeah.
Right? Like everything else, it's when it comes to putting the coach, by the way, let me just put that there. Putting the coach into the stand-in position 5 is the easiest one to make that transition. Everything else is pretty much difficult because you have to be on point. Skill-wise, mechanics have to be pretty sharp. Meanwhile, on 5, if you're playing some Ancient Apparition, I accept what you said before, Shiver, very high skill cap hero.
Thank you.
But still, if you're a coach that hasn't played as many games as you usually would as a pro gamer, right?
Yeah.
Pro player, playing that A is probably easier than playing some Prophet on the offlane order.
Yeah, just give him follow-up heroes. That's what I'm kind of noticing. They're letting him be the guy that just makes sure he's standing behind the right guy that's going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And that's pretty easy to be on the right part of the map if you just have a simple combo where on Warlock he was sitting consistently behind the SF in order to counter-initiate. The Disruptor he's always playing with like the Darkseer or whoever's going to set him up. The A, same thing. So conceptually, his job's pretty straightforward, and that's exactly what you need to do.
Positioning is still tricky, though.
I'm
Especially when you
just
got
saying
people that jump the back line.
It's different than giving him like an Oracle or like an
yes.
Enchantress even who like consistently have to be making like individually fantastic plays to make use of their hero to the fullest. That's all I'm saying is like mechanically, he doesn't have to worry too much about that aspect, so he can like solely focus on what you're talking about, and that's really important, I think.
So what was the biggest surprise for you both for today, just in terms of results? Because it's very even, right? I feel like nobody really stood out hard. Maybe IG because they're playing so well with the stand-in.
Actually, IG is pretty much surprising because of the way they played in the season. They weren't really that hot. Their form, their energy, they looked like they're, okay, we've already won the major, we've qualified for TI, let's take it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And I had the feeling that they might come into this major with the same sort of attitude, especially because of the stand-in situation, but it doesn't look that way. They look on fire, they look like they're here to win it once again, even though they're in the wildcards right now. From EU, nothing really surprising that much, right? Like
I did not think Nigma looked all that impressive, and I didn't think Secret was going to be like some dominating force. The fact that they're both even.
Once again, by the way, for people at home. The column that says L is actually should be a D, and the column that says D should be an L. There you go.
Okay,
Fixed it.
so yeah, it's really weird that they had mixed up those letters because if they swap them back, it's basically wild, right? LWLD.
Damn.
Doing the wild card.
Wild card, yeah.
Right
that's
now. So they're really missing an opportunity there. But I'd say Monaco Gambit is probably my biggest surprise. I straight up thought they might
And
just go
Execration
like
as well,
1 and
right?
9 or 0 and 8 or 0 and 10 or whatever. I thought Monaco Gambit might just get rolled. So it's nice to see them not only taking a few games, but also giving a good show in every game that I've seen of them so far.
Execration tied every single game. I did not expect this. Like, coming from SEA region, I have utmost respect to these boys, to PDZRR, everyone, Palos, but I did not expect them to be facing up against Vici Gaming, against Nigma, and all these teams, and just drawing everything.
Well, they haven't faced Team Nigma yet. They'll do that tomorrow. They did tie against Team Secret today, of course. And Team Secret... Actually, was that today? No, they'll face Team Secret tomorrow, actually, in the first series of the day on the other stream, because Team Secret will have 3 series tomorrow. They're one of the few teams that did not have 3 series today, but they will have 3 tomorrow. Wrote it down somewhere. There you go. Yeah, that will be their first. Execration versus Team Secret will be tomorrow on the Dire stream as the first series. But tomorrow we're going to start it off with Vici Gaming versus Gambit. I think it's safe to say that we have no idea what's going to happen and which 2 teams will make it through, right?
My biggest surprise is that nobody's mathematically out after like over half the games.
Or in, for that matter.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Exactly. That's the best part.
I had one draw. I had one draw today, and I think I missed it. Like, the one prediction of a draw was not a draw.
I think Owen wanted to be the one that went for all the draws. I think he probably came close.
He's probably got the best prediction so far.
Yeah. All right, guys. It has been a fantastic day. We are none the wiser in terms of who's going to go home. We're going to find out more tomorrow, though, and you're going to find it out with us, but only if you tune in tomorrow at the right time. It will be the same time as today. For us, that's 2 p.m. That is Ukrainian time. I'm sure you can Google what that would be in your own time zone, but again, it will be the same time as today. So we hope that you all join us again for tomorrow for more Dota 2 for the AniMajor by WePlay.